Meet the ultimate final boss of the most notorious monster tower in existence. But plot twist, he's dying of boredom because every legendary hunter who shows up is basically free XP that dies before he can even warm up. Yet they keep lining up like it's Black Friday. One cocky veteran hunter thought he'd make it home for his anniversary dinner, but instead of celebrating with cake, his wife got a lovely funeral arrangement. Even a sneaky little girl tried the classic innocent lost child trick, only to become another disappointment on his kill streak. She joins the growing pile of brave heroes. More meat for the grinder arrives: warriors, rogues, the usual suspects, all convinced they're the chosen one. But Baphomet swats them like flies, feeling more empty than a villain's redemption arc. He's trapped in his own boss room like some kind of corporate middle manager. The door only opens one way, so he's stuck playing the waiting game for his next disappointment. Desperate to cure his boredom, he tries everything from redecorating to interpretive dance. Even door percussion becomes a hobby. Then fate drops a gift literally. Some hunter's phone hits the floor buzzing. The curious demon lord picks up this mysterious rectangle of infinite entertainment when the next walking XP bag stumbles in, bragging about his destiny to be the ultimate champion. Baphomet swats him like a mosquito and interrogates him about the mysterious glowing rectangle, discovering it opens with facial recognition technology. He casually uses the hunter's mangled face as a grotesque key. While the dying man launches a pathetic sneak attack, Baphomet ends him with the classic "not even looking" boss move. Baphomet starts hoarding drop loot like he's playing an RPG. These human trinkets become his window into their world, revealing their customs, dreams, and daily drama that captivates his ancient mind, fueling an overwhelming urge to escape his tower prison. Through their dropped belongings, he discovers humans have this thing called God. They constantly bug with their wishes, classic human behavior. Feeling left out, he decides to give prayer a shot, asking to become human just once, because why not try the ultimate boss transformation? But his spiritual moment gets rudely interrupted by that annoying phone notification sound. Then he senses someone approaching and immediately straightens up on his throne like a good final boss should. He waits, but honestly, the whole menacing final boss routine has gotten stale. Even world-ending demons get tired of their day job. Now he just wants to speedrun this fight and loot whatever shiny trinket they're carrying. The moment he spots the figure stepping through his door, he feels actual power radiating from this one. Finally, someone who might last more than 5 seconds. Instinctively, he blocks the hunter's sword strike with lightning reflexes. He counterattacks, but this hunter actually has the audacity to dodge by leaping skyward. How refreshing. When the hunter strikes back, Baphomet thinks, finally, a worthy opponent, because apparently even demon lords need their shounen battle moments. They lock eyes dramatically before their swords meet in that classic "we're about to have an epic fight" stare down. During their clash, Baphomet feels alive again, nothing like a good fight to cure centuries of boredom. He unleashes his signature chain attack, but this hunter actually has working brain cells and dodges. Baphomet teleports behind him with that classic "nothing personnel, kid" move. But plot twist, the hunter's not your typical overconfident fool, and jumps away instantly. The hunter slams him down hard enough to crack the floor and raises his blade for what looks like a finishing blow. Staring up at his opponent, Baphomet feels that classic villain emotion, jealousy mixed with, wait, is this actually happening to me? But he gets up, swings his blade, and readies himself because giving up isn't in the Demon Lord handbook. The hunter meets him head-on like they're in some epic anime showdown. For a moment, the clash of blades fills the tower with that satisfying metal-on-metal soundtrack, and Baphomet wonders if he's about to become another overpowered boss. Gets humbled. Statistic. He unleashes his full power, summoning countless blades in the classic "when in doubt, throw everything at them" strategy. Who blocks each one with his energy, because of course the protagonist has plot armor made of pure willpower. Baphomet declares his supremacy with the confidence of every final boss before their inevitable defeat. But the hunter taunts him while pointing out that despite all his power, he's still just a prisoner here. Ouch, right in the pride. Baphomet is stunned as the hunter charges forward with that overwhelming main character about to win energy, forcing him to question whether he's the mighty final boss or just an overpaid dungeon decoration with anger issues. The next instant, the hunter's attack slices his skin, and for the first time in forever, he actually bleeds. What a novel experience for an immortal being. Baphomet admits this human is everything he's not: strong, free, and definitely not stuck doing the same job for eternity like some cosmic McDonald's employee. Unnoticed by him, a quest quietly materializes before his eyes, because apparently even demon lords get system notifications now. The next moment, the hunter kills him, and the next moment, The hunter gets that sweet victory notification about conquering the tower, plus a friendly reminder to evacuate before becoming pancake filling. Plot twist: Baphomet is pulling the classic "I'm not actually dead" trope that every final boss keeps in their back pocket. His hand gripping the hunter's blade as the man turns to leave, because nothing says "surprise, I'm alive" like a good ankle grab. After a while, cleanup crew arrives to clear the tower ruins. Someone's gotta deal with the mess after every epic boss fight. Collecting the bodies of countless hunters who thought they were the main character. Spoiler alert: they weren't. Then, one worker spots a figure in the rubble and thinks, "Oh look, a survivor!" Because apparently optimism still exists in this death tower. They call out to him, not knowing they're talking to the final boss himself. Talk about awkward workplace encounters. Baphomet's mind flashes back to his clutch moment, when plot armor finally kicked in. He had risen behind the hunter just as the man got ready for his victory pose. Classic mistake: never celebrate early. Baphomet countered with everything he had, because apparently final boss rage mode is a real thing. He pierced the hunter's body with his bare hand and crushed his heart. Turns out hands are the ultimate weapon when you're desperate enough. Now the workers keep asking his name, but Baphomet's having an existential crisis instead of answering. He's too busy staring at his shiny new human body like he just got the ultimate character customization upgrade. Then he remembers his completed main quest: kill Raven the Hunter to fulfill his deepest desire. Achievement unlocked: Freedom Edition. He looks up, introduces himself by name, and can barely process that he's actually human now. Hunters in this world are monster-slaying badasses who tackle gates and towers for a living. Though honestly, nobody gave a damn about them until the gate shock incident hit. When towers stayed uncleared, demonic beasts broke loose and wiped out a third of humanity. Suddenly everyone wanted to be best friends with hunters. Baphomet, the nightmare fuel final boss who turned thousands of hunters into decorative wall art, finally gets his wish granted and becomes human. Talk about character development. People assume he's the legendary tower conqueror, but when he can't even lift a rock, they brand him a total fraud. So naturally, he ends up leading a ragtag gang of wannabe tough guys in some back alley, from demon lord to discount gang leader. Meanwhile, a nervous newbie miner shows up for his first day on the job. His boss cheerfully tells him mining's a piece of cake and he'll pick it up in no time. The boy gapes at the colossal mines like he's seeing his first dungeon. The boss explains hunters cleared out the demonic beasts, because apparently even demons can't resist a good mining operation. The boy gets assigned to Area D, where rare gems are supposedly common. Classic beginner's luck setup. Enter Baphomet with his gang, making the most dramatic entrance possible for a mining site. His men part like the Red Sea while the boss whispers warnings about their bad tempers, especially Baphomet's, because even ex-demon lords have anger management issues. The boy questions why management tolerates thugs, but the boss reveals the foreman personally requested them for their efficiency, aka they work like demons. Speaking of the devil, the foreman arrives with paychecks, grinning at their stellar performance. Retro immediately whines about his measly pay, because someone always complains about money. Meanwhile, Baphomet visibly cringes when the foreman mentions sending his salary to her. Mystery woman alert. After the foreman leaves, the gang offers Baphomet food and baths like he's their precious leader who needs babying. One nosy minion asks what their boss does with his cash, because someone always has to be the gossip starter. But another gang member smacks him upside the head, warning him to mind his own business before he becomes tomorrow's cautionary tale. Baphomet's mind drifts to that sketchy doctor who saved him after his tower escape, using air quotes because the bill says otherwise. Since he was broker than a broken vending machine, she sentenced him to manual labor until his medical debt disappears. Spoiler: it never does. Job hunting was hell because everyone knew him as that fake hunter guy and treated him like discount merchandise. After enduring enough playground-level bullying to fill a therapy session, he finally had his anime protagonist moment and decided violence was indeed the answer, crushing every single person who dared mock him, because sometimes the best comeback is your fists. From that day forward, anyone who even breathed wrong in his direction got the express beatdown treatment, earning him his new title as Accidental Gang Boss. But despite his strength, this isn't the human life he dreamed of. Turns out, be careful what you wish for applies to demon lords too. Suddenly, a monster crashes the mining party like an uninvited guest at a wedding, but hunters swoop in for the save just in time, because heroes always arrive at the last possible second. They warn everyone to stay out of the uncleared section, as if anyone was planning a casual stroll through monster territory. Watching their power, Baphomet feels that familiar longing, strength is what he truly craves, not this discount gang leader lifestyle. He remembers losing all his power and regrets his current human form. This definitely wasn't in the Become Human brochure. Instead, he thinks of Raven, the kind of human he actually wanted to become. Talk about setting the bar high. His lackeys notice his brooding protagonist's moment and try consoling him, insisting he's cooler than those overrated hunters. They trash-talk hunters as awakening-dependent frauds who'd crumble without their powers. Classic underdog gang mentality. Baphomet nods along but internally remembers Raven's true strength, proving his minions couldn't be more wrong. Another lackey mentions hunters living in penthouses with their easy money, while Baphomet stares blankly, because apparently even ex-demon lords don't understand real estate status symbols. Someone else rants that hunters barely work since their powers do everything, unlike honest laborers who actually sweat for their paychecks. Classic back in my day energy. This hits Baphomet like a truck of enlightenment, suddenly understanding money's value and the pride of earning through actual effort rather than demonic inheritance. One lackey catches Baphomet looking flustered and teases him mercilessly. Baphomet realizes he's actually smiling at their ridiculous banter. Plot twist: the scary boss has emotions. His excited lackeys turn it into a comedy competition, promising the funniest one gets the biggest cut, because nothing says criminal organization like profit sharing based on humor. Watching their antics, Baphomet feels warmth in his chest, the same joy he once found in battle, but now without the violence and property damage. This realization finally brings out his genuine smile. He understands power isn't everything, a lesson most overpowered protagonists take 200+ chapters to learn. When asked his name, Baphomet says he doesn't use it anymore, which his lackey finds mysteriously cool, because apparently abandoning your identity is peak edgelord charm. Then, the lackey offers Baphomet his own name instead, saying he's never lived up to it anyway, but maybe Baphomet could give it some meaning. Classic meaningful name transfer trope activated. Curious, Baphomet asks what his name is, and the lackey reminds him he's said it countless times before. But of course our protagonist has the memory of a goldfish when it comes to side characters. He's about to repeat it when, boom, because nothing ruins a heartfelt moment quite like perfectly timed explosions. The next moment, the lackey is caught in the blast and swallowed by flames, proving once again that developing a side character's backstory is basically a death sentence. After a while, Baphomet regains consciousness, because main characters always survive what kills everyone else. Sharp pain tears through his side like a reminder that plot armor has its limits. The next moment, he's horrified by the carnage surrounding him. Welcome to the Everything You Care About Gets Destroyed chapter. People burn alive, their screams piercing the air as they beg for salvation that won't come. The air reeks of smoke and blood, and among the fallen bodies scattered like broken dolls, he spots the charred remains of his companions, his hands slick with blood, his loyal lackey's corpse lying beside him, because happiness in Manhwa lasts about as long as a sneeze. For a moment, his mind goes completely blank, like a computer that just blue-screened. Then memories flood back, that same hollow disappointment he felt when fights ended too quickly, when his favorite toy broke mid-play, except this time it's not boredom consuming him, it's pure, volcanic rage. He staggers upright, shaking with fury like a protagonist whose tragic backstory just activated, roaring demands about who's responsible for this senseless slaughter. Meanwhile, two C-class hunters are locked in desperate combat against the culprit, a fake miner with a very real death wish. The killer grins maniacally, declaring this mining trip was totally worth the effort. Classic villain satisfaction. One hunter quickly identifies him as a scavenger, basically a hunter who hunts hunters for their gear, because apparently even fantasy worlds have grave robbers. The psychopath laughs, smugly correcting that the hunter's only half right about his identity. The male hunter frantically scans the carnage, clinging to hope that someone else survived this nightmare. But the female insists they focus on the fight as survival seems unlikely. Classic duty over self-preservation. Heroics that always end well in Manhwa. He argues back, saying they're no match for a B-class hunter. Finally, a character with functioning brain cells who understands power scaling. They should retreat and call for backup from more experienced fighters. Revolutionary strategy. Actually asking for help instead of charging in blindly. Their argument is cut short by the scavenger's sudden attack, because villains have perfect timing for interrupting reasonable discussions, as his blade slices through the air with that classic whoosh sound effect. The woman charges at him furious, abandoning all logic for the tried and true "anger makes me stronger" approach. But the man remains calm and warns her because rash actions are what get hunters killed. Too bad common sense never survives past the first sword swing. The scavenger's sword slashes her leg, sending her crashing to the ground in a perfectly predictable outcome. Without wasting time on villain monologues for once, the scavenger summons his minions through dark portals. Because why fight fair when you can bring the entire shadow dimension as backup? His predatory gaze locks onto the wounded girl, grinning like he just found the last slice of pizza, except infinitely more disturbing. She trembles as their laughter echoes through the burning mine, because villains always have the most unsettling chuckles. Her voice shakes as she asks what they really are, though we all know exposition dumps never bring good news. The man's grin widens as he reveals they're not just scavengers, they're something far worse, because regular evil is apparently too mainstream. His revelation hits her like a truck full of nightmare fuel and broken dreams. She screams at them, but the lackeys close in while their boss lights a cigarette, because nothing says casual evil like smoking during kidnapping. One minion points out the hunter's expensive gear, clearly having missed the Bound Items 101 class. The boss waves him off dismissively, explaining those weapons are bound items, basically fantasy DRM protection that actually works. Bound gear becomes completely useless to anyone else, dropping to 0% effectiveness faster than a student's motivation on Monday morning. The girl's sobbing irritates her captors, because apparently villains have zero tolerance for emotional responses to traumatic situations. But before the boss can finish his threatening monologue, his head suddenly takes an unscheduled flight off his shoulders, cut cleanly by none other than our boy Baphomet, wielding a bound weapon like he actually read the instruction manual. He stabs another goon without hesitation, no dramatic monologue, just efficient stabbing, and demands to know who's responsible for this destruction with the fury of a customer finding their favorite restaurant closed. Just then, a notification flashes before his eyes about a hidden quest, because apparently even demons get pop-up notifications. Feel rage on behalf of a human. The moment he fulfills it, power surges through him like he just unlocked premium features. He clenches his weapon and roars furiously, demanding to know who dares break his toys, referring to the slaughter with the possessiveness of a toddler. It is shown that in a sudden moment of classic dramatic timing, Baphomet steps forward with main character energy and grabs the fallen hunter's sword, because why use one weapon when you can dual wield like every overpowered protagonist? His system flashes a warning that bound weapons will be useless in his hands, dropping to 0 performance, but then, plot armor activates. A convenient system error triggers his overpowered Master of Weapons ability the second he grabs the blade, because of course he gets a broken skill called Weapon Steal that lets him use anyone's gear. Balance? What's that? He decapitates the thug restraining the girl in one swift motion, immediately catching the boss's attention. Baphomet roars again, demanding to know who dared destroy his precious toys. The boss stares in disbelief. How is there still someone alive after their massacre? Baphomet locks eyes with him, and asks coldly if he's the one responsible for this carnage. The boss smirks mockingly, telling him he's a bit old to be playing with toys, isn't he? He signals his remaining goons to prepare for battle, wondering if this mysterious figure is actually a hunter in disguise. Whatever Baphomet's true identity, the boss decides to sit back and watch him fight first. As he expected a hunter duo but got a bonus third wheel, classic Manhwa math where 2 + 1 equals trouble. The goons charge forward like NPCs with exactly one brain cell to share. He dispatches one faster than a delivery app canceling your order. Another fool rushes in because apparently nobody learns from example number 1. But Baphomet catches his fist mid-swing like he's playing the world's deadliest game of patty cake and separates head from shoulders with the efficiency of a corporate layoff. Witnessing this beautiful display of violence, the boss gets that gleam in his eye, the look every villain gets when they think they've found their final boss fight. He lunges forward but our protagonist blocks it like he's swatting away a particularly annoying fly. The boss analyzes him with the intensity of someone trying to figure out if this is a hidden route or just broken game mechanics. During their sword clash, he suspects Baphomet might be C-class, because every villain has a power level scanner installed in their brain. But after witnessing his combat speed, he gets that excited gleam, the universal "oh crap, plot armor detected" expression, realizing Baphomet must be way higher rank than his initial assessment suggested. When he launches another attack with renewed vigor, his blade barely grazes Baphomet's face, drawing a paper-thin scratch. the classic "I'm still mortal" reminder. The boss mutters in confusion about why someone this powerful would cosplay as a random goon, briefly wondering if he's here to loot before dismissing it as irrelevant. Philosophy can wait until after murder. With that brilliant logic, he charges forward like every impatient boss fight. Baphomet braces for impact, probably wondering why he didn't invest more skill points in defense. But the boss's attacks blur past so fast they're basically anime speed lines incarnate, his sword slicing air like a hyperactive blender, landing successive hits while slicing him up like a discount sushi chef having a bad day. The boss mocks him for moving slower than a loading screen on dial-up internet. He's wielding a whip sword because apparently regular weapons are too mainstream for edgy manhwa villains. He strikes again, promising to harvest Baphomet's organs like some deranged black market surgeon with anger issues. But this time Baphomet dodges because plot convenience has entered the chat, activating a passive skill called Death Throw, because nothing says balanced gameplay like getting stronger when you're losing. With this skill, all his stats boost by 15% per paper cut, turning masochism into a legitimate strategy. The boss gets that confused villain face when his punching bag suddenly starts punching back with actual competence. Baphomet lands a haymaker that sends the boss flying faster than his credibility as a threat. He follows up immediately, but the boss blocks with his whip because apparently every villain gets one "not today" moment. Still wondering where this sudden power boost came from. Classic manhwa protagonist syndrome where bleeding equals buffing. Baphomet raises his sword again, but before he can deliver his anime finishing move, the boss dodges swiftly like he's in a badly choreographed action sequence. Baphomet readies himself for another assault while the boss studies his moves with the concentration of someone cramming for finals. The boss smirks, thinking Baphomet believes himself superior. The classic villain overconfidence trope strikes again. But he is determined to prove that he's the real main character here. The next moment, the boss swings his whip sword with the enthusiasm of someone who clearly didn't read the power scaling manual. His plan is simple: wear our boy down with relentless attacks until plot armor fails. Judging by Baphomet's strength, he assumes he must be at least B rank. Wrong again, buddy. His whip slashes across Baphomet's face like a really aggressive beauty treatment. But the boss's eyes widen in shock faster than a reader realizing they've been reading a harem series, when he suddenly sees a monstrous figure before him, because nothing says "you messed up" like sudden demonic transformations. Everything around him turns red, and for a brief moment, he wonders if he accidentally triggered the secret boss phase. To his horror, Baphomet slices off his arm with the casual efficiency of someone opening a particularly stubborn package. His eyes blaze with vengeance for his fallen crew. "This one's for Boss Man," he snarls, because apparently we're doing dramatic death dedications now. The boss screams like he just saw his credit card bill after a shopping spree. Without an ounce of mercy, Baphomet chops off his other arm like he's preparing ingredients for dinner. "And this one's for my silent buddy," because even the quiet kid gets a revenge shout-out. Then he hacks off a leg with the efficiency of a discount butcher. "For my chunky friend," he declares, proving that body-positive revenge is still revenge. Finally, he looms over the limbless boss, ready to deliver the name-drop special attack. "The name's Manhwa," he reveals, because every good beatdown needs a proper introduction. With that declaration, Baphomet strikes again, turning the boss into human confetti with brutal precision. Rage coursing through him, he raises his sword for the killing blow. "And this is for being an all-around terrible person," the boss screams like a Karen demanding the manager, desperate to know who's ruining his villain monologue. Baphomet stays silent because apparently he's too cool for dramatic one-liners now. He raises his sword again, probably thinking, "third time's the charm" in murder math. Without hesitation, he delivers the final blow because overthinking is for protagonists with moral dilemmas. Strange heat floods through him. And no, it's not the power of friendship this time. An unnamed rage consumes him, while the system drops ominous warnings like a concerned helicopter parent. Because in Manhwa, every power-up comes with more red flags than a communist parade. Death Throw backfires harder than a villain's redemption arc, sending him into full berserker mode where his brain switches to murder everything autopilot. Behind him, the hunter girl tries to stand up, probably regretting not calling in sick today. His sword moves on pure instinct because apparently his body's now running on homicidal muscle memory. Somewhere deep within, a voice surfaces colder than at Sundara's first confession, reminding him of his purpose like a really aggressive GPS recalculating. Made to kill, made to destroy. Basically the manhwa equivalent of being born for customer service. A distant voice breaks through the haze, someone reporting to his superior about survivors like they're doing inventory after Black Friday, unaware they're about to meet the final boss without any save points. Footsteps follow and the leader appears, ordering silence with all the authority of a substitute teacher. His gaze falls on Baphomet with confusion. This isn't the target, yet something about that face screams main character energy, louder than plot armor in a death game. For Baphomet, he can only see more humans to add to his kill count, like he's speedrunning a murder simulator. He moves forward with the determination of someone who skipped the tutorial. But before he can reach them and turn this into a proper massacre montage, the air around him shifts like the plot when a new love interest appears. Something unseen brushes against him with mysterious intent. A whisper drifts through the madness, making the world fade at its touch, because apparently even Berserker Rage has a snooze button. Darkness follows and consciousness slips away like his last shred of sanity. The scene shifts to him on his throne, minions asking for orders like eager interns on their first day of evil. He orders them to kill all humans on Earth because when you're having world domination dreams, why think small? The scene changes to his human form, pierced by Raven and meeting his end like every overpowered villain who monologued too long. The next moment, he wakes up with a start because nothing says plot convenience like a good old-fashioned nightmare sequence. He looks around, startled to find himself in a small, empty room instead of the mind talk about your budget location changes. Seeing him awake like a concerned NPC waiting to deliver exposition, the leader immediately recognizes him from the Abyssal Tower incident, and calls him a scammer because even interdimensional threats can't escape their Yelp reviews. The leader wonders if his murder spree was just another elaborate scam because apparently everything's a conspiracy in Manhwa. Hearing this, Baphomet gets confused and assumes they're talking about that hunter he turned into mincemeat back in the mine. The leader continues his exposition dump, saying he tried digging up info but found nothing, like Baphomet's a ghost who just spawned into existence during the attack without even bothering to register as a proper hunter first. Curious about his identity, the boss warns that his fate depends on his answer because dramatic ultimatums are mandatory in interrogation scenes. In response, Baphomet slams his fist against the glass wall, cracking it with sheer force because property damage is the universal language of "I'm done with your questions." Clearly annoyed by this never-ending game of 20 questions, he reminds the boss that basic etiquette requires introductions first, while the boss watches through glass like he's observing a particularly dangerous zoo animal, then asks why he's in the cell and if he regrets his hunter-slaying hobby. Then, in peak villain fashion, he threatens to make bodies disappear if that hunter ever gets revived, before casually asking if he should extend the same courtesy to Officer, because why not escalate things? That statement earns a quick laugh from the man because apparently death threats are comedy gold in this universe, who suddenly teleports in front of Baphomet and challenges him to a fight, because personal space is just a suggestion when you're showing off your powers. Baphomet stares at the man, who eerily reminds him of Raven, because apparently every antagonist needs a dramatic doppelganger. He rushes toward him, but in a single swift motion that screams, "I've been training off-screen." The man slams him to the ground like he's teaching Physics 101, applied face-to-floor dynamics. Grabbing his neck, the man grins with that classic villain enthusiasm, clearly amused by Baphomet's hunter skills and praising his fighting spirit like a twisted motivational coach. Finally, the man reveals he's part of a secret government association, because of course there's always a shadowy organization lurking in the background. They hunt rogues, and ironically, the hunter Baphomet killed was already on their hit list, a body part dealer selling to delusional rich folks chasing immortality through organ transplants. The officer acknowledges that Baphomet technically did their job, but casually mentions the 5 other corpses like they're minor paperwork issues. He analyzes the scene with detective-level precision, noting the professional kill work and questioning if someone freshly awakened could be this ruthlessly efficient, unless murder is his hidden talent. From his experience, the officer concludes Baphomet must be a serial killer in disguise, because apparently beginner's luck doesn't apply to mass homicide. However, since Baphomet's background is mysteriously blank except for one tower incident, the officer decides to play investigator, because plot demands must be satisfied. Meanwhile, Baphomet starts sweating bullets. Classic "oh crap, I'm screwed" moment. The officer brands him dangerous while Baphomet realizes he can't even scratch the sky. The officer casually declares him evil by nature, because apparently being judgy is part of the job description. But Baphomet's mind wanders to Raven, assuming his nemesis had the luxury of a human tutorial mode to power up his meat suit, unlike his own crash course in humanity. At that moment, the officer plays judge, jury, an almost executioner with Baphomet's fate. They must eliminate him before he goes full villain mode, because prevention is better than cleanup, right? At the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, there's the usual government chaos and coffee-fueled madness. Finally, our protagonist sits at reception like he's applying for a mundane office job, while the receptionist asks his business with bureaucratic enthusiasm. The scene flashes back to the officer's earlier trolling session, where he revealed they can't just murder people willy-nilly. Apparently even secret agents have HR policies. Besides, the officer confessed his fondness for Baphomet, claiming they'd struck gold, because nothing says jackpot like a confused ex-demon with anger management issues. A man blessed with natural murder talent and the instinct to handle literally anything, because apparently some people are just born for the assassination business. So they decided to recruit him like he's joining a deadly book club, with the officer offering him a spot in their rogue association where his homicidal hobbies could finally pay the bills. Now, in the present, he's trying to register as a hunter, because nothing says career change like going from demon to government-sanctioned monster slayer. The receptionist prepares the paperwork after checking his suspiciously convenient ID and hunter aptitude records that definitely weren't forged 5 minutes ago, which have already been mysteriously programmed into the system by that rogue officer, complete with glowing recommendations from another agency. Wink wink, nudge nudge. After confirming his totally legitimate credentials, the receptionist informs him he needs a code name because apparently, Baphomet doesn't scream trustworthy government employee. He recalls the officer explaining that hunters use aliases to keep their day jobs separate from their monster murdering side hustles, like superhero secret identities but with more paperwork. The receptionist asks what codename he wants, or if he'd prefer their premium generic hunter name generator 3000 recommendation service. The officer had warned him about laying low after his viral murder spree, reminding him that stealth missions don't work well when you're already internet famous for the wrong reasons. At that thought, he grins wickedly, thinking the officer will regret this recruitment decision, because nothing could possibly go wrong with giving a reformed demon a hunting license and government backing. In that moment, he gives his name as Baphomet, because subtlety is overrated when you want everyone to wet themselves at the sound of it. After the registration, our boy is killing a monster with his bare hands, because apparently weapons are for weaklings who didn't get the "I'm overpowered" memo. He slams it onto the ground with such force that it dies instantly, proving that gravity is indeed the most brutal finishing move. The other wolves, terrified by this display of "Nope, we're out," scatter like they just witnessed their pack leader become a pancake. But one wolf suddenly evolves into a werewolf, stomping its feet with violent force, because someone clearly didn't get the retreat memo. It's about to pounce when Baphomet abruptly stops it mid-leap, like he's pausing a video game cutscene. He raises his hand and tries to summon something, probably expecting his demon powers to work like a convenient plot device. When the summon doesn't appear, reality crashes his power fantasy party with the subtlety of a brick wall. So he punches the werewolf so hard that it bleeds on the spot, because when magic fails, good old-fashioned violence never disappoints. After finishing his mission, he steps out of the portal like he's casually leaving a grocery store instead of a monster-infested hellscape, wondering why his powers are still playing hard to get, because apparently even demonic abilities have commitment issues, and sees that it requires him to feel rage for humanity's sake. Talk about emotional labor requirements. He guesses he got this power because he wanted to delete that scumbag hunter from existence. Still, he's confused about this pushy system that keeps shoving quests at him like an overeager mobile game, just like back in the tower. He decides to shelve this existential crisis for now because priorities, figuring out his next power move. Knocking on a door, he reflects on his yo-yo powers, losing them, regaining them, rinse and repeat like some cosmic joke. Suddenly, someone behind him asks if he's Baphomet, because nothing says stealth mode like using your boss name as an alias. Sensing their dark aura, he nearly jumps out of his skin, but it's just Officer Ma, the government's favorite demon wrangler. Ma immediately roasts him for picking the Abyssal Tower boss's name as his codename, waving angry messages and reminding him that lay low doesn't mean become a walking billboard. He assumes Baphomet picked this edgy name out of pure scammer frustration, but thanks to this brilliant naming choice, his hunter career is already DOA before it even started. Plot twist: investigations reveal that Raven, not some wannabe demon lord, actually killed the Abyssal Tower's final boss. Baphomet's ears perk up like a curious cat. The officer explains that Raven was Korea's legendary hunter who made the ultimate sacrifice, then drops the bomb. So how exactly do you plan to clean up this identity theft mess? Baphomet just shrugs with peak main character energy. He's collected so many accusations over the years that scandals bounce off him like rubber balls. His only goal remains beautifully simple. Get strong enough to make everyone shut up through sheer overwhelming power. The officer raises an eyebrow, asking if this overconfident newbie actually thinks he can handle what's coming next. With a heavy sigh of, "Why do I always get the problem children?" the officer orders him to Jeju Island for his reckoning. Baphomet arrives at Jeju Island and stares at the ocean like he's discovered a new dimension. Apparently phones don't do justice to actual water. His guide Tai-young suggests calling a taxi since they've got time to kill before the "please explain yourself" meeting. Like a kid seeing Disney World, Baphomet bolts toward the beach with pure excitement, annoying Taeyang, because every overpowered MC needs a babysitter with authority issues, who recalls his superior's order to keep Baphomet under strict surveillance, since apparently normal people can't handle demonic power trips and world-ending tantrums. They think Baphomet is perfect manipulation material, and if he goes rogue, they're confident they can put him down. Classic government overconfidence. Baphomet then becomes fascinated by a foreigner with blue eyes, staring like he's never seen genetic diversity before, thinking he must belong to one of the different races he read about on his phone, because clearly all his worldly knowledge comes from mobile browsing. Embarrassed, Taeyang drags him away before he can ask if blue-eyed people drop rare loot. They soon reach Halton, a training center for new hunters, because even apocalypse survivors need orientation seminars. Baphomet is surprised that hunters require training beyond punch monster, get paid, while Taeyang explains the government's obsession with bureaucratic control over supernatural murder machines. He gives Baphomet a new ID, supplies, and a smartphone, the holy trinity of modern hunter starter packs, which makes Baphomet genuinely happy, proving that even demon lords can be bought with decent Wi-Fi and unlimited data. His official human name is now Minu Cha, apparently stolen from one of his former minions, because even identity theft has a corporate hierarchy. Baphomet suspects Taeyang is spying on him, and Taeyang just shrugs and confirms it with zero shame, because subtlety died with the old world. Inside the facility, Baphomet zones out during the orientation ceremony like every student ever forced to sit through mandatory safety videos, only to discover that the director leading it is the same officer from before, because apparently government agents moonlight as motivational speakers, who introduces himself as Mr. Ma with the enthusiasm of someone reading tax codes. After the ceremony ends, Baphomet confronts him about his shady connections, but Mr. Ma shushes him like a librarian and explains he's officially with the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, the world's most boring superhero organization. When Baphomet calls him out for being a professional deceiver, Mr. Ma fires back that this is rich coming from Korea's most wanted scam artist. Touché, government man. Around them, the crowd whispers like gossiping aunties at a family reunion, calling Baphomet a scammer and roasting his edgelord codename choice. The director advises him to avoid public association since reputation damage spreads faster than spoilers on social media, then conveniently gets called away by a subordinate, and he bounces out with suspicious enthusiasm. Mr. Ma sits at his desk spinning lies smoother than butter, telling his subordinate that Baphomet only asked about boring schedule stuff. One staff member whines that the government should blacklist this walking PR disaster, while another calls him disgusting for identity theft cosplay. Mr. Ma plays the "we're professional civil servants" card to shut down the trash talk, earning sheepish apologies. Internally, he's grinning like a chess master watching pawns move exactly where he wants them. The more Baphomet will cling to him like a grateful puppy seeking validation. He notices our boy's smile and assumes he's dealing with a muscle-brained simpleton. Classic villain underestimation syndrome strikes again. But then the vibe shifts faster than a plot twist nobody asked for. A squad of A-class hunters struts in flashing golden IDs like their VIP passes to an exclusive apocalypse club. The hall erupts in whispers and swooning, because apparently rank badges are the new abs in this world. Someone mentions A-class training wasn't scheduled until next week, while another shrugs it off as typical bureaucratic chaos, because even the end times can't fix government scheduling. Mr. Ma practically vibrates with joy at this unexpected gift, knowing these elite show-offs will inspire the newbies to work harder and complain less. Meanwhile, our demon lord remains blissfully oblivious, mesmerized by the buffet like it's the holy grail of carbs, staring at foods he's only seen in phone ads. After surviving on tower rations and post-transformation ramen, this feast might as well be heaven, prompting him to awkwardly mumble gratitude like a polite little demon. But before he can take his first blessed bite, some A-class jerk dumps water on his head like this is a high school cafeteria, sneering about meeting the legendary Baphomet in person, because bully's gonna bully, even in monster hunting academies. The hunter scoffs at how disappointingly normal he looks before smugly introducing himself as Leon, another case of intimidating name, personality of wet cardboard, while his buddy whispers to dial it back since they've got an audience bigger than a K-pop concert. Leon shows zero remorse, but his friend's guilt is practically radiating off him like heat waves. He offers our boy a half-hearted apology while basically saying, "Your edgy username killed our friends, bro," because nothing says sincere like victim blaming. The name's basically a walking trigger warning, and he suggests a rebrand, but our boy's selective hearing is in full effect. He casually flicks his meal onto Leon's head like he's seasoning a dish, causing everyone to collectively lose their minds. Mr. Ma's face contorts like he just watched his perfect plan get flushed down the toilet. Leon explodes with enough profanity to make a sailor blush, his composure evaporating faster than morning dew. Baphomet drops the ultimate logic bomb. "It's just a name, not a resurrection spell, you absolute donuts." Leon staggers like he just got hit by a philosophical truck carrying pure facts. Baphomet delivers the killing blow. If they actually cared about their fallen comrades, maybe they should have get good instead of whining about usernames. One of Leon's buddies scoffs, clearly failing basic logic class alongside his friend. Baphomet doubles down on the provocation, calling Leon weak, because nothing says diplomatic first day like roasting A-class hunters. Leon takes the bait like a fish seeing shiny lures, launching himself forward with zero chill. His muscles bulge with buff skills activated. Ah yes, the classic angry muscle man gets angrier power up. He's absolutely livid that Baphomet supposedly killed Raven, conveniently ignoring the whole different person thing. Memories of Raven's encouragement flash through Leon's mind in slow-motion flashback style. How Raven believed in him during A-rank evaluations, because dead mentor motivation is mandatory for rage scenes. Leon winds up his fists while our boy calculates dodge or block options like he's playing a fighting game. Both warriors brace for a bloody collision that'll definitely solve this mature disagreement. A voice cuts through the tension, reminding them that brawling here violates regulations, because someone actually read the handbook. Everyone's jaws hit the floor harder than a rookie hunter's first death, because apparently this face comes with main character energy. Even our oblivious demon lord recognizes him, which is saying something since he barely remembers his own breakfast order. Plot twist incoming. He's Raven's little brother, and the crowd starts gossiping like they're at a supernatural family reunion. Our boy's poker face cracks faster than cheap armor, because even demons weren't expecting this soap opera development. Meet Griffin, the baby-faced prodigy who speedran to A-class before his voice even finished changing, making everyone else feel ancient. Leon's sidekick immediately starts brown-nosing, shocked that their golden boy is slumming it with the newbie training. Typical lackey behavior activated. But Leon's still seeing red, demanding how Griffin can preach about rules when witnessing Baphomet's disrespectful food-flinging priorities. People. Griffin drops truth bombs like a wise anime mentor, agreeing that skill issues, not usernames, got their friends killed. Brutal but accurate. Mr. Ma finally waddles in like a nervous penguin, begging everyone to chill because this drama's getting more attention than a scandal. Leon pivots his rage toward the director with accusatory finger-pointing, because when in doubt, blame management for poor hiring decisions. Leon's friend sighs in defeat, knowing his buddy's about as flexible as a concrete wall when it comes to backing down. Mr. Ma apologizes for not yeeting Baphomet from the program earlier. Classic. "Sorry I didn't predict the drama. Move." Then pivots to our boy for a private chat, while Baphomet tries to object like he's got main character immunity. But Mr. Ma's razor-sharp, "Shut it," whisper cuts through the protest faster than a censorship blade. Griffin watches our boy leave with the intensity of someone mentally filing away drama for future reference. Later, the mandatory exposition session kicks off, because every training arc needs its boring tutorial phase. Host Yu Zhonghan takes the stage to explain hunter mechanics like she's reading a video game manual aloud. She breaks down the magical blue windows and system linking, standard "Here's how your powers work" speech for the newbies. Baphomet's mind drifts to his earlier bathroom confessional with Mr. Ma, because nothing says plot development like restroom heart-to-hearts, where Mr. Ma basically called himself an idiot for recruiting him and begged for a reality check slap. Peak self-deprecating director energy. Taking the metaphor literally, Baphomet actually prepared to punch him. Mr. Ma muttered in frustration about how shameless he was for interpreting everything literally, because subtlety is apparently not in the Demon Lord handbook. While Baphomet accused him of staying silent when others insulted him. Classic. Why didn't you defend me? Drama straight out of a high school romance. Mr. Ma explained that he plans to wait until Baphomet becomes stronger. His own ambition is to gain enough power to silence everyone, and until Baphomet reaches his goal, he should keep his head down. Mr. Ma warned him that he isn't strong enough to defeat even an A-rank hunter, not even with his strength multiplied 100-fold, so he must avoid causing trouble for now. Elsewhere, a group of boys looks at a post calling Baphomet a conman, because internet trolls exist even in hunter society. They mock him and say his very name ruins the atmosphere of their training. Imagine being so infamous that just mentioning you kills the vibe. Their gossip stops abruptly when Baphomet slams his fist against a vending machine, complaining that it ate his money and threatening to punch it to get it back. Truly the most relatable villain motivation ever. Terrified by the killing intent he unconsciously emits. When your aura is so scary it makes snack theft feel like a death threat. The boys quickly make an excuse to leave, pretending they're going to watch a friendly A-class match. Baphomet, unaware of their fear, mutters that he didn't even cause a scene, yet people still treat him like a threat. The eternal struggle of reformed villains everywhere. The vending machine suddenly spits out a free drink, because apparently even machines feel guilty about taking money from the villain. He grabs it and heads to watch the match, because nothing says character development like observing your future rivals. Arriving just as round 1 ends, Leon claims another victory, shocking absolutely no one in this power-scaling obsessed world. His defeated opponent pulls the classic "I learned so much from losing" speech while Leon gives encouraging words like the perfect protagonist he is. The referee announces Leon's 8th straight win and asks for challengers, because someone needs to eventually humble this golden boy. Leon boldly calls out Griffin for a match, because why not challenge the prodigy when you're on a winning streak? Griffin accepts and lays down the ground rules with the seriousness of someone who's probably never lost a day in his life. First to snatch the opponent's blue armband wins. It's like capture the flag but with more testosterone. No skills allowed since it's just a friendly scrimmage, Griffin warns, as Mr. Ma conveniently arrives to witness this totally not important character moment. His junior notes the growing crowd while Mr. Ma nods knowingly, because every training arc needs an audience to gasp at the right moments. While his eyes drift toward our boy like a hawk spotting prey. Nearby, a group of girls gush over Griffin's looks, because even in hunter academies, teenage hormones reign supreme, already planning their romantic futures with a middle schooler. When one asks Mr. Ma about Griffin's age, he casually drops that Griffin's barely started 2nd year of middle school. Cue the collective FBI, open up moment. Meanwhile, Leon and Griffin clash in brutal hand-to-hand combat that would make MMA fighters weep. Leon tests whether his rival has leveled up since their last boss fight. Griffin's kick meets Leon's swing in a deadly dance. Leon wins up for a haymaker, but Griffin ducks like he's dodging responsibility. They play the world's most violent game of capture the flag, each protecting their cloth like it's their last brain cell. Leon notices Griffin's increased aggression, character development through violence, the man away, and spots his chance to strike. But before he can even touch it, Griffin pulls a classic teleport behind you move that would make any anime fan proud. Leon tries to counter, but plot armor only goes so far. Griffin snatches the blue cloth like he's collecting participation trophies. The crowd gasps because apparently watching the golden boy lose is more shocking than finding out water is wet. They babble about Griffin's speed being blur level fast, because in Manhwa, if you're not moving at light speed, are you even trying? Naturally, everyone's already crowning him the next S-class hunter. Leon graciously admits Griffin's bait-and switch was clever, the kind of sportsmanship that makes you wonder if he's actually the protagonist, or just really well-mannered. He mentions Raven would be proud, but Griffin's already moved on to picking his next victim. Challenger. The announcer nods like an eager game show host, but his enthusiasm dies faster than a side character's backstory when Griffin calls out Baphomet. The crowd's murmur sounds like a bunch of NPCs processing unexpected dialogue options. Even the announcer has to remind Griffin that Baphomet's just a rookie, because apparently everyone forgot about the whole Demon Lord in hiding thing. The announcer states the obvious. This would be a complete massacre, not a match. But Mr. Ma greenlights the beatdown anyway, claiming it's educational data collection because nothing teaches rookies like public humiliation. To make it slightly less like child abuse, they slap a handicap on Griffin, and now Baphomet enters the arena like a lamb to slaughter, remembering Mr. Ma's sage advice to keep your head down, which clearly worked out great for him. Yet here he is, about to get his face rearranged for the director's entertainment. Mixed signals much? Baphomet analyzes his opponent like he's solving a math problem he's definitely going to fail. His brilliant strategy: get beaten up until an opportunity magically appears. Truly the mind of a tactical genius. Griffin launches his assault faster than you can say. Plot armor. Baphomet blocks with his elbow because apparently that's his entire defensive repertoire. Griffin grabs and slams him down harder than reality, hitting a delusional protagonist, leaving Baphomet questioning his life choices. Griffin launches a fist toward his face like he's delivering express mail, Pain Edition. But Baphomet dodges with the grace of someone avoiding spoilers. Looking at his opponent, he realizes Griffin picked him as today's stress ball special. The spectators connect the dots that Griffin's rage stems from sharing a name with his brother's killer, because nothing says subtle storytelling like literal name revenge. As Griffin continues his beatdown, people note that Baphomet's getting the full punching bag experience, membership included. Baphomet takes a beating that would make healing potions cry. He launches into the air with a kick, channeling his inner flying squirrel, but Griffin introduces him to the ground again, complete with a complimentary neck grab. Baphomet springs back up, shooting death glares like they're going out of style. He knows Griffin's skills would be child's play if he still had his OP protagonist's powers from his previous life. Ah, the classic reincarnation nerf. Griffin winds up for another punch, while Baphomet, despite looking like he went through a blender, is dying to witness his opponent's true power firsthand. He wants to see what Griffin's really capable of when the kid gloves come off. Even while eating dirt repeatedly, Baphomet's excitement keeps building like some kind of battle-hungry masochist. But then reality crashes down on him. When Griffin suddenly calls it quits like he's ordering takeout, Griffin declares the fight pointless, and the announcer nods along like this wasn't obviously going to be a one-sided beatdown from the start. The announcer asks for new challengers while probably wondering why anyone thought this was a good idea. Meanwhile, Baphomet's heart races with pure adrenaline because apparently getting demolished only made him hungrier for more punishment. He recalls Mr. Ma's brutal truth: facing an A-rank hunter right now is like bringing a butter knife to a nuclear war. He knows he's pathetically weak, but something strange happens. Either he's ascending to enlightenment, or his brain finally gave up from all the beatings. Whatever's lurking inside him decides it's had enough of this humiliation buffet. In a moment of pure stupidity mixed with defiance, he flips Griffin off and gets ready to pounce like an angry chihuahua. Griffin, probably thinking, "Seriously, this guy again?" senses the incoming desperation attack, and responds with a kick that could launch satellites into orbit. The impact sends Baphomet flying through the window like he's auditioning for a superhero movie, except he's definitely not the hero. He plummets into the pool below, completing his transformation from wannabe fighter to human cannonball. The crowd erupts in shocked screams, especially the girls who probably came expecting cool fight scenes, not impromptu swimming lessons. Lying there soaked and defeated, Baphomet realizes he just got one shot harder than a tutorial boss. Yet amid the pain, he's gained valuable intel on his power level, still planning Griffin's future, kneeling like every revenge protagonist ever. Right now though, the real boss fight is drowning because apparently swimming wasn't part of his previous life skill set. A girl dives in like she's answering the damsel in distress call, except the roles are hilariously reversed. Through his watery vision that's foggier than early manhwa art, he spots her blonde hair and blue eyes, because of course the rescue comes with premium waifu features. She swims toward him with the determination of a side character about to become important. Now seconds from becoming pool decoration, he desperately grabs her hair like it's a lifeline, probably ruining her perfect anime protagonist look. Meanwhile, the spectator girls panic about their blonde friend who just became an impromptu lifeguard. When blonde strands start floating like ominous warning flags, they panic and rush to call for help, because apparently nobody signed up for a rescue mission at Fight Club. Inside his fading consciousness, he finds himself in a strange mental realm where he remembers being number 18, because even in near-death experiences, manhwa protagonists get convenient flashbacks. Whose senior once told him to start working instead of just standing around like a background character waiting for his moment to shine. Number 18 doesn't know what kind of work he means, proving that even demon minions suffer from poor workplace communication. The next moment, his companion transforms into a human and slashes him, declaring that his work is to be killed by humans. Talk about the worst job description ever. Suddenly our boy jolts awake, because nothing says plot advancement like a mysterious dream sequence right after almost drowning. He recalls the dream as it's a new experience for him since becoming human, adding, having nightmares, to his growing list of human problems. Then he notices the blonde girl nearby and remembers that she came to help him, his gaze lingering on her until he realizes he's doing the classic "stare at your savior" trope. Her friends notice and warn him that she'll gouge his eyes out if he doesn't stop staring, because apparently his rescuer comes with a very protective entourage. Looking at the angry women, he wonders about their identities while probably thinking this is way more complicated than just saying "thank you." Mr. Ma swoops in like a crisis management superhero, desperately trying to turn this disaster into a minor misunderstanding. One of the girls turns out to be Echidna, president of the Art Guild, because of course our MC had to crash into the most powerful people's pool party. She dramatically brandishes a single blonde strand like it's evidence in a murder trial, and explains how their peaceful pool party got ruined by an unexpected human meteor. When Baphomet decided to make his grand entrance via defenestration, assuming he's just another clumsy newbie who botched his parkour training, she graciously accepts Mr. Ma's frantic apologies. She asks what he sees in the hair. Mr. Ma sees regular hair, clearly missing the point entirely. But Echidna launches into a passionate TED talk about hair care economics, pointing to her dark circles as battle scars from maintaining Valkyrie's golden perfection. Echidna casually drops a 116 million won bill, 1 million per strand, because apparently blonde hair is now a luxury commodity. Mr. Ma's soul leaves his body as he realizes Baphomet didn't just anger one A-rank hunter, but managed to financially terrorize an entire guild. He silently concludes Baphomet's luck is so cursed, even Murphy's Law feels sorry for him. Our boy's jaw drops at the price tag. Apparently blonde hair is more expensive than his entire existence, and bluntly asks if this girl's hair is made of actual gold, or just overpriced vanity, revealing he's completely clueless about who this supposed goddess is. The blonde is Valkyrie, an A-class hunter and top model, basically the manhwa equivalent of perfect waifu material. But Baphomet remains unimpressed by her celebrity status. Echidna refuses to waste breath educating a dense protagonist, and declares he must either cough up the cash or kiss his hunter dreams goodbye. Smirking, she suggests he can work it off with his body because apparently debt slavery is totally normal here. Her words awaken Baphomet's trauma from that manipulative doctor, triggering his "I refuse to be exploited" mode. Furious at being the scapegoat again, he points at Mr. Ma for responsibility, or better yet, blame Griffin, who literally yeeted him through a window. At that very moment, Griffin suddenly appears, because nothing says awkward situation like the actual perpetrator showing up fashionably late. The girls freeze in shock, instantly realizing they can't afford to mess with him as he's a member of the Nebula Guild, a group even the Arc Guild hesitates to cross, because apparently there's always a bigger fish in the manhwa food chain. The president asks if Griffin is the one who kicked Baphomet, and he calmly confirms it like he's discussing the weather. The staff also testify that the entire incident was an accident. However, the president remains stubborn, still insisting on compensation, because why let facts get in the way of a good shakedown? Mr. Ma finally agrees to cover it on behalf of the agency. Now it's her turn to be surprised. The agency is getting involved. Mr. Ma explains that they can't compensate in cash, so instead they're offering the exclusive rights to a tower. It's a legal privilege granted to certain guilds, allowing them to claim ownership of one or more towers, basically the manhwa equivalent of premium real estate with respawning monsters as tenants. Mr. Ma offers the Arc Guild a 1-year exclusive claim to a tower that has remained uncleared for the past year and a half. The president puts on her best, reluctant negotiator act, claiming she needs to consult her guild, because apparently even extortion requires committee approval. One of Mr. Ma's subordinates whispers nervously about making executive decisions without backup, but Mr. Ma waves it off like he's playing 4D chess instead of potentially getting fired. The president formally accepts with the smugness of someone who just turned a hair crisis into a real estate deal, while Mr. Ma and his assistant grin like they didn't just give away premium tower rights to avoid a blonde hair lawsuit. Valkyrie finally wakes up from her dramatic beauty sleep. The president immediately switches to concerned mother mode, checking on her precious golden goose before they make their exit. Valkyrie casually inquires about the agency suits lurking around, and the president promises to spill the tea later, because exposition dumps are best saved for private moments. The group starts their strategic retreat from the scene of the crime. The golden-haired goddess steals one last glance at our oblivious protagonist, flashing him a wink that screams plot significance, because no manhwa is complete without mysterious girl interest. It completely throws him off, because apparently reading social cues isn't part of the dense protagonist starter pack. Meanwhile, a weary Mr. Ma apologizes profusely to both Baphomet and Griffin, bowing so much he's practically doing cardio. Afterward, Baphomet reflects on the entire ordeal, muttering about money-obsessed people, then remembers Valkyrie's wink and assumes she wants to fight him, because romance is clearly not in his skill tree. Before he can overthink it further, Griffin materializes like every overpowered side character with perfect timing. He taunts Baphomet for being so weak he couldn't sense his presence, because humbling the MC is apparently mandatory post-crisis. Griffin then asks how Baphomet managed to remove the blue band during their match. His curiosity piqued. It turns out that when Baphomet took his impromptu skydiving lesson from the building, Griffin later discovered the band floating in the pool like evidence of his aerial mishap. Realizing the implication, Baphomet smirks and suggests Griffin practically handed him the victory, because accusing your superior of going easy is always wise. Griffin narrows his eyes and claims it was merely a test that only seasoned hunters should notice, the classic "I meant to do that" defense, and demands to know who Baphomet really is, because apparently mysterious protagonist with hidden identity wasn't obvious enough. He deflects like a pro, pointing out that Griffin picked this fight purely based on emotional baggage about his dead brother. Real professional hunter behavior right there. Griffin doubles down on his interrogation because subtlety is clearly not in his skill tree. Baphomet refuses to humor someone having a public meltdown. Wise choice when dealing with unhinged guild members. Finally, Griffin drops his act and admits he doesn't want revenge. He just needs a punching bag for his anger issues. And Baphomet reads him like an open book. The truth hits. Griffin's mad because Baphomet stole his chance at fratricide. Talk about sibling rivalry taken to the extreme. During their fight he felt nothing, but now that Griffin mentions his beloved brother, the hatred finally clicks into place. He connects the dots. Griffin's throwing a tantrum because someone else got to kill his brother first, which is peak petty villain energy. Griffin acts offended at being accused of wanting to murder family, despite being a hunter, as if that profession screams moral compass. Baphomet shrugs it off since hunters being morally questionable is Tuesday behavior, but Griffin's specific brand of hatred still puzzles him. Instead of answering, Griffin steps closer, because apparently personal space doesn't exist in the Hunter Handbook. He senses the bloodthirst radiating from Baphomet, so intense it could make a demon lord jealous. He wonders aloud how any human could possess such murderous aura, then concludes Baphomet must be a demon in disguise. Classic hunter deduction skills at work. The accusation first makes Baphomet grin, then burst into maniacal laughter. He's absolutely delighted that Griffin nailed it so perfectly. He asks Griffin what he'd do if that theory were actually true. Griffin's response is predictably heroic. He'd eliminate the threat like any good hunter would. Baphomet points out that if he's the beast and Griffin's the hunter, they're basically following the oldest script in the book, natural enemies destined to dance. He issues a direct challenge to Griffin, warning him to level up fast, or become his next victim when that fated day arrives. After the orientation wraps up, because apparently even demon lords need paperwork, Mr. Ma escorts him to the old neighborhood, explaining he can't crash in cafes and game shops forever like some broke college student, so proper housing is essential. To celebrate his graduation, Mr. Ma graciously provides him with a place to call home. He unveils the new residence, proudly describing it as a spacious, eco-friendly garden paradise, complete with an authentic traditional Korean house. But to our clueless protagonist, it screams horror movie set more than cozy home. His obvious dismay doesn't faze Mr. Ma one bit. The man's clearly dealt with picky tenants before. He explains that after the recent chaos, Baphomet needs to lay low on Seoul's outskirts, away from prying eyes. After surveying the overgrown mess, Baphomet accepts it. Hey, free real estate is free real estate, even if it needs serious landscaping. Mr. Ma's genuinely shocked by this reasonable response, and jokes whether the pool incident knocked some sense into him, because he expected Baphomet to demand a luxurious penthouse like every other entitled protagonist. But our boy simply states he doesn't want to live high up since it makes him feel trapped. This surprisingly reasonable reaction catches the director off guard, but he rolls with it anyway. Character development wasn't on today's agenda. Then Mr. Ma broaches whether anything significant happened after orientation's first day, and Baphomet answers with a casual, nothing, because omitting crucial details is protagonist 101. However, he conveniently forgets to mention Griffin's creepy starefest throughout the whole ordeal, selective memory is apparently another demon power. At that moment, someone watches him moving into his new house and decides to make use of him, because privacy is clearly a foreign concept in this world. Sensing it, our boy feels that sharp "someone's watching me" awareness while Mr. Ma remains blissfully oblivious. Peak side character situational blindness right there. Then he shifts topics to Baphomet's new job, apologizing for the immediate work assignment but explaining he's perfect for this position. Apparently demon lords make excellent employees who knew. Soon after, his group waits for him while the mentor calls out his code name, because using real names would be too simple for Hunter society. The mentor teases that it's an honor to guide someone so famous. Nothing like stroking the ego of your potentially homicidal trainee. Baphomet is grumpy, irritated that he has to monitor this whole ordeal. Even ancient demons hate mandatory team-building exercises. He recalls Mr. Ma's words about something called drive hunting, because apparently hunters need fancy names for cornering your prey like a desperate ex. It's a method where hunters systematically corner an animal until it has nowhere left to run, nature's cruelest game of tag. He's been briefed about a criminal mastermind pulling all the strings, but his mentor is just a puppet they need to follow to trace the real villain. Classic follow the breadcrumbs strategy that totally never goes wrong. If he can handle a B-class hunter, the actual mastermind would probably squash him like a bug. Harsh reality check incoming. Now, in the present, this mentor introduces himself as Quartz, a B-class hunter who traded his freelance lifestyle for government benefits, because even badass hunters need dental coverage. Quartz then asks if he's somehow offended Baphomet, which our demon lord quickly denies before listening to the safety briefing. Workplace harassment training, Hunter Edition. However, Baphomet's mind wanders back to his chat with Mr. Ma, because paying attention during important meetings is apparently optional. Who wanted him to become a hunter who hunts other hunters, insisting it's just the natural order of things, the circle of life, Predator Edition. Hunters begin with animals, then eventually graduate to hunting their own kind. It's like a twisted career ladder where the promotion requirements get increasingly murderous. But Baphomet isn't buying this. It's just business philosophy. But Baphomet's mission isn't just intelligence gathering. He needs to get close enough to collect solid evidence and capture his mentor alive, because apparently kill first, ask questions later isn't the preferred method here. In the present moment, our boy gets genuinely excited about catching his prey alive, because apparently dismemberment is his idea of a fun hobby, though he's still clueless about actually getting close to his target. Their mentor then reveals a D-class gate, because nothing says first day on the job like potential death. He cheerfully explains they'll be facing D-class monsters. You know, the kind that could actually kill them. The rookies must clear this dungeon under his supervision, because what could go wrong with babysitting newbies in a death trap? One rookie nervously points out they're technically just F-class hunters on paper. Basically the hunter equivalent of interns. The mentor brushes off their concerns, explaining they're totally qualified for D-rank dungeons since it's rookie standard, adding they should have learned this during orientation. The rookies exchange panicked glances, collectively realizing none of them remember jack squat from orientation. Suddenly Ardud pipes up with textbook knowledge about monster classifications and military weapons, earning praise from their mentor like a star student. Plot twist. Baphomet had actually slept through the entire lecture, but Mr. Ma force-fed him the manual afterward, because nothing says natural talent like cramming. The mentor nods approvingly at Baphomet's knowledge, confidently declaring they'll breeze through with teamwork, famous last words in any dungeon scenario. Then he orders them to grab their weapons and enter the gate. When he asks Baphomet about his weapon, Baphomet simply points at his fists. The mentor blinks in confusion. Apparently, bare-knuckle badass wasn't on his hunter classification chart. Just then, someone shoves him, sneering that he's acting like a textbook know-it-all. Glancing at his attacker, Baphomet recognizes the same idiots who trash-talked him during orientation, because bullies never miss a sequel opportunity. Soon they're deep inside the dungeon, battling monsters with rookie enthusiasm. The bulky guy triumphantly slays a beast, but his victory dance gets cut short when another monster spawns behind him. Classic dungeon ambush timing. Meanwhile, their mentor watches his students with calculating eyes. The mentor notes that the bulky guy hits like a truck but moves like one too. All power, zero grace. Then he watches the girl charge with her dagger, fast and fearless, but with the attention span of a goldfish. The third rookie attempts magic, spectacularly missing everything except the dungeon walls. Great power, terrible aim. It's like watching a stormtrooper convention. These three couldn't coordinate a group hug. Then the mentor's gaze shifts to Baphomet, who looks about as excited as someone waiting for paint to dry while monsters swarm him. He casually sidesteps every attack like he's playing the world's most violent game of dodgeball. Even with 2 monsters ganging up on him, he just ducks, because apparently monster choreography is predictable. One swift kick later, and monster number 1 becomes dungeon decoration. Without missing a beat, he charges the remaining beasts. Barehanded and unbothered, he grabs 2 monsters like they're grocery bags. 1 monster per hand, because apparently he's into symmetrical violence. He crushes them like stress balls, then whines about monster guts under his fingernails. Priorities, people. The mentor, meanwhile, is mentally updating his holy crap assessment of Baphomet's perfect stats across the board. This kid screams, irregular, that special breed of overpowered protagonist who breaks power scaling systems. But even irregular talent can't explain this mastery. There's definitely some secret sauce at play here. Right on cue, Baphomet flashes that rehearsed awkward smile Mr. Makochtaman, method acting at its finest. They steamroll the remaining monsters without a scratch, because apparently this was the tutorial level all along. But our boy Baphomet is having a different crisis entirely. He's basically complaining about fighting level 1 slimes when he wants to battle raid bosses. Classic overpowered MC problems. And locks eyes with the mentor, a B-class hunter who's about to become his unwilling audition audience. He craves an opponent who'll actually make him break a sweat instead of these tutorial-level punching bags. A deliciously dangerous idea blooms in his twisted mind. They venture deeper for the boss fight, but the mentor's confused when no dramatic boss music starts playing. Where's the final showdown? The boss should have appeared after clearing the trash mobs, but apparently it didn't read the dungeon manual. He orders them to pile up the corpses like a monster buffet. The mentor explains boss summoning 101, either clear all minions, or create a blood-scented dinner invitation that no self-respecting boss can resist. The ground trembles ominously, because nothing says final boss incoming like a good earthquake. The rookie trio goes full statue mode as a massive death worm bursts forth, proving that size does matter in monster hierarchies. The mentor casually mentions not getting eaten. Helpful advice, really. The bulky guy stares at this nightmare fuel, silently praying his mentor has a save the students clause in his contract as he readies his weapon. But Baphomet kicks him aside and yoinks his weapon, because apparently borrowing without asking is his specialty. Everyone gasps, warning him that bound items don't work for randos. But Baphomet ignores them like a main character ignoring obvious death flags. The mentor politely suggests he not commit suicide since talented rookies are rare. Yet Baphomet has selective hearing when it comes to common sense. He launches himself skyward with enough force to make gravity question its life choices. The others gawk like they're watching someone attempt to solo a raid boss. The mentor prepares to write his resignation letter, but instead, our overpowered protagonist bisects the death worm like it's made of butter, landing with animate protagonist grace. The mentor stands there buffering like a broken NPC, unable to process that the epic boss fight lasted exactly 2 seconds. Baphomet fondly remembers his glory days as the mine's resident final boss, where people respected his power instead of treating him like a walking disaster magnet. A rule he discovers faster than most iSky protagonists figure out the local currency system. His recent display of totally normal newbie skills earns grudging admiration from his companions, while the girl has already activated her classic love at first sight radar. Because of course she has. The mentor claps in praise, completely missing the red flags waving harder than a surrender ceremony. And Baphomet, feeling smugger than a villain who thinks his plan is foolproof, assumes the mentor wants to unlock the friendship route like some dating sim. But the mentor shocks him by delivering the classic "You're too strong for training" line that every overpowered MC dreads, meaning he's getting the solo player treatment, which is about as helpful to his infiltration mission as a chocolate teapot. He receives congratulations on his speedrun graduation that nobody asked for, and the mentor promises him demon crystals as payment, because apparently monster parts are the universal cryptocurrency in every fantasy world. Baphomet tries the classic "it was nothing" humble brag, claiming that pathetic worm was weak sauce for his teammates. But everyone stares at him like he just said math is easy after solving quantum physics. The mentor dismisses them faster than a speedrun tutorial, suggesting medical checkups and wishing Baphomet good luck with his obvious main character syndrome. Baphomet panics internally, wondering if he accidentally activated too overpowered for tutorial mode, when suddenly the girl asks for his number, because nothing says romance like watching someone casually commit monster genocide. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma realizes he pulled a classic send the newbie to fight the final boss blunder, and assigns Baphomet a more reasonable quest that won't break the game's difficulty curve. Eliminate a C-rank criminal hunter, because apparently player versus player combat is totally legal when they're on the wanted list. Then slay the dungeon boss so the evidence conveniently depawns with the instance reset. After completing his fetch quest and looting those sweet demonic crystals like any proper RPG protagonist, Baphomet treats himself to a victory feast of stew and pork, because every good protagonist needs a food scene after grinding XP. Remembering Mr. Ma's earlier question about whether defeat frustrates him like some kind of psychological profiling quiz, he slams his fist into the wall, cursing Quartz's name with the passion of someone who just lost their internet connection during a boss fight. The next day, Quartz once again leads his team for another D-class dungeon run, because apparently he's stuck in the repeat daily quests phase of life. Our boy, watching from a nearby wall like a discount ninja, realizes that the friendly NPC approach has officially failed. He just needs to keep observing, the courts to find criminal evidence like some legal detective anime. He recalls the basic principle of hunting. Know your prey better than they know themselves, Stalker 101 basically. Understanding his activities and relationships, Baphomet goes full surveillance mode, gathering intel like he's preparing a character analysis essay. After observing him closer than a creepy fan watches their idol, he finds absolutely nothing suspicious whatsoever. All Quartz does is work and go home like the most boring side character in existence. No criminal mastermind vibes detected. Now he understands why Mr. Ma suggested the friendship route, because apparently stalking from rooftops isn't considered proper detective work. However, Baphomet's own investigation methods lean more toward the demon interrogation manual, where step 1 is usually dismemberment. He fantasizes about the classic slice off an arm and ask questions later approach that worked so well back in Hell's good old days. For a moment he seriously considers bringing some old-school demon justice to this surveillance mission. Quartz suddenly gets that someone's watching me feeling and turns around. But our demon spy pulls a ninja vanish that would make stealth game protagonists proud. He realizes he needs to crack this case using human methods, whatever those are supposed to be. Suddenly, Quartz starts running and shouting for his wife Yuyun like he's the male lead in a romance drama having his dramatic revelation moment. The woman appears faster than a love interest responding to a crisis call. Quartz immediately demands to know why she's been ghosting his calls like they're in some relationship drama subplot. She drops the classic "I forgot my phone" excuse that's older than flip phones themselves. Her carelessness triggers his overprotective husband mode, and he hugs her like she just survived the apocalypse. Classic manga romance intensity activated. While Baphomet's demon brain finally downloads the Human Infiltration strategy pack. Meanwhile, Taeyang speedruns his assassination side quest with professional efficiency. All that remains is the classic make it look like an accident cleanup, because apparently demons learn stealth from spy movies. Quartz rushes home faster than a harem protagonist avoiding confession scenes, and gets hit with the ultimate plot twist, finding the suspicious new guy chilling with his wife like they're old friends. He demands answers with peak suspicious husband energy, but his wife drops the classic "he saved me from Truckun" explanation that every iSky protagonist knows by heart. She mentions he refused medical treatment because apparently all mysterious characters have an allergy to hospitals, so she activated housewife healing mode instead. She casually reveals he's a hunter, but Quartz radiates the same energy as finding your rival in your living room. He intercepts Baphomet's hand like he's guarding state secrets, because touching family photos is apparently the universal sign of "I'm definitely plotting something." Thanking him, Quartz suggests discussing the car's details outside because nothing says "grateful" like immediately kicking your wife's savior out of the house. However, his wife insists Baphomet stay for dinner, proving that hospitality trumps husband's obvious discomfort every time. Later, both are shocked by his monstrous appetite. Apparently demons eat like they're preparing for hibernation. As she clears the mountain of empty dishes, Baphomet studies her with predatory focus. She notices his intense stare and asks if he needs anything else. He declines, but she brings more food anyway because in Manhwa, feeding people solves everything, even when they sense something's off about her. Quartz awkwardly shifts topics to Baphomet's solo hunting career. Baphomet smirks, saying it sucked after Quartz abandoned him. Nothing like some good old mentor-student drama over dinner. A crashing plate interrupts their tense reunion, because dramatic moments always need sound effects. Quartz's wife waves them off, insisting she'll clean up because wives in Manhwa are contractually obligated to handle domestic crises alone. Baphomet observes how tenderly Quartz treats his wife, his voice dripping with false admiration. Then he drops the bomb. Too bad you've already lost her. Watching Quartz's face crumble in real time. Quickly backpedaling, Baphomet claims he meant the car's plate number and requests Paper's smooth recovery. Demon boy. The truth hits like a truck. Quartz's wife has been dead for ages. Flashback time. Young Quartz and Yoo Hyun were the classic childhood sweethearts, inseparable through every school year. They weathered every life milestone together like a perfectly scripted romance. Marriage followed naturally because what could possibly go wrong in their picture-perfect love story? Plot twist. Quartz awakens as an irregular hunter, because normal jobs are for normal protagonists. Yoo-Hyun panics about his dangerous new career while Quartz sees dollar signs from Rare Gate loot. Classic couple communication breakdown incoming. But Yoo-Hyun doesn't want him to risk his life for money. She just wants him safe. So Quartz abandons his protagonist's power fantasy faster than dropping a hot potato. Instead, he settles for becoming a mentor, because apparently teaching is the retirement home for overpowered heroes. Though the job isn't easy, sometimes mentoring novice hunters older than himself, he hopes he'll eventually master the art of saying "don't die" convincingly. One day, he brings home a teleportation device that can instantly transport someone to safety, giving it to Yoo-Hyun like it's a magical panic button. Then their peace shatters when a gate shock occurs, because happiness in Manhwa has the lifespan of a mayfly. Yoo-Hyun hides from the monsters, probably wondering why her husband's safe job still involves apocalyptic scenarios. She desperately searches for the teleportation device to escape to safety, but in the present timeline, she realizes she never actually used that device because she died that day. Plot armor malfunction detected. The story flashes again to that tragic moment, because trauma flashbacks are mandatory in every tragic backstory. Yoo-Hyun sees a woman in danger and helps her escape, proving that heroic stupidity runs in the family. Both women flee, but Yoo-Hyun takes the classic Manhwa stumble because heroes' loved ones are contractually obligated to trip at the worst moments. The woman checks on her while Yoo-Hyun frantically points toward a shelter, but chaos has a way of making people drop important plot devices. The teleportation device tumbles from her bag like the world's worst timed fumble. Sharp-eyed stranger immediately spots the magical escape tool because nothing says survival instinct like recognizing mysterious glowing gadgets. Self-preservation kicks in faster than you can say. Every woman for herself. She snatches the device and teleports away, leaving Yoo-Hyun behind. So much for the sisterhood of mutual aid. As the ungrateful woman vanishes into thin air like a discount magician, a monster materializes behind Yoo-Hyun because dramatic irony loves perfect timing. Present-day Yoo-Hyun confesses she died that day but somehow still exists, suspecting her husband's involvement. Ghost wife theories incoming. Meanwhile, Baphomet delivers the hit-and-run driver's car registration to Quartz, who flexes his hunter connections to track down the culprit's address. Time for some good old-fashioned vigilante justice. When he opens the door to his home, Quartz freezes like a deer in headlights seeing his wife inside. He asks why she's there, but plot convenience answers instead of her. Enter our boy Baphomet, who closes the door with villain flair and smugly notes he predicted Quartz's arrival because overprotective husbands are painfully predictable. Baphomet admits he's fuzzy on Quartz's criminal resume, but he's betting everything was done to resurrect wifey. The classic "love makes you do stupid things" trope. When Baphomet reaches out to touch her, Quartz channels his inner guard dog with a warning. Baphomet drops another truth bomb. Once she realizes she's dead, she'll shut down faster than a Windows 95 computer. Quartz's anger meter hits maximum capacity as he issues another warning. But Baphomet keeps pressing, asking about the forbidden resurrection jutsu, because apparently every villain needs to know the secret technique. Quartz shouts at him not to touch her, like a protective husband should. Yet Baphomet, unfazed, grabs Yoo-Hyun and casually yeets her out the window. Talk about zero chill. He tells Quartz that she's already dead, dropping truth bombs like confetti. And if he really has the power to resurrect her, then he should quit the Oscar-worthy performance. Quartz's anger finally erupts like a volcano. Classic rage mode activated. He summons his weapon from the inventory, because storage space is apparently infinite in this world. Baphomet also prepares himself, declaring that he needs Quartz alive for interrogation purposes. So he'll just slice off his arms instead, because that's totally reasonable, right? A thunderous crash shakes the building as their weapons clash in typical epic showdown fashion. Quartz swings hard while Baphomet casually deflects with his dagger, classic boss fight choreography. Quartz launches his weapon like he's playing supernatural darts, sending Baphomet's blade flying into the dramatically convenient corner. Baphomet charges forward because apparently subtlety died with his patience. But Quartz tanks the hit and pulls another weapon from his magical pocket dimension, because inventory limits are for peasants. Mid-combat, naturally, flashback time. Quartz's brain decides now is perfect for a romantic montage, from awkward middle school crushes to high school sweethearts. He remembers finding her corpse and being utterly baffled how she's here when she definitely had that teleportation gadget. The lightbulb moment hits. Someone yoinked her escape device, and he went full revenge mode at the shelter. Because in a crowd of survivors, who'd miss one more accident, right? But plot twist, when he reached the shelter, he discovered the device-stealing woman was already Monster Chow, along with everyone else inside, because apparently monsters don't believe in survivors-only policies. His wife was doomed either way. Talk about cosmic bad luck with a side of tragic irony. Yet even knowing fate had marked her for deletion, he couldn't hit the let go button on his wife, not even with death's receipt in hand. Present-day Baphomet smugly notes that Quartz cracked the resurrection code somehow, but our grieving husband coldly promises to send him to the afterlife first. Then it's back to wifey time as he summons his celestial spear for some divine stabbing. Baphomet stays cooler than a cucumber in Antarctica despite the tragic backstory and incoming pointy death, and slices Quartz's arm like he's carving Sunday roast. Blood paints the scene as their clash escalates. Baphomet's blade finds its mark, sending Quartz stumbling while his health bar rapidly drains red. He taunts that emotional fighters always crumble faster than cookies and milk, because apparently Villain Psychology 101 is mandatory reading. Quartz clutches his bleeding side, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. To Baphomet, victory is already served on a silver platter, because once feelings crash the party, logic gets kicked out the door. 2 weeks of prep work for this pathetic display? His patience finally snaps as he threatens to dismember Quartz piece by piece if he doesn't get serious, because apparently villain threats come with assembly instructions. Quartz's voice cracks like a teenage boy asking his crush to prom, demanding why Baphomet won't just let him resurrect his wife in peace. Baphomet reminds him about his hunter duties, you know, that whole stop the rule breakers job description. But Quartz pulls the classic "I'm saving a life" defense card. That reasoning hits Baphomet like nails on a chalkboard, because apparently righteous excuses are his kryptonite. Through his detective work, because every good antagonist needs an investigation montage, he discovered the forbidden deal that shattered every cosmic law. Yet this guy still plays innocent like he's auditioning for Saint of the Year. The audacity is truly breathtaking. Baphomet raises his blade with the dramatic flair of a final boss, declaring that death is the only fitting finale to this tragedy. But before he can deliver the killing blow, because timing is everything in dramatic moments, Yuhyan's corpse suddenly twitches like a glitchy NPC, her broken voice croaking about the metallic scent of blood filling the air. A system warning pops up before both men like the world's worst pop-up ad, because even resurrection has terms and conditions. It reports an error that an unstable demonic entity formed from a failed resurrection, because apparently even the afterlife has quality control issues, and orders all hunters to finish it. Just then, a monstrous figure bursts inside like it's crashing the world's worst reunion party. Half of its body remains Yuhyan, the other half demon. Talk about a rough divorce settlement. Quartz freezes, horror spreading across his face as he realizes his DIY resurrection project went horribly wrong. The creature repeats her craving for blood and crawls toward him like the world's most terrifying ex. Baphomet steps in, fury rising that the demon dares to steal his prey, because sharing is not caring in boss fights. With one clean swing, he slices off one of her tentacles like he's pruning the world's deadliest garden. The demon lets out a scream that shakes the air and collapses in true dramatic fashion, while Quartz keeps calling her name like denial is his superpower, completely delusional about the horror right in front of him. Baphomet's aura erupts as death throes kicks in, sneering that Quartz is still playing house with what's basically a demonic Happy Meal with legs. The demon locks eyes with him, snarling death threats like your average Monday morning commuter. Our boy coldly points out that this whole resurrection screamed, "Bad idea," louder than a horror movie audience. Baphomet charges forward like he's speedrunning a boss fight, dismantling her with the efficiency of a professional butcher. His blade carves through her like she's made of paper, cleaving her completely in half before delivering the classic double tap to her eyes. Blood erupts everywhere, redecorating the room in that classic, massacre chic, aesthetic. When the carnage finally settles, Yahello's severed head rolls to her husband's feet like the world's most twisted bowling ball. He stares at her lifeless face, tears streaming as our boy steps past the broken remains like he's leaving a really awkward family dinner. A new system alert pops up, announcing his berserk state has triggered, because apparently murder comes with notifications now. A side effect of his passive skill, our boy grips his head, cursing like he stubbed his toe on reality. The timing couldn't be worse, but honestly, when is going berserk ever convenient? The fool before him is marked for death anyway. The berserker state burns through him, leaving only one thought: time for a couple's reunion in hell. If Quartz wants to be with his wife so badly, he might as well get the express delivery to the afterlife. But before he can move, another warning flashes that his body has hit 99% danger level, because even rage mode has safety limits. His limbs suddenly lock up like a Windows computer hitting the blue screen of death, system freezing all movement to prevent total shutdown. Baphomet struggles against the invisible restraints like he's trapped in the world's most inconvenient timeout, every muscle trembling under chains that make paralysis look like a luxury spa treatment. Quartz glares down at him with the smug satisfaction of someone who thinks they've finally won at life, lifting his sword and pulling the classic villain move of blaming the hero for everything, because personal responsibility is so last season. Quartz raises his weapon high like he's about to deliver the most anticlimactic finishing move in history, declaring that Baphomet's fate is his own doing while our boy curses the system for cock-blocking his revenge arc. Then, the interface drops the "I care about you" line like some twisted AI therapist, leaving him more stunned than a deer in headlights. Right before another figure steps in, because apparently this is Grand Central Station for dramatic entrances, Ma appears out of nowhere, striking Quartz with crushing force that sends him face first into the floor like gravity just remembered how to do its job. He then acknowledges Baphomet's discovery of his mentor's crimes, because nothing says plot twist like your teacher being the villain all along. Noting how rough the investigation had been yet still worthwhile, he offers to deal with the cleanup himself, like some supernatural janitor service. But Baphomet insists he could have finished the fight if the system hadn't stopped him. Ma arches a brow at the claim, classic "I totally had him" energy, and Baphomet repeats that victory had been in his grasp before the system's lockdown, because apparently even murder comes with parental controls now. Deep down, he knows the truth that if he were stronger, none of this would have happened. Ah, the classic "I need more power" protagonist moment. Ma checks his condition and asks whether he can still move, like a concerned parent after their kid's first fight. Then, hours later, Ma sits quietly in a car. Ting asks about Baphomet's state. He explains that he kept demanding an arm, so he handed him one before loading him into an ambulance, because that's totally normal medical procedure. Taeyong mentions his own work went smoothly. Some hunters had responded to the system alert, but he sent them away with fabricated reports. Even so, something about the case feels wrong. A demon created from a corpse instead of a living host hints at something far darker behind the scenes. Taeyong promises to dig deeper. In the back seat, Quartz sits silently, probably wondering how his life became a supernatural tragedy instead of a rom-com. Ma questions him about the resurrection. Someone powerful had turned his wife into that abomination, because apparently necromancy is the new black and villain fashion. After a long pause, Quartz mutters about rumors, because nothing says plot exposition like mysterious whispers. Whispers of a new department formed to hunt down criminal hunters. He never imagined Ma was the one leading it. Talk about your classic mentor was secretly the boss. Reveal. Ma admits that the job isn't easy. Understatement of the century, considering he's basically playing hunter whack-a-mole. Every case means hunting people he once trusted. He presses further, because emotional baggage makes everything more complicated. Quartz had been ordered to betray new hunters assigned under him. Many disappeared while others died. In exchange, his wife was brought back in a twisted deal, the classic evil resurrection contract that never ends well. Ma understands the confession will never come. He turns to his driver, warning that the road ahead will only grow harder as criminal hunters never go quietly. Foreshadowing intensifies. The words barely leave his mouth before the car jerks, because dramatic irony waits for no one. Taeyong is shocked, realizing the brakes have failed. Nothing says "we're in danger" like good old-fashioned vehicular sabotage. Behind Quartz, the remains of the demonic being appear. Surprise! The dead wife isn't quite done with her husband yet. Informing they would not be able to catch hunters, wishing them luck. Even in death, she's still the supportive spouse giving helpful murder advice. Ma's eyes widen in horror, but physics doesn't care about shock value. the car becomes an instant metal pancake. Demonic chunks scatter like a gore piñata, then start playing the world's most disturbing jigsaw puzzle by reassembling themselves. A random cat appears because apparently every dramatic scene needs a feline witness. Classic manga logic at work. The cat gracefully lands on a glowing tablet, because cats have supernatural GPS for important plot devices. The screen reveals our protagonist's hunter profile. Talk about convenient timing and questionable data security. Baphomet jolts awake to find a white cat using his chest as a personal throne, making breathing an Olympic sport. He instantly recognizes this furry overlord as Yun-sun strolls in like she owns the place. She casually mentions that patient 302 recovered suspiciously fast, because normal healing is for peasants. That specific number hits different, since only one person ever called him that cryptic designation. Her playful tone sends chills down his spine, proving that cute voices are the most dangerous weapon, and memories of her earlier remarks about alternative payment methods make him scream like he just saw his browser history go public. Startled, Yunseon cradles her cat and notes his body is still locked down by the system, because even supernatural powers need a cooling-off period. Baphomet calls her a fraud and demands answers, channeling his inner Karen asking for the manager. Yun-sun reminds him her hospital means he's in debt. Classic. You break it, you buy it, but with medical bills. She remarks on his service under Ma, finding it odd, then smirks with that "I know something you don't" energy that screams trouble. She inspects his healing by lifting his shirt with her foot, because apparently personal boundaries are optional in manhwa medical exams. Baphomet insists she did something to him before, like a trauma victim with selective memory, but she brushes it off, claiming he needs humility lessons. Ah yes, the classic "it's for your own good" villain excuse. Before she can continue her questionable medical practices, Ma arrives like a deus ex machina, having asked the receptionist for Baphomet's location, because apparently patient confidentiality is just a suggestion in government facilities. Hearing shouting from the room, nothing says quality healthcare, like screams echoing through the halls. Ma rushes in to find Baphomet sprawled on the floor while Yunseon laughs, admitting teasing him always brightens her day, because psychological torture is apparently her favorite hobby. Baphomet accuses Ma of conspiring with Yunseon to trap him in government service, but Ma denies it, explaining their professional connection predates the guilds. Classic. We have history. Exposition dump incoming. The hospital is a government facility where Baphomet's power levels were once tested. Turns out his medical records are more classified than nuclear launch codes. After disappointing results, he was admitted as a patient, from Chosen One to Medical Mystery, in record time. Ma then delivers shocking news with the timing of a soap opera cliffhanger. Quartz is dead, because apparently betraying everyone doesn't come with a good life insurance policy. Killed publicly by a mastermind using necromancy, leaving only charred remains, when your evil wife literally burns bridges on the way out. The investigation into corrupted hunters may eventually reveal the culprit's identity, assuming they survive long enough to connect the dots. Baphomet's rage meter hits maximum, all that torture for a crispy corpse instead of live intel, because apparently villains prefer barbecue endings. Ma drops the classic "you're not ready" line that every mentor uses right before their student proves them spectacularly wrong. Even Ma got bamboozled by the puppet master hiding inside Quartz. Turns out this villain has S-rank stealth skills and probably watches too much Inception. Our protagonist channels his inner "I could have done better" energy, because nothing says mature like Monday morning quarterbacking a demon possession. Ma grabs his collar like an angry parent, delivering the "this isn't a video game" speech that every hot-headed MC needs to hear. Baphomet storms off with the emotional maturity of a toddler denied candy. Classic tantrum exit strategy activated. Ma's desperate calls echo in the hallway, but selective hearing is our hero's superpower right now. The middle finger salute seals the deal, because nothing says professional hunter like flipping off your boss. Ma's cursing under his breath, probably wondering why he didn't choose a desk job instead of babysitting rage-fueled teenagers. Yun-sun casually asks about their fight, like she's commenting on the weather, while Ma calls it venting, the understatement of the century. She tilts her head with that "what are you talking about" expression that screams innocent confusion. But he pivots faster than a guilty browser tab, accusing her of milking Baphomet's condition for cash, because nothing says medical ethics like financial exploitation. Yun-sung starts to defend herself, but Ma threatens paperwork warfare, making her panic like a tax evader. She explains government goons dumped a blood-soaked kid on her doorstep with the classic "fix him or don't" attitude. Peak government healthcare right there. One look at his face and she knew it was our protagonist, because main characters are apparently unforgettable even when half dead. The government's hero factory had churned out another defective product, adding him to their impressive collection of failures. Ma drops the "I work for them too" bomb, because plot convenience demands government connections everywhere. But Yun Seon just smirks, asking if he's still their obedient lapdog or finally grew a spine. Nothing like workplace toxicity to spice up exposition. Her receptionist had basically written the kid's obituary, because medical pessimism is apparently a job requirement. Then a red system window popped up with death threats, turning her into a miracle worker through sheer terror, because nothing motivates like supernatural intimidation. Ma realizes this wasn't standard procedure, as she confesses to stalking Baphomet under the guise of debt collection, because fake medical bills are totally normal surveillance tactics. He notes that the system acted like it had its own personality, because apparently even magical interfaces have commitment issues these days. While Yun Seon, smiling faintly, describes it like a presence fiercely devoted to Baphomet himself. Talk about a clingy AI girlfriend. Meanwhile, Taeyang informs Baphomet that the system lockdown still restricts him and urges him to use the downtime to rest. He points out that other hunters face similar pauses and frames it as a brief forced vacation, mandatory R&R, hunter style. His thoughts drift to Ma, who commanded him to keep watching our dude like some supernatural babysitter, but changes the priority from surveillance to active protection, since his data may already have reached the mastermind. Teen agrees to remain alert, because apparently being a responsible side character is exhausting. In the present, our boy notices Taeyang's earrings and wonders where to find similar accessories, because even demon lords need fashion advice. Later, at a restaurant, as he eats, he realizes he needs rest. It's been ages since he enjoyed being human instead of a walking apocalypse. He orders extra bowls of rice and several portions of meat, eating with the appetite of someone who's finally remembered food exists. Snaps photos of his feast like he's running a food blog, because even former demon lords need their Instagram moments. And leaves with snacks in hand, spending the afternoon wandering soul like a lost tourist in his own story. He plays games at an arcade, probably wondering why these machines are harder than actual life-or-death battles. Reads in a quiet corner. Look at our boy discovering the ancient art of peaceful hobbies. And watches a movie about a woman who loses her legs, because apparently his entertainment choices are as dark as his past. Even as he tries to enjoy the day, an emptiness clings to him like a persistent side character who won't take a hint. Nothing feels fulfilling anymore. Classic post-power loss depression hitting harder than a truck to an ice guy. His weakened body feels like a cage, and he begins to wonder if turning human was the ultimate downgrade mistake. Losing power seems to explain his misery. Yet a deeper sense tells him it's more than that. He's hit rock bottom with a shovel. At that moment, a system window suddenly appears, asking if he is sad, because apparently his AI has developed feelings and timing worse than a romantic confession during a boss fight. He curses it like a broken vending machine, blaming the system for ruining his life, but it smugly claims credit for helping him, because gaslighting is apparently a core feature. But he refuses to believe it, convinced it only exists to torment him like that one toxic friend who insists they're just being honest. At that moment, glowing symbols start forming in the air like a magical loading screen, because even interdimensional protocols need dramatic flair. The system warns that repeated failure will trigger a full restart, basically threatening him with the ultimate factory reset. Confused, Baphomet demands answers while casually requesting death instead, because when life gives you lemons, ask for the void. Meanwhile, the process completes, and a girl appears who's absolutely convinced success will come this time. Optimism in the face of obvious disaster, classic side character energy. He challenges the entity to just kill him already instead of this prolonged suffering, because apparently even former demon lords prefer efficiency over drama. A calm, feminine voice apologizes for the delay, explaining Earth's system was never her original assignment. Cosmic customer service strikes again. Several other voices chime in with reassurance, turning this into the world's most ominous support group meeting. The administrator finally manifests to spill the tea about his lost powers, because exposition dumps always come with mysterious floating entities. She explains that billions of attempts had been made to appear in front of him, because apparently even cosmic entities need multiple drafts to nail their dramatic entrance. Not only this, billions of simulations had been tested to know what would happen if his strength remained within his human form. Talk about the universe's most depressing beta testing. Each one ended with his death in countless brutal ways. Spoiler alert. The protagonist doesn't always win in the rough drafts. Removing his powers was the only way to keep him alive. The classic "I hurt you because I love you" excuse, but with cosmic consequences. She confesses she chose him because she believes he will fulfill her ultimate wish. Another mysterious benefactor with a hidden agenda. How original. His desperate cry from the tower had reached her, and she responded, because apparently the universe has customer service after all. When he demands to know who killed him in those simulations, she shows visions of beings far stronger than any he has faced. Time for the mandatory power scaling reality check. Dark ravens swirl in the air as she reminds him that he already knows the path to power. Because ominous birds make everything more dramatic, obviously. His hunger will fuel his rise, and his name will terrorize enemies once more. Because character development through starvation is apparently a valid power-up method. With a final blessing, she restores his abilities like a divine customer service representative fixing a glitched account. His master of weapons hits level 2, death throws becomes adrenaline, and new skills unlock faster than a gacha player's wallet empties. When he looks around, she's vanished. Classic mysterious mentor exit strategy. Probably watching from behind a conveniently placed cloud, leaving only silence and the lingering question of whether that conversation actually happened or if he's having a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, at the hospital where normal people deal with normal problems, Ma hands Eunice a sample from Baphomet's destroyed demon. She confirms the identity and promises results by tomorrow, because even supernatural investigations have deadlines. He thanks her with the politeness of someone who definitely isn't secretly a former demon lord, and she reveals she analyzed Baphomet's body through touch-based data reading, because apparently everyone has convenient supernatural abilities now. She takes offense at Ma's doubt but admits the findings break every law of biology, shocking absolutely no one in this genre. He can't wrap his head around Baphomet's stats skyrocketing tenfold in just 1 month. Talk about your typical suddenly OP protagonist moment. Meanwhile, Baphomet gets that classic hidden quest pop-up for slaying Wrath's disciple Raven, complete with shiny new skill reward. A wicked grin creeps across his face as he realizes the real fun is just getting started. Hunter power levels follow the sacred manga commandments. F-class peasants to S-class gods. Most hunters level up the boring way, fighting demons or grinding training montages like proper side characters. Whispers speak of secret power-up shortcuts, though nobody's found the cheat codes yet. Ma finally reunites with Baphomet after their dramatic separation arc. Baphomet plays it cool, claiming absolutely nothing noteworthy happened. Classic protagonist deflection. Though Ma's surveillance already spoiled that plot twist, Yun-sun butts in with typical antagonist energy, grabbing Baphomet's shoulder and calling him Patient 302. He's not having any of that disrespect. But she pulls the classic, analyze everything, move, extracting his data like some overpowered RPG scanner. Her jaw drops at his absurd power spike because apparently normal character development is for losers. Baphomet weighs the team leader's stupidly comprehensive hunter database, realizing he might actually need allies since that mysterious goddess is basically using him as her personal chess piece. The system chimes in with its usual revenge through friendship propaganda when he questions why she doesn't just nuke everything herself. She drops the "I'm a creator, not a destroyer" excuse, how conveniently limiting. Even admitting his human makeover required some divine power theft. Ma crashes the exposition party, and Baphomet asks about missions because demons apparently don't keep office hours. Baphomet suggests grinding regular hunter missions for XP, and Ma agrees, because apparently even demon lords need to start from the bottom. The doctor observes they're finally synced up like a proper mentor-student duo from chapter 1 of every battle manga. Ma admits he's watching Baphomet's progression like a nervous parent. Will he become the ultimate weapon or the final boss? Ma dangles the classic "prove yourself worthy" carrot. Identify the mastermind and earn a personal confrontation, pending sufficient power level requirements. Cut to the Hunter Association, where bureaucracy meets supernatural violence. Baphomet argues with the receptionist about tower access and weapon rentals, while she explains F-class reality, basically the tutorial zone of hunter society. He claims he's weapon shopping for variety's sake, not admitting he's broke. Classic protagonist pride moment. She drops the harsh truth: tower missions are A-class territory, except for one special guild-exclusive quest that screams plot convenience. Baphomet remembers his secret government affiliation like a spy with selective amnesia. The receptionist system confirms his membership faster than plot armor activation. Mission acquired. At the Labyrinthine Tower, A woman leader addresses the gathered hunters with typical guild authority. She introduces herself as Art Guild representative, the only crew with tower clearing privileges because monopolies are fun. She explains unstable gate shockwaves force their hand into early operations. Starting today, hunters keep 90% of loot, while Art Guild hoards the boss fight because sharing is caring until it comes to the good stuff. Hunters buzz with surprise that the notoriously greedy guild finally cracked open their treasure vault, probably trying to polish their tarnished reputation. The speaker drops the bombshell that their guild master will personally lead this raid, sending excitement through the crowd of fanboys. Baphomet observes from the sidelines with his usual brooding protagonist energy. He debates bailing since his fighting motivation feels flatter than a pancake, but the system butts in again. It references his earlier association drama with annoying narrator timing. He snarls at it to shut up, but it cheerfully admits having nothing better to do. Classic overpowered AI companion behavior. Baphomet wonders if there's a mute button for annoying systems, but it warns his attitude screams main character alert. He snaps that it should stop acting like a mother, and the system cheerfully agrees it's basically his nagging parent now. Furious, our protagonist pulls the classic accidentally hits someone while angry move that starts every tavern brawl. The man shrieks about his precious gear like it's made of unicorn tears and dragon scales. Two female hunters watch from the sidelines, because there's always a peanut gallery for these moments. One notes how hunter gatherings inevitably turn into fight clubs, while the other squints at Baphomet with that "Don't I know you? Look!" The angry hunter keeps wailing about his wallet like he just lost his life savings to a gacha game, while Baphomet internally face bombs at getting dragged into another "poor guy gets bullied" scenario. He offers compensation, but the hunter scoffs because clearly looking weak means you're broke too. His buddy whispers about the shabby armor screaming charity case, because apparently fashion policing is a hunter hobby. They mock how an F-class could afford anything, questioning why someone so pathetic would even enter a tower. The classic underestimation setup. Baphomet grabs the hunter's face with the casual confidence of someone about to deliver a reality check. He warns that arrogance can be fatal, especially when underestimating those you deem weak. Classic villain monologue energy. The guild leader swoops in like a tired teacher breaking up a playground fight, reminding everyone to save their aggression for actual enemies. The loud hunter continues his tantrum while Baphomet casually offers to settle things with his fists, because apparently diplomacy is overrated. She delivers the mandatory "we're all one big happy family" speech before explaining the tower's conveniently game-like structure. 3 floors must be cleared before the boss fight, with 6 hunters per floor, because even deadly towers follow RPG logic. Each floor features random challenges like demon extermination missions straight out of a hunter's handbook, brain-teasing puzzles for when you need a break from mindless violence, or classic death traps because someone clearly watched too many adventure movies when designing this place. The layouts randomize every 24 hours, ensuring maximum inconvenience and preventing any actual strategic planning. Elam from Nord, Pagan, and Sol from Nebula, Reaper from Defiance. Hearing those names makes Baphomet's eye twitch like he just heard his browser history read aloud. When she calls his name from Sweet Pink Angel Guild, sweat forms on his forehead as all eyes turn toward him like he's about to explain why he's in a magical girl anime. Reaper grins knowingly, probably already composing the roast speech in his head. Back at the office, it's revealed that Ma orchestrated this whole setup, because apparently psychological warfare is his hobby. Ma discusses guild assignments with Youngshin, explaining he placed Baphomet in her fake guild, a government fund-draining front, due to his binding contract. Bureaucratic revenge at its finest. Yoon-sun bursts into laughter, pointing out how the sweet, harmless name completely clashes with his "I'll murder everything" personality. Ma joins in, admitting that the comedic value alone made this petty revenge absolutely worth it. At the tower, Pagan laughs as well, saying the name fits perfectly, because nothing says "deadly demon" like sparkles and rainbows. Others join the mockery, turning our intimidating protagonist into the tower's biggest meme. Baphomet quietly vows to kill Ma someday for this humiliation, adding another name to his ever-growing hit list. The leader drops the classic "you die, that's on you" disclaimer because apparently liability waivers are universal, even in death towers. Once those gates open, it's every hunter for themselves. Friendship officially expires at the entrance. The massive doors groan open like they're auditioning for a horror movie, revealing the kind of darkness that screams bad life choices ahead. Someone points out the eerie silence, and the leader confirms this rules out the "kill everything that moves" scenario. She tosses a glowstone like she's checking for monsters under the bed, and sure enough, one demon appears, Trap map confirmed. She gives the mandatory "follow my lead" speech and tells our boy to save his energy, because clearly she thinks he needs babysitting. She takes off like she's late for a very important death appointment, dodging traps left and right while calling them out like she's narrating a deadly obstacle course. She senses someone matching her pace and assumes it's Reaper, because who else could keep up with her main character energy? Then reality slaps her when she spots Baphomet casually jogging ahead like he's on a morning stroll through hell. He activates his cheat skill, Advantage, because apparently being overpowered wasn't already obvious enough. Light markers flash like a GPS for death traps, revealing every hidden surprise the tower thought it was clever for placing. Deciding to beta test his new hack, Baphomet charges deeper like a speedrunner breaking the game. Pagan stands frozen as notifications spam his vision faster than a mobile game trying to sell premium currency. Floor 1 cleared, because why waste time with proper pacing? Then floor 5. And the numbers keep climbing like his kill count. The impossible speed leaves him more speechless than a background character watching the protagonist's power reveal. An F-class hunter clearing floors this fast breaks more laws than just physics. It's insulting every power scaling system ever written. Arrows rain down like the tower's having a tantrum, desperately trying to slow him down, while the system spams alerts faster than a panicked game developer patching exploits, urging light dodges and side leaps, because apparently his GPS comes with combat choreography included, and new commands appear, redirecting arrows like he's playing the world's deadliest game of billiards. He follows each prompt without hesitation, trusting his cheat code vision more than his own instincts, launching one of the redirected arrows toward the demon like a boomerang of death. Next moment, his chains snare its neck midair, because why use arrows when you have bondage equipment? The system highlights the weak point like a helpful tutorial pop-up, and he tightens the chains before teleporting behind the creature. Nothing personnel, kid. His blade flashes once, delivering the classic one-hit kill that makes seasoned hunters cry. The next instant, floor 15 clears, because our F-rank just speedran what takes teams hours. The leader stares in disbelief, wondering if the ranking system needs glasses or if she's witnessing the birth of another overpowered protagonist. Reaper notes how his movements sync perfectly with each attack, almost like he's got cheat codes for this dungeon or something. The leader warns that skipping rank updates brings fines, because apparently bureaucracy follows you even into death traps. But Pagan interrupts with peak impatience, scolding everyone for chatting when they should be grinding. Classic speedrunner mentality meets concerned party leader trying to keep everyone alive. Pagan scoffs at needing rest, mocking them for getting winded at floor 15. But he's acting like they're still in the tutorial zone. His shattered armor catches her eye, and she notes it's barely holding together. Pagan blames our boy, but she doubts an F-class could wreck gear that easily unless it was discount bin quality, which triggers Pagan's "Actually, this is premium Bahamut core armor" flex. The leader freezes, realizing that destroying Bahamut-grade equipment requires tower boss-level strength. Suddenly our F-class boy isn't looking so harmless. Baphomet quietly questions if Pagan's bragging is actually legit, or just expensive cosplay. Pagan continues his rant about worthless F-class scrubs, because nothing says team player like constant rank shaming. She quickly urges him to drop the drama and focus on the next chamber. Someone's trying to prevent a full party wipe from internal conflict. Reaper studies Pagan's armor crest, recognizing the Royal Guild insignia. Looks like they've got nobility slumming it with the commoners. She steps closer, noting that Bahamut gear never hit the official markets, because apparently even demon loot has authentication issues. Anyone with it must have shopped the sketchy back alley dealers. She smirks, calling him Master of the Royal Guild. Pagan tenses while Kong demands her game plan. Reaper offers to track down his scammer, for a small favor, naturally. With that delightful blackmail established, the raid resumes. Baphomet watches Reaper's flawless demon slicing technique, because someone here actually earned their rank. Her steady rhythm carries the team forward like a proper leader should. They clear level after level with actual teamwork, balancing strategic rest stops with calculated fights. Revolutionary hunter concepts, really. Then a mounted demon charges Pagan, and before the classic hero gets saved moment, Baphomet strikes first, bisecting both beast and rider in one fluid motion, because why let cliches have all the fun? Floor 49 clears in moments, because when you're speedrunning life, even boss fights become casual encounters. Sweat drips from the leader's brow as she announces their new record, but Pagan brushes it off like he's comparing participation trophies. She scolds his arrogance while watching Baphomet's unnaturally calm posture, dude standing there like he just finished a light jog instead of a demon massacre. Zero exhaustion, zero effort, zero explanation, his composure screams. Main character energy, louder than Pagan's ego. Ahead, a massive stone door blocks their path like the world's most ominous. Employees must wash hands, sighing. Reaper explains that beyond this point lies something different, because apparently this tower didn't read the standard dungeon design manual. Most towers save boss chambers for grand finales, but this rebel hides named demons at mid-checkpoints like surprise pop quizzes from hell. She assumes our boy knew from illegal tower hopping, but his goldfish expression says otherwise. He cuts her off sharper than his blade, warning her to drop the buddy-buddy act. Someone's allergic to friendship flags. The leader ends their heart-to-heart before it turns into a soap opera episode. She rests her palm on the cold door like she's about to unlock Pandora's loot box, giving a final chance to retreat, because apparently even death dungeons have customer service policies. She reminds them that each hunter's life is their own responsibility, yet she'd prefer to avoid explaining corpses to the guild. Bad for her performance reviews. Payment for loot will still be granted to anyone who withdraws now. Pagan opens his mouth to complain about participation trophies, but Baphomet steps forward first, announcing his intent to continue. He didn't grind this far just to quit at the mini-boss. Reaper joins in, unwilling to retreat after such progress. Classic sunk cost fallacy, but with actual demons. The rest follow their lead like good little NPCs. The leader turns to Pagan and Soul for their final decision. Soul advises retreat, reminding his master that their original goal was just farming easy XP, not signing up for a From Software boss fight. The next area's difficulty remains unknown, making withdrawal the logical choice for anyone with functioning brain cells. But Pagan refuses to back down, his pride burning at the thought of losing face to an F-class. Because ego beats survival instinct every time. Declaring his participation, he ignores Soul's protests and marches forward, proving that stupidity truly knows no rank limits. Darkness swallows them whole, because atmospheric lighting is apparently optional in demon towers. The leader sparks a glowstone to life, illuminating towering stone chess pieces that scream, "Definitely not a trap." She warns everyone back. These gargoyles look suspiciously decorative. Pagan starts his usual warning speech until a colossal hand crashes down from the shadows above, casually grabbing a stone piece and slamming it down like the world's deadliest board game. The entire floor shudders beneath them. The hand rumbles to life, announcing their turn has officially started. Panic ripples through the group, because nothing says fun like involuntary chess participation. Soul remarks that if this is chess, then his master's expertise finally matters. Classic sidekick faith in the most useless skill possible. Pagan hesitates but claims he understands. Their safety depends on predicting where each piece will fall, because chess knowledge totally translates to death traps. He marks the safe zone, and Soul praises his quick deduction like a proud parent watching their kid fail a math test. But our boy doesn't move as something feels wrong. Finally, someone with actual survival instincts in a manhwa. A shadow looms above Pagan as a massive chess piece materializes midair, because apparently the tower didn't read his strategy guide. Soul lunges forward to pull him aside in classic loyal servant fashion, but the piece crashes down right on Soul instead. The universe's cruelest plot twist strikes again. Silence fills the chamber like the awkward pause after someone spoils the ending. Pagan screams his name in horror, finally showing emotion that isn't arrogance or annoyance. The leader stares, shaken, wondering where that black piece came from. Because mysterious rule changes never happen in death games, right? Reaper's realization cuts through the chaos. They're not players in this game, they're the pieces being moved. Two invisible giants are playing cosmic chess, and these hunters just became expendable pawns. Baphomet's face darkens as the tutorial difficulty finally ends, because apparently the tower believes in easing you into nightmare mode. Welcome to the real game, where the house always wins and the pieces don't get insurance. Soul's bloodied hand emerges from beneath the stone like the world's most traumatic magic trick. Pagan frantically tries pulling him free, babbling about their offices. Amazing medical coverage, because workplace benefits totally fix crushed spines. But when he pulls, only the severed arm comes free, sending Pagan into a screaming breakdown that echoes through the chamber. The leader's voice cuts through his horror, shouting his name with desperate urgency. Another piece plummets toward him as she tackles him to safety, screaming that awareness beats grief when you're trying not to die. Hunter Reaper dances between falling pieces like death's own ballet dancer, because apparently near-death experiences improve your reflexes. While she notices the pieces accelerating like they're on a demonic deadline, because apparently even death games have time management issues. Suddenly, she realizes she's standing in a chess piece's personal space. The worst kind of social distancing violation. Just then a hunter teleports her away in classic last-second rescue fashion, earning her grateful thanks and probably a 5-star Uber rating. She turns to our boy, asking if he knows how to beat this challenge room, because surely the protagonist has plot armor thick enough for strategy guides. She mentions everything so far screams he saw this coming, and warns that prolonged fighting equals death by exhaustion, the lamest boss fight ending possible. He calls this strategy lame with the confidence of someone who definitely has a better plan brewing. He explains they need to dodge and survive until the game ends. Basically cosmic hide-and-seek with murderous intent. If one person survives, a demon appears for the real boss fight, because fake difficulty is just the appetizer in this death buffet. But before he finishes explaining, a chess piece nearly introduces him to the afterlife, because exposition scenes are apparently prime target practice time. He questions why they should wait for the endgame when classic protagonist impatience strikes at the worst possible moment, jumps up and obliterates the chess piece like he's auditioning for a demolition crew, because when in doubt, punch the problem. His hand trembles from the impact, proving that even main characters feel pain when they do something incredibly stupid. The hunters gawk like they just witnessed someone solve calculus by eating the textbook. Baphomet suggests going full berserker mode and smashing everything. Finally, a strategy that doesn't require a PhD in ancient games, explaining that destroying the enemy's arsenal will force an early game over, making the dungeon master rage quit his hiding spot like a salty online player. Hunter Reaper questions the hit it until it dies approach, but honestly it's worked for every shounen protagonist ever. Baphomet endorses the plan enthusiastically, because nothing says tactical genius like organized vandalism. The leader charges forward swinging like she's at a piñata party where the candy is survival itself. She tells Pagan to stick close, because separating during boss fights is how side characters earn their tragic backstory status. Reaper telekinetically grabs a chess piece, proving that superpowers make everything easier, except emotional trauma, apparently. Mutters that breaking magical chess pieces isn't exactly covered in the Hunter Handbook. She barely grips it before slamming it down with enough force to shatter both the piece and her energy reserves, because apparently destruction is more exhausting than creation. Meanwhile, Baphomet casually demolishes a cracked chess piece like he's spring cleaning his evil lair. He unleashes a devastating chain attack that obliterates it completely, proving that edgy weapons always get the coolest destruction scenes. The hooded figure stands there doing absolutely nothing. Classic mysterious character energy conservation. Baphomet pulverizes another falling chess piece with the enthusiasm of someone who really enjoys breaking expensive things. He launches into the air screaming taunts at their invisible enemy, because nothing says tactical genius like yelling at the void. His eyes dart around with paranoid intensity. As he prepares to leap, he lunges forward in a desperate dodge. A colossal hand crashes down where he stood, because apparently their chess opponent just graduated to playing with actual fists. He dodges another giant hand while yelling about where this coward is hiding, because apparently even chess masters need their dramatic entrances in Manhwa. Mid-jump above the crushing hands, he feels weird energy and readies his weapon, declaring he's found his target like every overpowered MC ever. His chained weapon flies forward with perfect aim, striking the branch's dead center, because protagonists never miss when it counts. A figure appears there, calling him a fool for destroying its domain with the classic villain "How dare you!" speech. It threatens him with severe punishment, as if threats ever work on stubborn manhwa heroes. He laughs and says, "Finally!" the universal response of every battle-hungry protagonist. Then activates his Lord Baphomet skill, because why solve problems normally when you have overpowered abilities? Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, an editor thanks Echidna for the late interview, mentioning its urgent nature, because even demon interviews have deadlines apparently. Echidna asks if the editor knows how to properly show gratitude, hinting at typical manhwa power dynamics. She promises exclusive positive coverage of the art guild with a reassuring smile, because manhwa journalism is all about who you know, not what you know. Echidna delegates to her chief editor when a girl materializes behind her with news of Hunter Shining's call. Teleporting assistants are apparently standard office equipment. Echidna wonders if Shining already speedran the labyrinthine tower, because clearing impossible dungeons in record time is just Tuesday for these hunters. She takes the call as Shining reports Baphomet joined the mission. Great, now they have two overpowered protagonists in one dungeon. Meanwhile, our battle maniac hero goes full berserker mode, hurling weapons like he's in a fantasy weapon store clearance sale. His adrenaline skill auto-activates under stress, because apparently his body comes with convenient plot armor software updates. All stats surge by 30%, turning him from dangerous to absolutely ridiculous. He charges forward, gripping his chain weapon as the figure stares in typical villain confusion. Wait, he wasn't this strong 5 seconds ago. The enemy extends its hand to attack but pauses, sensing the classic mid-battle power spike that every manhwa boss dreads. It refocuses with growing concern, realizing it might actually have to try now. The system cheerfully announces a classic protagonist buff, 50% damage reduction and 30% attack boost against designated targets, because balanced gameplay is for peasants. The confused villain questions what kind of convenient power-up spells he's using, right before eating a chained weapon to the face. His attack pierces straight through its wooden shoulder while he casually notes that flammable enemies are basically free real estate. He declares this walking kindling perfect for testing his shiny new skill, because every manhwa hero needs a test dummy. Meanwhile, Echidna screams into her phone like a stressed manager, demanding they keep Baphomet and Valkyrie separated at all costs. Shining mentions that Valkyrie probably hates him anyway since he literally pulled her hair, the most devastating attack known to womankind. Echidna explains that Shining's missing several brain cells, then asks what are the odds of an S-class superhuman accidentally drowning and fainting like some helpless damsel. Echidna delivers the obvious answer with deadpan certainty: absolutely zero, you dense protagonist. Our fire-happy hero teams up with Raven's special skill, Giga, because apparently even skills need dramatic names in this universe. He activates Blaze and launches flames forward, because when in doubt, set everything on fire and sort out the details later. The flames engulf the creature in the classic "everything is on fire" finale that every pyromancer protagonist dreams of, who calls the situation foolish as the fire completely surrounds it, because villains always have time for commentary even while being barbecued. Our battle-addicted maniac bursts into uncontrollable laughter, proving once again that protagonists are just socially acceptable psychopaths, while Reaper smiles forcefully standing behind him, probably questioning her life choices that led to babysitting this pyromaniac. He declares this finally feels like a real fight, and urges the flames to burn hotter, because apparently regular fights are just warm-ups for these adrenaline junkies. And yes, he's having a whole conversation with fire while the system judges his life decisions. Reaper realizes she's only heard of battle-hungry hunters and legends and never wants to meet another one. Then he randomly remembers his sweet potato roasting plans because priorities, people. Reaper puzzles over his strange powers, wondering how a warrior can wield magic so skillfully. Clearly she's never read the overpowered protagonist handbook, assuming him to be a sword mage, because manhwa loves its hybrid classes more than coffee shops love overpriced lattes. But the only person she knows with mixed abilities is Raven. Cue the dramatic realization music and shocked Pikachu face. Just then the ground shakes violently with dramatic cracks forming beneath their feet, because nothing says plot development like convenient environmental destruction, echoing like thunder through the collapsing dungeon, because structural integrity is apparently optional in manhwa architecture. Someone screams about floor collapse while Reaper spots Salvation in the distance, shouting for everyone to sprint toward the exit like it's a Black Friday sale. They dash through the earthquake simulator that this dungeon has become, but the ground betrays Pagan with classic manhwa timing, opening up right beneath his feet. He desperately reaches for Soul's hand, but physics wins this round, so he does what any protagonist would: jumps after danger without thinking. Before gravity can claim another victim, Baphomet swoops in like a leather-clad superhero, his chain weapon doing its best Spider-Man impression as he snatches Pagan mid-plummet, executing the perfect last-second save that would make action movie directors weep. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hunter Echidna interrogates Shining about Valkyrie's dungeon speedrun timer, because apparently they're tracking her like she's delivering pizza, fresh off clearing another tower like it's her morning jog. Echidna calculates that Valkyrie's probably already redecorating the top floor, and if Baphomet's there too, awkward reunions are inevitable. At that moment, looking down at Pagan as he holds his arm, our dude can tell he has completely lost the will to fight. Even if he survives, he'll never have the strength to continue to the next tower, which only means death will find him soon. Echidna, still on the call, says something needs to be done, while our boy reflects quietly that losing the will to fight is the same as failing as a fighter. Echidna walks to her chief editor and reminds her that she mentioned knowing a few journalists, asking for their introduction, while still gripping Pagan's arm. But then he loosens his hold, muttering that maybe he should just let him die here. Pagan falls and an explosion bursts below. Out of nowhere, Valkyrie dives down and catches Pagan mid-fall. She smirks, declaring he seems like a terrible person, classic bad boy radar activated, and adds that taming someone like him might be fun because nothing says romance like a rehabilitation project. Back with Echidna, she requests a journalist who specializes in damage control for hunter scandals. She explains how this mess started. During an interview, some reporter asked Valkyrie about her ideal type. She said personality mattered more than looks, then immediately proved herself a hypocrite. Baphomet crashed down from above like a meteor, landing unconscious in the pool. Valkyrie rushed over, instantly smitten because unconscious men are apparently irresistible. Before she could make her move, Echidna ran over asking if he was okay. Suddenly Valkyrie collapsed, claiming dizziness, the classic damsel in distress maneuver. Echidna saw right through the act, recognizing the age-old, helpless beauty on the ground, trap that no man can resist. But her plan backfired spectacularly when Echidna stepped in. He looked confused, thinking drama over hair strands wasn't worth the hassle, while Valkyrie's fake fainting turned into actual napping because method acting is hard. Now, in the tower as Valkyrie makes her grand entrance, the hunters whisper like teenage fans at a concert, calling her attractive and their inspiration, because apparently crushing monsters isn't impressive enough anymore. She turns toward him and Reaper, apologizing for earlier while joking that his Reaper code name is quite daring, subtle flirtation level, manhwa protagonist. He stares at her with the emotional range of a brick wall, saying absolutely nothing. She keeps teasing, asking about the worst thing he's ever done, guessing it might be recent events, because nothing says romance like discussing moral failures. When he gives her the classic stoic protagonist treatment, she laughs, admitting she always likes bad boys, because rehabilitation projects are apparently her hobby. He maintains his award-winning impression of a statue, completely expressionless. She asks if he remembers her at all, the classic "do you remember me" trope making its inevitable appearance. He turns to Reaper asking for her identity, and Reaper questions him instead because apparently amnesia is contagious in this tower. Valkyrie looks surprised, certain she left a strong impression the last time. The girls around her glare sharply, clearly annoyed by her main character syndrome. Reaper reminds her to keep her personal and professional matters separate since everyone is already watching Workplace Romance 101, folks. Valkyrie just laughs it off like every confident female lead who thinks the rules don't apply to her. She introduces herself again, apologizes that they all had to go through so much trouble reaching this floor, and assures them they'll soon enter the boss chamber to clear the tower. She explains that the Arc Guild will handle the main battle, while the others should focus on defense. Still, she warns them to stay alert because anything can happen inside classic death flag territory. When she asks for updates, the hunter reports that parties A and B only have a few light injuries and are still fine. Valkyrie asks about party C with the tone of someone who already knows bad news is coming. Someone answers that Hunter Saul from the Nebula Guild has died in action because someone always dies right before the boss fight. Valkyrie confirms that everyone is ready and opens the massive door ahead, because nothing says prepared like ignoring a fresh casualty report. A burst of bright light floods the chamber like someone just opened the world's most dramatic door. Before they can blink, a booming voice yells for everyone to hit the deck because subtlety is apparently overrated. A blade whistles through the air with that classic swoosh sound effect, followed by an explosion so massive it probably registered on the Richter scale. From the smoke emerges Karen, commander of the Labyrinthine Knights, because every tower needs its mandatory boss with an unnecessarily long title. He smugly declares their progress impressive, lamenting he must draw his sword again, classic villain monologue about being forced into action. Then he poses the age-old question: who wants to be today's sacrifice? Will it be Hunter number 1? Perhaps the expendable side character standing nearby? Or maybe our protagonist, whom he dramatically calls Strange One, because mysterious nicknames are mandatory for main characters. Sharon unleashes his killing intent like he's about to drop the hottest diss track of the century. Reaper screams at Valkyrie that they're all about to become floor decorations, but she's already 3 steps ahead. Classic protagonist move. Our boy frantically opens his inventory like he's checking his bank account before payday, but Valkyrie teleports in front of him faster than a clingy ex sliding into DMs, determined to make him remember her this time. She launches herself at Sharon with the fury of 1,000 suns, while he just stands there looking entertained. He calls her impatient since he hasn't finished his villain monologue about disposing of the weak extras first. She cuts him off with, "Skip the small talk," as divine energy erupts around her, activating Blessing of Venatus. A radiant barrier materializes, protecting everyone like the world's most overpowered group insurance policy. Bathed in holy light that would make angels jealous, she steps forward and declares herself his dance partner for this death waltz. The Blessing of Venatus cranks her stats up by 30% for 300 seconds, because nothing says main character like convenient power buffs with exact time limits. She launches her attack while channeling every protagonist's need to prove themselves against impossible odds. Karen releases a powerful slash in response, because boss fights require at least one dramatic counterattack. Both strikes collide in a spectacular light show that would make any anime budget committee weep, before she unleashes countless rapid strikes on him like she's trying to break the sound barrier and his patience. As she lands back down, he expresses outrage at her audacity. Classic villain. "How dare you actually fight back?" Energy. She refuses to stop and charges toward him again, because retreating is apparently not in any S-rank hunter's vocabulary, pointing her finger at him with the confidence of someone who definitely didn't skip finger gun training day, to release a tremendous attack that completely engulfs him in what can only be described as divine overkill. Meanwhile, the other hunters stand protected within the shield, commenting on how S-class abilities make epic-tier bosses look like neighborhood bullies with fancy weapons. But Baphomet notices something amiss about the situation, because someone always has to be the party's anxiety detector. Sharon charges forward like an overprotective bodyguard, positioning itself in front of her with all the subtlety of a brick wall. But as it advances with the grace of a shopping cart with a broken wheel, she strikes it from behind and completely shatters it, because apparently even magical constructs have glass jaws. The system confirms that Commander Knight Sharon has been killed, probably updating his LinkedIn status to permanently unavailable. As she lands back down, all the hunters celebrate and praise her performance like she just won the protagonist's lottery. However, she appears troubled by something, because victory without angst isn't allowed in Manhwa. When asked what's wrong, she questions the weakness of the boss, noting that even an armament scale wasn't needed, suspicious when bosses fold easier than origami. Others suggest maybe she's just got more strength recently, but she disagrees, pointing out her last tower experience and finding it odd she defeated the boss without receiving any clearance message. They realize this observation is correct, because nothing screams plot twist incoming like missing victory notifications, and their eyes fix on the defeated commander, who's probably about to pull the classic "this isn't even my final form" card, as it suddenly starts glowing like a discount nuclear reactor having a meltdown, leaving everyone more confused than a harem protagonist choosing between love interests. Our boy wonders what fresh hell is about to unfold now. Someone panics and asks if she actually killed the boss or just its stunt double, because fake deaths are apparently trending in tower dungeons. Above Prince Karen's body, a mysterious figure materializes and starts crying like they just watched the ending of a tragic romance manhwa, while dramatically asking why the prince must suffer in her place, because someone always has to pull the noble sacrifice card, begging them to leave them alone with all the desperation of a side character trying to avoid the main plot. Our dude realizes this weeping figure is the actual final boss, because of course there's always a secret phase 2. The figure creates a magical circle around them like they're about to summon the world's most inconvenient group chat. And suddenly magical circles appear above everyone's heads like ominous party hats nobody ordered. Reaper shouts to move away immediately and declares she's been waiting for this exact moment like she had the boss fight spoiled on social media. Other hunters shout in concern for her safety, because apparently someone has to play the "don't do the obviously dangerous thing" role, but she deliberately moves under the magical circle and begins casting a spell, proving that common sense is indeed not so common. Our dude stands there motionless like a deer in headlights, and Valkyrie immediately runs toward him with classic "save the dense protagonist" energy. Just then, he disappears to nowhere, because teleportation is the ultimate nope button. Later, Reaper regains consciousness while something drips onto her, which is never a good sign in any genre. She looks up and finds herself in front of a massive structure, because of course the real boss arena has to be unnecessarily grandiose. She smiles with excitement, happy for every coin she spent for this information like she just got the best gaming guide ever. Then she glances down, realizing she's standing on top of Baphomet, because nothing says awkward reunion like using your ally as a landing pad. He groans like a grumpy demon lord whose nap got interrupted, demanding she get off immediately. She steps aside asking what he's doing here, because apparently random teleportation is just another Tuesday in Manhwa land. Then she bonks him on the head and apologizes, because violence followed by immediate regret is peak female lead behavior. She explains the warp spell teleported the two people closest to her. What are the odds it's always the male lead and never some random background character? To make up for it, she offers her share of the loot, which he accepts with all the emotion of a brick wall, then asks where they've landed. Baphomet realizes she already knew about this place and suspects ulterior motives, because nobody joins a death raid just for fun, right? She explains it's far more valuable than treasure, because of course the bookworm values knowledge over gold. The temple holds ancient records about demonic architecture, history, and beliefs. Basically a demon Wikipedia carved in stone. From the carvings, scholars learn these creatures feared a god and long for divine existence. Even demons have daddy issues apparently. This temple contains the complete story of demonkind, and he stares blankly asking if she really risked her life for homework. She snaps back, saying he shouldn't belittle her discovery like some ignorant musclehead. Finding such a tower is rarer than a reasonable explanation for Trukuin's existence. With this information, she can finish her book, become a best-selling author, and earn recognition as a leading archaeologist. He calls her more delusional than a villainous, thinking she can change the male lead's heart, and argues that the temple is nothing more than a realistic movie set built by demons with too much time on their hands. To them, the only command that matters is kill humans and look dramatic while doing it. Reaper declares he's missing the point, because someone always misses the obvious plot twist, that from the demon's perspective, they're not monsters, they're just misunderstood antagonists with tragic backstories. She gestures toward a nearby mural like she's presenting the world's most expensive history lesson, one that's probably more convoluted than a time travel romance plot. Strange ancient letters glow faintly across its surface because everything important must glow. As she reads aloud, she explains that in the shining kingdom of Bellatrix, there once lived a beautiful and powerful king named Risal. His appearance was said to outshine any lady's beauty because apparently even demon kings follow the prettier than the female lead rule, and his magic surpassed all others like every overpowered protagonist ever. Baphomet wonders silently if this name belongs to the real boss hiding behind yet another identity reveal. She continues that Risal's fame spread across nations faster than spoilers in a fan forum, and his people adored him. But envy grew because neighbors can't mind their own business even in demon kingdoms. Neighboring kingdoms invaded Bellatrix, hoping to claim both the land and its perfect ruler like some twisted dating sim. To defend the kingdom, Prince Sharon, because there's always a prince with daddy issues, son of the previous king, embraced dark magic like every desperate character making terrible life choices. The court archmage, Beetlejuice, sacrificed his body to 3 spirits to gain immense power, because making deals with mysterious entities always ends well in fantasy stories. Rezel was devastated, realizing he only wanted peace for his people, not endless war. Classic. Good intentions, terrible execution. Protagonist syndrome. To protect them, he built a massive fortress no enemy could reach, and she realizes that fortress must be this labyrinthine tower, because subtle foreshadowing is apparently dead. Reaper starts reading further, but Pagan cuts her off, calling it stupid, because interrupting exposition dumps his peak male lead behavior. He reminds her that Soul died because of the creature who created this very place, making Reaper yell at him, demanding to know what he's done. He looks at her blankly, asking what she means, because selective amnesia strikes at the most convenient moments. She points frantically, saying they don't know what could happen if he destroys anything inside the temple, leaving him more confused than a reader trying to follow time-skipped logic. Then he looks up and freezes as streams of mana begin flowing down from the ceiling like the world's most ominous light show. A dark shadow takes shape above them, forming into a monstrous figure that hides its face, because dramatic entrances require proper mysterious villain presentation. A system message flashes before him to eliminate Risal, the boss of the labyrinthine tower, because nothing says plot convenience like perfectly timed quest notifications. Pagan faces the creature with growing dread, wondering why he's always the chosen one for misfortune's twisted games, because apparently being the male lead means signing up for eternal suffering. Reaper gapes in disbelief as their boss monster materializes, because nothing says plot convenience like the final boss showing up right after story time. The mission was supposed to be a simple boss elimination, but now it feels more ridiculous than a beach episode in the middle of an apocalypse arc. He questions if she ever considered this outcome, or if she was too busy being the classic knowledge over common sense character type. She mentions her escape plan involving the teleporter she found, because every dungeon needs a convenient exit strategy hidden in plain sight. Baphomet points out that teleporters malfunction once a boss spawns, following the sacred rule that escape routes only work when you don't desperately need them. The temple chamber instantly transformed into a boss arena the moment their uninvited guest arrived, because architecture is apparently mood responsive in this world. The boss dramatically raises its hand, because villains are legally required to telegraph their attacks. It forms a swirling energy mass while delivering the classic "You should have left when you had the chance" monologue that every boss practices in the mirror. The destructive energy erupts with the subtlety of a truck-wind collision. Our boy finds this reaction childish, like they only broke one wall, not his entire tragic backstory. Reaper reads the final inscription because someone always has to exposition dump at the worst moment. It speaks of a god of the labyrinthine tower awakening as the world savior, because every ancient deity thinks they're the chosen one. The explosion throws them backward, and realization strikes that this temple was basically a divine man cave they just vandalized. Their destruction naturally triggered the ultimate "get off my lawn" response. Baphomet continues questioning why gods have thinner skin than a rejected side character over such trivial property damage. The boss's gaze falls upon him as he suggests divine beings need anger management therapy more than worship. She questions his survival instincts while another mana wave erupts because apparently gods don't appreciate life advice. Fire scatters across the chamber like a very aggressive home renovation gone wrong. Through the flames, Baphomet finds himself with an unconscious woman in his lap, because nothing says boss fight like mysterious damsel positioning. Confusion overtakes him as her face triggers déjà vu, yet his memory pulls the classic amnesia protagonist's move. God materializes behind him, asking if regret fills his heart, because divine beings love philosophical guilt trips mid-crisis. The moment feels like a tragic flashback because apparently every manhwa protagonist needs a dead girlfriend in their backstory to unlock their true power. Baphomet refuses to accept this illusion, probably because he's read enough webtoons to know this trope by heart. His thoughts deny the memory entirely. He never killed her, though his fashion sense might have been deadly. The boss expresses understanding, noting how difficult acceptance can be, like accepting that every villain has a tragic monologue ready. It offers an opportunity to correct his mistake, because what's a boss fight without the classic "I can bring them back" temptation? Claiming that its power can reverse everything and grant a new beginning, the ultimate manhwa cheat code. He questions this strange ability, but rejects the offer immediately because he's not falling for discount Thanos' time manipulation sales pitch. Cracks begin spreading across the scene as rocks crumble. Even the illusion has structural integrity issues. He considers this entire setting a joke, and honestly, he's not wrong about that assessment. A poorly made illusion trying to test him like a budget version of every psychological boss battle ever written. He realizes this memory belongs to someone else entirely because apparently body snatching comes with free emotional baggage included. Baphomet recalls stealing his transformation power instead of earning it through the traditional training montage route. The memory belongs to this body's previous tenant. Not him. Starting over means nothing when you're already a spiritual squatter. The god begins fading as Baphomet steps forward, because nothing says "boss fight time" like a dramatic walk towards certain death. A good fight sounds perfect right now. Violence really is the universal stress reliever in manhwa. Suddenly, Reaper materializes and slaps him across the face with the force of a disappointed mother. The shock hits harder than the actual slap, probably because his pride took more damage than his cheek. She quickly apologizes while Baphomet questions why her slap packed more punch than most boss attacks he's faced. Reaper explains the boss trapped them in mental prisons because apparently this deity majors in psychological warfare. She barely escaped and has zero clue about their current location, though her early awakening proves she's got premium mental fortification. Pagan appears next, sporting a red cheek like he's been auditioning for a slapping contest. Guess who's been the designated wake-up service? Our boy wonders if Reaper's been practicing her gentle awakening techniques on poor Pagan's face too. She mentions he won't wake despite every immunity potion known to mankind, leaving only one untested method her uncle described as a man's ultimate weakness. And no, it's not pretty girls or food. She hesitates about this mysterious technique, suggesting Baphomet handle it since men understand such matters better, which he immediately nopes out of faster than a harem protagonist avoiding commitment. Reaper frets about Pagan's mental state, worried the spell scrambled his brain like eggs at a breakfast buffet. He points out that simple pain won't break magical control, especially when cast by someone who probably has a PhD in mind manipulation. He explains only another magic user of equal level can undo it, so they're stuck playing the waiting game like it's a mobile gacha pull. Reaper claims responsibility since this mess started with her actions, because apparently guilt complexes are mandatory equipment for every female lead. Meanwhile, inside his magical mental prison, Pagan opens his eyes to discover he's been ice-skied into yet another unfamiliar world, because one confusing reality wasn't enough. His surroundings shift like a manhwa time-skip montage, landing him at his birth in a hospital where doctors rush around like they're in a medical drama. They discuss how his mother died in childbirth, leaving behind a weak son with zero talent because apparently even newborns need to establish their underdog status immediately. Later, grown-up Pagan meets Secretary Khan, who notices his depression and mentions his father is waiting. Classic, disappointed parent, setup incoming. Pagan wonders if he's a complete failure, comparing himself to a test score of 0, because self-deprecating protagonists are mandatory in this genre. His thoughts spiral to blaming himself for his mother's death because what's a tragic backstory without some undeserved guilt? Secretary Kong offers comfort, claiming his mother believed he had hidden gifts. The classic, "You're special, just wait" pep talk every weak MC needs. An explosion interrupts the moment because apparently even flashbacks can't escape action scene requirements. Pagan watches news about Hunter Raven, who at 18 defeated boss Astarte because there's always that one overachiever making everyone else look bad. He realizes they're the same age but live in completely different worlds. The eternal manhwa comparison trap strikes again. Brief admiration quickly turns to crushing guilt, because emotional whiplash is this guy's specialty. As Soul's final moments replay before him like the world's most dramatic highlight reel, his hands clutch his throat as memories suffocate him worse than any boss's finishing move. He blames himself for everything. Classic manhwa protagonist guilt complex activated. Soul's death weighs on his conscience like a permanent debuff. His mother's fate and the endless pain that followed haunt every thought. Tears stream down as he collapses, whispering that none of these tragedies would exist if he'd never been born because self-blame is apparently hereditary in this family. The boss materializes behind him, claiming they share the same curse since her creations also suffered from her mistakes. She offers him the same gift she offered another before him, the chance to undo his sins and begin anew because time travel fixes are the ultimate cheat code. Pagan's eyes glow as acceptance fills his broken spirit. A magical circle blazes to life around him, because apparently every dramatic moment needs fancy floor art. Outside the illusion, Baphomet and Reaper sense the sudden shift in energy. Their "oh crap" sensors are going off. Power erupts violently around Pagan's body, turning him into a magical light show gone wrong. A massive explosion detonates, yeeting both spectators across the room like ragdolls. When the smoke clears and the ringing stops, no trace of their human friend remains. Just another Tuesday in the "My buddy became a monster" club. A demonic figure towers where Pagan once stood, sporting the classic glowing red eyes starter pack. Baphomet and Reaper freeze in place, mentally updating their resumes to include demon babysitting experience. The transformation completes with all the subtlety of a neon sign. Pagan emerges as a colossal demon, because regular size problems are for quitters. Its tail crashes down like a seismic tantrum, making both hunters question their life choices. Reaper's brain is still processing. "Wait, where's Pagan?" when the demon decides personal space is overrated and charges straight at her. Baphomet's chain lashes out faster than plot armor activation, coiling around the beast's tail like a demonic lasso. He drops from above with all the grace of a falling anvil, yanking the creature back with pure determination. The demon pulls a classic disappearing act because teleportation is apparently standard demon equipment now. Baphomet swings with the fury of 1,000 training montages, but the creature reappears untouched like it has cheat codes enabled. He backsteps as the demon materializes inches away, personal space violations reaching new heights. He breaks into laughter while Reaper stares like he's lost his marbles, which, fair assessment. Admitting defeat tastes bitter when you're supposedly the overpowered side character. Reaper questions his cryptic wisdom, and Baphomet explains that while dodging is child's play, matching this roided-up demon's power is like bringing a water gun to a nuclear fight. Pagan's spell turned him into a walking cheat engine. Reaper wonders if their "save the protagonist" mission is still achievable, or if they should update their quest objectives. Baphomet confirms it's possible, if they're willing to add friend slaying to their skill trees. He deactivates his weapon, noting only another caster can control +C this magical disaster. Plot twist: This enchantment comes with a premium subscription courtesy of the tower's final boss. Only magic users with boss tier power levels can break this spell. Reaper asks if he's secretly been hiding his wizard credentials this whole time. Baphomet crushes her hopes faster than a gacha pull. His talents lie in the hit things really hard department, not magical tech support. Baphomet suggests boss hunting might work, but finding the elusive final enemy is like searching for plot consistency in a rushed manhwa. Reaper decides pagan slaying might be their best bet. Baphomet drops another revelation bomb. She wasn't the only one carrying secret agendas into this tower like hidden inventory items. He admits to having one untested trump card that requires reaching the final floor because of course the ultimate skill needs maximum drama points to unlock. The final condition, however, falls squarely on her shoulders because shared responsibility is apparently not in his skill set. The demon materializes behind him like a bad jump scare while he whispers his master plan to her. Reaper's face goes through all 5 stages of grief in record time, calling his idea absolutely unhinged. He guilt trips her with archaeology dreams, because nothing says motivation like career aspirations mid-demon fight. She wavers as he delivers the classic ultimatum. Do this or I'll murder our friend myself. Sure, homicide's technically feasible with enough brute force, but killing an unwilling victim hits different than your average Tuesday monster slaying. Her mental gears grind through the moral calculus before focusing back on him. She mutters curses that would make a sailor blush. Her weapon rises and strikes true, carving a crimson line across his chest like she's signing a very bloody contract. He hits the floor harder than a dropped phone, while the demon closes in for the finale. The beast looms over Baphomet's fallen form, blade poised for the classic dramatic pause before the killing blow moment. Suddenly, a red light bursts from him as he activates Chronobreak because apparently near-death experiences come with fancy light shows now, forcing Reaper to shield her face from what looks like a budget anime transformation sequence. System messages flash across the air like achievement notifications. First condition met by reaching the top floor, second by facing an impossible foe, and third through receiving a fatal wound from a hunter. Because nothing says power up like getting stabbed by your teammate. The old body collapses, replaced by one capable of holding greater power. Classic. My true form. Troop activated. Reaper stares, trembling, asking if he's still alive as the countdown begins, her voice growing desperate as it ticks down 3, 2, 1. She calls out his name again and again until Baphomet finally moves, telling her it's better not to see what follows. He pushes her back gently as she stumbles to the ground, because even mid-transformation he's a gentleman. His gaze shifts toward the demon, dark energy swirling around him like an edgy protagonist's aura. He declares that their fight isn't finished and that he'll take one arm in exchange for mercy. Negotiating like this is some twisted marketplace. System messages confirm the activation. The demon god Baphomet's skill remains active until the tower's completion, because temporary power-ups are so last season. A voice echoes filled with disbelief, probably wondering how the power scaling got this ridiculous this fast. It can't wrap its head around how this guy just pulled a power-up out of thin air. Classic I was holding back trope. Baphomet, now glowing with edgy dark energy, admits it's been ages since he felt this strong. His powers are back, but only in this tower because of course there's a catch. Cooldown, 315,360 seconds, aka 87.6 hours for us math peasants. All his human skills are locked, typical system being a control freak. This explains the secrecy. He turns to the chain demon like he's about to deliver a villain monologue. He warns it not to move since his control is rusty, and oops, killing someone would be awkward right now. Examining the creature's aura, the spell looks more tangled than headphone wires. Better let someone else deal with this mess. He lifts his head and demands someone appear, because apparently demons have customer service too. Silence. He repeats his command with more authority, questioning why his summon is being a no-show. His patience snaps as he bellows again. Nothing says powerful demon lord like having a tantrum when your minions ignore you. Finally, a shadow emerges, revealing a true demon form, fashionably late as always. The being sighs about thinking it was finally free, only to bump into Baphomet again. Talk about bad timing and worse luck. He recognizes the presence of the previous boss of the Abyssal Tower, Beelzebub. Most assume he was always the tower's ruler, but that throne originally belonged to Beelzebub. Only after one fateful day did their roles change. Our boy stumbles slightly, groaning about the exhausting climb. He questions why Beelzebub stayed so high up, forcing him through so much trouble. He confirms if this indeed is Beelzebub, the boss himself. Beelzebub stares back, amused, recognizing him as the gatekeeper. Baphomet no, 18 from the first floor, questioning his ability to climb all this way. Our dude admits his rise came through brute force. He fought his way past everyone. He nearly drops his weapon before steadying his grip again. Beelzebub calls the display pathetic and gestures toward a spread of weapons, telling Baphomet to choose one for his own death. The battle that follows ends with Baphomet victorious because of course the power-up worked exactly as advertised. As Beelzebub lies broken, he warns that his death would collapse the tower entirely, taking Baphomet down with a classic "If I die, we all die" villain insurance policy. To avoid mutual destruction, Beelzebub offers another deal. Baphomet can become the tower's boss instead, complete with a loyal subordinate who definitely won't betray him later. His magic expertise could prove useful for learning new tricks, though when Raven killed Baphomet, Beelzebub thought he'd finally gotten his pink slip. Now he's back to playing servant. Beelzebub sighs at the order, wondering why he should help a mere human, until Baphomet's death glare reminds him who's holding the leash now. Beelzebub raises his hands in defeat the universal "Okay boss, you win" gesture. He mutters about the hard life of minions while charging up his palm with magic, boasting that no spell can escape his expertise. Though the caster put great effort into this enchantment, undoing it remains child's play for someone of his caliber. Time to show off those ancient demon skills. Meanwhile, in the palace, the tower boss declares that no one can invade his domain. Famous last words from someone who clearly hasn't met our protagonist yet. He vows to rebuild his kingdom to greater glory because nothing says final boss material like grandiose renovation plans. Yet suddenly something drops above him like an unwelcome plot twist. He looks up at the cracks spreading through the air. Apparently even magical architecture has trust issues. Stunned that a structure made from magic could break faster than a manga hiatus promise. Before he can react, a violent explosion tears through the palace, obliterating everything because subtlety is overrated. In the chaos that follows like a typical battle royale finale, Baphomet steps through the smoke, commending Beelzebub's performance like a satisfied director. He grabs the tower boss and slams him against the wall, announcing that his turn has finally come. Classic villain entrance, and the fight begins with his command for Rissel to attack because teamwork makes the dream work. Razor rises from the ground like a zombie extra refusing to stay dead, moving toward Baphomet while questioning the reason behind the return of his powers. Because exposition waits for no one. Baphomet responds that sharing such information would require friendship, and clearly, they're not even Facebook acquaintances. He warns him not to drop his guard and launches forward with typical manhwa protagonist confidence. Rissel floods the area with magical spheres like he's playing some deadly arcade game. Explosions chain together while Baphomet weaves through them, casually noting how these ultimate attacks feel more like warm-up exercises. He charges forward while probably thinking about what to have for dinner later. Rissel raises his hand with the dramatic flair of every magic user ever. A glowing circle materializes, shooting concentrated magic at him because apparently subtlety died with the dinosaurs. The attack connects but leaves him completely unscathed, prompting him to ask if that's really Rissal's best shot. Rissel's jaw drops as our protagonist casually activates his Aegis skill like he's turning on a light switch. The resulting blast launches Rissel out of the safe zone faster than a rejected love interest in a romance manhwa. Baphomet taunts him to stop playing around. Classic villain move demanding the hero's true power. His grin stretches wider, craving entertainment like he's binge-watching his favorite show. Explosions engulf Rissel as his face twists in confusion. Apparently nobody told him the difficulty, just jumped to nightmare mode. Our protagonist rushes forward and launches him with another blast. Because why walk when you can fly? He materializes behind him instantly, demanding more power like an unsatisfied customer at a power buffet. Then teleports in front again, asking for stronger strikes. This guy's more demanding than a gaming tutorial. Attack after attack continues in relentless succession, until Baphomet finally clenches his fist with dramatic flair, and drives it straight into Rissel's face with surgical precision, slamming him against the ground hard enough to leave a crater-shaped calling card. Smoke rises from the impact like a dramatic pause between anime episodes. While he demands even more action because apparently regular violence is too mainstream, Rissel questions whether this entire battle has become some kind of game. Welcome to every battle manga ever. He charges again, his speed increasing with every step like he's speedrunning a boss fight. Baphomet welcomes the effort, remarking that real seriousness finally appears after such a dull wait. Classic impatient villain syndrome. He calls for Beelzebub, requesting a large and sharp weapon to fit the moment because fists are so last chapter. Beelzebub informs that nothing remains, explaining that when the tower collapsed, all weapons vanished completely, convenient inventory wipe. A strike from Racel lands as an explosion hurls Baphomet to the cracked ground, realizing his precious loot collection just got deleted. Looking upward, he sees Rissel mounted on a massive dragon circling above because of course there's a dragon now. Baphomet leaps away from the dragon's incoming attack, cursing about losing those weapons he hoarded like a fantasy RPG completionist. He blames Beelzebub for negligence, but Beelzebub argues that tower mechanics caused this loss. Classic. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Defense that makes Baphomet grind his teeth. Beelzebub continues, explaining that his skill only functions inside towers like some premium subscription service, limiting their encounters to brief moments between cooldowns, because even demon powers have loading screens. Before Baphomet can deliver his inevitable villain monologue comeback, chains wrap around him as Rysal launches another assault, shaking the ground like an angry earthquake having a tantrum. Realizing an opening, Baphomet abandons weapon hunting and decides to borrow one instead, but it shatters instantly because apparently he has the Midas touch for destruction. The system cheerfully notifies that equipment has been destroyed due to excessive power, like a helpful error message nobody asked for. He mutters in frustration that normal weapons can't handle his energy. They break faster than Sundra's emotional walls. The tower boss questions whether he truly views power as a toy for amusement, delivering the classic "Are you even taking this seriously?" speech. Baphomet senses a sudden shift around him, feeling the atmosphere change like when the background music switches to boss battle mode. The boss declares that true power isn't for play, unlike how Baphomet treats it, then pulls the classic summoning army card as countless demonic beasts materialize around him. The boss refers to these creatures as his vassals, because every self-respecting villain needs minions with fancy titles. They release a storm of energy from their mouths like a synchronized light show gone wrong. He claims that his people and kingdom stand under divine protection, delivering the standard power of friendship speech while Baphomet's strength means nothing before their unity. All the vassals unleash their attacks together in perfect coordination. Someone clearly read the How to Be a Proper Boss Fight manual as the god shouts glory to the kingdom of Bellatrix, probably expecting dramatic background music to start playing. Baphomet's blade cuts through the air, slicing the head of one vassal clean off. So much for that divine protection warranty. The god freezes in disbelief as his supposedly immortal minion drops like a disconnected NPC. The second vassal falls the same way, making this feel less like divine intervention and more like a clearance sale. Third and fourth follow suit, turning this epic army into the world's shortest boss rush mode. One by one, thousands of vassals drop like NPCs in a poorly coded game, while Baphomet stands in his dramatic power circle. He monologues about his death count like he's bragging about his Dark Souls completion stats. Getting stabbed endlessly by the same hand because apparently respawn camping exists in Hell too. Crushed repeatedly until his body became demon smoothie, the ultimate workout routine, and resurrected over and over again because death is just a minor inconvenience in this universe. He drives his chain through another vassal's chest, declaring this reverse Uno card moment where he becomes the stabber instead of the stabby. He cuts off their limbs, crushes their bodies like a stress relief session gone wrong, and annihilates everything that stands before him because subtlety died with his first death. The ground trembles as all vassals vanish in his rage storm. He stands surrounded only by silence and blood, enjoying that post-massacre serenity. He states that this pain and repetition forged his strength through the ancient art of get good, no divine gifts or participation trophies, just pure masochistic grinding that makes the boss stare in horror. Unable to process the nightmare standing before him, stammering about what kind of monster this could possibly be, Baphomet materializes instantly, crimson eyes blazing as he announces with bone-chilling clarity he is the former gatekeeper boss himself. Back in his noob days, even this demon lord started as bottom-tier cannon fodder. Our protagonist keeps pestering his guide about whether towers actually have endings and what legendary loot awaits at the top. His companion's patience starts wearing thinner than plot armor in a death game Manhwa, explaining that the final boss camps at the summit like every predictable tower climbing story, making our boy wonder if he's protagonist material. But his guide warns that progression demands conquering massive hurdles, starting with gatekeeper Baphomet, though he notices our stuttering hero suddenly sounds confident, which screams power up incoming in classic Manhwa fashion. Bosses get one life while regular mobs respawn endlessly, so our boy plans the most insane grinding strategy ever, dying repeatedly until he outlevels the gatekeeper. Present-day Baphomet gets his victory notification after steamrolling Razel, because apparently even demon lords need system confirmations. Rezo's corpse decorates the battlefield, proving that boss fights always end with dramatic body placement. Baphomet muses about the pathetic lack of worthy opponents. Typical OP protagonist problems, really. The thought of someone who might actually scratch him sends shivers of excitement down his spine. Then suddenly, Risal's dramatic death speech gets interrupted by his own refusal to stay dead, because apparently even NPCs have plot armor now. Baphomet initially thinks Rizal survived without a core, which would be genuinely impressive for a side character. But plot twist time. The kingdom Rizal's been simping for? Complete fabrication. His entire royal fantasy was just the tower's elaborate gaslighting campaign. Talk about commitment to the bit. When Baphomet drops the "your kingdom was fake" bombshell, Rizal has the classic villain breakdown, refusing to accept he's just another stepping stone in someone else's power fantasy. Two mysterious figures materialize behind Baphomet because apparently this boss fight needed more participants. The system throws a tantrum with a critical error, deleting Rizal's existence faster than a cancelled manga series. Before Baphomet can process this digital genocide, a sudden flash erupts like someone just discovered the screenshot button mid-boss fight. Turning around, he spots a hooded hunter sitting there like they've been binge-watching this entire massacre. He'd sensed this third-wheel presence earlier but ignored it because side characters rarely matter in the main event. Now the hunter looks more shook than a newbie who accidentally aggroed the final boss. Baphomet steps closer and recognizes them as Party C material. The hunter freezes like their game just lagged during a crucial moment. Their confusion radiates stronger than a protagonist's plot armor activation. Deep within the labyrinthine tower's core where all the important stuff happens, the leader hunter releases snow flame from her hand because apparently ice fire magic is the new black. An exit portal materializes behind the group like the universe's way of saying, "Show's over, folks." She questions why a portal spawned and why the system's celebrating a cleared gate. Classic "wait, that's not supposed to happen" moment. Valkyrie's equally baffled because apparently even NPCs don't understand their own game mechanics anymore. Through one of the portals emerges the ultimate plot convenience. Baphomet makes his grand entrance carrying 3 disguised hunters like some demonic Uber driver. 2 in his arms and 1 dangling from his teeth like a chew toy. Scene transition to Manga Medical Center, because every good manhwa needs a hospital arc. Sunga storms in with her subordinate, demanding her brother's whereabouts with typical family drama intensity. Turns out Pagan survived but traded an arm for plot relevance. Sunga's confused why surgery hasn't started, because apparently even demon encounters have insurance complications. Her subordinate drops the classic "patient refuses treatment" trope, which she finds more absurd than fighting literal monsters. Time for the mandatory family confrontation scene in sterile hospital lighting. Pagan's wrapped up like a mummy, fully committed to the "I'm fine" delusion. He waves off her concern with peak stubborn protagonist energy, insisting his near-death experience was just a minor inconvenience. She fires back that she would have rushed over sooner if certain people hadn't played traffic cop with her schedule. "Now spill, why are you playing hard to get with the surgeons?" His response hits harder than a truck to an ice guy special. Soul's dead while Pagan's just sporting a new asymmetrical look. Classic survivor's guilt with a side of "I should have listened to the obvious death flags." He's convinced he drew the wrong end of the mortality stick, because apparently losing a limb is nothing compared to losing your entire existence. Fair point, honestly. Pagan casually mentions he can eventually grow back his arm like some budget Wolverine. But Soul's stuck in permanent respawn cooldown, then shifts focus to asking about his mysterious savior. Cut to Baphomet living his best hospital life, probably ordering room service like the overpowered freeloader he is. Mr. Ma walks in with that classic "Why is the final boss in our medical facility?" energy. Baphomet does his best surprised Pikachu impression at the unexpected visitor, and hears Mr. Ma complain mildly that someone in a luxury VIP room should at least close his mouth while eating. Basic hospital etiquette, apparently. Baphomet explains he's perfectly fine, yet staff won't let him leave. Royal Gold's heir arranged this VIP treatment after learning Baphomet saved him, even asking what he wanted as thanks. "Food," he'd said. Mr. Ma's jaw drops, because of course the Chable family got involved. Baphomet admits he initially despised their spoiled heir, but anyone offering premium free meals can't be completely evil. Truly the most logical character development in manhwa history. When asked how he found him, Mr. Ma explains tower clearances ping government systems instantly. High clearance officials like himself get real-time notifications, so seeing Labyrinthine Tower cleared with Baphomet's name was quite the surprise. He leans closer, eyeing the gourmet spread with obvious envy, skeptical that this supposed weakling actually solo cleared an entire tower. Baphomet bristles defensively, wondering if he's being called a fraud, because apparently even demons have fragile egos. Mr. Ma clarifies he's not calling him a liar, just pointing out that clearing towers requires skills Baphomet theoretically shouldn't possess yet. Classic underestimation trope strikes again. Baphomet offers to show the demon crystal he collected from the boss as proof of his victory. Mr. Ma suggests presenting even stronger evidence. The crux reward granted specifically for clearing the tower. Someone stumbles into the reception, fashionably late with an apology that screams, "I definitely wasn't stuck in traffic." He barges in like he owns the place, shocked that a government official beat him there, because apparently punctuality is a competitive sport now. Baphomet's jaw drops harder than his old Hunter Academy grades when this guy reveals he's the training department's team leader. Cue the classic traumatic flashback, because no manhwa protagonist can escape their past without at least 3 dramatic memory sequences per chapter. This same bastard had once labeled him a failure and fraud with all the warmth of a frozen fish. And surprise, surprise, he greets Baphomet with the exact same contempt, proving that some people never change their one personality trait. Baphomet's teeth grind together like he's chewing on his own pride as Mr. Exposition here claims he rushed over. Sure buddy, after hearing about the tower clear, then starts connecting dots like he's solving a conspiracy theory about the mysterious cleaning crew project. Both Baphomet and Mr. Ma suddenly develop selective muteness, the universal manhwa response to awkward questions. The team leader drops ominous warnings about dirty hands and dangerous levels, because apparently every conversation needs at least one vaguely threatening monologue. He casually drops the bombshell about Mr. Ma's 7S class hunters incident, because nothing says small talk like war crimes. Baphomet's confusion meter hits maximum capacity. Classic "wait, what now?" protagonist moment. Mr. Ma throws a haymaker faster than plot armor can activate, but this guy catches it like swatting a fly. His subordinate screams, "Stop!" with the panic of someone who knows their health insurance doesn't cover. Demolished by overpowered government officials, Mr. Ma drops the name, Jayoka, like it's a forbidden jutsu, telling him to stay in his lane and do his actual job. You know, the minor detail of confirming whether our boy actually solo cleared an entire tower. Baphomet grins with that classic "oh, you want proof?" energy that screams impending face-slapping moment. He opens his system window like he's about to drop the ultimate flex, because nothing says "I'm the real deal" like digital receipts. He admits he had no clue what this thing did before, but hey, perfect timing for a dramatic reveal. He shoves it right in Ha's face with the smugness of every underestimated protagonist ever. He questions whether he still looks like a fraud now, because apparently demon crystals are the ultimate flex in this world. Ha glares with clenched teeth, stubbornly insisting Baphomet remains a failure, truly the poster child for character growth. A voice cuts through the tension, asking who the real failure is here. Perfect timing for a dramatic entrance. Pa turns to see Pagan rolling in via wheelchair, flanked by his sisters like some kind of chaebol entourage. Ha's subordinate drops the royal gold bombshell, and Ha instantly transforms into a bootlicking yes-man, greeting Sengali with corporate-level fake politeness. Senga speaks his name with the kind of icy fury that could freeze hell itself. Ha scrambles with excuses about business contact plans and feigns surprise, because nothing says professional like getting caught off guard by your clients. Pagan cuts straight to the point, questioning whether Ha actually holds any real government authority. Both finally notice him and realize he's Royal Gold's youngest heir, with Poth expressing regret about the injury while connecting the labyrinthine tower dots. Pagan gestures toward Baphomet with the confidence of someone about to drop a truth bomb, introducing him as his rescuer, and roasting Ha's attitude harder than a Sunday barbecue. Ha's confusion meter hits maximum capacity as he turns to Sunga, desperately asking about their company's connection to this. Nobody. She casually drops that Baphomet handles their entire training division. Pagan delivers the corporate equivalent of a fatality. Anyone too blind to spot a tower clearer probably shouldn't be our business partner. Senga agrees faster than a reader skipping filler chapters, canceling every single meeting with Ha's department on the spot. Ha's subordinate starts tugging his sleeve like a kid trying to drag their parent away from an embarrassing public meltdown. Another sister glides forward with the kind of polite menace that screams, "Leave now or we'll make you leave," requesting privacy for their chat with Baphomet. She delivers their family motto with silk-wrapped steel. "We live by one simple rule: mess with our friends, and you've just made some very wealthy very vindictive enemies. Ha forces a smile so fake it could be used as monopoly money. He shoots Baphomet one final death glare, the kind that says, "This isn't over, protagonist," before storming off like a defeated mini-boss. Baphomet flashes a smug grin that could power a small city. Mr. Ma discusses the situation, probably wondering how this escalated so quickly. Everyone suddenly Team Baphomet. Classic underdog plot armor in action. Our hero wonders if this qualifies as a win, but Mr. Ma spots Ha's twitching face and warns that one more smirk might trigger the classic villain loses his cool moment. Outside, Ha transforms his luxury car into a percussion instrument, pounding the seat like it owes him money. His subordinate plays damage control while Ha processes the ultimate manhwa humiliation, getting schooled by his former failure in front of the elite. When his lackey suggests Baphomet might have awakened post-evaluation, classic late bloomer trope, Ha's brain short-circuits. The possibility hits harder than Truckun. His legendary hunter instincts, his whole identity, crumble like a poorly written villain's master plan. Teeth grinding like a coffee machine, he demands a full background check. Time for the desperate antagonist investigates hero arc. Back inside the hospital, Pagan thanks Baphomet, surprising both him and Mr. Ma, because gratitude from rich kids is rarer than S-rank drops. Pagan admits Baphomet had every reason to abandon him in the tower after treating him like trash, yet he saved him anyway. Classic redemption arc material. Baphomet's expression stays blank because, honestly, he had planned to drop that arm and ghost like a bad date. One sister quietly suggests giving them privacy, and Sunga agrees. Time for the classic adults need to talk moment. She turns to Mr. Ma and shifts to business mode, wanting to discuss government welfare projects, because nothing says character development like corporate networking. Mr. Ma accepts, and they leave together, locking the door, creating the perfect setup for a heart-to-heart confession scene. Alone, Baphomet admits the rescue was never his idea. Plot twist incoming in 3, 2, 1. He only intervened because Reaper blamed herself for the mess and begged him to save Pagan. The classic "I did it for someone else" trope strikes again. He agreed after forming a deal, never expecting Pagan to actually survive the ordeal, because apparently his expectations are as low as his self-esteem. Pagan responds that survival wasn't his concern then, only relief that others escape safely, truly embracing the noble sacrifice mentality. Baphomet stares at him like he's speaking ancient hieroglyphs, because selfless sacrifice is about as foreign to him as a healthy work-life balance. His tower survival guide has exactly one rule: me first, everyone else can figure it out. When Baphomet asks if this is just an apology tour, Pagan drops the classic "saving your life creates a debt" line, because apparently good deeds come with interest rates. He offers anything in his power as repayment, but Baphomet waves it off, saying the hospital setup already settled the score. Though he does wonder if he can finish the food before bouncing. Priorities, people. Pagan confirms it's his to keep, then Baphomet mentions breaking some armor in the tower. But Pagan shrugs it off, explaining Reaper already confirmed it was fake. Plot convenience strikes again. When Baphomet casually asks if Pagan's loaded, our rich boy looks genuinely puzzled, because when you're swimming in money, you forget not everyone has their own pool. Meanwhile, another hunter gets absolutely demolished by a demon, living every solo player's nightmare. He's desperately wishing for backup while probably regretting every "I work better alone" moment. Then Mr. Ma's voice booms through an ad like a divine intervention, hawking a shiny new party-matching system, because even in life-or-death situations, there's always time for product placement, hunter loans, equipment rentals, and government-funded welfare services, because apparently being a monster slayer doesn't come with dental coverage. The ad ends with a bright "sponsored by the central government" logo, because nothing screams trustworthy like bureaucratic endorsement. Baphomet winces at the commercial's cringe factor. Even he has standards, and that's saying something. Mr. Ma materializes behind him like a corporate ninja, mock offended about his masterpiece. Ad then asks if Baphomet's here for supervision duty. When Baphomet denies it, Mr. Ma chuckles and admits he's just visiting, probably escaping his own advertising nightmare. He mentions the commercial star, a hunter-turned-K-pop idol whose acting makes wooden planks look Oscar-worthy. A girl gasps dramatically, accusing Baphomet of insulting their precious June. Fangirl rage mode activated. Mr. Ma nearly has a heart attack before recognizing Yu Jong-hun's voice. False alarm. No actual mob incoming. She greets Baphomet warmly, referencing their orientation meeting, while Mr. Ma explains she's today's supervisor and asks about the news. Classic "have you checked social media lately" moment. He shows multiple articles clearing Baphomet's name, because apparently good PR moves faster than bad rumors in this world. The fraud accusation is finally resolved. Turns out rich boy connections really can buy you a clean reputation. A flashback confirms this classic money solves everything moment. Baphomet had asked Pagan whether money could influence the media, and Pagan explained that royal gold didn't need to buy anything. Journalists followed them like groupies chasing their bias. Baphomet requested coverage that cleared his name, because apparently PR management is now part of the hunter skill tree. But he avoided revealing that he had cleared the labyrinthine tower. Smart move, since flexing achievements while having bounties on your head is peak protagonist stupidity. Back in the present, Mr. Ma smiles, saying the story is spreading fast, while Baphomet worries about potential backlash toward the department, because guilt complexes never take a day off. But Mr. Ma dismisses the concern, claiming they're used to taking damage, department resilience, or just corporate masochism at this point. He leaves Han in charge, executing the classic responsible adult exit stage left maneuver. Han watches him go, and notes how unusually protective Mr. Ma seems toward Baphomet, because mysterious mentor figures always need their protective instincts analyzed. Wondering why, Baphomet offers no answer, maintaining his signature emotionally constipated protagonist energy, and she pivots to discussing the upcoming tests. Baphomet's shocked the building even has testing facilities because apparently every manhwa organization needs a mysterious basement level, while Han explains her team splits duties with the training department. She escorts him to the elevator and introduces the resident mad scientist. Doctor. The testing room erupts in absolute pandemonium. The doctor flails desperately at a rogue bug that dodges like it's the main character, then bolts for freedom as the door swings open. In classic slapstick fashion, he crashes into Han during his bug-hunting rampage. She unleashes her wrath upon him, and he grovels with the enthusiasm of a side character begging for mercy, frantically explaining that system bugs could literally bug out their entire operation. He turns to Baphomet with the observation that Mr. Ma had forewarned him about Baphomet's unique personality quirks, and grumbles that Mr. Ma apparently roasts him behind his back everywhere he goes. The eccentric doctor formally introduces himself as Useo Kim because of course the weird scientist has an equally weird name, and explains that today's test will measure Baphomet's real power through good old-fashioned violence instead of boring spreadsheets. Since somehow this weakling bulldozed through a tower like it was a grocery store. 3 trials of pain await, because apparently 3 is the magic number for every test sequence ever written. Trial 1 begins with the subtlety of a neon sign. Blue and red orbs flood the room like a deadly disco. Touch blue, avoid red, because color coding is apparently universal law. Baphomet weaves through the crimson death balls with protagonist-level agility, launching himself skyward to snag a ceiling orb like some parkour-obsessed cat. Stage 2 materializes a monster-infested hellscape, because virtual reality always means time to commit digital genocide. Baphomet unsheathes his blade and proceeds to turn pixelated beasts into confetti with surgical brutality. Every slash, thrust, and counter flows like a deadly dance routine, because cool protagonists never just swing randomly, until every creature falls into digital oblivion. Stage 3 materializes, because boss fights are mandatory in every power measuring session. The doctor summons a boss-class nightmare to test destructive capabilities, promising to hit the panic button if things go sideways. Standard. We totally have this under control. Energy. A colossal hand rips through reality's fabric, followed by a towering monstrosity that screams. Final exam material. Baphomet's eyes widen in recognition, because protagonists always have personal beef with randomly generated enemies. A predatory smile spreads across his face like he just found his favorite chew toy. This beast had demolished him back in his scrub days. Time for the classic revenge arc payoff. He raises his crimson-stained blade with the confidence of someone who's definitely been grinding off-screen, ready to demonstrate that character development comes with significantly upgraded damage output. Han observes the battle, her eyes catching something hauntingly familiar in his combat style, because mysterious fighting techniques always have tragic backstories. His strikes detonate with surgical devastation, each blow a masterclass in controlled destruction. Each strike carrying the weight of a protagonist's tragic backstory as his aura flares like an anime power-up sequence. He plunges his blade into the monster's core, triggering an explosion so dramatic it could power a season finale. The demon crumbles to digital dust, leaving behind only regret and recycled pixels, leaving Han more shook than a conspiracy theorist finding actual evidence. Asio mutters about needing overtime to rebuild the boss while Han's detective brain screams, "Suspicious coincidence alert!" Asio recalls whispers about Raven's death in the Abyssal Tower, because dead heroes always come back somehow, and wonders if he's witnessing the classic mysterious identity reveal setup every reader saw coming. Post-Carnage, Baphomet trudges home like any ordinary salaryman who definitely didn't just obliterate a digital kaiju. Remembering those "I know your secret" stares that every undercover protagonist collects like trading cards, and realizing his blend-in with normies strategy needs serious work before someone connects the very obvious dots. Mr. Ma calls with the classic "Your results need manual evaluation" excuse, because apparently destroying a boss requires paperwork, and casually mentions that Crux reward like it's spare change. Baphomet finally discovers what his shiny new toy does and activates it, because reading item descriptions is apparently optional for protagonists. The system cheerfully announces that the labyrinthine tower Crux just gave all his skills a free level up, because who doesn't love surprise power boosts? 11 total level ups later, he finally grasps why guilds wage war over tower completions, while Mr. Ma reveals Arc Guild's monopoly like it's shocking news, and Baphomet thinks he should have gone human ages ago. Another message pops up showing Chrono Break's ridiculous 27,734,400 second cooldown, because apparently his ultimate skill operates on geological time. He suspects the timer shortened after leveling up, because even broken abilities need room for improvement. Mr. Ma practically salivates over this development, and promises endless tower missions, because nothing says friendship like exploiting someone's ridiculous power. Before Baphomet can respond, chaos erupts on Mr. Ma's end with all the subtlety of an action movie explosion. Simultaneously, agony explodes through Baphomet's skull as his phone slips and his vision fractures, because dramatic timing is apparently a universal constant. His body crumbles and his lungs stage a rebellion, because nothing says plot development like mysterious sudden illness. A girl clutching a flower materializes in his fractured vision. Lightning tears through his skull as his body spasms violently. Then a tiny naked boy pops up nearby, choking on the suffocating demonic energy, because apparently dramatic transformations come with free nudity. Baphomet's sight sharpens and he immediately recognizes that familiar dark presence. The child is unmistakably Beelzebub. The mighty demon lord now panics over losing his godlike form. His golden eyes and majestic hair completely vanished. Now he's stuck as a defenseless human toddler. Baphomet questions his life choices while Beelzebub throws a tantrum, blaming him for the Crux ejecting him from his body. He confesses he has no clue why he's child-sized, assuming it's just the least threatening form for the human realm, because nothing says ancient evil like a cranky kindergartner. Beelzebub adds that with his powers gone, he's basically stuck as Baphomet's unpaid intern by default. Baphomet grins wickedly and prepares to exploit this golden opportunity, prompting Beelzebub to whine that he's already hit rock bottom. Baphomet recalls Beelzebub's cocky farewell speech and stalks toward him menacingly. The tiny demon lord squeaks and bolts, forcing Baphomet to give chase. Their dramatic pursuit crashes to a halt when neighborhood grandmas swarm Baphomet, cheerfully calling him by his human alias, Manu Cha, and dragging him into their circle, because apparently even demon lords can't escape Korean Ajumma power. Mrs. Kim steps forward and demands he fix her busted scooter. He desperately tries to refuse, but a system window materializes with a mandatory quest demanding neighborhood service, because apparently being overpowered means becoming the local handyman. Warning that refusal equals instant death, because nothing says character development like death threats over appliance repair. The system smugly reminds him that since he labeled it a cheat system, it's embracing the role with petty vengeance, insisting this quest will teach him the power of friendship. Baphomet protests that he doesn't need warm fuzzy feelings and considers humanity his sworn enemies, because emotional growth is clearly overrated. But the administrator dismisses his edgelord philosophy and casually threatens murder again. Finally, Baphomet surrenders and trudges back to Mrs. Kim with the enthusiasm of a defeated villain, completely drained from this social interaction nightmare, reluctantly asking for scooter repair instructions like the world's most reluctant mechanic. Meanwhile, across the city, a stray cat licks mysterious liquid from the asphalt, because ominous foreshadowing needs cute animals. Just before blinding headlights pierce the darkness, a car stops and two corporate vultures emerge, ready to feast on real estate. They survey the area, noting this granny-infested neighborhood is Seoul's last undeveloped gold mine, discussing how long it'll take to evict the residents and bulldoze their way to profit, smugly assuming nothing could possibly derail their foolproof gentrification scheme. Little do they know, these slums harbor a restless man who once terrorized entire dimensions as a tower boss. That same former demon lord now lives as the neighborhood's personal handyman, answering every Ajumma's beck and call. His daily schedule includes rescuing kittens from trees, because apparently apex predators make excellent animal control, plus digging gardens, hauling furniture, and basically becoming Korea's most overqualified maintenance man. Whatever menial task gets thrown his way, the ex-overlord tackles it with supernatural dedication, earning him a fan club of doting elderly women who treat him like their personal errand boy. Beelzebub envisions a horrifying timeline where Baphomet spends decades doing chores, grows old, and dies peacefully surrounded by grateful grandmas. This wholesome nightmare absolutely breaks our tiny demon's brain, who gives Beelzebub a chase that would make any shonen protagonist jealous. Later that day, Baphomet walks into the house carrying a box like some discount delivery service. He finds Beelzebub reading a novel, because apparently even tiny demons fall for the classic. Suddenly interested in human culture, character development, Beelzebub claims he finally understands why Baphomet wants to live among humans. But Baphomet orders him to help with chores like any good older sibling. Beelzebub refuses and insists that children should not carry heavy loads, pulling the classic "but I'm just a kid" card. Mrs. Kim enters, smiling as Baphomet returns a book and asks for more to read, because nothing says character growth like sudden literacy. The system observes quietly that Beelzebub is adapting quickly to human life, while Baphomet finds this suspicious. After all, personality changes this fast usually require amnesia or possession. He questions the system about this transformation, but it admits ignorance, and explains that only the true master knows, because mysterious higher powers love keeping secrets. But another mission appears immediately, instructing him to help residents to learn affection. The systems basically become a pushy life coach at this point. Later, after repairing a scooter for one woman, she compliments his skill and offers it for personal use, proving that good deeds do pay off in the slice of life genre. Mrs. Park casually mentions her busted water heater like it's no big deal, then offers to find someone else. Classic guilt trip maneuver. Baphomet's eye twitches because these residents have mastered the art of fake helplessness despite knowing repair shops exist. Then she drops the tragic backstory bomb about his house's previous tenant. Apparently some brooding alcoholic used to live there because every neighborhood needs its mysterious drunk guy with a dark past. So Mrs. Kim went full matchmaker mode, pestering him with fake emergencies until he transformed from edgy loner to helpful neighbor boy, then vanished after his character development arc completed. Baphomet mentally curses this unknown predecessor, realizing he's been trapped in someone else's redemption story sequel. Mid-dinner conversation. Enter Suyun, the classic studious granddaughter who's already eaten. Translation: too cool for family bonding time. Grandma immediately launches into proud student bragging mode because every Korean drama needs an academic overachiever subplot. Meanwhile, Mr. Jang summons his goons like a discount Yakuza boss gathering his minions for evil plotting time. Some poor soul owes them money in the slums, and debt collection is about to get very personal and very ugly. Back in the humble neighborhood where our demon lord continues his domestic servitude, Baphomet fixes the hot water system and builds a tiny shelter, because apparently even demon lords aren't immune to becoming the neighborhood handyman. He grudgingly admits the slums aren't the hellscape he first imagined. He considers getting a dog and wonders where Beelzebub vanished to, since that lazy kid has mastered the art of disappearing whenever work appears. A system notification pops up with his test results. The scores match his expectations perfectly, though he still has a mountain of unfinished tasks glaring at him. Meanwhile, Suyun sits in her room puffing away on a cigarette, right next to the board where Baphomet explicitly warned her not to touch his paint supplies. Her grandmother bursts in, absolutely livid to catch her smoking yet again. She lectures about school and college, but Suyun fires back that higher education is useless when they're broke. She refuses to watch her grandmother drown in more debt, cursing her deadbeat father for leaving nothing but IOUs behind. She declares she should ditch the books and start earning money, because apparently teenage employment is the new character development path. Two thugs crash their family drama like unwanted side characters barging into the wrong scene. One politely greets Mrs. Song and explains they're here for early debt collection because financial situations changed. Classic loan shark excuse number 47. Mrs. Song pleads she can't possibly gather that much money so quickly, pulling the desperate debtor card. The man casually suggests selling the house since property values are convenient, because nothing says villain like treating homes like spare change. When she asks where they live, he shrugs it off with the classic "not my problem" response that every heartless antagonist perfects. His predatory gaze shifts to Soo-yeon like a creep spotting fresh prey. He suggests she could easily make money in certain industries, thanks to her looks, because manga villains always go maximum sleazy when the plot demands it. His partner warns she's underage, but he waves off legality like it's a minor inconvenience to his evil schemes. Soo-yeon grabs his head and declares she'll take any job to survive, because desperate heroines always make reckless decisions that advance the plot, then launches her into the wall like a discount action movie villain, while Grandma screams like she's witnessing the neighborhood's first boss fight. In another house, Mrs. Kim asks Beelzebub if he's enjoying his light novel because even demons spawn need their slice-of-life reading time. Just before aggressive door-pounding interrupts their cozy book club session, Mrs. Kim jumps like a startled cat, and seconds later 2 generic thugs barge in without an invitation. Mr. Park's dog starts its dramatic alarm barking because every neighborhood crisis needs a canine narrator, and he senses trouble brewing in their usually peaceful slice-of-life setting. Baphomet grabs his weapon, absolutely livid because these idiots just ruined his wet masterpiece, which refers to his half-finished painting because even demon lords have artistic hobbies now. The intruders spot him and make the classic "random young guy lives here" observation. He completely ignores them, more pissed about his interrupted art project than the actual home invasion. One thug signals his partner to attack, because apparently these loan sharks never learn that teamwork makes the dream work. A moment later, the larger thug goes flying through the air after Baphomet's counterattack, proving that size doesn't matter when you're dealing with an ex-demon lord. He looks down and finds Baphomet already standing right in front of him, moving faster than any ordinary human, or any manhwa protagonist dodging responsibility. Later, the injured thug speaks to Mr. Jang over the phone, probably wondering how his intimidation career took such a violent turn. He insists that Baphomet must be a hunter, and Mr. Jang confirms he used to be one himself before quitting due to intense competition. Classic "I peaked in high school" energy. Memories resurface from witnessing an overwhelming power gap between himself and a teammate, which drove him away from the profession faster than readers drop a series after a bad arc. He returns to the present and agrees that the mysterious man is likely an active hunter, because nothing screams professional monster slayer like fixing plumbing. He orders his men to investigate Baphomet further, clearly not learning from his subordinates' impromptu flying lesson. Elsewhere, elderly neighbors gather to discuss recent disturbances, with several reporting that masked men broke into their homes like discount ninjas. The intruders destroyed their carefully repaired floors, because apparently property damage is the universal language of intimidation. Vandalized property, and even ruined a vegetable garden, because apparently evil loan sharks have beef with tomatoes too. Someone mentions rumors about redevelopment plans targeting the area. Fear spreads as they wonder where they'll end up. Probably in a classic "poor family lives under a bridge" manhwa arc. Baphomet overhears this neighborhood gossip session before heading home. Soo-yeon intercepts him, instantly recognizing him as a hunter, because nothing says subtle like demon-level combat skills. She knows hunters work for cash and desperately offers him her life savings. She begs him to protect their home, stretching out her meager funds. The classic "please save us, mysterious powerful stranger" moment. Baphomet waves off the money, already planning to demolish these punks for trashing his turf. Territorial demon lord mode activated. Later, our boy dons his "going to commit violence" outfit of cap and jacket. He'd been expecting this exact scenario to unfold. Smart move. Beelzebub had already planted one of his tracking familiars on the attackers during Mrs. Kim's home invasion, because preparation is key, which now serves as his personal GPS to Revenge headquarters. Taeyong stops him before he leaves, like every responsible older brother in manhwa history, reminding him that killing people outside official missions remains strictly forbidden because apparently even demon lords have HR policies. Baphomet wonders if this rule applies even to worthless thugs who clearly deserve it, but Taeyong confirms that civilians cannot be killed under any circumstances, though he generously allows some therapeutic violence, as long as nobody dies. Baphomet rushes off immediately, practically vibrating with barely contained murderous energy. Taeyong contacts Mr. Ma through his phone, because someone always has to report the protagonist's movements, informing that Baphomet just departed from home with obvious violent intentions. Meanwhile, near Central Electronics, where all shady business apparently happens, the thug who broke into houses hands payment to a man for his services, completing the classic hired goons getting paid scene. The man accepts gratefully and offers his assistance for future jobs, completely oblivious to the incoming doom, because situational awareness is apparently optional for side characters. Their conversation ends politely with classic villain small talk, but chaos erupts behind them as someone attacks the crew. Surprise! It's murder o'clock. Baphomet grabs his face and slams him into the ground with tremendous force, demonstrating why you don't mess with the neighborhood handyman. His knife flashes out, severing the man's arm, because Baphomet believes in giving people a hand, just not attached to their body. The remaining thugs freeze in shock and terror at this brutal display, finally understanding they're not the apex predators here. The leader orders everyone to attack Baphomet together. Ah yes, the classic rush the overpowered protagonist strategy that never fails to fail. Multiple fighters charge at once, bravely volunteering for the group dismemberment special, weapons drawn in a futile display of false confidence. But Baphomet cuts through them with a single sweeping strike that removes all their arms simultaneously. Because why settle for individual beatdowns when you can bulk process? Blood paints the pavement red as Baphomet continues his one-man dismemberment festival. He flows through the group like a surgical tornado, collecting arms like some twisted souvenir hunter. The leader's eyes widen in recognition. Ah yes, the hunter who schooled their rookie in the fine art of getting wrecked. His, oh crap, moment arrives too late as Baphomet teleports before him and adds another arm to his collection. Remember me? Your friendly neighborhood limb removal service, Baphomet cheerfully reminds him. Our demon lord casually tosses a large bag at the traumatized man like he's handing out party favors. Fill this with all the arms, please. Think of it as a grotesque scavenger hunt, he instructs politely. The terrified man complies while internally cursing whatever karma led him to this nightmare job interview. Baphomet tilts his head thoughtfully. You forgot one. Your own arm is part of the collection, silly. Later, our arm-collecting protagonist pays a visit to the rookie's current hideout. Their boss receives a silent phone call that screams, mysterious villain trope incoming. But moments later the rookie comes flying through the air like he's auditioning for a superhero movie and crashes to the ground with all the grace of a dropped watermelon. Baphomet enters and casually drops the bag of severed arms onto Mr. Zhang's desk like he's delivering takeout. He suggests Mr. Zhang can reattach them like the world's most disturbing jigsaw puzzle, warning him to be careful not to mix them up because matching limbs is apparently harder than IKEA furniture assembly. Mr. Zhang smiles with that classic villain confidence, commenting that the slum hunter clearly has anger management issues and interpreting this as a territorial pissing contest. Baphomet confirms this represents just a gentle love tap for trespassing into his neighborhood, while John laughs because apparently territory disputes are hilarious to crime bosses. He mentions sending people to investigate Baphomet's background, because every villain needs their mandatory research phase, and discovering a child at his residence, immediately activating his threaten the protagonist's loved ones villain playbook, suggesting maybe a little brother since the age gap screams definitely not daddy material. He smugly reveals his goons probably already reached the house. Our boy bursts into maniacal laughter at this news, leaving Mr. Zhang wondering if he just triggered a psychotic break. Moving closer, Baphomet cheerfully suggests he worry about his own men's survival instead. At the residence, Beelzebub casually reads while his magic traps create the world's deadliest laser tag arena around the intruders. One man writhes on the floor, screaming about his freshly detached legs in classic "I messed with the wrong house" fashion. Beelzebub politely explains his magic system like a patient teacher, comparing the death strands to lasers that really don't appreciate sudden movements, as demonstrated by Mr. No Legs over there. Beelzebub admits this technique is annoyingly high maintenance and totally inefficient, but absolutely necessary since Big Brother would throw a tantrum if they scratched the furniture. He tells the frozen intruders to play statue until story time ends. Mr. Zhang desperately tries calling his team, probably expecting a mission accomplished update, but gets the classic number unavailable treatment instead. Never a good sign in the villain business. He draws his sword and blocks Baphomet's attack, revealing his past experience as a hunter, because apparently everyone in this world used to swing swords for a living. He planned to gather more information before making his move against the slum hunter. Classic villain mistake number 1. Overthinking instead of just running away. Their brief exchange convinces him this situation could escalate dangerously. No kidding, genius. The bag of severed arms wasn't subtle enough? He considers the risk of fighting without knowing Baphomet's exact rank, because power levels matter more than common sense in this world. His phone receives a message revealing Baphomet's rank. Talk about terrible timing for a notification. Mr. Jang immediately drops his weapon and surrenders completely, promising never to interfere with that neighborhood again. From tough guy to scared puppy in record time. He even offers to forget about his men's severed arms if they can part peacefully, because nothing says, "Let's be friends," like ignoring dismemberment. Our boy smiles ominously, then cuts off his arm anyway, blood spraying everywhere, because mercy is apparently not in Baphomet's vocabulary. Mr. Jang realizes negotiation failed entirely, shocking absolutely no one who's ever read a manhwa before. Later, during a phone call, Mr. Jang explains to his subordinate that he's officially retiring from the mess with A-rank hunters business after discovering his target's power level. His arm sits wrapped in bandages like a sad burrito. The subordinate questions why A-rank matters so much, prompting Jang to explain that A-rank hunters get VIP government treatment because they might become S-rank, and more importantly, they stop being human and become walking natural disasters in designer clothes. One wrong move could wipe out 3 generations faster than a family curse in a horror movie. He mentions his critical condition from playing Catch the Flying Sword and ends the call, while his subordinate desperately tries reconnecting to a dead line because apparently denial is strong with this one. He wonders who sent the warning message, because mysterious helpful strangers are totally normal in the criminal underworld. He believes the same person made the earlier prank call warning him about the hunter's approach, displaying detective skills that would make Sherlock Holmes weep. Noting the voice sounded familiar, because every manhwa needs its "I know that voice" revelation moment. The mysterious messenger turns out to be Mr. Ma, shocking absolutely no one who understands basic storytelling. Currently visiting Mrs. Kim's home where she greets him, wishing she had known about his visit so she could prepare the mandatory Korean hospitality feast that could feed a small army. Mrs. Kim checks if he drinks too much lately, because concerned maternal figures asking about alcohol consumption is peak Korean drama energy. He assures her he only drinks during important occasions or company dinners, while she praises Manu Cha for his skillful hands and reliable work, though she wishes he complained less. Apparently even demon lords have workplace attitude problems. Mr. Ma finds the word reliable surprising when applied to Baphomet but agrees after thinking about it, because nothing says character development like acknowledging your demon friend's positive work ethic. Our boy discovers his quest cleared but without any reward. Apparently even divine beings are cheapskates these days. He complains that even the old ladies in the neighborhood give him cookies for his efforts, questioning what kind of god operates on a tighter budget than grandma's. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma's actual request involves taking good care of Baphomet going forward. The scene shifts to a man staggering backward after receiving a belly full of steel, because trust issues in manhwa always end with stabbing. He tries reminding the woman beside him about their deal to split tower rewards, apparently forgetting that partnership agreements have the lifespan of mayflies in this genre. She remains unmoved and considers his death a happy little accident that conveniently redistributes the loot. Classic "oops, more money for me" logic. The injured man hurls curses at her and lunges forward in desperation, because dying people never learn when to quit. She raises one finger with the casual confidence of someone ordering coffee. Her dog responds instantly, leaping at the man like a furry missile of death, because pet loyalty hits different in manhwa. The creature rips him apart as blood redecorates the scenery, proving once again that cute animals are the deadliest weapons. At the Hunter Agency, where paperwork probably covers up more murders than the mafia, Baphomet arrives at the reception desk and hears that he owes double the rental fee, because apparently breaking weapons comes with a subscription plan now. Before irritation can form, the receptionist clarifies she's joking, explaining that first-time damage never requires payment, though she emphasizes hunters should buy their own gear to avoid future wallet trauma. Baphomet silently agrees that owning equipment beats playing rental roulette every mission. He pulls out a crystal from his inventory and slaps it on the counter for sale. Time to cash in on his hard work. The receptionist's eyes widen when she spots Boss Reisel's crystal, launching into their standard spiel about auctions versus direct sales, because even demon crystals need proper marketing strategies apparently. Baphomet chooses the auction route for maximum profit, because why settle for pocket change when you can milk every last coin from desperate bidders? Curious about his own market value, Baphomet asks what price his namesake's crystal fetched. He expects astronomical numbers since mythic rank should mean mythic payday, right? She drops the bombshell that it sold for less than Reisel's crystal, Talk about a reality check that hits harder than his own punches. The receptionist explains that Razel was a magic-type demon swimming in mana, while Boss Baphomet was pure muscle with the magical capacity of a wet napkin, proving that sometimes being a meathead doesn't pay. Baphomet remembers Beelzebub's brutal honesty about his zero magic aptitude, recalling how even basic chain magic took him longer to learn than a toddler learning calculus. The receptionist continues explaining that high-tier equipment demands crystals packed with mana. Oh, and by the way, Baphomet's crystal mysteriously vanished after the raid like it grew legs and walked away. That doesn't compute for our confused protagonist, who figures Raven must have pocketed it like some discount treasure goblin. But his memory clearly shows Raven dramatically leaving empty-handed, because apparently even demon hunters have their pride. Crystals are supposed to be immortal energy sources that never disappear. They're basically the Nokia phones of the magical world, yet this one just poofed. She wraps up her exposition dump and asks if everything's crystal clear now, pun intended, then moves to sync his inventory because bureaucracy never sleeps. He gives the green light and starts digital spring cleaning like he's Marie Kondo ing his magical storage space. While deleting junk, he spots Raven's blade chilling in his inventory, locked and bound like it's his destined weapon, though he definitely doesn't remember proposing to a sword. Before he can contemplate this mysterious blade romance, a ball rolls to his feet with perfect anime timing. A tiny dog bounces after it like every cute mascot character ever, and he watches with growing suspicion. Because in Manhwa land, even adorable puppies are probably secretly ancient demons or someone's tragic backstory waiting to happen. Someone calls for the dog named K9. A woman approaches with a man who's busy self-flagellating over losing track of the dog while she stepped away for 2 seconds. He retrieves the ball and suggests they go outside to play, because even demons need their daily dose of wholesome content. Baphomet keeps studying the strange dog, his demon instincts screaming that something's off about this furry little anomaly. The receptionist notices his confusion and asks if he knows anything about hunting dogs. Apparently pet education wasn't part of Demon Lord curriculum. She explains that after the gate shock, certain pets awaken powers, becoming abnormally intelligent or supernatural, because regular cats weren't already plotting world domination enough. The first recorded case involved a famous actress's cat in Hollywood, proving that even apocalyptic events can't escape celebrity drama. No one knows the exact cause, but theories suggest emotional bonds between pets and humans reacted to the gate shock's global energy surge. Later, Baphomet slams his fist on a table and announces he's quitting the guild immediately, refusing to stay in a group saddled with a name that sounds like a magical girl transformation sequence. The doctor responds by saying Sweet Pink Angel only bothers him because the bright color clashes with his dark appearance, then hands him an envelope of cash while insisting she guarded every coin like a dragon hoards treasure. She wraps her arms around him from behind and begs him to stay, because apparently clingy guild leaders are just another Manhwa staple we can't escape. She insists that going solo is impossible now, while Baphomet counters that the money was his anyway and finding another guild would be child's play. Then she pulls the classic "But I'm hot and strong" card like every female character trying to keep the MC around. He still refuses, but Taeyong arrives with perfect dramatic timing to block his exit, because Manhwa characters have GPS trackers for inconvenient moments. Baphomet mocks him about the constant stalking, but Taeyong calls it observation, and whips out a new mission like a magician pulling rabbits from hats. 3 hunters have been running a classic bait-and-switch scheme, luring people into tower deals, then murdering them post-clear and looting everything like discount serial killers. The doctor questions the uncertain rank assessment, so Taeyong explains these criminals went off-grid ages ago, but their methodical murder spree screams A-rank involvement. Oh, and there's another complication because of course there is. Baphomet takes the file and immediately recognizes the group, because coincidences in Manhwa are more reliable than gravity. The same woman, the same man, and the same suspiciously intelligent dog he encountered at the agency, proving that even cute mascots can be serial killer accomplices. Inside the Heaven Hotel, where irony goes to die, the woman storms into her brother's room and finds him surrounded by drunk women, because apparently even murderous criminals need their cliché debauchery scenes. She slaps him harder than a disappointed Asian parent, and demands to know if he's back on the magic powder, blowing their hard-stolen cash like a gambling addict at a casino. He waves her off with the casual indifference of every useless brother character who exists solely to create family drama. She reminds him their payment deadline is next week, because apparently even murderous criminals have to deal with subscription services. He suggests hitting another tower to fix everything, because nothing says financial planning like more murder, while she mentions rumors of vigilante hunters killing criminal hunters, which he finds ironic. She points out they literally murder hunters for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, making them the pot calling the kettle black, then asks where their dog Hoaxial is before spotting K9 nearby. The dog appears with perfect timing, because even evil pets have better narrative sense than most side characters. She strokes its head and mentions their next tower job while the dog barks. Apparently even demonic pets need their daily briefings. She warns they might need to add more names to their kill count, because character development through violence is a manhwa classic. The dog barks again, either showing enthusiasm or questioning her life choices. Hard to tell with supernatural pets. She quietly promises their group of 5 will reunite soon, and the dog seems pleased, proving that even murder squads have better teamwork than most corporate offices. Outside the Tower of Moonlight, the siblings stand with their dog while she questions her brother's intel, because nothing says professional assassins like a family business with trust issues. She asks about rank. He estimates the target sits barely below a rank, while their dog sniffs nearby plants like it's conducting its own reconnaissance mission. He reports that the target already entered the first floor alone. She finds it absurd that anyone would solo a tower. Apparently common sense didn't come with his power upgrade, and confirms he pitched their generous, half-split scam. He interprets it as pure gullibility, making their post-loot murder spree that much easier to execute. She accuses him of chickening out when it comes to the actual killing. He laughs and looks at the dog for moral support, because even murderers need emotional validation from their pets. She decides the loot quantity will determine whether they commit homicide or just regular theft today. He whines that teamwork means fair splits and mercy kills. Classic honor among thieves logic. She touches the tower entrance like she's checking for Wi-Fi. He keeps insisting profit requires corpses, because apparently their business model is murder for dummies. The entrance explodes inward, revealing a massive demon. She corrects him. You get nothing, idiot. Sibling rivalry at its finest. Blood paints the entrance like the world's worst interior decorator went to town. Back at headquarters, Taeyoung reviews Baphomet's earlier meet and greet with these psychopaths. Yohayan mentions their dog has tracking skills that would make a bloodhound jealous, making Baphomet's mission suicide level risky. Taeyoung agrees the mutt probably memorized Baphomet's scent better than his own mother's cooking. Plus Baphomet's already blown his cover harder than a spy with stage fright. Using someone else makes actual sense. The receptionist butts in, suggesting disguises and makeovers can fix everything, because apparently they run a hunter agency and beauty salon. At the tower, Baphomet now sports full armor disguise like he's cosplaying a medieval knight at Comic-Con. He approaches the pair confidently and introduces himself as a fellow raider named Bill, because nothing screams trustworthy like a demon in discount cosplay armor, claiming they're suddenly best friends. Our armored fraud then engages a demon in combat, leaping high as it attacks and landing precisely on top of it with the grace of a murderous ballet dancer. His sword splits the creature cleanly down the middle like he's preparing the world's most violent sashimi. He immediately moves to his next target without missing a beat, driving his blade straight through its eyes with surgical precision. One opponent after another falls as he cuts through them systematically. It's like watching a very bloody assembly line, blood splattering with each strike in a crimson symphony of destruction. An octopus-like monster emerges before him, because apparently the tower's monster catalog includes seafood specials. Baphomet's body glows as he charges forward, his inner power-up sequence activated like he's the main character in his own anime opening, unleashing a tentacle-slicing combo that would make a sushi chef weep with pride. He aims for the monster's ugly mug before dive-bombing its core like a kamikaze pilot with commitment issues, activating his Gig Blaze skill, because every good protagonist needs a flashy signature move with an unnecessarily cool name. He barbecues the entire creature like it's the main course at a monster cookout. The siblings witness this one-man genocide from their front row seats. The brother gawks at the efficient butchery like he's watching his role model at work. Baphomet turns toward them and drops an ice cream church joke about Sundays, because nothing breaks the ice after mass murder like dad humor. Both siblings stare blankly, her facial expression flatlining harder than a heart monitor in a morgue. This makes Baphomet cackle at his own comedy genius like every uncle at family gatherings. Earlier, the receptionist advised him to pretend he's a middle-aged man. Apparently, act your mental age was the strategy, advising the targets won't suspect a thing if he acts like their polar opposite, because apparently method acting is now a hunter's survival skill. The doctor wondered if Baphomet could pull off this Oscar-worthy performance. He confessed his acting range peaked at standing menacingly. Zero theatrical talent detected. She suggested spamming dad jokes like a broken comedy bot to nail that middle-aged energy. Back at the tower, the sister demands he cease the verbal torture because his jokes make less sense than tower monster spawning logic. The brother white knights for him, claiming the cringe comedy helps everyone relax. Classic enabler behavior encouraging more dad joke disasters. Inside, Baphomet screams internally, trapped in comedy hell. As they advance deeper, the legendary tracking hound approaches Baphomet like it's about to deliver the world's most important sniff test. He realizes this marks his first ever encounter with a hunter's canine companion. Apparently demon education skipped. How to Pet Dogs 101. The brother info dumps that these superdogs live human lifespans of 70 to 80 years and can devour chocolate without dying. Basically the perfect pet upgrade patch. He politely requests petting privileges and extends his hand like he's approaching royalty, trying to look as non-threatening as possible. The dog immediately nopes backward, avoiding his touch like he's carrying the plague. Red flag number 1 in this suspicious stranger handbook. The sister's danger radar pings instantly, catching the dog's obvious "something's wrong here" body language. Earlier, the doctor had given Baphomet a special perfume made for him, because apparently demon cologne is a thing now, and it smells so bad that only animals can detect its full horror. She said this perfume would stop the dogs from recognizing him, turning man's best friend into his most suspicious critic. The dog's reaction shows that the perfume works like a charm, if that charm is make every animal think you're the Grim Reaper. The sister looks worried and calls the dog's name many times as the group keeps walking through the dark area together, probably wondering if her pet has suddenly developed trust issues. Suddenly our discount demon takes out his weapon and attacks because apparently downtime is a foreign concept in tower raids. The brother turns to his sister and asks what she thinks about Baphomet's power, wondering if he could beat K9 in a fight, because nothing says team bonding like hypothetical death matches between your allies. The brother says that Baphomet seems stronger than they thought, which is code for this guy might actually be worth keeping alive. When she asks him to explain what he means, he smiles and reveals that he has a good idea. The classic setup for every terrible decision in manhwa history. Later, they sit together near a campfire because nothing builds trust like sharing mores with a demon in disguise. Baphomet listens while they explain their plan to recruit him for more tower raids, the brother offering this deal because they can't clear the tower alone, basically admitting they need a supernatural cheat code to survive. Their master plan: farm resources halfway, then bail like cowards. The brother sweet talks him about rare skilled hunters, because apparently flattery works on everyone. The sister dangles 60% of the loot like bait. Classic too good to be true offer. Inside her scheming little brain, she recalls how they'll shower him with rewards first to build that precious trust, because nothing says "we're totally not planning to betray you" like being overly generous. Once he's hooked, they'll make him the new expendable meat shield while K9 gets to retire from suicide missions. She tries to protest this morally questionable plan, but Big Brother shuts her down, pointing out she's been losing sleep over sending their precious doggo into death traps anyway. Problem solved. Baphomet agrees faster than a protagonist accepting a suspicious quest. The sister drops her one condition: face reveal time, because apparently trust issues require visual confirmation. She spouts the classic "teamwork needs trust" speech while admitting his mysterious mask makes her uncomfortable, because nothing screams trustworthy like demanding someone's secret identity. Baphomet gives her the calculating stare of someone weighing their options, or plotting her demise. Taeyun's voice echoes in his head about the real mission: infiltrate, don't eliminate. His government handlers want intel on these 3 criminals, and playing along beats a frontal assault. The brother plays it cool, telling him to think it over. Baphomet casually agrees to the face reveal, shocking them both with his nonchalance. The sister giggles like a schoolgirl, wondering if he's hiding a pretty face under there, because clearly that's the most important detail right now. He removes his mask, revealing a face covered in burned scars that would make even a horror movie director wince. The sister gasps like she just saw her browser history displayed publicly. Baphomet explains the tower boss torched him 7 years ago. He casually mentions that hunters don't rely on looks anyway, so his scars are just battle decorations at this point. He continues his sob story, claiming he got these burns while protecting his son during that epic boss fight. His son lost his face completely, and despite trying every treatment and consulting famous healing hunters, nothing worked. because apparently even fantasy medicine has its limits. He declares he'd do absolutely anything to heal his son, laying on the tragic father act thicker than plot armor. The room falls silent, because nothing kills the mood quite like a tragic backstory reveal. Baphomet replaces his mask and internally cringes, wondering if he just won an Oscar for most overdramatic fake origin story. The brother suddenly proclaims meeting Baphomet was destiny, because of course it was. This is a manhwa after all. He explains they've been grinding so hard because their parents also suffer from gate shock disease, and they've searched everywhere for a cure like typical RPG quest givers. He then dramatically reveals their parents got better after meeting a mysterious someone, because every good story needs a convenient miracle healer. He suggests working with this person again could cure Baphomet's son too, dangling hope like a carrot on a stick. Then, as Baphomet keeps his mask on like a discount superhero protecting his secret identity, two females burst through a door because apparently dramatic entrances are mandatory in this genre. They unleash chaotic energy while spinning around like demented ballerinas, their masks whirling in a display that screams, "We're definitely not normal." Then a robed figure emerges from this circus act, because every good plot twist needs a mysterious authority figure. Everyone screams, "Father!" and rushes toward him like kids spotting the ice cream truck, except this reunion feels way more ominous. The system cheerfully updates Baphomet's quest from infiltrate to eliminate target, because apparently his cover story worked a little too well. The robed man pulls back his hood, revealing yet another mask, because this story has more hidden faces than a masquerade ball. Baphomet finds this whole scene bizarre, while his system helpfully identifies the newcomer as Disciple of Lust, because nothing says family reunion like deadly sin representatives. In a convenient flashback, Beelzebub hands Baphomet a book listing the 7 deadly sins like it's a villain trading card collection. He explains Raven was Wrath's disciple and connects the dots to the goddess's vision of 6 shadowy figures, because apparently Baphomet's facing a complete deadly sins starter pack: wrath, pride, sloth, envy, greed, gluttony, and lust. Back in the present, the disciple of lust makes his grand entrance, because apparently evil disciples love their dramatic reveals. A mother wheels in her daughter, launching into the classic terminal illness backstory that hits harder than Truculent. The girl quietly accepts her fate with the wisdom of 1,000 anime protagonists facing death. But she's more worried about her mom's future therapy bills than her own expiration date. Cue the waterworks as mom breaks down like a malfunctioning sprinkler system. The robed man places his hand on the girl's head with the confidence of every suspicious healer in fiction. Golden light erupts with sparkly butterflies, because subtlety died with the old gods apparently. Her hair grows faster than a time-skip montage, defying all laws of biology. Mom clings to her daughter while the crowd cheers like they just witnessed the season finale miracle. The man humbly explains he just fixed her energy flow, the fantasy equivalent of turning it off and on again. The disciple's brother whispers that if anyone can cure Baphomet's son, it's this miraculous healer, because every manhwa needs its overpowered support character. This man can. Baphomet agrees to meet him, probably wondering if this is another classic too good to be true setup. Birds chirp outside as they enter the meeting room, providing that mandatory peaceful atmosphere before everything inevitably goes to hell, where the healer introduces himself as Chong-yu, dropping his name like he's the final boss of a healing tournament arc. Leader of the Papilio Order, because nothing says trustworthy religious organization like a name that sounds like a Pokemon. Baphomet, using the alias Bill, thanks him while presenting bandaged Beelzebub as his tragically ill son in the world's most dangerous game of pretend. A flashback interrupts the tension, because manhwa law dictates we need exposition right when things get interesting. Beelzebub questions why Baphomet insists on infiltrating such a perilous place, showing rare common sense in a genre that usually lacks it. He finds it contradictory that Chong-yu appears weaker while belonging to the group capable of eliminating Baphomet. The classic "don't judge a book by its cover" trope strikes again. Baphomet admits this contradiction is precisely why Chong-yu concerns him most, because the quiet ones are always the most dangerous in manhwa. Beelzebub accuses him of basically gift-wrapping himself for the enemy, and reminds him he's human now, squishy, mortal, and very much deletable. He explains Baphomet only respawned after Raven's kill because the system still registered him as a demon beast. But with that tower-sized loophole gone, it's permadeath for both of them. Baphomet waves off his concerns like a protagonist ignoring death flags, forcing Beelzebub to reluctantly play along. Back in the present, Chongyu examines Beelzebub and senses what he mistakes for a powerful curse. He notes it's similar to the dark energy he once detected radiating from Baphomet himself. He outlines the treatment plan: time, money, and mandatory weekly prayer sessions, basically a religious subscription service. If Baphomet's schedule is too packed, he graciously offers an alternative, leaving that child at their facility full-time for round-the-clock care. He calls forth 2 female instructors who happen to be identical twins, who immediately step forward with synchronized movements that scream, "Definitely not suspicious at all." Beelzebub immediately enters full panic mode, because nothing says, "I'm totally a normal sick child," like demonic terror. He clings to Baphomet like a koala on caffeine, promising perfect behavior, home-cooked meals, and 8 p.m. bedtimes while internally screaming, "Don't leave me with the creepy twins!" His thoughts rapidly shift from desperate bargaining to plotting elaborate curses involving eternal hiccups and mismatched socks. Baphomet, channeling his inner ice-cold protagonist, lets the synchronized sisters drag his son away without a flicker of emotion. As Beelzebub gets escorted to what's probably definitely not a torture chamber, his betrayed expression could power a small drama series. Internally, Baphomet offers a moment of silence for his friend's sacrifice, thoughts and prayers, but mostly just thoughts. Chongyu wraps up their business meeting with the satisfaction of someone who just closed a very profitable deal. During their farewell handshake, he lingers uncomfortably long while commenting on Baphomet's surprisingly delicate hands and elegant fingers, because that's not creepy at all. A wave of stranger danger alerts floods through Baphomet's system like his internal security system just went DEFCON 1. Chongyu's sister materializes at the perfect moment, interrupting what was becoming an increasingly uncomfortable hand-holding session, reminding her brother they have a family dinner to attend, because even cult leaders have mommy issues to deal with, and she pulls Baphomet aside for some unsolicited advice that definitely isn't a red flag. She tells him to stay laser-focused on his son's treatment, and avoid drinking the religious Kool-Aid they're obviously serving. She warns him not to dive headfirst into this organization. Solid advice that protagonists historically ignore 100% of the time. Meanwhile, the teachers inform Beelzebub that books are banned because knowledge interferes with healing, the most suspicious rule since definitely don't look in the basement, and they encourage him to play naturally with other children, as if demonic royalty knows the first thing about playground politics. A suspiciously elaborate feast appears in his honor, because nothing says, "We're not planning anything sinister," like unnecessary hospitality. He introduces himself as Jean Cha to a nearby girl, testing out his human alias like a spy in training wheels. But his demon senses immediately start screaming danger alerts, because his supernatural radar never learned the meaning of false alarm, revealing through his perception that the twin teachers aren't human but familiars serving Chongyu, confirming that his paranoia was absolutely justified for once. He activates his demon eye to gather intel and instantly detects that all the children around him are basically walking death flags. Classic Doom's side character energy. The horrifying realization hits him like a truck when these kids aren't getting healed, they're getting harvested. Meanwhile, Chongyu receives a parade of grateful parents bowing deeper than anime characters apologizing for minor inconveniences. They gush about their healed child and desperately ask how to repay his divine services. He smoothly requests they demonstrate their passion and affection for each other, because nothing screams holy like forced PDA. The confused but compliant parents embrace awkwardly, probably wondering if this is some new age therapy technique. Chongyu erupts into maniacal laughter as his saintly mask crumbles away like cheap cosplay makeup. His true monstrous visage emerges beneath the holy boy facade. Surprise, the religious leader was evil all along. Who could have seen that coming? Serpentine shadows writhe around him as he basks in their obedience like a discount villain monologuing. His twisted pleasure in their display finally exposes him as the disciple of lust, because of course the creepy priest with boundary issues serves the sin of desire. At the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, Minister Sang-Jean Bark reviews the case file of their newest problem child, because every agency needs that one recruit who breaks all the rules. Baphomet's file reads like a speedrun tutorial. Exceptional talent, meteoric rise through hunter ranks, and enough red flags to decorate a communist parade. Mr. Ma describes him as hardworking, while internally praying he doesn't go full protagonist and demolish half the city in the name of justice. The minister drops some classic mentor wisdom about controlling unstable hunters. Too much restriction and they explode, too little and they still explode, just differently. During their post-meeting drive, Mr. Ma fishes for intel from Taeyang because apparently nobody tells middle management anything anymore. Taeyang casually drops that Baphomet has already infiltrated enemy territory and is speedrunning the mission like it's a Tuesday morning warm-up. Plot twist: Taeyang's been playing 4D chess while Mr. Ma thought they were playing checkers, personally monitoring everything because trust is apparently extinct. Meanwhile, Beelzebub pulls off the classic talking through a bug communication trope because demons have the weirdest phone plans. He exposits that Changyu is basically running the world's most horrific magic show, massive illusions, fake healing, and a 100% customer mortality rate. The villain's playing the long con, appearing weak while maintaining a reality-warping illusion that would make even seasoned manhwa readers question what's real. He senses a child's death through the illusion and bolts away to investigate, promising to contact Baphomet once he figures out this nightmare. Hunter Heidi arrives to join Baphomet, explaining her delay came from urgent work, because apparently Hunter's schedules are as reliable as manhwa release dates. As they walk, Baphomet asks about her brother and dog, learning they visited their parents and the patients made an exception for the pet since most dislike animals, while she questions if just the two of them should proceed. Classic, splitting up, horror movie logic. Inside the twisted illusion, Beelzebub watches one of the twin familiars announce that little Daekyong has made a full recovery. The brainwashed humans applaud enthusiastically like NPCs programmed for joy. Beelzebub reluctantly joins the applause to maintain his cover. When in Rome, clap for child murder apparently. His demon's sight pierces through the elaborate deception, revealing the recovered girl is actually a corpse being manipulated like a grotesque marionette. These humans are more beast-like than actual demons. The girl's parents arrive for the grand finale, beaming with joy at their daughter's miraculous recovery, because nothing says parental bliss like celebrating fake resurrections. The twins flash their most innocent smiles while casually mentioning they'd prepared a special farewell party. Red flags don't get redder than this. The grateful mother eagerly offers to help with preparations, and the twins sweetly asked her to assist with some heavy lifting. Talk about poor timing. The moment she agrees, the illusion shatters like cheap plot armor, revealing pure nightmare fuel. Beelzebub watches in horror as the twins unleash a malevolent aura darker than any edgelord's backstory. They decapitate both parents in one synchronized motion, efficiency that would make corporate downsizing jealous. As heads roll like bowling balls, Beelzebub stands paralyzed, realizing these twins make actual demons look like cuddly pets. One sister casually hoists a headless corpse and asks her sibling if she's hungry, just your typical family dinner conversation. Her innocent form begins warping into something that would make Lovecraft quit writing. Her neck extends like a demented giraffe as she slithers toward him with predatory grace. She licks his face with demon enthusiasm, taunting him for his lack of smiles while flexing her reality vision's superiority. Because nothing says, "I see through your disguise," like unwanted face-licking. The grotesque closeness makes him question every life choice that led to this nightmare fuel moment. Meanwhile, Hadi's having her own boss battle inside the tower because apparently splitting up was the brilliant tactical decision. She slices through a beast with the efficiency of a seasoned protagonist clearing tutorial mobs. She dodges its revenge swipe and hits the floor harder than a manhwa reader's expectations after a rushed ending. When she recovers and looks around, Baphomet's already speedrunning ahead like this is a casual Tuesday dungeon crawl, casually pursuing another creature. He drops the classic, "2 more floors then we're done" line, because every good raid needs arbitrary completion goals. As they climb, he brings up her earlier warning about the Papilio order, because nothing says bonding like discussing cults mid-combat. She explains it's about as normal as a religion run by the twins downstairs, supporting them purely for family obligation points. The ultimate guilt trip motivation. The order claims the more money one gives, the more effort they put into healing, because apparently divine intervention runs on a subscription model. She insists Changyu truly has power, and his abilities give her hope that her family will be whole again. She considers herself fortunate to work near someone like him. Baphomet asks what Changyu expects from people who cannot pay, because even cult leaders have payment plans. Haiti explains that such followers must entertain him with offerings that satisfy his standards. Talk about having expensive taste and sacrifices. Baphomet recognizes these demands as extreme, and Hadi agrees. Understatement of the century award goes to them. She adds that ordinary people cannot earn the required sums legitimately. Shocking revelation that normal jobs don't fund cult membership, so many end up offering their bodies instead. Baphomet reacts visibly disturbed. Even demons have standards apparently. She notices and questions his disgust, reminding him he once declared he would do anything to heal his son. She challenges him not to judge unless he plans to abandon his child, hitting him with the classic, desperate parent, guilt trip. She pushes open the next chamber door as she finishes. They enter together, because nothing says awkward conversation like dungeon crawling. Baphomet responds sharply, pointing out that she is disgusted with herself, not him. Her confusion grows, and she asks what he means. Plot twist incoming in 3, 2, 1. Before she finishes processing, Baphomet launches an attack, because talking through feelings is overrated when you can just fight instead. She barely dodges, and his strike splits the floor like it's made of plot convenience. Shocked, she demands an explanation while he strikes the classic, morally superior protagonist pose. But she knows exactly what atrocity she supports. Selective blindness is a powerful thing. Her conscious participation repulses him more than a harem protagonist's density levels. She stares in disbelief as Baphomet advances with that "I'm about to drop a truth bomb" energy. He drives her into the ground and clamps his hand around her neck. Escalation much? Sweat pours down her face as he removes his mask for the mandatory dramatic reveal. She freezes in shock because apparently nobody saw this plot twist coming. He coldly announces his mission to destroy their father. Family drama just got biblical. Meanwhile, at Chongyu's residence, the parents greet Hyukshul warmly, blissfully unaware of the incoming chaos. They beckon him forward with fake smiles. Hyukshul remains frozen, tears streaming down his cheeks like a broken faucet. The brother misreads the situation, thinking it's just overwhelming joy. Classic dense protagonist move. Hyukshul shatters the twisted fantasy, exposing the horrifying reality. Their parents are corpses, slumped like discarded dolls in their wheelchairs. The brother demands answers, denial cracking his voice as Hyukshul whimpers accusingly at Chongyu. The dog's pointing paw screams betrayal louder than words. Chongyu shrugs off the revelation. Apparently hunting dogs are immune to his Instagram filter magic. He smugly admits orchestrating this whole sick reveal, because nothing ruins a cult leader's day like an honest dog. With chilling indifference, he declares the family's debt paid in full, no refunds, no exchanges. As Chongyu removes his mask like every villain who peaked in Drama Club, Hyukshul transforms faster than a magical girl's outfit change. Lunging with enormous force, his body shifts into a towering beast, because normal-sized revenge is for amateurs. Light explodes through the room as Chongyu's illusions collide with primal fury in a budget-friendly light show. Chongyu orders one of his familiars to strike because why get your hands dirty when you have minions? A violent blast hits the brother while the beast tears into him, multitasking at its most brutal. The brother cannot make sense of the catastrophe, proving once again that side characters get zero plot armor. Chongyu laughs with pleasure like he's watching his favorite soap opera finale. Protected by a snake-like creature that forms around him in classic, villain shield fashion, it reshapes into one of the twins who whispers intel, because shape-shifting exposition delivery never goes out of style. Chongyu realizes their enemies have set a trap, because apparently even cult leaders can spot obvious plot devices. His amusement only grows like a villain's ego in the final arc. He coughs blood from the damage yet grins like he's discovered a new fetish for pain. He declares they won't lose and promises a spectacular surprise, because nothing says desperate villain like overpromising. Later, during the ritual, Chongyu announces today's ceremony stars two individuals. Time for some dramatic exposition dumping. Beelzebub and Baphomet, whom he describes as the cursed son whose face was stolen, because identity theft hits different in the supernatural world, and the desperate father willing to sacrifice anything. Classic bad parenting choices trope activated. He waxes poetic about parental devotion and claims their father chose to bless them personally, because nothing screams blessing like child endangerment. He enters the ceremony hall with all the dramatic flair of a villain who practiced this entrance in the mirror. Followers chant his name like NPCs stuck in a repetitive dialogue loop. He strolls to Baphomet like he's arriving fashionably late to his own villain monologue, commenting on the cult's impressive dedication to blind worship. He grabs Baphomet's face with the confidence of someone who's never heard of personal boundaries, mocking how easily sheep follow wolves in designer robes. He commands Baphomet to pay attention, because nothing says plot twist incoming like a dramatic pause. Then he drops the name bomb, calling him Baphomet directly while gesturing like a game show host revealing the grand prize of doom. Baphomet immediately spots the trap and curses. Finally, someone with functional survival instincts in this story. Beelzebub materializes before him faster than a jump scare in a horror movie. Behind Beelzebub, a magical death ball charges up while his eyes glow red, because subtlety died with the old gods. He unleashes his attack with all the restraint of a final boss who skipped the tutorial level. The crowd gasps in awe at Chaeyoung-Yu's light show while Hunter Hottie stands there buffering like bad Wi-Fi. Classic shocked bystander syndrome. Their collision creates an explosion that would make Michael Bay weep tears of pride. Earlier, Baphomet drops truth bombs on Hathi like a villain's exposition dump, revealing that her heartwarming family moments were faker than a romance manhwa's accidental breast grab. He points out she only saw her parents indoors, because outdoor illusions cost extra mana apparently, connecting this deception to her sketchy past like a detective solving the world's most obvious mystery. He admits letting the hunting dog visit just to murder it later, because pet killing is villain 101. Since its nose could smell death through illusions better than a bloodhound at a crime scene. He delivers another plot twist by suggesting her brother's dead and she's working for the government. Because why have one betrayal when you can have three? Back in the present, Hottie grits her teeth watching the battle like every powerless side character ever. Beelzebub casts Word Void, because apparently naming your attacks is mandatory in the villain handbook. Activating a prison technique that traps our boy in magical circles, because regular jail cells are for peasants. Bewildered, he weaves through a storm of floating weapons that Beelzebub puppeteers like a deadly orchestra. The demon lord lounges on his throne in full demonic glory, eyes blazing as he conducts this symphony of destruction. Beelzebub's jaw drops. He's back in his old tower, stuck in his past demon body like some cosmic prank. He curses Baphomet's name while trapped in an actual time loop, because apparently his life wasn't complicated enough. Of all the manga cliches to experience firsthand, this wasn't on his bingo card. He laughs bitterly, remembering the old saying about knowing your enemy. Too bad he forgot to read the fine print about time travel. But wait, he's got cheat-level future knowledge in his past body, making this the ultimate revenge speedrun. He erupts with devastating power, launching a relentless barrage that would make any shonen protagonist proud. Baphomet responds by summoning his battle gear, because apparently Casual Friday is over. Their titanic clash tears reality itself apart, leaving cracks in space like a broken smartphone screen. Shocking all the devoted sheep in Chongyu who thought they were watching a peaceful sermon. Baphomet crashes down, his mysterious mask finally cracking to reveal the face behind the totally not suspicious disguise. Rushing forward with the classic angry villain charge to slash Beelzebub. The latter conjures an ice wall defense faster than you can say plot armor, but it still cracks like cheap glass, leaving a dramatic cut across his face because every good fight needs visible damage. He retaliates with an ice barrage that screams, "I have elemental powers and I'm not afraid to use them," which Baphomet deflects with the grace of someone who's clearly been practicing his dodge everything technique. Beelzebub realizes that even with time travel knowledge, the ultimate cheat code, Baphomet still fights like he's reading the script, proving that some villains are just built different. Refusing to accept defeat, Beelzebub activates his final form with ultimate vision and dramatic green smoke, because nothing says serious business like environmental special effects. He unleashes his personal army of flies and minions from his extinction sanctuary, because every demon lord needs disposable backup dancers, all chanting, "Lord," while charging Baphomet like the world's most devoted fan club. Baphomet shapeshifts between forms and drops the most random riddle. Why does ice cream go to church? Because psychological warfare apparently includes dad jokes, leaving Beelzebub more confused than a harem protagonist choosing his endgame girl. When Baphomet repeats the question, Beelzebub's focus shatters and he blurts, "Because it was Sunday," activating the most ridiculous trigger phrase in villain history. Trapped by the spell's effect like a fly in a web, Beelzebub finds himself locked in a warehouse, convinced his master plan just face-planted harder than a clumsy heroine. Baphomet calls him up for a casual villain chat about execution, then suggests keeping him as a controlled asset. Because why kill when you can manipulate? Beelzebub boasts his demon eye permanently blocks illusions, so Baphomet suggests the classic pretend to be brainwashed strategy. But Beelzebub panics about getting captured like every overconfident character who's about to learn a harsh lesson. Arbui suggests the classic fake it till you make it approach. Beelzebub should illusion himself, triggered by their ridiculous ice cream church riddle. In his edgy demon swarm form, Beelzebub admits Baphomet has zero magical finesse or tactical genius whatsoever, but grudgingly acknowledges the guy can throw hands hard enough to earn his evil overlord share. Before his adoring fan club, Beelzebub casts the self-deception spell with all the dramatic flair of a magical girl transformation, while his followers do the classic shield eyes from bright animate powers move. Mid-spell, Beelzebub drops the bombshell that Chongyu's entire power grid is basically one giant underground battery. Cue the mandatory earthquake with explosions, because subtlety is apparently not in anyone's vocabulary today. A glowing magic circle appears with more intricate details than a JRPG boss arena, because simple circles are for amateurs. Baphomet rushes toward the formation while popping what's basically fantasy Red Bull to boost his speed stats. Chongyu stands there with the classic confused side character trying to process the plot expression. Baphomet strikes the glowing circle with his spear, because apparently poking mysterious magical formations is always a brilliant idea, triggering a golden explosion so massive it makes Michael Bay jealous, engulfing the entire building. The explosion shocks all followers gathered, proving that following suspicious cult leaders has its downsides, causing widespread chaos, as glowing energy floods everywhere like someone broke the universe's plumbing. Haiti urgently orders evacuation, herding the panicked crowd toward exits faster than Black Friday shoppers. A woman frantically questions what to do, because panic makes everyone forget basic survival instincts. Haiti demands why people hesitate when fleeing is urgent. Clearly she's never met indecisive side characters before. A man explains his child is trapped inside, while the woman adds their kids are receiving Chongyu's totally legitimate prayer house treatment. Haiti recalls the hunter's oath that civilian lives come first, activating her classic reluctant hero must save everyone programming. She commits to rescue the children and orders parents to evacuate, because someone has to be the responsible adult here. The twin women wail dramatically about their master's precious mana stone, delivering the classic "We failed you, master!" apology speech with tears and self-blame. Chongyu admits he got completely outplayed, because apparently even divine healers fall for the oldest tricks in the book. Meanwhile, Baphomet's having his own boss fight against floating energy orbs. Finally realizing this is where Chongyu keeps his cheat codes. He knows destroying it will nerf Chongyu, feeling bummed about missing a fair fight, but hey, survival trumps honor when you've got a stolen body to maintain. Our demon lord starts popping energy spheres like bubble wrap, causing more glowing chaos to explode everywhere. He glances up to see Beelzebub making his grand entrance through the ceiling, because normal doors are for peasants. Beelzebub wheezes that he's completely tapped out, having burned through his MP like a newbie spamming ultimate attacks. Baphomet curses his useless magic support but then spots the twin women doing synchronized aerial acrobatics around the falling Beelzebub. Beelzebub screams like he's on a roller coaster he never wanted to ride. Baphomet heroically leaps forward to protect his exhausted ally, slashing his blade to block the twin threat swooping down. Behind him, Beelzebub plummets while yelling for help like gravity suddenly became his worst enemy. Baphomet glances back, but typical anime timing strikes. Beelzebub crashes into the ground with all the grace of a falling brick. The twin women immediately target Baphomet with predatory focus. He strikes at them, thrusting his spear between their coordinated attack. Both women glare and reveal their snake leg transformation because apparently normal limbs are overrated, coiling around Baphomet like living restraints. Beelzebub sprawls unconscious, officially becoming the group's designated damsel in distress, watching helplessly as death creeps closer, because being a spectator to your own doom is peak side character energy. He spots Baphomet fighting for his life below, where apparently all the real action happens while he gets the nosebleed seats, crawling closer like a wounded extra trying to stay relevant to the plot. Beelzebub confirms Baphomet survived the landing, though safely is relative when you're snake-wrapped like a demonic burrito. The twin women slither menacingly toward Baphomet, because nothing says boss fight like synchronized evil hissing. Chongyu materializes behind them and dramatically removes his mask, because face reveals are mandatory during climactic moments, admitting he completely underestimated Baphomet's power level, proving even divine healers suffer from classic villain overconfidence syndrome. Hunter Haiti feels the building shake violently, wondering if massive magical explosions have structural consequences. Shocking, really. The darkness makes navigation impossible, turning her rescue mission into a blind speedrun through a collapsing dungeon. A terrified girl stumbles from the shadows, crying for help, because no disaster is complete without a scared child to raise the stakes. Heidi rushes over and realizes this girl's been looking like death warmed over the entire time. Classic horror movie misdirection at work. The illusion fooled everyone about their actual state, because apparently visual novels taught us nothing about trusting what we see. The girl points dramatically in one direction, the universal plot advancement this way gesture. Heidi takes her hand, agreeing to mount a rescue mission together like they're forming the world's most unlikely buddy cop duo. Heidi's jaw drops finding all the children just casually sitting around, because nothing says kidnapping crisis like an impromptu floor picnic. She promises to reunite them with their parents, delivering the classic "everything will be okay" speech that definitely won't age poorly. Suddenly Huxil materializes in full demon mode, because subtlety died along with his human disguise. Tears well up as she questions his survival. Apparently even seasoned hunters get emotional during monster reveals. A flashback hits like a truck, because we can't have dramatic moments without mandatory backstory exposition. The memory shows a couple at a pet shop debating a cute puppy that'll grow massive. The ultimate. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Scenario. Nearby, a young girl unleashes the classic puppy dog eyes technique on her mother, but gets shut down faster than a rejected manga pitch due to apartment size constraints. Later, another woman suggests visiting the pet store and a man arrives seeking a small puppy because apparently size matters in the dog world too. Sometime after, Hadi visits the Wolfmeo puppy shop to adopt a dog, because every good character needs a tragic backstory involving pets. The shopkeeper remarks on Huxtill's large size and that no one has adopted him, basically making him the discount bin special. Surprised, Hadi smiles and softly calls him home in a moment so wholesome it could cure depression. Huxil meets her gaze with a spark of recognition, beginning their close bond that's destined to end tragically because this is a dark manhwa. Back in the present, Huxil stomps before Hadi, her tears falling as she sees her beloved pet transformed into nightmare fuel. His eyes suddenly glow bright red, because glowing red eyes are the universal sign for "I'm evil now," shocking her as he attacks a nearby child. Meanwhile, Chongyu drops some philosophical wisdom about eyes being windows to the soul because apparently every man or villain needs their deep moment. He catches a whiff of something familiar and questions if Baphomet's justice is actually just revenge with better PR, accusing his eyes of being darker than a goth teenager's bedroom. Baphomet fires back, denying any similarity to this filthy exhibitionist. Harsh words from someone literally named after a goat demon. Chongyu clutches his pearls, insisting his mission is pure and righteous. Baphomet scoffs at this wannabe noble hero act. Chongyu's had enough of the trash talk, and Baphomet promises to wipe that smug grin off his face forever. Classic villain threat number 47. Baphomet declares his evil is premium quality, unlike Chongyu's discount brand villainy. He backs up his big words by charging forward with a spear, because talking time is officially over. Chongyu stays Zen mode activated, sporting that classic "I know something you don't" manhwa smirk. Suddenly, K9 materializes behind Chongyu in kaiju size, roaring like he just read the latest chapter cliffhanger, leaving Baphomet shook. A trembling voice whispers for Baphomet to end the beast because nothing says plot twist like a mercy kill request. He whips around to find Hadi broken and desperate, begging for her beloved companion's death in true tragic heroine fashion. Hadi confesses her greed turned her into a mass murderer finally, some accountability in a manhwa protagonist. She accepts responsibility and pleads with Baphomet to grant Huxil the ultimate mercy, death before dishonor, samurai style. She slumps against stone while begging him to free her transformed friend from this nightmare existence. A massive explosion erupts between them, because subtle emotional moments are apparently illegal in action manhwa. The canine unleashes razor-sharp claws with maximum dramatic flair and charges straight at Baphomet, who sidesteps like he's dodging spoilers on social media. He bounces back like a cat avoiding bath time. K9 launches after him with the enthusiasm of a dog chasing a mail truck. Baphomet nails the timing and grabs the beast's head like he's claiming the last slice of pizza. He slams it down so hard the floor cracks, because property damage is mandatory in every fight scene. Baphomet throws a haymaker at those gnashing teeth, going for the quick knockout. But the sneaky mutt springs up and chomps down on something juicy instead. Baphomet goes airborne and grabs his trusty blade, because weapons always conveniently appear when needed. He takes careful aim and drives the steel down like he's playing the world's most violent game of darts. The blade bounces off harmlessly, proving once again that main boss immunity is overpowered. Our goat boy realizes the plot armor, Shadow Shield, auto-activated to keep this fight going longer. K9 instantly activates Shadow Needle Barrage because apparently every monster gets a special attack with an unnecessarily cool name. Razor-sharp spikes erupt from its body, surrounding Baphomet like the world's deadliest porcupine convention. The canine swipes its massive paw at Baphomet with the subtlety of a freight train. His blade starts cracking like a smartphone screen after one too many drops. Baphomet stands there stunned, probably calculating his credit card debt. He remembers the receptionist's warning about equipment damage, because even demon hunters have to deal with rental policies and late fees. The blade snaps clean in half right before his eyes, and Baphomet curses his gotcha-level luck. K9 slams into Baphomet with the force of a disappointed manhwa reader discovering their favorite series got axed. Another explosion rocks the area, because apparently the special effects budget is unlimited. Beelzebub watches this train wreck unfold and screams Baphomet's name like a concerned mom at a Little League game. The twin women materialize behind him with that classic boss fight phase 2 energy. The explosion grabs their attention like a shiny new manhwa notification. After glancing back with typical dramatic timing, they discover different beings already princess carrying Beelzebub to safety. These loyal minions tremble while checking their master's health because apparently even demons need emotional support animals. Beelzebub gasps he barely summoned them with his final magic reserves, ordering immediate evacuation to safety. They obey but hesitate about ditching Baphomet mid-boss fight. Beelzebub shouts that Baphomet has more plot armor than a shounen protagonist. He blames Baphomet for this mess before dramatically coughing blood and fainting because no manhwa scene is complete without someone spitting crimson. His servants scream his name with Oscar-worthy panic and teleport away faster than readers dropping a boring series. Chongyu eyes the barrier as cracks spread like a reader's patience during filler chapters. The canine trembles with berserker rage and respawns facing Baphomet because apparently this boss has multiple health bars. In his mind, his master's ghostly figure whispers the classic villain motivation: sacrifice yourself so a family of 5 can have a happy ending, because nothing says family bonding like ordering your pet to commit murder. She begs K9 to understand this twisted logic and demands he obliterate Baphomet because apparently emotional manipulation works on demon dogs too. The K9 charges forward with the fury of 1,000 betrayed protagonists seeking revenge. Baphomet plants his stance and delivers a textbook hero punch straight into the beast's core. The impact sends K9 staggering back like he just walked into the world's most aggressive door. K9 wobbles on his paws, clearly regretting not investing in better balanced stats. Baphomet dramatically discards his broken blade and raises his fists because apparently we're going full power of friendship and fists mode now. He points at K9 and declares he'll fight barehanded, basically issuing the most reckless challenge in manhwa history. The beast growls in response, probably thinking, this human has officially lost his mind. Our protagonist winds up his fist for what's either going to be an epic comeback punch or a spectacular failure. K9 tilts its head like a confused puppy, because apparently even demonic beasts follow the dumb dog trope when faced with bare-knuckle brawling. Baphomet delivers a savage kick to K9's throat, proving that sometimes the best weapon is good old-fashioned violence. He unleashes a relentless combo of punches, each one landing with bone-crushing precision. As the dust settles, Baphomet notices the beast trembling, finally showing some damage after tanking hits like a typical overpowered boss monster. With a primal roar, he launches himself at K9, abandoning all strategy for pure berserker rage. His fists become a blur of destruction, pummeling the creature's massive frame without mercy. His eyes burn with unwavering determination, radiating the classic protagonist's unbreakable spirit energy. K9 locks eyes with Baphomet through the brutal assault, refusing to back down. Through the chaos, he can still hear Hattie's desperate screams piercing the air, commanding K9 to finish Baphomet off. The creature bounds upward and generates massive energy wrapping around its whole body, because apparently every boss needs a flashy ultimate attack with an edgy name like Forest of Shadows. Baphomet braces himself while K9's pupils flare with that classic about to unleash hell intensity that screams. Final boss phase incoming. 3 razor-sharp strikes instantly carve bloody gashes through Baphomet's arm, because apparently this dog learned swordsmanship from the Invisible Blade school of anime combat. Countless additional cuts materialize around him from every angle, turning the battlefield into a deadly game of dodge the invisible death slashes. Baphomet struggles to comprehend the attack pattern before K9 closes the distance with typical predator efficiency. He narrowly avoids another strike, proving that protagonist's reflexes still work even when you can't see what's trying to kill you. More cuts slice dangerously close to his body as he dodges with the desperation of someone who definitely didn't read the boss manual. He weaves through the relentless barrage of invisible strikes like he's playing the world's deadliest game of bullet hell. Baphomet lunges toward K9, accepting that his arm might get shredded, because apparently he's reached that "screw it, let's end this" point every protagonist hits. He activates his adrenaline ability to push past human limits, because nothing says "final showdown" like triggering your secret power-up mid-fight. He locks onto K9 like a heat-seeking missile and launches himself forward with zero hesitation. The beast mirrors his charge, because apparently synchronized rushing is the only way to settle manhwa disputes. Our protagonist raises his weapon with movie-perfect timing, sprinting toward their collision point, while dramatically announcing his intention to end this fight. Because silent battles are for amateurs, he activates his Blaze Geiger ability, pulling out yet another conveniently timed power-up from his arsenal. A massive inferno erupts outward like someone just detonated a fire-themed nuclear bomb. The flames engulf K9 completely, turning the battlefield into a barbecue pit of destiny. Baphomet roars for the creature's demise as fire consumes everything, channeling his inner pyromaniac protagonist. K9 burns alive in the classic dramatic death by fire scene that every action manhwa demands. Through the flames, K9 remembers Hattie's orders to destroy Baphomet, because even dying dogs get flashback sequences. A montage of memories floods his mind, showing every step that led to this moment of fiery betrayal and regret. Without warning, Baphomet feels something absolutely terrifying happening, because apparently dismemberment is the universe's way of saying plot twist. His entire arm rips clean off and goes flying like it's auditioning for a horror movie special effect. Now the flame-engulfed canine has our boy clamped in its jaws. Talk about a hot dog situation gone wrong. Our boy flashes back to his Abyssal Tower days, when he fought with nothing but claws and teeth like some budget barbarian. He remembers a demon begging for mercy, because even in hell, there's always that one guy who thinks talking will save him. But his weapon had dulled to uselessness, turning what should have been a clean kill into a messy nightmare, and since enemies respawn anyway, the whole ordeal felt like grinding in a broken RPG. That brutal lesson taught him why proper gear matters more than raw determination and shounen spirit. His consciousness snaps back to the present crisis. Being literally eaten alive. He's genuinely puzzled why his brain is serving up random flashbacks while he's currently becoming dog food. Because nothing says imminent death quite like your mind deciding it's the perfect time for an unwanted trip down memory lane. Earlier, he unleashed Raven's skill with perfect execution, but the damage was laughably weak. Classic. Ultimate attack does 1% damage moment. His supposedly game-breaking ability flopped harder than a wet fish, and panic sets in as he realizes he put all his eggs in one very fragile basket. K9 ragdolls him like a chew toy, because apparently being inside a giant wolf's mouth wasn't uncomfortable enough. Beelzebub's lecture about permanent death suddenly feels less like boring exposition and more like a very relevant warning. The gear shop NPC's repeated warnings about buying proper equipment echo in his head. Turns out they weren't just trying to empty his wallet. That annoying tutorial advice suddenly becomes the most brilliant revelation of his life as he grasps the concept of adequate preparation. Raven's image burns through his mind while the beast snarls and chomps down harder, clearly unimpressed by his moment of enlightenment. He braces both feet against those razor-sharp fangs and forces the jaws open with pure desperation and protagonist determination. The gap widens just enough for him to tumble out and crash land like the world's least graceful escape artist. With just one working arm left, he frantically opens his inventory as another strike demolishes where he stood. Classic. Almost died because I put all my faith in one flashy move. Rookie mistake. Not borrowed powers. Inside the inventory sits Raven's blade, the exact same weapon that absolutely demolished him at full strength. This blade crushed his best attacks and delivered the final humiliation. Since Raven wielded this as his primary weapon, it must be legendary tier gear, definitely better than his bargain bin rental equipment. But the item refuses to activate no matter what he tries, and frustration builds as K9 launches another relentless assault. He desperately spam clicks the weapon while dodging like his life depends on it. Then K9 plants itself directly in front of him, locking eyes in that classic boss stare down before the final phase moment. He shouts a desperate threat about what'll happen if this overgrown mutt actually kills him, because intimidation totally works when you're missing an arm. Then launches a long-range attack with all the confidence of someone whose last, ultimate move tickled the enemy. Suddenly, something brilliant materializes from thin air like the universe finally remembered he's the protagonist. A mysterious weapon hovers before him, floating with that classic legendary gear just appeared. Dramatic flare. A sassy voice emerges from it, half threatening him while admitting he's way more entertaining than its previous boring owners. The thing casually introduces itself as an ego weapon, because apparently even swords have personalities in this world, and generously decides to let him borrow it ahead of schedule, leaving him completely stunned by this plot convenience. His immediate reaction? Blame the goddess for this obvious divine intervention. He pictures her somewhere munching popcorn and giving this chaos her casual stamp of approval. The voice quickly corrects him. It's actually a shape-shifting demon blade that's been judging whether he's worthy, like some kind of supernatural performance review. He stares blankly at the floating weapon like it just asked him to solve calculus. Classic. Protagonist doesn't understand basic game mechanics. Moment. The voice patiently explains weapon customization, while he's literally about to become dog food. He blurts out his preference with zero finesse. Big, scary, and hits like a truck because subtlety is overrated when you're dying. K9's massive paw crashes down like a furry meteor of destruction, turning the battlefield into a crater-filled wasteland that would make any landscaper weep. He emerges from the rubble wielding his shiny new death stick, finally looking like an actual protagonist instead of a walking disaster. Skills auto-activate faster than a gacha player's credit card. Master of Weapons 3 and Weapon Mastery buffs stack like he's speedrunning character development. He charges forward with newfound confidence, raising his blade like he actually knows what he's doing for once. One clean slice separates the beast's head from its body. Apparently having proper equipment makes a difference. Who knew? He maintains his assault as the desperate creature launches a needle barrage, because even dying monsters love their projectile spam attacks. He vaults over the spikes and delivers a devastating slash, because apparently we're in combo mode now, cleanly severing the canine's front leg like it's made of paper, carving through its torso and tail in rapid succession. This guy's really going full fruit ninja on this boss. The canine collapses from the relentless assault, probably wondering why it didn't just stay in the tutorial zone. He lands on the fallen beast and drives his blade straight through its core, triggering an agonized howl that echoes through the battlefield. A vision flashes showing Hades' hand reaching toward the dying creature. Her full form materializes as she calls out its name with surprising tenderness. He retreats momentarily as the canine rallies for one final desperate aerial assault, because bosses always have that annoying second phase. With its jaws gaping like it's about to swallow the entire budget for this episode, Hades materializes again, pulling the classic "stop right there" move that works about 0% of the time in manhwa. The beast hesitates just long enough for him to turn it into monster sashimi. As the canine dissolves, it sees itself as a puppy with its family, because apparently even demon dogs get the tragic backstory treatment, and the little pup bounds toward them like it's running through a field of friendship and feels. Finally reuniting with loved ones brings peace before the fade to black. Classic death scene 101. A massive explosion rocks everything as our protagonist surveys the wreckage, already eyeing his next target like a true battle junkie. Time to humble the arrogant pretty boy. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma arrives at what used to be the battlefield location. Staring at the apocalyptic mess around him, he slaps himself awake, probably questioning his life choices and whether he's stuck in some fever dream. Then he spots our blood-soaked protagonist and asks the obvious question, because nothing says Normal Tuesday like finding someone cosplaying as a horror movie extra. A few hours earlier, our boy gears up to challenge Chong-yu in what's about to become the world's most violent job interview, who mocks him with the classic villain line, asking if he's calling him an exhibitionist, because apparently even demons have fragile egos. Baphomet charges forward with murderous intent, clearly skipping the "let's talk this out" phase entirely. One of the twin snakes rushes to defend her master, because loyalty means getting yourself nearly killed for your boss. But he casually blocks her fangs with his blade like he's swatting away an annoying mosquito. With trembling strength, he shoves her aside, and here I thought snakes were supposed to be the dangerous ones, sending her body flying into the wall with a satisfying thud that probably left a snake-shaped dent. Her sister immediately jumps in for round 2, but gets the same express ticket to unconsciousness, because apparently Baphomet believes in equal opportunity beatdowns, who gives them the classic "stay down" warning before turning to face his actual boss fight. He launches skyward for an aerial combo attack on Chong-yu, bisecting him with surgical precision, because apparently we're still in slice and dice mode. But butterflies burst from the cut instead of blood, revealing the oldest trick in the villain playbook. It was just a mirage all along. Multiple Chong-yu copies spawn around him like he's stuck in a broken video game. One illusion lets out a theatrical sigh of mock disappointment, lamenting that discovering Baphomet sooner would have made for better entertainment. but playtime's officially over. All the clones simultaneously raise their hands in perfect synchronization, forming a magic circle that screams, "You're about to have a bad time." One illusion pulls the classic "Last Chance to Surrender" card, because villains love their dramatic ultimatums, promising shared pleasure over pain, while Baphomet glares like he's personally offended by this discount therapy session. Chongyu shape shifts into a woman, asking if he prefers girls, because apparently gender swapping is the ultimate psychological warfare. Baphomet shoves him away with the enthusiasm of someone rejecting a timeshare presentation, while Chongyu cackles at his reaction like he just discovered comedy gold, as Baphomet keeps swinging at air. Another illusion offers the "choose pleasure over violence" speech, the classic villain recruitment pitch that never works. He sweetens the deal by offering slavery, because nothing says "join me" like promising eternal servitude. But his eyes go wide as our protagonist suddenly attacks the right target. Plot twist. He can't fathom how Baphomet found his real body among the fakes, initially chalking it up to dumb luck. But staring into those intense eyes, he realizes it's pure battle instinct. The protagonist's built-in villain detector strikes again. Our boy delivers another slice and dice special to Qingyu's torso. Meanwhile, Qingyu's snake girls are having a dramatic meltdown on the floor, crying out for daddy. Their master, as they shed their human disguises like discount Halloween costumes. An explosion rocks the battlefield because subtlety is apparently overrated, and one serpent decides to join the "Let's Get Murdered" club. She opens her jaws wide enough to fit a watermelon, clearly aiming for the world's worst dental checkup. But Baphomet goes airborne like he's auditioning for a superhero movie, landing on her noggin with the grace of a very violent ballet dancer. He raises his blade for what's about to be the ultimate headache remedy, but her twin sister charges in like a discount superhero, because apparently snake loyalty runs deeper than brain cells. He glances back at the twins with the expression of someone who's tired of swatting flies. Both serpents bare their fangs in classic "we're about to monologue our attack" fashion, but surprise, they're instantly sliced and diced by our boy's blade, hitting the ground faster than their IQ points. He shifts his deadly attention to the wounded Chongyu, like a predator selecting his next meal. Meanwhile, one twin snake frantically calls to her sister, because even in defeat, family drama never ends. Hearing a faint reply, she quickly strategizes their next move with the tactical genius of a wet napkin. As Baphomet aims his sword at Chongyu, traumatic flashbacks hit him like an unwanted anime recap episode. The haunting memory of Chongyu's betrayal and his brutal death, and the excruciating agony that followed, because apparently revenge plots need their mandatory suffering montage. With the final strike, he prepares to attack, determined to return the favor with interest, because revenge is best served with extra violence. But just then, one of the snakes rushes at him like a discount bodyguard. Annoyed, he slashes her with an explosive blow, yet the next moment his jaw drops faster than his enemy's HP bar. His eyes widen as he sees her twin playing Uber driver, scooping up Chongyu in her mouth like the world's most disturbing taxi service. Rage burns in him as he watches all his efforts slipping away, because apparently even demon lords have to deal with escape mechanics. He rushes forward to strike, but the remaining sister blocks his path like a very scaly traffic cone. She tells her twin to escape while she holds him off, buying her time with the classic, heroic sacrifice playbook. Both face each other in what's about to be the least romantic staring contest ever. And the next moment an explosion erupts, because apparently someone ordered extra fireworks with their boss fight. When he gets up from his impromptu dirt nap, one of the twins stands behind him, delivering the classic villain monologue about how he must have prepared hard for this battle, because apparently trash talk is mandatory even when you're losing. She warns him that someone like him can't possibly interrupt her master's plan, clearly forgetting that overconfident minions have a 99% failure rate in these situations. But instead of responding, our boy starts laughing like he just heard the funniest joke in the underworld. Confused, she wonders aloud if he's gone crazy. Honey, sanity left this manhwa about 50 chapters ago. The next moment he lunges at her and delivers an instant delete button to her existence. Blood splatters all over him like the world's most violent paint job, and now we cut to the present timeline. He's being grilled by Mr. Ma, who's not buying his story about getting caught during infiltration, because apparently "I had to fight" is the weakest excuse since "my dog ate my homework." He doesn't care whether Mr. Ma believes him or not, maintaining that classic protagonist "I do what I want" energy. But Mr. Ma points out the destruction he's caused, reminding him that Taeyang already instructed him to retreat and report if he sensed danger, You know, basic mission protocol that every protagonist ignores. Baphomet calmly replies that things got out of hand before he could detect anything, delivering the ultimate "oops, my bad" excuse for mass destruction. Mr. Ma, however, refuses to believe that someone with his skills couldn't sense danger, because apparently "I didn't see it coming" is the worst excuse since "my dog ate my homework." He remembers his superior's words about keeping Baphomet suppressed, like trying to contain a nuclear reactor with duct tape, but now wonders whether he has given him too much leniency, realizing his good cop routine might need some serious adjustments, because a hunting dog that doesn't listen to its master must be eliminated. Though this particular dog has claws that could redecorate his face, he decides to eliminate the threat before he loses control over him completely, because clearly poking the demon lord is a brilliant career move. But in the next moment, because dramatic timing is apparently a universal law, the goddess appears behind him like the world's most divine jump scare. She looks down and pats his cheek with a smile that screams, "You're adorable when you're plotting." Outside the door, Yun-sun and her assistant urge Tae-young to open it, because nothing says emergency like polite door knocking. He informs them that he can't allow unauthorized people in, as Baphomet is under investigation, the bureaucratic equivalent of "sorry, the murder machine is busy right now." But the doctor protests, insisting that Baphomet is her patient and needs care, because apparently being a guild master comes with medical privileges now. Tae-young reminds her that it was Mr. Ma who placed him in her guild, the classic "you're not the real mom" comeback, which immediately shuts her up faster than a plot hole getting exposed. Having no other choice, she stops threatening him and instead decides to use the media like any modern Karen would, saying she'll make him the news headline and give him a show right now, because nothing says professional like blackmail. This tactic finally grants her access to the investigation room, proving that media threats work better than actual authority. Inside, she finds a truly terrified Mr. Ma, who claims to have seen a ghost, because apparently even investigators aren't immune to jump scares. Apparently, the ghost he claims to have seen is a system spirit, which the doctor points out is often mentioned in hunter urban legends, like Bigfoot, but with better graphics. Mr. Ma reveals that he saw her with his own eyes, something filled with an inhuman presence. So basically every customer service representative. The doctor teasingly asks if the spirit was pretty, because priorities matter even during supernatural encounters. Mr. Ma admits she was baffling but beautiful, while Yun-seon immediately turns it into a beauty contest, because even ghosts aren't safe from female competition. The doctor, now intrigued, asks if the system threatened him, because apparently even AI has learned to play the intimidation game. He explains that it wasn't exactly a threat, more like a friendly suggestion, with apocalyptic undertones. The system warned him not to kill Baphomet, classic plot armor activation right there, saying it could bring harm to him because Baphomet will be useful for both of them. Ah yes, the mysterious chosen one card. Looking at him, Yun-seon demands the whole story. Mr. Ma recounts everything, describing how the system tried to persuade him, confirming the doctor's theory that Baphomet is truly special, because of course he is. Meanwhile, Baphomet returns to his house. Time for the mandatory brooding session. Looking at Beelzebub, who's probably been stress cleaning this entire time, who is relieved to see him, and glad his arm is intact. Beelzebub has even cleaned the house as instructed. The perfect demon butler trope strikes again. When Baphomet walks past him without saying anything, the classic silent treatment after a traumatic battle. Beelzebub guiltily apologizes for not helping when he ran out of mana, trying to console him about facing Chongyu again, because nothing says supportive sidekick like promising more dangerous encounters. Baphomet is about to silence him when, at that exact moment, the ego sword decides to make its dramatic entrance, because apparently every edgy weapon needs a grand reveal. Claiming both of them have unfinished business, the sword boasts about wanting to test his strength, since it graciously lent him power before. It's practically vibrating with excitement to witness his limits, but gets absolutely flabbergasted when our boy just grabs its hilt, gives it a casual spin, and unceremoniously chucks it to the ground. Then he whips out a magnifier to inspect its quality like he's buying a used car, completely ignoring its wounded pride. Finally, he dunks it in cold water, causing the legendary weapon to screech like a wet cat. He continues subjecting it to more humiliating tests, because apparently legendary weapons need a full inspection like discount appliances, until it finally breaks down, crying out that it's enough. Even magical swords have their limits when facing a determined cheapskate. When it surrenders, he darkly orders it to call him sir, making the sword tremble in compliance while Beelzebub taunts it for picking the wrong master. Classic "you chose poorly" moment. Then he tilts his head and wonders aloud how a sword can even feel pain, because physics apparently stopped making sense episodes ago. The sword weakly explains it can only feel pain when inflicted by its master, the ultimate toxic relationship dynamic. Baphomet asks if the user can influence it, and the sword admits that stats, disposition, and strength all affect their bond. It's basically a supernatural compatibility test. Beelzebub mentions its previous master was Raven, and the sword calls him strong but boring since he never used its special features. The classic "my ex was vanilla" complaint. Baphomet, however, loves experimenting with various weapons, making them far more compatible. Finally, someone who appreciates a sword's special talents. The sword admits it looks forward to working with him, because nothing says character development like Stockholm Syndrome with your weapon. But Baphomet, ever the stat-obsessed gamer, asks which of them has better compatibility stats, because even emotional moments need spreadsheet analysis. The sword clearly saw this question coming from a mile away, because apparently even weapons have developed protagonist reading skills. It smugly declares that stronger stats equal greater satisfaction, then delivers the classic "you should know since you got your butt kicked by Raven" reminder. Then it decides to poke the Changyu wound, because nothing says tactful new partner like bringing up recent trauma. Beelzebub immediately tries damage control, but this sword has zero emotional intelligence. It casually mentions how Raven would have turned those twin snakes into sashimi, and reduced Changyu to barbecue. The classic "your predecessor was better" comparison that every new partnership needs. Beelzebub braces for the inevitable rage explosion, because we all know how demon lords handle constructive criticism. But plot twist, Baphomet just calmly accepts his current weakness like some Zen master, completely breaking the prideful demon refuses to admit flaws trope. Beelzebub sighs and calls him a battle maniac for casually admitting weakness, because only true fight addicts can be this self-aware about their limitations. Baphomet declares his defeat a stain on his pride. Yes, the mandatory honor must be restored. Character motivation has officially activated. He vows to become much stronger, because every good training arc needs a dramatic declaration of intent to fuel the upcoming power-up montage. Right on cue, the goddess notices Baphomet's stats spiking from pure ambition alone, because apparently determination is a measurable stat boost in this universe, all while lurking in some ominously dimly lit building, because important revelations only happen in dramatically underlit locations. Several blindfolded men lie on stretchers getting their blood harvested like they're at the world's worst donation drive. Staff members patrol around them with the kind of silent efficiency you'd expect from a vampire wellness spa. In another room, a girl soaks in a bloodbath, because apparently regular bubble baths are too mainstream for evil organizations. Suddenly, she senses someone's presence with that classic "someone's watching me" tingle, and immediately kills the intruder faster than you can say "knock first," only to realize it's Changyu. Talk about awkward timing. He appears right beside her, calling her peacemaker and praising her sharp senses like this is a perfectly normal bathing situation. She narrows her eyes and demands to know why he's here, because even blood-bathing villains deserve privacy. Changyu smiles and mentions he has a special request, because nothing says good timing like interrupting someone's crimson soak. She rises from the bath and grabs him by the neck, proving that wet hands are still perfectly capable of attempted murder. She senses his power is severely weakened and demands to know who dared to injure him, or where his strength vanished. Changyu, or Loki as she calls him, simply replies with a smirk that he's handsome. She snorts in disgust and straightens up, clearly unimpressed by his narcissistic deflection. He mentions Baphomet while she pulls up his data, intending to request she capture the boy alive. But her eyes gleam with predatory greed the moment she sees his olive-skinned photo. She's dying to sample his blood. Online, chaos erupts when someone posts Valkyrie's photo, but the real shocker is Baphomet clearing the tower instead. One user insists the final boss became human, though everyone thinks he's trolling. That troll is actually the hooded teammate who witnessed Baphomet's beast transformation firsthand. He knows the truth because he saw Baphomet's original demonic form in the Abyssal Tower. Meanwhile, Beelzebub geeks out over his new smartphone and web novel access while Baphomet lectures him about online shopping. Classic "I risked my life while you stay home" roommate drama. Beelzebub protests he never spends the money anyway, reminding him how he begged for an AC during the heat wave. Baphomet declined, because who needs comfort when you can suffer in true protagonist fashion? They argue while our boy stays laser-focused on tracking Chongyu with his shiny new phone. At that moment, he receives a message from the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs. Because plot-relevant notifications always arrive at perfect dramatic timing. He checks it, and the message reveals Razel's crystal auction results. The item has officially been sold to some lucky bidder. Their eyes practically pop out of their skulls when they see the astronomical amount displayed on screen. It sold for a whopping $800 million, making them richer than most webtoon protagonists dream of, and Baphomet still wants to blow it all on pork stew like a true food-obsessed character. Beelzebub, being the voice of reason for once, urges him to invest in real estate and buy an actual apartment building. But Baphomet points out the harsh reality that soul housing prices require selling your soul, or in his case, literally ripping the crystal from his body, which his human form can't even handle anyway. Meanwhile, in a restaurant across town, people can't stop gawking at Valkyrie and her crew like they're celebrities at a fan meet. The photo she posted on social media has gone viral faster than you can say, influencer arc, because even demon hunters need their 15 minutes of fame. The girls around them gossip about cafe plans, completely oblivious to the fact they're dining next to someone who could probably level the building. But Valkyrie's eyes stay glued to the screen like she's waiting for a text back from her crush. Eventually she snaps and vents about some guy she recently dated, an obnoxious, arrogant jerk who treated conversations like solo performances. At that, Echidna drops the brutal truth that Baphomet already rejected her faster than a bad pickup line. Valkyrie argues that she didn't ask him out, so technically it wasn't rejection, just strategic avoidance. All she did was invite him to celebrate their tower clear with dinner, but he pulled the classic "I'm busy with work" excuse about rank recalibration and house repairs. She consoles herself by claiming she's totally fine eating dinner alone, because nothing screams "I'm okay" like defensive declarations. The girls exchange annoyed glances, wondering if Baphomet even knows what dating is, then start wildly speculating about our clueless protagonist, including his romantic preferences, with Echidna bluntly suggesting that maybe Valkyrie just isn't his type at all, which makes her sulk like a rejected side character. Maybe he's already got someone else since they first met. Meanwhile, our oblivious boy gets approached by Reaper, blissfully unaware of the romantic drama he's apparently causing. Later, they settle down at a table that screams feast fit for protagonists. Reaper even urges them to order more because apparently demon hunters have unlimited expense accounts, and Baphomet asks what's the occasion. But Reaper explains she wants to express her gratitude for him saving everyone, because nothing says "thank you for not dying" like an all-you-can-eat buffet. When he left the hospital, she didn't know how to approach him, so now she's taking the opportunity to thank him, while he's genuinely confused why she's being so friendly instead of suspicious. She declares that as age fellows they can become friends. Classic Manhwa logic where everyone assumes they're the same age despite looking like they could be anywhere from 16 to 30. Then he asks seriously whether she has checked his background, because smart protagonists always wonder if their new friend knows about their secret demon identity. Instead of answering, she asks whether he is the one who cleared the tower, dodging questions with questions, a true hunter interrogation technique. She investigated but no one gives her a clear answer, which makes her conclude it must be him. Detective work at its finest. No proof equals definitely guilty. After a pause, she offers to hire him as her mercenary, because nothing transitions from "let's be friends" to "work for me" faster than Manhwa business proposals. She explains that she went to the Central Agency to find one, but now she's found him, the one with incredible ability, fighting skills, and tower clearance knowledge, basically checking every OP protagonist box. She assures him that he will be paid for his work, because even demon-slaying mercenaries need to worry about rent in this economy. He asks about the tower's danger level, because if she needs a mercenary, it's probably not a casual Sunday stroll through a flower garden. She admits it's as dangerous as the labyrinthine tower, then suggests they hash out payment details later. Classic. We'll figure it out. Energy that never goes wrong. But suddenly, he drops the bomb. He wants 800 million won. Because why start with reasonable numbers when you can go full capitalism mode? Beelzebub promptly chokes on his food like a proper comedic relief character witnessing his friend's audacity. She stares at him with the intensity of someone calculating whether this guy is insane or brilliant. He justifies it as the price of his life since he'll be risking everything. Surprisingly mature reasoning from our usually impulsive protagonist. She agrees instantly, leaving him stunned and questioning if she's secretly swimming in money like a webtoon chable. Before she can answer, Panicked men burst in asking why she didn't announce her arrival, because dramatic interruptions are mandatory in every crucial conversation. They notice her guests and apologize for barging in like they just crashed a secret date instead of a business meeting. They mention the president is busy, but she waves it off, saying she always visits her uncle at home, dropping family connection bombs like it's nothing. Now she casually drops that her family owns this hotel, because of course the rich girl owns everything, which instantly creates a mental image of her swimming in a pool of golden spoons like Scrooge McDuck. She then declares they're raiding the Tower of Sanctum, because nothing says casual dinner conversation like planning a death mission. Meanwhile, Mr. Ha and his assistant discuss the same tower, proving that all roads lead to the same deadly dungeon. Apparently someone's trapped inside and still breathing. They've done their homework on this hunter. While his assistant mentions the Nebula Guild's message, she reports that 3 guild members are also trapped, so their guild master is personally mounting a rescue mission to clear the tower. But Mr. Ha insists their sponsored hunter should clear it instead. Gotta protect that investment portfolio, even if it's made of human lives. He orders her to tell Nebula Guild to back off since they're handling this mess themselves. He also demands they ban all other hunters except their handpicked team, wanting an A-rank disposable asset, because apparently hunters are just expensive toilet paper to these people. Meanwhile, Baphomet hears someone frantically demanding entry to the Tower of Sanctum. While our boy is still mentally calculating whether 800 million won is enough to cover his therapy bills after this job, the receptionist tries to excuse it with policy, but they demand she explain which policy prevents people from entering towers. The "no entry for protagonists" clause. At that moment, Mr. Ha appears behind them like every suspicious manhwa businessman, ready to mansplain the situation while casually calling our demon lord protagonist a loser. Later, he assigns them to join their support mission, claiming both are A-rank hunters, because manhwa loves pretending everyone's power level is clearly labeled. But our boy's demon instincts are screaming "trap" louder than a horror movie soundtrack. The sly man claims he's only a department worker, not a trained hunter, showing that classic manhwa humility that fools absolutely no one. Baphomet still curses him because demons have excellent bullshit detectors. Reaper, bless her naive protagonist's heart, assumes he must value hunters since he's hiring them, missing every red flag like a colorblind matador. He answers that one is S-rank Hunter Chiu, the Nebula Guild's right-hand man, because every mission needs at least one overpowered side character to complicate things. Another hunter, Aranknelia, is a summoner, and the last one is Raven's brother, because every team needs that one guy with tragic family backstory. This catches Baphomet's attention faster than a demon sensing free real estate. As the man casually drops Griffin's worth, like he's revealing the final boss of a video game, the scene shifts to a classic trauma flashback dream, because no manhwa protagonist is complete without childhood PTSD, where monsters are having their usual destroy everything party that nobody asked for. A little boy screams for his big brother with the desperation of someone who knows this won't end well. Big brother does the responsible thing, checking for injuries before making the classic "stay here while I do something heroic and stupid" decision. The younger boy clings harder than a fan to their bias, begging him not to leave. But big brother runs off anyway, because manhwa logic dictates that splitting up always works perfectly. Griffin jolts awake wondering if he overslept, as if his biggest concern isn't the recurring nightmare of family trauma, and is reassured he's on time, because punctuality is apparently the only thing going right in his life. He prepares for his remaining mission, probably wondering if his life insurance covers death by mysterious tower. Meanwhile, Baphomet tests his arms while Yun Xian checks his condition, crediting herself for the free treatment, though he points out the government's footing the bill like a true healthcare reality check. She urges him to stay in her guild, but he replies that entering towers leaves him no choice, because apparently tower addiction is a real thing in manhwa. Their conversation shifts to the newly appeared Tower of Sanctum, where she hopes he won't fight despite him literally joining a combat mission. Peak female lead logic right there. Yunsen mentions they have zero intel on the tower and asks about Ma, because going in blind is apparently standard operating procedure, who Baphomet hasn't seen, assuming he's cleaning up his own mess like every absent mentor figure when you actually need them. She senses something unusual but keeps quiet and wishes him luck, because vague ominous feelings never warrant a proper warning in manhwa. She then takes his hand to work her magic, initiating the classic healing scene with romantic undertones trope, revealing small spirits aiding his arms healing, because apparently even medical treatment needs cute mascot characters in this genre. She explains she's a spiritualist, a supportive buffer rather than a combatant, because every party needs that one character who helps from the sidelines while everyone else does the actual fighting. Elsewhere in a church that definitely isn't suspicious at all, a pastor gives a speech about faith, emphasizing gratitude for life over personal gain, standard villain monologue disguised as Sunday sermon. A peacemaker girl in the audience asks about his source, clearly the only one paying attention in this obvious cult meeting. It's revealed the pastor is Chong Yu with dyed hair, because nothing says, "I'm definitely not the bad guy," like a cheap disguise, who previously enchanted a mother-daughter duo to take care of the former pastor role. Proving mind control is apparently easier than getting a theology degree. She reassures that Baphomet hasn't been interfered with and that everything is proceeding according to plan. Classic villain confirmation that everything is definitely not going according to plan. At that moment, Reaper is angry at him for reaching there late, because punctuality is apparently more important than surviving demon encounters. He points out that he is 10 minutes early, but she wants him earlier. Looking at her face, he realizes she's just excited to explore her archaeologist's curiosity inside the tower. She admits it, as they are the first hunters to enter it aside from the advance party, making them either pioneers or very expensive test subjects. She bubbles with excitement about exploring the untouched tower. Classic curious scholar meets death trap energy. He's clearly annoyed by her enthusiasm, but she smugly reveals her over-the-top preparation strategy. She's covered combat basics with scrolls and gear, plus bought inventory expansion because she's hoarding like a doomsday prepper. When she casually mentions bringing 3 years of supplies per person, including the advance party, his eye twitches. He snaps, asking if she plans to establish a permanent residence there. She defensively explains that when 2 A ranks and an S rank can't clear it, overpacking seems reasonable. She admits preferring long-term stays but insists she's here to support the advance party's tower clearing efforts. He reminds her of their agreed condition: he won't use any active or passive skills during the mission. Flashback reveals when he first mentioned this condition, she found it bizarre since he's usually a battle-hungry maniac. He explained wanting genuine strength through quality fights, not skill-dependent victories, because apparently he's going through his get good phase. Back to present, she irritably questions whether he should prioritize her safety as his paying client over his personal training goals. He reassures her that money is a powerful motivator. He'll keep her breathing for the paycheck. But when he moves toward the tower, Reaper drops the bombshell that they're waiting for another party member, because apparently this wasn't complicated enough already. Right on cue, their mystery third wheel makes their grand entrance. And surprise, surprise, it's Jihyun. Because of course the government spy shows up when you least want surveillance. Mr. Ha's loyal assistant has been voluntarily volunteered to babysit Baphomet's team, proving that optional missions don't exist in corporate hierarchies. She's clearly having second thoughts, but her boss reminds her that stalking their enigmatic protagonist is literally her job description, and frankly, she's failing at the whole gathering intel thing. When he notices her hesitation, he assumes she's rusty from tower duty. She deflects, claiming her skills are sharp, but worries Baphomet might see through their incredibly obvious spy mission. Her superior couldn't care less about subtlety. He actually wants Baphomet to notice him, because reverse psychology is apparently a valid intelligence strategy. The plan is classic manipulation 101. Let Baphomet show off, get comfortable, then slip up and reveal his secrets, because that always works flawlessly in practice. She introduces herself as Zest with a friendly greeting, definitely not suspicious at all. Reaper welcomes her with typical enthusiasm, blissfully unaware she's just invited a government watchdog to their dungeon crawl, while our boy already suspects that she's here to babysit him, because nothing screams subtle surveillance like showing up uninvited to a death trap. She doesn't deny it, adding that her power can contribute to the team as well. The classic "I'm totally not spying, but also I'm super useful" defense. Reaper agrees with her, while our dude remains unconvinced, but they decide to head on anyway because the plot must go on. They spot the tower floating in the air, because apparently gravity is just a suggestion in this world. Zest points out a warp-like device that helps them transport into the tower, looking suspiciously like a medieval catapult. Both girls look at the device, then look at our boy, who takes the cue and grumpily agrees to go first. Classic. Protagonist tests the death trap protocol. He is thrown toward the tower as soon as he steps into the device, because who needs dignified entrances when you can be yeeted into danger? Reaper can't believe that it flings a person like a spring, proving that tower architects have zero regard for passenger comfort. Baphomet returns with information that he's transported to the waiting room, and it's safe as long as they land properly. Emphasis on properly. Zest, after listening to this, probably wonders if her government health insurance covers magical catapult injuries. Goes ahead without hesitation, but Reaper looks like she's contemplating her life choices. Classic. Brave in theory, terrified in practice syndrome. When asked, she admits she's afraid of landing face first like some slapstick comedy victim. So our protagonist decides to be chivalrous. He scoops her onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and launches them through the portal. Romance novels never mention how unglameful heroic rescues actually are. Finally, they materialize at the tower's entrance, dignity slightly bruised but bones intact. The eerie silence hits them immediately as they realize there's no obvious path forward, because mysterious towers never believe in simple doorways. Just a suspicious glowing button sitting there like the world's most ominous doorbell. Both girls debate the potential consequences of button pressing while exhibiting classic horror movie victim decision-making skills. Our boy walks over and smashes the button without a second thought, because overthinking is for people who want to live longer. Both girls freeze in horror at his impulsive action, proving that sometimes the think first approach has merit. A pink swirl erupts around them as the Tower of Sanctum's first trial begins, because apparently ominous towers have a flair for dramatic entrances. And from there, a horde of demon beasts pour out like it's Black Friday at a monster mall. They've got 10 minutes to clear house or become permanent tower residents. No pressure whatsoever. Baphomet whips out his ego sword faster than a protagonist's power awakening, while Reaper has her standard "we're all gonna die" moment. Zest draws her weapon with professional spy efficiency, her eyes locking onto the nearest monster like a heat-seeking missile. One clean strike later, she's already pivoting to her next victim. Clearly someone paid attention during government assassin training. Baphomet joins the slaughter party, because sharing is caring when it comes to monster extermination. Both hunters are dicing demons like they're competing for most efficient killing machine of the year. His ego sword evolves into twin blades, because apparently one overpowered weapon wasn't overpowered enough. With the monster buffet thoroughly cleared, they advance to floor 2, one step closer to whatever fresh hell awaits. And surprise, there's another ominous button waiting for them, because tower designers clearly have a one-trick playbook. Before our button-happy protagonist can press it again, Reaper grabs his arm and asks him to at least discuss it first. What a novel concept. He doesn't understand what there is to discuss, since they'll just advance to whatever fresh hell awaits them. She points out that they need rest too, and maybe Zest needs one as well. Zest assures them she's fine and ready to advance. Classic overpowered character move. But Reaper argues that he always does whatever he wants without thinking. Baphomet points out they're wasting time since the system window already explained everything. The system window warns that failing to clear demonic beasts within the time limit means reattempting the chamber, because video game logic applies here. He argues that if they need to reattempt, they'll waste even more time, and if this condition applies to every floor, it explains why even the advanced party with 1S rank and 2A ranks couldn't clear the tower. Zest answers that it's because they couldn't complete the quest in time, stating the obvious like a true genius. He agrees, so they need to progress fast to join the advanced party before they become tower decoration. Reaper protests that they need to consider their safety too, because dead heroes can't save anyone. Shocking revelation. He shuts her up by bringing up her epic fail at the labyrinthine tower. Nothing like past trauma to win an argument. She apologizes while explaining she doesn't want a repeat disaster. Meanwhile, Zest is busy analyzing our protagonist like he's a rare specimen. She notices his sharp tower instincts and combat efficiency, wondering how he leveled up this fast. Must be that classic protagonist's plot armor. When he glances back at her, she realizes he's clearly holding back his true power, because of course he is. It's overpowered MC 101. They advance to the next floor and finally manage to clear it after some struggle. But it takes longer than before as Zest senses stronger beasts ahead, because video game difficulty scaling is apparently universal law. Meanwhile, Baphomet gets the weird feeling this is his tower debut. Talk about selective memory issues. But still he is itching to have stronger opponents, because apparently regular demon slaying is just Tuesday for him. Besides, he can sense Zest's eyes on him, observing his strength, but his skills are off, so he cannot show her much. Classic hiding my true power protagonist syndrome. However, he wants her supervisor to beg on his knees for not recognizing his worth before. Revenge fantasies are a mandatory MC character trait. Not to mention, as he steps ahead, he also has a fishy feeling, and not the good kind you get from a seafood buffet. Like someone is watching him, because privacy died the moment he became the main character. He looks above to see someone. Tower surveillance is apparently a thing now. Suddenly, he senses something that gives him chills. His protagonist's danger sense is tingling like Spider-Man's cousin, and he immediately turns to Reaper, because when in doubt, check on your party members. However, she is quite happy to find some weird construct in front of her, because nothing says potential disaster like mysterious tower objects, and is ready to take a photo. He annoyingly thinks she hasn't been interested in anything until now. Typical tourist behavior in a death trap. She explains that this tower is like every tower she visits, but this point is quite different. She then asks him to take her photo with the background of the button, because nothing says professional explorer like vacation selfies and mortal danger. He is annoyed at that, even when she explains that it is for her book. Then Zest comments on the different construct of the button. Finally, someone notices the obvious plot device. He answers nonchalantly that this tower is quite different from the ones they have cleared so far. She points out that this chamber is named after a demonic beast, because naming conventions are apparently universal evil overlord policy. Snapping the photo, he throws the phone at Reaper, customer service at its finest, and finalizes her sightseeing as they are going to the next floor. Nothing like a quick photo op before potential doom. He presses the button and activates the 20th trial of the Tower of Sanctum, because when has pressing mysterious buttons ever gone wrong? This time, the stakes just got real. We need to eliminate the demonic beast Doc M2 within 10 minutes, because apparently even demons follow corporate naming conventions. However, this time they will have to restart from the first floor if they fail the trial, the ultimate get good punishment from tower management. Learning this, Baphomet comments how he's disgusted by the Tower Master's twisted game design. Apparently even demon lords hate bad game mechanics. He glances at the creature pouncing at him, but our overpowered protagonist casually yeetus-deletus it back like a volleyball. The beast retaliates with its whip attack, because every boss needs at least one ranged move in their arsenal. But he dodges with main character agility and leaps away, his sword work making Dark Souls players weep with envy. He vaults onto the monster's back and attempts to pierce its hide. Classic mount and stab strategy from Monster Hunter 101. But surprise, it's protected by the classic golden shield of plot convenience. He lands gracefully on the ground, because stumbling would ruin his protagonist's aesthetic. After a moment of tactical brooding, every good MC needs their thinking pose. He barks orders for his companions to unleash everything they've got on this walking HP sponge, because apparently teamwork makes the dream work, even when facing discount Dark Souls bosses with cheat shields. They desperately hammer the shield as the timer ticks down to the final 10 seconds. Classic last-minute pressure because Manhwa loves its dramatic countdowns. Just when hope seems lost, the shield finally shows a crack, because plot armor always activates at 99.9% despair. Reaper frantically shouts his name with the urgency of a typical damsel moment. He confidently tells them to back off because he's about to deliver the classic protagonist finishing move. He hurls his weapon with perfect aim, but just as victory seems certain, some random character swoops in and one-punches the monster, stealing his thunder completely. The elimination quest completes successfully, but at what cost to his pride? Our MC stands there fuming because someone just kill-stole his epic moment like a noob in an MMO. He notices the golem doesn't match the demonic beast description. Suspicious much? They're teleported back only to discover a mysterious figure standing beside the golem. Zest recognizes her as Hunter Nelia from the advance party, because of course there's always a mysterious advance team ahead of the protagonists. Baphomet is still fuming that she stole his kill. Classic last-second glory theft. A Manhwa staple. Before she can deliver the typical cryptic exposition, she faceplants onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. Reaper immediately blames him for not catching her, because apparently he's supposed to have spider sense for falling girls. Then she cautiously approaches him. Nelia weakly mutters that she's starving. Ah yes, the powerful hunter defeated by basic human needs. They're completely stunned by this anticlimactic revelation. Later, Mr. Ha apologetically meets two officials, explaining he couldn't evacuate the hunter training department, because bureaucracy waits for no one. He cheerfully announces recruiting 2 A-rank hunters, but his guests look less than thrilled about his hiring spree, especially regarding our irregularly overpowered government agent protagonist. But he humbly insists his skills are trashed here, claiming only his guild members can handle the tower. Classic false modesty from an OP character. Plot twist: one guest is Hunter Van Gogh, guild master of Nebula Guild, because every manhwa needs its mandatory mysterious guild leader cameo. He confidently assures them everything's under control, mentioning they should rendezvous with the advance party soon. Famous last words in any adventure story. Suddenly Griffin raises his sword against our protagonist, because nothing says plot development like unexpected betrayal from allies. Our MC grits his teeth in confusion, experiencing the classic "wait, what's happening?" moment that every protagonist must endure. Flashback time, a few hours earlier when they discovered and fed the starving Nelia. Because every good story needs its convenient exposition flashback. She devours the food with the joy of someone who's rediscovered carbs. Truly the most relatable hunter moment in manhwa history. She explains they arrived a month ago and survived 2 weeks without food, because apparently hunters have the metabolism of camels. Everyone's shocked by this revelation. While normal people would have died, her hunter physiology kept her alive, though Reaper questions why they didn't just exit for supplies. She admits she wanted to leave but couldn't damage her male teammates' fragile pride. Yes, toxic masculinity strikes again, even in life-or-death situations. Zest raises a question, asking why she can't just teleport out with a device, because apparently basic logistics are too simple for manhwa. She's about to explain, but Baphomet interrupts like the impatient side character he is, declaring that teleport devices are useless here. She nods in agreement, explaining that some towers are basically anti-convenience zones that disable teleportation. Zest chimes in about the government developing better devices, because tech upgrades are always the solution in these stories. Then they learn Nelia's from the 49th floor, making everyone assume they're halfway done like optimistic math students. Nelia crushes their hopes by pointing out they have no idea if that's actually halfway. Reality check incoming. She drops the bombshell that this tower allegedly has over 100 floors and they're completely stuck at 49. Classic escalation reveal. Our MC starts whining as Nelia launches into full interrogation mode like an overeager fan meeting their idol. She peppers him with questions about everything from his name to his shoe size, testing his patience like a nosy aunt at family dinner. Finally releasing him from her questioning torture, she thanks the party with renewed confidence, declaring they can totally clear this tower now, because adding one more person always guarantees success in manhwa logic. When asked, she casually drops that she has a unique otter skill, because of course the random starving girl has god tier abilities, which alone is enough for her to reach a tier. Talk about winning the genetic lottery. Then she asks them to hold each other's hands and they comply, forming a circle like they're about to summon a demon at a sleepover. She tells them to imagine the place they want to be, basically magical GPS with extra steps. Before Baphomet can protest with his usual complaints, the dimension magic activates, and they feel the gate invert, because teleportation never feels normal in these stories. And there is a flash of light that would make any photographer jealous. Meanwhile, Griffin is brooding in front of the gate like a discount anime villain. Valkyrie grows curious about the colony, because nothing says plot advancement like sudden mysterious interest, which will make it difficult for him to pass the S-rank test. Imagine failing because you peaked too early. He explains that irregular hunters like Griffin usually have some tragic backstory or burning revenge that fuels their power-ups. Classic protagonist stuff. He points out that Griffin seems to have lost his main character energy and needs to rediscover his plot armor, or he'll stay a side character forever. Now in the present, Griffin broods dramatically about his existential crisis, as all good manhwa characters do. Then suddenly his hunter senses start tingling like discount Spider-Man as he detects an ominous presence. He frantically looks around, probably expecting some convenient plot device to appear. Turning back with that classic dramatic head turn move, he raises his sword in the most intimidating pose possible, and finds our boy just casually standing there like he owns the place. He remembers Baphomet's ominous warning about getting stronger or becoming monster food. Typical death flag dialogue. He's completely baffled why our protagonist showed up here, then spots Nelia descending like some kind of supply hunting angel. She explains she was on a snack run when she stumbled upon them, the so-called support party that Mr. Ha probably forgot he even sent. When they greet each other with all the warmth of a freezer malfunction, Nelia realizes they already know each other. What are the odds in a world of millions of hunters? The moment is interrupted by the third member of the advance party, Hunter Chu. However, this man turns out to be quite lively, laughing as he listens to the entire ordeal like he's watching his favorite sitcom. He's practically drooling over the food since his stamina bar is flashing red, thanking them like they just delivered Christmas dinner. Reaper whispers that she heard Chu is Vango's elder brother, and the age gap is so big you need a telescope. Zest explains Vango was basically an oops baby. She adds that they belong to a famous hunter family where being legendary is the bare minimum, but Vango still manages to be the golden child. Now that they have support, they decide to start their raid once again, because nothing says team bonding like mortal danger. Nelia suggests sending Baphomet into one of the doors like he's a test dummy. Baphomet asks whether he's going alone, because apparently being the designated sacrifice wasn't in his job description. But she explains that he'll buddy up with Griffin, who gets the scenic route through the opposite door, because splitting the party always works out great. So to clear this floor, they need synchronized monster slaying. It's like a deadly dance-off where timing is everything. He doesn't mind the suicide mission but wants to know why he's been voluntarily drafted as monster bait. She radiates confidence that he won't become a chew toy and tells him to get going. Nothing builds trust like casual dismissal. She'll explain the master plan when he returns, assuming he returns with all his limbs intact. Then he charges ahead and immediately starts his one-man monster mash session. But when he emerges, he's complaining about the pathetic boss fight like a disappointed gamer, only to find Griffin already chilling there. Nelia casually mentions that Griffin finished a whole minute faster. Talk about adding insult to injury, which makes Baphomet demand a rematch because his pride just took critical damage, and she promises he'll get another shot. But they're all standing around confused about why the floor hasn't cleared yet, despite turning the demonic beasts into yesterday's news. At that, Nelia deduces the chambers are connected with twin beasts because dungeon designers love their matching sets. She explains the timing is everything for floor clearance, like a deadly synchronized swimming competition. Chu adds they need millisecond precision to kill both beasts because apparently dungeons have stricter timing than Olympic judges. Now Baphomet realizes she wasn't being flirty earlier, those questions were actually strategic, not romantic. She confirms he needs to match Griffin's performance for success, declaring their new, cooperative mission, aka force friendship through violence. Reaper watches in horror as Baphomet demolishes his entire food stash like a human garbage disposal, though she expected this after witnessing his hotel buffet massacre, which is why she packed emergency rations. What truly shocks her is Griffin matching Baphomet's eating pace bite for bite. She figures it's his power growth plus 2 weeks of starvation, now questioning if she should have brought a whole grocery store. Zest gallantly offers to help Reaper with cleanup duty because someone has to deal with this food apocalypse. And while doing so, she asks whether both hunters can clear the floor trial, because apparently synchronized monster slaying is the new Olympic sport. Reaper explains the trial requires them to succeed simultaneously, likely why they're stuck in this supernatural escape room. Zest notes they're relying on Baphomet, which makes Reaper suspect she's here to keep an eye on him. Zest doesn't deny it. Subtlety was never her strong suit. Reaper explains Zest isn't good at lying and has researched Mr. Ha, because doing homework on your boss's enemies is totally normal workplace behavior. Understanding the animosity between him and Baphomet, which is why she was assigned to watch him like a supernatural babysitter. Reaper admits it's tiresome for someone gentle like Zest to work under Mr. Ha, like hiring a kindergarten teacher for a prison warden job. But Zest counters that their goals align perfectly, and anyone opposing him becomes her enemy too, loyalty points earned through the corporate hierarchy. When they finish collecting trash, Zest wonders where to dispose of it in this monster-infested dungeon. Reaper reveals a void cube, a mythical item that erases anything thrown inside. Zest is surprised that Reaper owns such an item, because casual possession of reality-breaking artifacts is so last season, and Reaper smugly reveals she uses it to delete her browser history. Erase classified intel. Zest asks to borrow it, and Reaper agrees, probably wondering what secrets a rule follower could possibly have. Meanwhile, Baphomet is brainstorming synchronization tactics with Griffin, suggesting they use a timer like some kind of dungeon speedrun. But Nelia objects that tower restrictions prevent electronic devices, because apparently even fantasy dungeons have better anti-cheat systems than online games. He then suggests the classic rush and swinging strategy that works in every action manhwa. Chu objects that skill levels differ between hunters, shocking revelation that not everyone is an overpowered protagonist. Griffin interjects that he should trust the advanced party's expertise, displaying rare common sense for a manhwa character. Baphomet grumpily asks if he should just be a mindless follower, his pride clearly wounded. Griffin bluntly tells him to do exactly that, because subtlety is apparently not his strong suit. Tension escalates as both prepare to fight, because nothing solves teamwork issues like a good old-fashioned brawl, until their companions intervene. Then Chu dramatically removes his gloves like he's about to perform surgery, commenting on their kindergarten-level temper tantrum, adding that they need to cooperate as allies before challenging them to a therapeutic beatdown session to release their pent-up anger. Griffin refuses the offer with the enthusiasm of someone declining expired milk, saying they should retry the trial instead of indulging in pointless violence. But his resolve crumbles when Chu drops the C-word, calling them cowards. Both hunters charge at Chu faster than protagonists rushing to save their love interests in the final arc. The girls watch in horror as their elite team devolves into a schoolyard brawl. Chu continues his masterclass in psychological warfare, poking the bear with surgical precision, asking if this pathetic display represents the legendary prowess of famous A-rank hunters. Baphomet swallows the bait hook, line, and sinker, declaring he hasn't even begun to show his true power. Classic anime villain energy. With that dramatic proclamation, launches himself forward like a discount superhero, attempting to land a dramatic kick, but whiffs completely as Chu casually boots him back like a soccer ball. Chu critiques his technique, noting its pure street brawler energy without the finesse, basically button mashing in real life. He delivers a punch so devastating that Baphomet goes flying while coughing up blood like a defeated boss. Before Baphomet can even process the pain, Chu's already closing in again, and slams him into the ground with the efficiency of a professional wrestler. Griffin materializes behind him for a sneak attack, because flanking is apparently his specialty, but misses spectacularly as Chu sidesteps, commenting that Griffin has decent fundamentals for once. Before hurling him earthward like he's tossing out garbage, he criticizes Griffin's flashy but inefficient moves. All style, no substance. Both elite hunters now eat dirt in perfect synchronization, while the girls witness an S-rank's power gap that's wider than the plot holes in most isekai stories. Chu chuckles with the satisfaction of a mentor who just found his next training dummies, and casually offers future sparring sessions like he's inviting them to tea instead of potential hospitalization. Nelia immediately vetoes this generous offer, probably valuing her teammates' life expectancy. Time skips forward as Reaper documents their tower life like she's writing the world's most dangerous travel blog. She chronicles their beast fighting rotation system, because apparently even death towers have shift work schedules. Reaper notes the tower's ominous behavior at floor 49, like it's having an existential crisis about letting them proceed. Chu drops tactical wisdom about pattern recognition, because even demonic beasts follow the predictable enemy AI trope. Their fate now rests on the dynamic duo who were just face-planted into the ground moments ago. Since the death chambers enforce a no friends allowed policy, finally forcing Baphomet to swallow his pride and teamwork with Griffin, character development at last. He reasons that Griffin has battled these beasts hundreds of times, so naturally he's the expert on their death patterns, basically asking for a masterclass in How to Not Die 101. With that brilliant deduction, he lunges forward and hurls a rod at Griffin, clarifying he doesn't need pixel-perfect mimicry, just the general "don't get murdered" technique. Griffin doubts Baphomet could copy a sneeze, let alone complex combat moves, but in the next moment, he mocks the attention Beelzebub receives, questioning what he expects from it because taunting supernatural beings is definitely big brain energy, perfectly mirroring Griffin's movements like some kind of battle-copying Sharingan user, shocking everyone into silence. Witnessing this unexpected character development, Reaper dares to hope they might actually survive this death trap after all. But even on the next attempt, Griffin still edges out Baphomet by milliseconds, because apparently being the original is still worth something. They cycle through attempts until exhaustion claims them both, prompting Nelia to call timeout like a concerned gym teacher. As Baphomet starts to walk away, Griffin smirks and says he could do it too, but faster if Baphomet matched his rhythm instead. Baphomet starts swearing at him, but Reaper cuts him off. She hands him water and says even if he quits now, she'll still pay his full mercenary fee. But Baphomet refuses to give up, determined to clear this tower or die trying, then jokes about her generous payment, wondering if her archaeology gig is really that profitable. Reaper clarifies money isn't her only motivation, she wants this endless war to finally end. She explains that demonic beasts seem evil to humans, but humans are probably just as evil from the demon's point of view. She wonders how much longer this cycle will drag on. 1 year? Maybe 20? He insists demonic beasts exist only to slaughter humans, but she disagrees, believing every monster has a backstory worth uncovering, requiring them to dive deeper into the abyss for answers and maybe, just maybe, find peace instead of endless grinding. He bluntly calls her annoying, because nothing says team bonding like casual insults. She's genuinely shocked he had the audacity to roast her to her face, guess chivalry really is dead in this tower. She admits they're here to fight demons, not philosophize, so maybe she should stop turning this into a moral debate club. But she insists they need to investigate deeper to find clues about why this floor is such an impossible pain in the ass to clear. She points out they can't even use telepathy to coordinate simultaneous kills, because apparently even basic MMO raid mechanics are too advanced for this world. Suddenly he jumps up with that classic eureka moment. Energy that screams, "I just figured out the obvious solution." He realizes they've been approaching this completely backwards from day one, because sometimes the best strategies come after you've already failed spectacularly. Nelia checks with both hunters to confirm they're ready for round whatever number they've lost count of. Seeing Baphomet's exhausted state, she encourages him that their synchronization gap is shrinking, so he just needs to power through like every determined shounen protagonist ever. When they leave, Nelia suggests retreating if this attempt flops again, but Chu radiates that classic "trust me bro" confidence that either saves the day or gets everyone killed. True to his cocky prediction, they suddenly receive a message confirming simultaneous elimination, because sometimes protagonist intuition actually works. And just like that, they unlock the 50th floor like beating a particularly stubborn video game boss. Flashback time to when they were brainstorming Baphomet's floor-clearing strategy, because every good plan needs a dramatic reveal. He learns from Nelia that the two doors basically have a group chat going, sharing intel like gossiping teenagers. She even attempts to sever the mana thread connecting them, but fails spectacularly. Turns out some things are genuinely impossible, not just anime impossible. That's when Baphomet gets his lightbulb moment, deciding to exploit this magical communication like a true gamer finding an exploit. Chu initially calls it impossible with typical pessimistic energy, but our boy explains why it's genius, while Griffin remains skeptical because trust issues. Because from Griffin's battle-hardened perspective, this tower is basically a demonic beast theme park designed for maximum human suffering. So naturally, every rule and mechanic exists to screw over hunters, because fair gameplay is apparently a foreign concept here. But successful hunters rewrite those rules like they're editing a bad fanfiction. Baphomet disagrees because he's apparently the only one who realizes the tower isn't playing favorites. It's just a really twisted PvP arena where both sides can cheese the mechanics. He points out that if demonic beasts had such OP advantages, why aren't they speedrunning their way to the human world instead of being stuck here like NPCs waiting for players? Griffin fires back that Baphomet sounds suspiciously like he's been reading How to Think Like Your Enemy for Dummies. Chu interrupts their philosophical debate to ask for actual strategies about. Griffin suggests using the same system the demonic beasts are using. Chu is doubtful. Griffin agrees that in theory it is plausible, but they don't know if they can use it to their benefit. He then points at Baphomet, who might have a solution, though Baphomet himself wants them to help him find it. Now in the present when they emerge victorious, Nelia demands the tea on their breakthrough strategy, because apparently she wasn't invited to the genius brainstorming session. Baphomet confirms her theory about synchronized kills, proving that sometimes the obvious answer really is the right one. He emphasizes the timing must be frame perfect, like hitting a Dark Souls dodge roll, except failure means starting over from scratch. He explains how the chambers work like a twisted puppet show. When Monster A moves, it pulls Monster B's strings through their magical connection. It's basically demonic beast synchronized swimming, but with more murder and less sparkly swimsuits. But mana transmission has lag issues worse than a dial-up connection, which is why his timing with Griffin was always off. So this time he entered the chamber unconsciously, because apparently the best strategy is to literally sleep on the job. This man-infused state lets him mirror Griffin's movements perfectly, turning him into the world's most dangerous copycat. Hearing this brilliant yet ridiculous explanation, Nelia faceplants in defeat because the strategist just got out-strategized by someone who solved it by taking a magical nap. She apologizes to everyone, saying it's her fault they wasted so much time and effort. Classic strategist guilt trip incoming. Baphomet opens his mouth to roast her when Reaper delivers a swift reality check. Chu consoles her, prioritizing her well-being over pride. He then turns to Baphomet and praises his judgment, because apparently being fresh Aether comes with instant genius powers now. They advance to the next floor, ready for whatever fresh hell awaits. Chu marvels at how this newbie A-ranker fights like he's been grinding tower floors since birth. Griffin suggests our boy might have more tower experience than anyone here. Mysterious past alert. The 50th floor greets them with a lovely post-apocalyptic welcome mat of destroyed buildings. Suddenly his eyes snap open, and he's lying solo in a forest like he just got dumped by a one-night stand. The system cheerfully announces they're in VR and need to complete some mystery quest because vague objectives are totally helpful. Before they can process this information, a massive monster crashes the orientation party. They immediately spring into action because apparently thinking before fighting isn't in any hunter's vocabulary. Stepping on the monster like it's a particularly ugly bug, he questions what these discount kaiju wannabes actually are. A swarm of demonic beasts charges at them with all the coordination of a Black Friday stampede, forcing them into combat while Nelia freezes like she's buffering at the worst possible moment, staring at the ruined cityscape. The monsters are one thing, but what really gets everyone's attention is something else entirely. A desperate civilian appears, begging our protagonist for help like he's wearing a hero for hire sign. Even Reaper is shaking like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm, but our dense protagonist remains completely clueless about the horror unfolding around them. Griffin calls out this obvious plot inconsistency with growing suspicion, especially since Mr. Know-It-All usually has tower trivia memorized better than a Wikipedia editor, making his sudden ignorance more suspicious than a level 1 player with legendary gear. Finally, he drops the bombshell that this is a gate shock recreation in virtual reality, because apparently PTSD simulators are the tower's idea of entertainment. Meanwhile, in the real world where people actually use phones instead of telepathic monster bonds, Mr. Haas sweet talks someone over the phone, promising his agent will clear the tower while Nebula Guild gets all the credit. Classic bureaucrat move. The moment he hangs up, his customer service smile vanishes faster than a side character's relevance, annoyed by Nebula's constant micromanaging and their precious Van Gogh connection. Time to dig for the real intel he's actually after, because why be straightforward when you can be shady? Plot twist: Mr. Ma appears like a bad omen at a wedding. He freezes seeing Mr. Ma heading the same way, because apparently great minds think alike, or terrible ones do. Meanwhile, the caller reveals himself as Neptune from Nebula Guild, because of course his name is as dramatic as his attitude. Neptune's clearly fed up with Mr. Ha's politician-level reassurances that mean absolutely nothing. He turns to his guild master with trust issues thicker than the tower's plot armor, questioning if this government snake is actually reliable, which the guild master immediately shoots down faster than a noob's first-rate attempt. However, the guild master gets that classic "something's about to go horribly wrong" feeling that every mentor character has before disaster strikes. Neptune promises to hire more muscle and prep them as backup, while Van Gogh questions their reliability because trusting random mercenaries always works out great in stories. Cue the mysterious hooded figures reveal, because nothing says professional specialists like dramatic shadow cosplay and cryptic guild messages. Enter Hunter Cabby, making her grand entrance with all the subtlety of a main character introduction, who's actually Chongyu's companion playing dress-up because apparently disguises in this world consist of changing their name and hoping nobody notices. They worry about timing issues with the advance party, as if coordinating raid groups wasn't already harder than herding cats. This perks up our disguised girl's ears when she asks about Baphomet. Nothing suspicious about suddenly caring about one specific party member, right? But the others draw blanks harder than students during finals week, so she pushes them forward, while internally they're all thinking, who hired this oddly specific newbie again? So they don't know that she has already killed the real party member to take her place among them, because apparently identity theft is just another Tuesday in the hunter world. Beelzebub's neighbor comes over to borrow a ladder so she can climb into her house after the battery on her door lock dies, because even in a world of magical towers, technology still finds ways to betray us. Instead, he hands her a 9-volt battery like he's some kind of household tech wizard, and shows her how to open it by touching the pins to the pad and entering the password. MacGyver would be proud. She's amazed, and he proudly admits he learned it from the internet, because YouTube University strikes again. Inside, she notices he's reading and asks why he isn't in school. He casually answers that he just doesn't go. Ah yes, the classic overpowered protagonist doesn't need education trope. She insists he should, both because it's the law and because he could make friends, completely missing that making friends is impossible when you can accidentally vaporize classmates. Beelzebub isn't interested. Then she decides she'll talk to Baphomet about it when he returns, because nothing says parental guidance like a demon lord. Suddenly Beelzebub snaps to alertness, eyes glowing red like a discount Terminator. He states that while helping her, someone broke into his house, because apparently good deeds are always punished in this universe. The intruder, a hooded hunter, has found Baphomet's address and stormed in, absolutely livid that our demon boy is cosplaying as a regular human. Classic. I'll expose your secret identity. Villain move. Little does this wannabe detective know, Beelzebub is literally floating above him like some kind of demonic ceiling fan. Inside the tower, everyone's grinding through the quest like it's their part-time job. Chu swoops in to save the girl they were about to yeet 1,000 yards down, because apparently gravity is optional in this world. Nelia spots what looks like the only safe zone in this death trap. He launches himself through the air like he's auditioning for a superhero movie, managing to save 1 person out of 10. Hey, 10% success rate isn't terrible, right? With Phase 1 complete, Nelia rallies the team for Round 2 while Griffin and Baphomet are out here speedrunning monster elimination like it's a competitive sport. Our precious protagonist whines about his shiny new gear getting bloodstained, because fashion priorities never die, even in life or death situations. Suddenly, they both spot a rainbow, because nothing says epic battle quite like magical weather phenomena. This rainbow has them scratching their heads until Nelia appears to reduce the threat, though honestly, these two seem to have everything under control without the backup. Meanwhile, Chu notices the demon deterrent device with zest, because apparently monster repellent is a thing now, which she confirms pulses waves to make them invisible to monsters, giving them time to plan their next move without becoming monster snacks. He praises her preparation, but she points out that Reaper is the real prep master. The guy probably has contingency plans for his contingency plans. They look at the girl who's feeling down while checking the notification screen like she's reading bad Yelp reviews. They need to rescue 9 more survivors to reach the next stage, because apparently this tower runs on video game logic. Griffin is also curious about this next stage phrase, and Nelia admits she's never seen anything like it before. Plot twist incoming. Our boy guesses it refers to the next floor, but she points out that if that's the case, why not just call it next floor? Valid point. Tower. Baphomet argues that maybe the next floor is part of the same virtual reality, especially since they don't know how many floors exist inside this virtual gate shock. He adds that from the tower boss's perspective, he'd want to milk this environment for more than 1 floor, because why waste good programming? Especially if they replicate the exact gate shock scenario, it'll naturally come with swarms of demonic beasts as well, because more monsters equals more fun. Apparently. At that moment, Nelia observes him closely and comments on his suspiciously calm behavior, like he's watching a nature documentary instead of living through a nightmare, even though he supposedly experienced the gate shock like everyone else. Meanwhile, the others are having PTSD flashbacks faster than you can say. Therapy session. Nelia herself feels her trauma stirring like a sleeping dragon that really doesn't want to be poked. But looking at him, it's like he's never seen a gate shock in his life. Which, spoiler alert, he hasn't, but nobody needs to know that little detail. She then approaches Reaper, who's standing there looking more detached than a Wi-Fi connection in a dead zone. Nelia shares her tragic backstory because apparently trauma bonding is the ultimate team-building exercise, reassuring Reaper that everyone processes horror differently. During her gate shock, she was a newlywed on a rare date with her husband when the world decided to end their romantic evening. Her husband got injured, so she channeled her inner superhero and carried him out like she was auditioning for World's Strongest Wife. That was also her awakening moment, because nothing unlocks magical powers quite like pure desperation and adrenaline, which helped her rescue her husband and learn that she was pregnant, because nothing says power awakening like finding out you're expecting during an apocalypse. However, she wasn't happy at that moment because she felt she should have saved more people using her power. Classic hero guilt syndrome kicking in. But her husband consoled her with the wisdom only supportive anime husbands possess, telling her that she had already started by saving their unborn child. The ultimate "you're already a hero" pep talk. That was the day she decided to become a hunter to save others, because traumatic backstories are basically hunter origin story requirements. The day was traumatic for her, but it strengthened her resolve like it was following the standard character development playbook. She brings up this story to strengthen their own resolve as hunters as well. Nothing like shared trauma to boost team morale. So they can clear this tower and save people from the gate shock, because someone has to be the responsible adults here. Zest, however, becomes curious about her age since she was already married and expecting a child during the gate shock. Ah yes, the classic "wait, how old are you?" moment. When she reveals that she is 40, they are shocked because she doesn't look like it, because apparently good skincare routines survive apocalyptic events. She credits her Gangnam skincare routine and promises to share her beauty secrets once they escape this digital nightmare, because even in life or death situations, skincare is eternal. Finally, after what feels like an eternity of monster hunting, they rescue the last survivor and complete the quest. The system cheerfully announces it's time for the next stage, because this tower loves its dramatic transitions. They're teleported to another gate shock location, exactly as our boy predicted, but now they need to rescue 9 people, because the tower believes in decreasing difficulty curves. Apparently, as they advance through stages, the survivor count drops like their hope of getting out easily. But the demonic beasts get stronger, because balance is just a suggestion in this death game. They split into 3 teams, Zest and Reaper, Chu flying solo like the main character he is, Baphomet and Griffin, while Nelia plays support from her safe zone. They finally reach the stage where only 3 survivors remain. The finish line is practically visible now. Baphomet is practically vibrating with excitement to rescue those last 3 and escape this virtual hell. Griffin, however, watches him with narrowed eyes, because suspicious behavior detectors are standard hunter equipment. Baphomet catches Griffin's death stare and calls him out, while Griffin claims it's just his demonic beast instincts, because apparently that's a valid excuse now. Baphomet finds Griffin's obvious suspicion hilarious, and casually reminds him of his orientation day threat. You know, the classic, "Expose me and I'll kill you," line that every secret villain drops. Griffin doubles down, declaring he's 100% certain Baphomet is actually a demonic beast in disguise. He even threatens to murder him and blame it on a random monster. The good old accident excuse. Baphomet accepts this as a formal duel invitation because nothing says "I'm innocent" like agreeing to mortal combat. Their testosterone-fueled standoff gets interrupted by a survivor's screen talk about perfect timing, so they agree to postpone their death match like civilized gentlemen. Our protagonist immediately sprints toward the sound because he's the responsible one here, but Griffin's face goes pale as he recognizes that particular voice. He steps ahead just as Baphomet kills the monster and saves the child, because apparently even suspicious demon types have perfect heroic timing. Griffin is taken aback when he sees the childhood form of Raven, because nothing says plot twist like your traumatic backstory literally showing up as a quest objective. His big brother, cue the dramatic flashback music and family trauma reveal. Meanwhile, Reaper and Zest are fighting the big demonic beasts in their place. While the boys have their emotional breakdown, the ladies handle business. Reaper pulls the strings around the monster and binds it with them, because string-based powers are apparently more versatile than anyone expected. Then she calls for Zest for the next move. Teamwork makes the dream work, even in apocalyptic scenarios. And Zest immediately jumps on the monster to stab it with her sword, because when in doubt, apply sword directly to problem. There is a huge blast, because explosions are mandatory for confirming monster death. After finally killing the monster, Reaper takes a sigh of relief. Nothing like a successful monster execution to ease the tension. Zest expresses that she didn't expect the monster to come out of nowhere, which shows that this is really a depiction of gate shock, because surprise monster attacks are apparently historically accurate. Reaper then apologizes, because apparently surviving monster attacks requires formal etiquette. But she tries to console her, saying that everyone there has their own gate shock trauma collection, like trading cards, but with more PTSD. Then they decide to move ahead, when something rustles behind them, because the horror movie gods demand perfect timing. But both girls don't notice, because situational awareness is apparently optional when you're having feelings. Reaper is worried about being a burden when Zest suddenly screams her name as a monster appears right behind her. Talk about worst possible timing for self-doubt. After getting properly venomized, she retreats to the safe zone with Zest so Nelia can play magical doctor. Nelia analyzes that she's been hit with extremely rare paralyzing venom that laughs at ordinary potions, because of course it's the premium poison package. Zest apologizes for the inconvenience, as if getting poisoned while saving her life was somehow rude, but Nelia consoles her, saying backup support exists exactly for these "oops, got venomized" situations, and promises to nurse her back to health. She also summons a small healing creature, because every good healer needs an adorable magical pet for their medical practice, and decides to take Zest's place in searching for survivors. At that moment, she finds Reaper chuckling, who comments on how Nelia's summons are also cute like her. Nelia reveals that it is all because of her son wanted to play with her summons. When she first summoned them, they looked like monsters and scared him, so she made them look cute instead, because even demonic minions need to be child-friendly apparently. Usually, hunters who deal with weapons don't know that a summon and summoner have a bond, and the stronger the bond, the stronger the summon becomes. As they move ahead, Reaper inquires about something she heard that for certain summons, summoners need to put their life on the line. Cornelia confirms it because she once saw a young hunter determined to do that. Because nothing says power scaling like literal life or death pet ownership. She reveals that the person is now a famous guild master and an S-rank hunter. Because nothing says character development like surviving near-death experiences and getting a promotion. Reaper assures her she's fine, though she's confused about her own state because this is just virtual reality. The age-old question of whether VR trauma counts as real trauma. She's afraid she won't be useful if gate shock happens in reality, because performance anxiety extends even to apocalyptic scenarios. Nelia reassures her that it won't happen because they're going to clear all of the towers, starting from this one. Ah yes, the classic. We'll solve everything. Optimism that definitely won't be challenged. Then they notice that they still haven't found any survivors, even though they should have found some by now, because rescue missions never go according to plan in these stories. Suddenly, they notice a small girl. Right on cue, the mandatory innocent child appears to tug at heartstrings. Nelia goes to her and assures her that she will be rescued, because nothing says flag for disaster like promising safety to a child. The girl shows her injured leg, because injured children are the universal signal for things are about to get emotional, and Nelia offers to carry her on her back because she reminds her of her own son, who is of the same age. Maternal instincts activated in 3, 2, 1. She plans to spend 2 weeks with her son after clearing out this tower, which makes Reaper smile. But suddenly, and there's the death flag, right on schedule. Her smile dies as she witnesses pure nightmare fuel. The innocent child transforms into a grotesque monster and brutally slaughters Nelia. A bone-chilling crack splits the air from below. Baphomet's demon ears perk up at the sound. He glances down at the trembling child cowering beneath him. Flashback time. A few hours ago, when they, heroically, saved this kid. Griffin dropped the bombshell that this boy is actually Raven. Ah yes, Raven's signature silver locks. How could they miss it? He assumed hair dye was involved, then second-guessed himself because apparently everyone's going through their emo phase with color changes. Right on cue, Raven pulls the classic "Save my family" card with desperate tears. They get a notification to protect him from the incoming wave of demonic beasts, because nothing says emergency quest like babysitting duty during an apocalypse. In the next moment, a swarm of beasts materializes before them, ready to crash this rescue party, leaving them no choice but to hide, because these demonic beasts are upper-tier monsters. Apparently the tutorial bosses didn't get the memo. He wonders whether this place hits harder than other regions, or if they just rolled terrible luck stats. Meanwhile, Griffin still can't figure out the exact location of the safe zone, so they decide to retreat to base. GPS clearly doesn't work in demon dimensions, but they have to drag Raven along for the ride. Raven protests and begs them to rescue his little brother, whom he abandoned while playing hero. Classic older sibling guilt trip incoming. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought him along, because hindsight is always 20/20 in crisis situations. Griffin grits his teeth while delivering the ultimate "I told you so" reminder that he warned against this exact scenario. Suddenly, Baphomet raises the question of why this boy is conscious when other survivors are basically brain-dead NPCs asking for help. Plot armor much? To console him, Baphomet spins a classic time travel tale, because nothing calms a panicked kid like claiming you're from the future and introducing Griffin as his long-lost brother. When he mentions Griffin's hunter status, Raven fixates on Griffin's silver hair with growing suspicion, because apparently even in apocalyptic scenarios, people question each other's hair choices. Griffin smoothly explains its whitening, the convenient plot device that explains away any inconsistencies. A mysterious phenomenon from gate shock that bleaches people in certain areas, because selective body modifications are totally how trauma works, right? After their monster-slaying intermission and moving forward, Baphomet questions if they were local survivors, but Griffin drops the correction hammer. They were the sole survivors from their region, because being the only ones left is peak tragic backstory material. This revelation sends Raven spiraling deeper into parental anxiety mode. Before Griffin can deliver what's surely going to be devastating news, the monsters swarm in again, because apparently they didn't get the memo about coffee breaks, making our boy curse their overtime dedication. They toss a mysterious device at Raven with the classic "hide and don't die" instructions, standard apocalypse survival kit, apparently. He remembers this gadget supposedly protects him from monsters upon installation, because nothing screams reliable like untested demon world technology. So he immediately decides to install it, because when has trusting random devices ever gone wrong in a horror scenario? Suddenly there's a massive blast that would make Michael Bay jealous. Blue flames engulf the area like someone just activated cheat codes in hell. Both hunters notice the light show as they glance at the kid, because subtle transformations are so last season. Raven morphs into adult Raven, now sporting the classic determined to murder everyone expression. Puberty hits different in Apocalypse Land. Flashback reveals that when Raven installed the device, he discovered his parents' pierced corpses, because trauma-induced power-ups are mandatory in this genre. The sight makes him cry, triggering the ancient manga law, tears plus tragedy equals instant protagonist upgrade. He remembers that he and his brother were the sole survivors, because apparently being the chosen ones comes with a family discount. Suddenly, blue flames erupt everywhere like someone just activated their ultimate skill with zero cooldown, engulfing even the demonic beast behind Griffin and Baphomet. Talk about friendly fire damage. Looking at the flames now, Griffin's having major deja vu. Griffin remembers how they survived back then, because Raven had awakened his power in classic power of friendship and trauma fashion, and told him to come to him because it was dangerous on the other side. Older brother instincts kicking in during the apocalypse. Now they can't believe they're seeing a fully grown Raven standing in front of them. Puberty hit harder than a boss-level transformation sequence. Griffin is worried, because nothing good ever comes from instant character upgrades. But our boy smirks because they get another emergency quest. Eliminate this new Raven. The system really loves its plot twists. Meanwhile, Reaper is terrified to see Nelia, because apparently today's agenda is reunite with people who can murder you, with a gaping wound in her body that screams, "I definitely didn't sign up for this," and immediately rushes to rescue her because apparently heroic instincts never take a day off. Then a massive monster appears behind her, because of course it does, can't have a touching moment without a boss fight interruption, and she receives an emergency quest to eliminate this demonic beast, Goliath Q17, because nothing says bad timing like mandatory overtime. The area gets locked down until she completes the quest, turning this into the world's deadliest escape room. The monster taunts her for running away and warns she'll never reach their king because it'll eliminate her first. Classic villain monologue syndrome strikes again. It launches itself skyward with all the grace of a flying brick, and fires a laser beam because apparently even demons have gone high-tech these days. Reaper immediately deploys the shield of Verdure to block the attack, proving that good equipment saves lives, which makes the monster scoff in typical "my attack didn't work but I'll act unimpressed" fashion. Inside the shield, she chugs every healing potion in her inventory like she's speedrunning a pharmacy. Painkillers, hemorrhage suppressants, even regeneration potions. But apparently plot armor doesn't come in liquid form. Nelia weakly insists she's fine, because dying characters always say that, which triggers Reaper's traumatic flashback sequence to her mother during gate shock, who used the exact same "I'm fine" death flag dialogue. Classic parental last words. Reaper echoes those words and begs Nelia to hang on, but Nelia pulls the "you must save yourself" trope. Reaper refuses to accept defeat, reminding her that hunters survive on instant noodles for weeks. A little stab wound is nothing. She points out the monster missed all the vital organs, so there's still hope. Meanwhile, Mr. Goliath keeps hammering their shield like an impatient raid boss. Reaper plays the ultimate guilt card. "Do you want your son to become another tragic orphan protagonist?" Then she whips out a legendary item, Calyx's pocket watch, because every crisis needs a Deus Ex Machina artifact that temporarily freezes time around them, because apparently legendary watches come with built-in time hacks. She gets up and tells Nelia to wait here because letting side characters die is bad for the ratings. Meanwhile, the beast reminds her that she can't stay there forever, delivering the classic "you're trapped" villain speech. She steps out and challenges it back, declaring she's not trapped at all, because protagonists don't do. Cornered, the monster attacks without wasting time, skipping the traditional pre-fight banter for once. She's already prepared with her strings and leaps into the air, because preparation is half the battle. With the help of nearby debris, because every good fight scene needs environmental weapons, she pulls them toward the creature like a telekinetic wrecking ball. But her aim misses as the creature dodges and mocks her accuracy. Even demons have standards apparently. She tries again and again, because persistence is the most overpowered ability in any story. But every time the demonic beast swats away her attacks like an annoying fly, Apparently even monsters have plot armor these days. It toys with her like a cat with a mouse, delivering the classic villain banter about her pathetic attempts, smugly declaring she couldn't hit water as she fell out of a boat, until it notices the web of string surrounding it like a spider's dinner invitation. She smirks and reveals her master plan, missing on purpose, because sometimes failure is the real strategy. It was all set up for her ultimate skill, Arachne's Haven, proving that spider-themed powers never go out of style. The monster suddenly finds itself trapped in a dimensional void, experiencing the classic "wait, that wasn't supposed to happen" moment. She materializes behind it with perfect anime teleportation timing, casually admitting she's more brain than brawn, and confesses her tower-climbing goal is ending the eternal human-demon conflict, because someone has to be the peacemaker protagonist. The monster immediately calls her idealistic nonsense, because villains are contractually obligated to reject redemption arcs. It roars about natural enemies and impossible coexistence, delivering the standard "we can never be friends" villain speech, and that one day they will rule over humans, that it is their reason to exist. Then it realizes it is bound by strings everywhere, its body crackling with lightning. Reaper admits that she expected this kind of response, and still respects its opinion. The monster doesn't understand why it can't move. She calmly says that it will make a good sacrifice as she pulls her strings tied to her hair. In the next moment, the strings slice through the monster, and Reaper darkly declares that it is a sacrifice for peace. As soon as Reaper completes her quest, the isolated zone restores to its original dimension. When she steps out of the void, someone calls her a hypocrite, saying she won't be able to erase what she has done. She spins around but finds nothing. Classic horror movie, nobody there moment. Nelia rushes over, gushing about how Reaper soloed that beast like a true protagonist, declaring it proves she's destined for high-rank hunter status. Because that's how rankings work, right? But Reaper's more worried about Nelia's wounds, since this isn't exactly a hospital zone. Nelia points out the obvious. They need to head down for actual medical help. That's when Reaper spots the ominous blue barrier, because nothing says "quest complete," like mysterious new obstacles appearing. Nelia identifies it as a divided zone, and Reaper's heart sinks realizing each zone comes with its own surprise emergency quest, like a twisted video game expansion pack. In Flashback Land, Beelzebub roasts our boy for his totally not suspicious obsession with Googling Raven 24/7. He stammers defensively about his search history privacy, as if demons respect browser incognito mode. Baphomet grudgingly admits Beelzebub has a point there, but confesses he's still itching for one final showdown, because apparently even demons have unfinished business complexes. Now in the present, our boy finally gets his anime reunion fight. Virtual Raven Edition. Raven swings his sword as the brothers clash in this long-awaited sibling showdown, and Raven strikes his shoulder without hesitation. No holding back for family, apparently. He attacks again, but Griffin finally snaps out of his nostalgic days. Determined not to play the eternal sidekick role anymore, character development activated. Raven in the next moment deflects Baphomet's whip blade as our boy catches the spinning blades barehanded. He's genuinely happy to see Raven again, even if it's just pixels and programming. He knows this is his final goodbye, so he'll give Raven the respect he deserves, as he's already triggered his passive skill for maximum dramatic effect. Not only that, he's unlocked his secret active skill, because nothing says final boss fight like pulling out abilities you've been saving for 200 chapters. He launches himself forward like a protagonist who just remembered the power of friendship, and Raven ducks under the chain. Classic limbo under the death weapon maneuver. Baphomet materializes in front of him for the obligatory blade clash money shot. For a moment, it's just steel on steel, the kind of dramatic pause that screams budget went into the scene, while Baphomet gets hit with deja vu because apparently even demons can't escape repetitive plot devices. Both warriors land gracefully, because stumbling would ruin the cool factor. He whips his chain blade at Raven again, who dodges with protagonist-level reflexes. Another blade comes slicing through the air, because one weapon is never enough in anime logic, which Raven parries with his sword like he's been practicing this choreography his whole life. Then he leaps forward like he's auditioning for an action movie, because dramatic entrances are mandatory. Baphomet's locked and loaded for round 2 of this eternal sibling rivalry, and Raven pulls another classic dodge. Seriously, does this guy have evasion maxed out? He goes for the legs because apparently ankle biting is a valid demon combat strategy. Now Baphomet's ego sword reveals its true form, because weapons always have identity crises at crucial moments. Raven freezes harder than a Windows 95 computer when he spots his own blade. Baphomet smirks with that "I've got your favorite toy" energy and proceeds to crack the ground like he's having a tantrum. He hurls debris like the world's most violent snowball fight while Raven plays Fruit Ninja. Then Baphomet teleports right up in his face, basically saying, "Dance for me, brother," because nothing says family bonding like demanding entertainment mid-battle. He strikes again with the determination of a protagonist who just remembered he's the main character. Both swords sing their deadly duet as steel meets steel in classic shounen fashion. One attacks while the other blocks, because apparently defense is still a thing in manhwa. They leap back, landing with that mandatory dramatic distance all fighters seem to love. But now our boy is huffing like he just climbed Mount Doom, looking at his opponent with the classic "Why is the boss not taking damage?" expression. He senses an invisible wall blocking his path. Typical video game logic strikes again. He rushes toward Raven again, but when he gets close enough to smell victory, Raven simply pushes him back like swatting away an annoying fly. He's thrown away, suddenly remembering that plot armor doesn't cover everything. His frail body is the real final boss here. Then Raven notices that Griffin is about to attack him from behind, because apparently nobody fights fair in this world. Meanwhile, Baphomet thinks about how his past fight led him to this moment. Time for the classic flashback during battle trope. This is his golden one-time opportunity, one he will never have again. No pressure or anything. Yet he wonders, even if he has this chance, cue the self-doubt monologue, can he truly win against Raven, the walking cheat code? During the tower fight, yes, the mandatory tournament arc reference, he managed to kill him only by exploiting a loophole. Otherwise Raven would have ripped him apart like tissue paper. He regrets being happy about this chance when his body feels like wet noodles. Watching the brothers fight each other, he reminds himself why he acts like an edgy protagonist. When it comes to fighting, he fights because that's literally his entire personality, regardless of who his opponent is, because character development is for side characters. Then he opens his eyes. Cue the mandatory power-up sequence. His body blazes with red energy like he just activated his anime protagonist mode. Raven meanwhile points his sword at his brother in classic sibling rivalry fashion. But suddenly he trembles as demonic presence hits harder than Monday morning blues. Looking behind, he spots Baphomet, because dramatic entrances never go out of style. Meanwhile, the real tower boss is having a Karen moment over our boy's creative system usage. He's absolutely livid that Baphomet dared to hack his precious tower. The audacity of main characters, am I right? Our boy receives a notification that his special skill, Conquer, activated, because of course he has a skill called that, granting him 15% tower system access like he just unlocked premium membership. He accepts faster than clicking, "I agree," without reading terms and conditions. The skill activates, but with the range of a budget Wi-Fi connection, barely functional. Not to mention his low proficiency makes it more unstable than its Sundra's mood swings. Even so, his skill rises like his protagonist's rank, allowing him to claim the throne because destiny said so. His system urges him to climb higher. Apparently even AI believes in the power of friendship and determination. With that, he transforms into his demonic beast form like every edgy MC's final evolution. And Raven turns toward him, clearly terrified, because plot twist, the quiet kid was actually OP all along. Griffin, on the other hand, is confused because he's never seen his brother like this. Welcome to the "My sibling is actually terrifying" club. Not ever since he awakened his power during the gate shock like some kind of supernatural puberty. Even after clearing the tower solo, Raven always carried rage like it was his emotional support animal. But now for the first time, Griffin sees his brother tremble, his rage replaced by fear. Because even the strongest characters have that one weakness. Now he understands that what Raven fears is Baphomet, because nothing says plot twist like the weak guy being the real final boss. He can't believe this is the same Baphomet who's been stuck in an endless death loop with Raven like some twisted Groundhog Day. Staring at him, he exclaims that he always knew Baphomet was a demonic beast. Congrats on stating the obvious, Sherlock. Raven finally snaps out of his daze and recognizes Griffin as his younger brother, because apparently family reunions in manhwa require near-death experiences to trigger. Realizing this copy of Raven is actually acting like his real brother, plot armor must include emotional intelligence upgrades. Baphomet laughs like a maniac because the system restored Raven's data, making this fight completely equal, because balanced gameplay is apparently a thing even in death matches. He's ready to enjoy the fight to the fullest, Nothing like a good old-fashioned brawl to solve family issues. But in the next moment he freezes faster than a Windows 95 computer, realizing he's stuck inside his beast form as it attacks both brothers. When your power-up comes with terms and conditions you didn't read. Raven jumps to his feet demanding answers, because exposition dumps are mandatory after every transformation sequence. But thinking clearly becomes impossible when Baphomet's going full berserker mode on them. He warns Griffin that Baphomet's basically the Dark Souls' final boss, way above his pay grade. Griffin immediately shuts that down, reminding Raven that he's the tower's public enemy #1 they need to defeat. So maybe Raven should check his villain privilege at the door. Now Griffin's stuck in a classic 2 vs 1 boss fight, because apparently life wasn't hard enough already. He debates following it for exactly 2 seconds before moving ahead because hesitation is for side characters. Even so, he launches into the air with a wind slash because when has reckless confidence ever failed a protagonist? He strikes again, but Baphomet casually blocks like he's swatting a fly, then grabs one of Griffin's blades with the disrespect of a seasoned raid boss, and yeets him across the battlefield like a ragdoll. Griffin charges again, determined to slice through Baphomet's hide like it's butter, but reality hits harder than a truckun when he realizes his blade can't even leave a paper cut. Baphomet unleashes a roar that would make a dragon jealous. The fear debuff kicks in, slashing Griffin's stats by 50% because apparently bosses come with built-in intimidation hacks. Griffin freezes like a deer in headlights, his body refusing to obey his commands. Baphomet raises his claws, ready to turn Griffin into confetti. And that's when Griffin finally grasps why mythic tier bosses don't appear in tutorial levels. But in classic Big Brother fashion, Raven swoops in to cock-block death itself, though he immediately ruins the heroic moment by telling Griffin he's still trashed her, confirming that Griffin's plot armor expired along with his previous life. Griffin's eyes widen in classic, oh shit, realization as Raven charges toward Baphomet like an overprotective anime protagonist. Meanwhile, our boy's human consciousness is having a full-blown tantrum because his demon body has zero customer service. Then his system drops a reality check harder than a failed gacha pull. His low-level skills make victory about as likely as finding a healthy relationship in a harem manga. Raven and his demonic beast body clash in what's basically the world's most violent identity crisis. But in his consciousness he's more tilted than a badly balanced MMO character. Realizing Raven hit his power spike while he's still stuck in tutorial mode, unable to compete, both Baphomet and Raven ignite with enough power to make a shonen protagonist jealous as their blades meet. Raven's protagonist instincts start tingling with suspicious awareness. It feels like someone's got their creepy stalker eyes locked on him instead of focusing on the literal demon boss fight. Raven spots the sneaky surveillance device and smashes it like he's canceling his premium subscription to being watched. Baphomet finally connects the dots. That creepy stalker vibe wasn't just his imagination after all. The tower boss is having an existential crisis over how a discount Grim Reaper just pulled off main character moves. Meanwhile, Raven's feeling more alive than a zombie who just discovered energy drinks. He realizes the tower basically turned him into their personal attack dog, and the disrespect has him looking at Griffin like, this ends now, because nothing says plot resolution like a good old-fashioned mutual destruction scenario as Baphomet raises his sword. Raven takes the blade like he's speed-running martyrdom, choosing death over being the tower's pet demon. The system cheerfully announces, mission accomplished, while Griffin watches through gritted teeth, probably drafting a 1-star review for this whole experience. Raven stands there questioning if NPCs feel pain while his cheat code finally logs off. In a classic, we're both going down moment, Baphomet and Griffin exchange fatal blows like they're trading Pokemon cards. Raven grabs him like an angry customer service rep, demanding why he's cosplaying as a demonic beast with a human face filter, wondering if some sketchy quest turned him into this hot mess. He suspects Baphomet downgraded harder than a free-to-play player after possessing a human body, and mutters something about quests being more broken than launch day MMO servers before vanishing like a dad going for cigarettes, leaving Baphomet standing there more confused than a harem protagonist trying to pick a girl. Later, Chu drops the observation that each chamber comes with its own named demon like some twisted Pokemon collection. Reaper shares war stories about fighting demons who thought cosplaying as twins was peak strategy. Grateful that nobody died except Nelia, because apparently someone always has to take the L. Who's more banged up than a rental car and definitely not continuing despite the magical healing equivalent of duct tape. Nelia insists she's fine like every anime character before collapsing, but Yu hits the pause button faster than a speedrunner, choosing team survival over tower completion. Our boy refuses to abandon ship or go full lone wolf protagonist mode, because apparently he hasn't learned that splitting the party always ends badly. Reaper protests his lone wolf protagonist syndrome like this is some edgy sign in manga. She can practically smell the angst radiating from him, classic brooding male lead energy. Obviously something went down that has him more twisted than a plot in a time travel manhwa. Griffin finally breaks the awkward silence because someone has to move this story along. He's staying too, claiming investigation purposes, while giving our boy that suspicious side character stare. Chu does the responsible party leader thing, asking who else wants to risk their necks. Zest pulls the guilt trip card over Nelia's injury because someone always has to blame themselves in these scenarios. Reaper commits to the dungeon crawl with our boy and Griffin, forming the classic small party dynamic. Hunter Cabby volunteers with the enthusiasm of a rookie who doesn't know death flags exist yet. Chu escorts the wounded back like a proper support character, promising a comeback that may or may not happen. Zest gives Reaper the classic "don't die on me" pep talk because nothing says confidence like assuming your teammate needs a reminder to stay alive. Reaper promises to keep Nelia breathing the bare minimum of friendship. Really. They waltz through a glowing doorway while others continue their vertical marathon, because splitting the party always works out perfectly. Reaper suddenly develops common sense, suggesting they wait for backup instead of charging ahead like typical manhwa protagonists. A massive explosion rudely interrupts their strategy meeting as metal monster hands crash the party uninvited. Reaper immediately switches to panic mode, begging for mercy. So much for that hunter confidence. The remaining hunters draw their weapons as metallic creatures swarm like angry discount Terminators. A convenient platform materializes because the tower apparently has excellent timing, letting our boy and Griffin counterattack in style. Reaper calls timeout mid-battle, feeling dizzy because even in life or death situations, you need your coffee breaks. She whips out her golden incense burner like a magical first aid kit, healing everyone because apparently she's been holding back her healer powers this whole time. In recovery, relieved that they're not monster chow yet, she notes they cleared the 89th floor. Hey, at least they're making progress in this death trap. She asks about Griffin's plan. Seated, he says staying put is pointless when there's perfectly good danger to walk into. Eyeing our boy triggers a tense standoff because apparently we needed more drama. Reaper senses past tension and wonders what tragic backstory caused this awkwardness. Breaking silence, she introduces herself to Kabi, indicating Baphomet and Griffin await her like some weird welcoming committee. Kabi explains joining via Nebula Guild to clear the tower safely because guilds always make everything safer, right? Meeting Chu during her climb like a convenient plot device. Our boy asks how she arrived alone and about missing hunters with that suspicious protagonist intuition. Kabi admits demon traps wiped others out in a surprise attack, barely escaping because backup always arrives perfectly timed and conveniently weakened. Reaper plays the supportive teammate card, defending him from our boy's cold shoulder treatment, while scolding his edgelord remarks. She gets that tingly "something's off" feeling about Daikibi, you know, the one that screams plot twist incoming. A wild monster appears because apparently this tower has zero chill about dramatic timing. Daikibi dodges like a discount action hero but still gets floored, desperately blocking death while panic firing an energy blast that conveniently obliterates the threat. Reaper shakily offers thanks but catches those hostile vibes from Daikibi because nothing says "you're welcome" like a death glare. Daikibi gushes over Baphomet's power level, questioning his A-tier ranking like she's running a hunter evaluation service. Reaper notices Dakabi orbiting Baphomet like a lovesick satellite, subtle as a brick to the face. She suspects romantic feelings and wonders if jealousy explains those "I want to murder you" stares, then dismisses it while staying paranoid anyway. They hit floor 99 where two massive doors await like the world's most ominous multiple-choice question. Our boy drops the obvious observation that only one path leads forward because apparently stating the obvious is a protagonist requirement. He realizes he and Griffin are both melee fighters because having two people punch things is about as strategic as bringing two hammers to build a house. He notices Reaper's irritation and silent "pick me" vibes, despite her acting like she totally doesn't care while internally screaming. He selects Dakabi as his partner through the left door, plot twist nobody saw coming. Reaper demands an explanation with the fury of a woman scorned in peak manhwa fashion. He explains her wire attacks nearly turned him into sashimi, suggesting she'd mesh better with Griffin's speed-based fighting style. Teams assemble like discount Avengers as Baphomet moves with Daikibi, leaving Reaper looking like she got picked last for dodgeball. Daikibi shoots her a smug look that screams, "I won," because subtlety is apparently not her strong suit. Reaper's spider sense starts tingling, detecting something fishier than a seafood market. She uses her identity ability to scan Daikibi and gets hit with a revelation harder than Trukuin. Our boy and Daikibi enter an empty corridor, immediately questioning if they chose the decoy door like typical manhwa protagonists. Daikibi drops the classic "So is she your girlfriend?" question because apparently even Death Towers need relationship drama. Our boy denies it faster than a harem protagonist avoiding commitment. She guesses he's dating someone and apologizes for being nosy, then mentions it's just the two of them here. Smooth conversation pivot there, making Daikibi blush like a tsundere caught red-handed. Plot twist: he suddenly draws his weapon and lunges, calling out her fake rookie act because the suspicious character was actually suspicious. She stumbles back in surprise, didn't see that betrayal coming in this totally unpredictable tower climb. He advances with raw killing intent because subtlety is apparently not his strong suit. He credits her courage for not hiding her bloodlust, says it suits him since he's tired of venting rage on boring machines, and warns her to protect her neck if she wants to survive this sudden boss battle. Meanwhile, earlier flashback shows Reaper clinging to Baphomet's arm as everyone prepares to leave because we needed more romantic tension. While Daikibi lurks nearby like every suspicious, innocent character who's definitely plotting something, Reaper slides into Baphomet's DMs faster than a romance manhwa love interest. The message exposes Daikibi's sketchy hunter credentials, because apparently background checks don't exist in this world either. Our boy casually drops that he's been reading her like an open book this whole time. She gasps in typical shocked heroine fashion, so he smoothly changes the subject to dinner plans like nothing happened. Back to the present, Daikibi drops her fake rookie act and goes full battle mode, prompting Baphomet to meet her energy with his own weapon drawn. His blade slices through the air with devastating power, meeting her lightning-fast counterattack in an epic midair collision that would make any action manhwa proud. He studies her through his guard, probably thinking, "I knew it," in the most dramatic way possible, and unleashes another devastating strike her way. But she dodges with the grace of a seasoned assassin. So much for being a rookie. He unleashes a relentless barrage, targeting every angle like he's playing 4D chess, forcing her to duck under his overhead strikes. But another attack immediately follows because apparently giving your opponent a breather is against manhwa law. So she leaps upward while counterattacking, the classic attack while dodging move that defies all logic but looks amazing. Both warriors raise their weapons simultaneously in perfect dramatic synchronization, and a massive explosion erupts where their strikes collide, because subtle combat is for cowards, sending shockwaves everywhere and forcing him back while she lands gracefully like a cat. They both rise to their feet at the exact same moment, because dramatic timing is everything. The ego weapon feeds Baphomet intel on her fighting style, noting her weapon-swapping skills that would make any RPG character jealous. It also observes she lacks a special ego weapon, making her adaptability even more remarkable than a protagonist's plot armor. Illegal hunters basically use cheat codes and sketchy mods to ghost the government like they're playing hide-and-seek with the FBI. Her fighting technique screams professional assassin with a body count higher than a battle royale leaderboard. Baphomet drops the big question, whether he's the reason she's been cosplaying as an innocent rookie this whole time. She comes clean faster than a confession scene, casually mentioning her actual job here is murder. How refreshing. She's apparently pickier about assassination contracts than a food critic choosing restaurants. Usually she's flexible about targets, but now she's having second thoughts like every conflicted anti-hero. The classic, "Do I really need to kill this guy?" internal monologue that every assassin character must experience. Maybe just some creative dismemberment would suffice, because partial murder is apparently more reasonable than the full package. Grandma's twisted wisdom about broken toys being boring echoes in her head, because of course the elderly give the most disturbing life advice. That wholesome family memory somehow leads her right back to our protagonist, because everything connects in Manhwa land. Watching his broken body struggle to function like a glitched video game character, she considers a way to keep him alive but completely helpless, because apparently removing limbs is the new capture alive in this world. During all this, she reveals her identity as Peacemaker, tossing aside her coat with the dramatic flair of every villain reveal scene ever. The weapon pushes for his decision like an impatient gaming tutorial, and our boy realizes his oversized blade is useless in tight spaces. He needs something steady enough to block bullets, because apparently switching weapons mid-fight is totally normal. The weapon agrees and warns him about her strength while he jumps over her strike like he's in a platformer game. Raven's shattered form flashes through his mind in classic PTSD flashback fashion, using dodge momentum for counterattacks. The eternal manhwa combat strategy that somehow always works. She lacks Raven's overwhelming terror, so naturally our protagonist's confidence meter is back to full after one traumatic boss fight. His beam rushes toward her with the subtlety of a fireworks display, forcing her into a desperate dive and roll as the blast grazes her eye by mere millimeters, leaving her pinned in the corner like a boss fight in its final phase. He rises with his weapon steady and ready, channeling main character energy at maximum capacity. She senses something completely different in him, the unmistakable aura of someone who just unlocked a new power level. He corrects her mistaken assumption, making it crystal clear she's the toy in this twisted game of cat and mouse. He lunges forward with a devastating swing that she barely avoids by going full pancake mode against the ground. He immediately follows up with another crushing strike that she blocks only by raising her weapon at the absolute last second in true saved by the frame fashion. Their eyes lock for a brief moment of dramatic tension before she vanishes like a ninja and materializes across the battlefield because teleportation is apparently standard assassin equipment, creating safe distance between them as she realizes his power spike just broke her difficulty calculator and decides playtime is officially over. Her weapon spins like a deadly yo-yo as she launches a chain straight at his noggin. He slices through it faster than a hot knife through butter, dodging that classic wrap around the neck finisher. Another blade whips toward his ankles because apparently going for the feet is villain 101. But he hops over it like he's playing jump rope and keeps charging forward. She goes full anime mode, whipping her chain from every angle like she's conducting a death orchestra. He deflects each strike while having convenient flashbacks to Raven, because nothing says focus like reminiscing mid-battle. He swats the chain away like an annoying fly and bulldozes ahead. A sudden explosion erupts, filling everything with smoke thicker than the plot armor around here. She loses sight of him completely in the classic smoke screen confusion technique. He materializes behind her with that teleportation speed that makes you wonder why anyone bothers with doors. The difference between this fight and Raven's soul-crushing despair becomes crystal clear. This one's actually winnable. His weapon slams into her hip with brutal force, making her grin like a battle-hungry maniac before whipping that chain again, creating more explosions that turn the floor into Swiss cheese because property damage is apparently free. Cracks spiderweb behind him as he dodges her chain like he's in some twisted game of jump rope. He raises his weapon for a devastating downward strike, meeting her block head-on and making the ground throw a tantrum. She quickly whips out a gun because of course she has backup weapons. Villain starter pack complete. Fires multiple bullets in that classic spray and pray technique. He deflects them like he's swatting flies and counters with another bone-crushing strike. That connects with satisfying impact, finally landing a solid hit. She drops to one knee, looking less invincible and more human for the first time. A deep cut tearing open across her arm, because apparently even villains bleed when plot demands it. Even hurt, she gives him a warped grin that screams, "I'm totally not about to pull something insane." Laughter erupts from her, echoing across the cracked floor like she just heard the world's darkest joke. She refuses to deny him as her toy, because healthy relationships are clearly overrated, and questions why he keeps pushing back against her obviously reasonable murder attempts. A childhood memory flashes in her unstable mind as she calls him foolish, because tragic backstories solve everything. She lifts her hand, insisting she didn't want to reach this point while clearly having planned for exactly this moment. A massive gun appears from her storage that's bigger than a small building. Hammer space strikes again. She throws all the blame on him and unleashes a huge blast because personal responsibility is for peasants. The beam races at him with terrifying speed that would make Light jealous. For a split second, he thinks she's just discount Raven. Then reality hits like a truck. His blade slices clean through her attack, painting the air crimson with that satisfying boss fight turning point energy. Steel bites deep into her gut, turning her into a human fountain as blood cascades down her body. But wait, plot twist incoming because we can have nice things. She had already unleashed her energy blast at Baphomet, smugly declaring he sealed his own fate like every villain ever. The explosion tears through everything, turning the battlefield into a demolition derby because subtlety is overrated. Something feels wrong, so she backs away with that classic spider sense tingling moment. She stares in pure confusion as he charges straight at her like a caffeinated berserker, completely baffled why anyone would face tank a death beam instead of, dodging like a normal person. He raises his weapon mid-sprint, because apparently, strategic retreat isn't in his vocabulary. Classic protagonist move right there. And she freezes because apparently plot armor doesn't cover teleporting protagonists. His strike connects with that satisfying boss fight finally working energy and launches her like she's auditioning for Team Rocket. Until he pulls the classic anime crouch and power up pose, while her brain blue screens trying to process his sudden power spike. Classic friendship gives me strength moment as he conjures twin magic orbs, and she discovers he's mastered the ancient art of nothing personnel kid teleportation. Before she can even think nanny, he materializes in front with a chest-piercing finale that would make any shonen protagonist proud. She's stuck buffering like a bad internet connection and hits the ground screaming because apparently invincible villains have very low pain tolerance, crying out again and again while calling for her grandmother like she's in some tragic backstory flashback. He places his foot on her stomach and notes that no quest notification appears, concluding she is not a disciple, because apparently even video game logic has standards. She huffs weakly and asks what he means by disciple while raising her hand. He questions whether someone sent her to kill him, and figures Chongyu wants him gone badly enough to interfere with his mission to wipe out him. She confirms Loki as the one he means and quickly offers information about Loki's hiding place in exchange for being left alive. He asks the reason why he should trust her, and she trembles while explaining she cannot escape anyway because he knows her face and can hunt her down easily if she lies. She begs him to let her live, but he studies her for a moment and refuses. He explains he does not need her help to track Loki since he already has many ways to find him. And he points out he is not chasing Loki right now, because he must build enough strength to finish him the next time they meet. Classic I need to grind more levels protagonist logic. He pulls out his shimmering weapon and makes it clear she only serves as a way to increase his power. She suddenly jumps up and draws her gun while shouting in panic, but he steps forward and unleashes his strike with zero hesitation. Her mind races as she realizes this might actually be her final boss fight. Except she's the mini-boss. A childhood memory surfaces of watching helplessly as her injured grandmother faced down a cold-blooded killer, while that merciless man ended the old woman's life without a second thought. She desperately wonders who that murderer could have been, and Baphomet's face becomes the last thing she sees as darkness claims her. Talk about tragic irony. His weapon questions the ethics of this execution, but he shrugs it off, explaining that tower deaths are conveniently ambiguous, and he needed to blow off some steam anyway. The weapon concedes but notes they just threw away their GPS to Loki, though he counters that Mr. Ma will probably track him down since it's his mission. Classic the quest giver will handle it logic. A sudden beeping from her corpse makes him turn as a red light pulses ominously from her chest, and his system helpfully identifies it as a detection bomb, because of course the dead girl has one last surprise. He realizes it's a death-triggered surprise package and curses his luck, because apparently even corpses come with warranty issues. A massive explosion erupts instantly with all the subtlety of a Michael Bay film. At the same time, a drop of water falls onto Reaper's head and she flinches while calling out to Griffin like it's acid rain. She apologizes and explains the drop startled her, mentioning her Firefly flashlight that's about as useful as a chocolate teapot in this darkness. She feels relieved that the ground isn't doing its best quicksand impression as they navigate forward. She wonders whether Baphomet and Dokkaebi are having their own choose-your-own-adventure nightmare after picking door number 2. Her thoughts drift to our protagonist, remembering his dinner promise. Classic let's grab food if we don't die romance flag that she briefly considers before remembering he's not her type anyway. Griffin opens a system window and asks if this glowing rectangle shows the Tower of Sanctum records. She confirms it, noting the detailed info dump suggests they're practically at the final boss level. He acknowledges this while she observes his unnaturally calm demeanor, because apparently some people treat life or death situations like grocery shopping. And how well he understands the tower's structure, she wonders why he's still stuck in tutorial hell instead of reaching S-tier. They continue their underground tour behind their glowing tour guide. Both freeze mid-step as she asks what triggered his spider sense this time, and he points to an exit ahead, warning her to prepare for whatever boss fight the tower is throwing at them next. They focus on the mysterious doorway like it might contain their final exam, and their jaws drop when they discover a bustling carnival that definitely wasn't in the tower brochure. Workers manage game booths while children laugh and play, because nothing says deadly tower like a family fun zone, and swings sway peacefully in the most non-threatening way possible. They question if this is another simulation, while wondering what kind of twisted game designer puts Disney World inside a death trap. A panicked girl suddenly sprints toward them screaming about some misunderstanding. The two hunters exchange bewildered looks as she confronts a boy who stubbornly insists he saw what he saw. Classic. He said, she said, drama even in mortal peril. She insists nothing happened with the other person, but he grows frustrated and storms off, because talking it out is apparently harder than climbing the tower itself. Reaper suddenly materializes nearby with popcorn and drinks, because nothing says life or death situation like concession stand snacks. Griffin looks bewildered as she seriously orders him to play relationship counselor, since the girl clearly wants to patch things up. Ah yes, tower climbing and couples therapy. The boy leaves while the girl stays behind, prompting Reaper to complain about how dramas always drag out conflicts that one honest conversation could solve, then admits the chaos is probably the whole point anyway. She suddenly questions why she even said drama. Both hunters sense something seriously wrong before a heavy box crushes the boy completely. Blood splatters everywhere as screams pierce the air, turning the cheerful scene into absolute horror. Maniacal laughter echoes from above as a massive female demon descends like the world's worst amusement park mascot. Reaper analyzes her and identifies her as a named demon, because of course the mini-boss has a Wikipedia entry. She comments on the bizarre appearance while wondering if this twisted carnival was supposed to be some kind of special event. The demon yawns dramatically and declares everyone's boring her to death, literally, before demanding they all just poof away. A blinding flash engulfs everything and every NPC vanishes like they hit the delete button on existence. The world drains of color faster than a budget anime running out of funds. Reaper's danger senses tingle harder than Spider-Man's, and an invisible truck-queen substitute sends her flying through the air like a rejected protagonist. Griffin gasps in classic love interest fashion and lunges forward with his weapon, screaming her name like it's the season finale. She loses track of the demon's presence completely, then pulls a disappearing act herself, because why not add more mystery? The demon smugly calls them performers, and summons a cage from the ground like some twisted game show host. Reaper rattles the bars and shouts complaints because apparently even demon prisons have terrible customer service. The demon whines about human stories being as stale as week-old bread and decides these hunters will make better entertainment instead. Suddenly, a notification pops up ordering them to eliminate Jezebel because apparently even demon encounters need quest markers now. The demon casually asks about their preferred entertainment genre, listing thriller, noir, action, comedy, and fantasy like she's running a twisted Netflix algorithm. Yet she makes it clear they never had real choice because romance remains her personal favorite. Ah yes, the classic, forced romance trope strikes again. Reaper struggles desperately to escape the cage, putting every ounce of strength into breaking free, but the demon coldly orders her to stop resisting. Reaper demands her release, questioning the demon's purpose while pushing against the bars with all her might, only to find the cage completely immovable. She frantically tries opening her inventory, but a system error window flashes mockingly before her. The demon laughs at her failure, taunting that proper casting requires background checks on actors, revealing she already knew about Reaper's item abilities and blocked them accordingly. She gestures toward Griffin, calling him the co-star, and identifies him as the younger brother of legendary hunter Raven because of course there's a famous sibling connection. She critiques his technique as mediocre while noting how exhausting it must be living in a legendary sibling's shadow. Classic younger brother syndrome strikes again. Reaper remembers the VR simulations prove these creatures know about the outside world, so she needs to figure out their intel level before making any rash moves that'll bite her later. A surprise slash suddenly connects with the demon's face in a satisfying smack. Reaper whips around toward Griffin in shock, who delivered the attack while radiating pure fury like an angry chihuahua. The demon grins at them both, apparently thrilled they're ready to start this twisted performance. She dramatically raises her hand and prepares to snap her fingers with theatrical flair, while announcing showtime like the world's most unhinged director. Reaper watches in horror as the demon begins narrating about an ugly village girl, casting Reaper as the lead, who reached marriageable age without proposals, completely ignoring Reaper's protests about being young and definitely not ugly. Thank you very much. Reaper fires back claiming she's wealthy and gorgeous with plenty of admirers, but the demon steamrolls ahead introducing the handsome village exception, making Reaper question why any decent guy would pick someone ugly with a terrible temper. Ouch, demon roasts hit different. Griffin listens with his eyes closed while the demon labels the man as foolish as he was handsome, because apparently good looks and brains are mutually exclusive, in romance stories. She continues spinning her tale about the girl's jealousy toward the world's fairest maiden Jezebel, leading to her cage imprisonment, then poses the classic question of whether the foolish young man will rescue the ugly girl for their perfect ending, because every romance needs a damsel in distress. Griffin suddenly launches himself upward like he's auditioning for an action movie, soaring toward the demon with typical male lead determination. She dodges him effortlessly while continuing her narration, because multitasking villain monologues are apparently a required skill, as the floating boxes around her start firing energy beams like discount laser pointers gone rogue. The blast sends him crashing to the ground in classic hero gets knocked down before the comeback fashion. When he lifts his head, every box glows with power like a rave gone wrong. He jumps between them and raises his weapon while charging forward, because if at first you don't succeed, try the exact same strategy again. Countless boxes form a perfect circle around him like the world's most dangerous game of Ring Around the Rosie. And another blast erupts, filling the area with thick smoke before he crashes down again like a rejected anime protagonist. He nearly falls directly onto one of the boxes, but slices through it mid-fall with surprising grace, then continues attacking as more boxes surround him in classic bullet hell fashion. A beam of light shoots from one of them, and he narrowly dodges it. He thinks about how their speed increases the longer he fights. He hits the ground hard and groans. Reaper shouts his name from inside the cage. She watches the boxes move faster than before and wonders if they study his movements and adapt to counter them, because apparently even magical boxes need to level up their AI. He springs from the fractured earth, thinking this feels like a classic 1 against 1,000 scenario, because apparently normal odds are for wimps. He bulldozes forward, smashing boxes left and right while aerial slicing others like he's in some over-the-top action sequence. He realizes his stamina bar is draining faster than his patience with this situation. Mid-battle, mysterious weapons sprout from the box centers like deadly jack-in-the-boxes. The weapons vanish instantly, freezing both hunters in that awkward "did that just happen?" moment. Both minds immediately jump to stealth abilities because invisible enemies are every fighter's favorite nightmare. Griffin strains his senses but detects nothing, scanning around like he's playing the world's deadliest game of hide-and-seek. A light beam suddenly streaks past his face in a classic missed by inches near-death experience. Magical crystals materialize around him because apparently regular projectiles weren't fancy enough. He instantly grips his weapon, glaring at the threat with the intensity of someone who's officially done with today's nonsense. He parries an incoming strike with his weapon in a satisfying clash of steel. A massive weapon swings down at him like an oversized fly swatter. More weapons follow in rapid succession. He smashes them earthward, cracking the ground with shonen protagonist strength. A giant box drops on him at the worst possible timing because of course it does. Reaper screams his name, realizing he's lost his speed advantage like a nerfed video game character. She figures out the vanishing lights are screwing with his senses, and tries explaining that a flare gun would solve everything classic. "Why didn't we think of this obvious solution earlier?" moment. Tape suddenly slaps across her mouth mid-explanation. The demon glides over and tells her to shut up and enjoy the show. Griffin shakes with rage while reluctantly following orders like every stubborn hero, and pulls out a flare gun like he's finally remembering basic RPG inventory management. The demon cuts him off again, reminding him the story has a tragic ending before floating skyward and telling him to embrace his weakness despite being annoyingly photogenic. She points dramatically and every single box charges at him in the most predictable swarm attack ever, while cackling like a Saturday morning cartoon villain, and Reaper screams his name with classic damsel in distress energy. Griffin takes a beating that would make any shonen protagonist proud and spirals into mandatory flashback mode. He recalls people saying reaching S tier at his speed was impossible because apparently everyone's a critic. Others mentioned living in his famous brother's shadow was painful. The classic sibling rivalry backstory strikes again. Some acknowledged his record-breaking A-tier achievement, but he still couldn't match Raven's legendary power level. He admits these harsh truths hit harder than a truck in Ice Sky moment. His thoughts drift to our protagonist, and shock slaps him again. Nobody expected someone to speedrun godhood this fast. He wonders if being a demonic beast explains it, but that theory crumbles faster than a poorly built power scaling argument. He questions why he's stuck in developmental hell when a voice asks about his goals. Classic motivational speech timing. He turns to find Raven standing there, freezing like he just saw his browser history made public. Raven drops exposition about irregular hunters having special growth conditions because normal leveling systems are apparently too mainstream. Since Raven's death, Griffin's personal growth engine has been running on empty like a car with a broken fuel gauge. Blood from Raven's wounds drips onto Griffin's face in a dramatically symbolic moment that screams, "Character development incoming." Raven leans in with that classic mentor energy, questioning why Griffin thinks he's hit his ceiling. Our boy's face materializes in Griffin's mind while a voice delivers the age-old wisdom that goals are the ultimate cheat code for power-ups. The answer hits him like a truck. He killed Raven, so why not make that his new power source? Griffin can now use him as his target, and suddenly all the boxes scatter like they've seen a ghost as lightning explodes everywhere. The lightning wraps around him like the world's most dramatic power-up sequence, and Griffin emerges looking ready to solo raid a dungeon. His aura goes full Super Saiyan as he declares Baphomet his new target because nothing says character development like switching your revenge focus mid-battle. Reaper stays trapped in her cage like a worried girlfriend watching her boyfriend pick a fight with the final boss. Griffin pictures Raven in his mind, probably with sparkly flashback effects and emotional piano music. He decides removing Baphomet is his only path forward, because apparently therapy isn't an option in this world. That thought sends lightning coursing through his body like he just stuck his finger in an electrical socket. The power surge is strong enough to crack every box around them. Talk about property damage. Jezebel watches this sudden power spike with the classic "this wasn't part of my evil plan" expression. She tries to stop him, but the power surge says, "Nope," and redirects straight at her face. The electrical force slams into her like a truck carrying plot armor, dragging her to her knees as her body convulses under the classic power-up lightning show. Griffin materializes before her with hands crackling like he just discovered he's the main character, already mastering his new abilities because apparently that's how manhwa physics work. Jezebel floats upward, probably wondering why villains always monologue at the worst times, confused but still delivering the mandatory "this won't end well" warning that every antagonist must give. She launches her entire box collection at him, screaming, "Just die already!" but suddenly realizes he's pulled the classic disappearing act. A tiny spark flickers among the boxes like the world's most ominous firefly, and erupts into an electrical storm that would make Thor jealous. Griffin explodes through the wreckage like a discount Thor, obliterating boxes with lightning beams that would make Zeus jealous. Jezebel's jaw hits the floor harder than a romance manhwa protagonist's confession scene. Griffin charges up his palms like he's about to drop the ultimate finishing move. He steps before her core box and slices through it cleaner than a hot knife through plot armor. Lightning cascades through every remaining box with the precision of a surgeon and the flair of a fireworks show. Then he pivots toward her with that classic final boss stare. Jezebel's in full denial mode, classic villain refusing to accept their power-up got countered. She reverts to weapon form while screaming like every villain whose foolproof plan just got demolished. Because apparently humans aren't supposed to ruin demon schemes. Who wrote that rule book? She launches herself at him, but Griffin's already 3 steps ahead, asking where exactly she thinks that attack is going. He teleports behind her with that classic "nothing personnel, kid" energy and delivers another devastating strike. Jezebel spins around with the universal "wait, how did you" expression that every outmatched villain perfects. Griffin flashes that ice-cold protagonist smile and unleashes one final surge that swallows her whole like the plot demands. Jezebel finally grasps her doom as the blast consumes her, because villain realization always comes too late. A massive explosion rocks the space while the system cheerfully dings "quest complete" like it's celebrating a pizza delivery. Reaper rushes over in classic concerned heroine fashion, absolutely stunned by his sudden power spike. She notices his back and spots blood trickling from his mouth, because power-ups always come with a health tax. She asks about his condition with that worried girlfriend energy, and he wipes the blood, explaining that new powers hit harder than student loan debt. Lightning still crackles around his body like he's permanently stuck in anime transformation mode. He raises his hand and pushes forward to the next floor, because dungeon crawling waits for no one. The Reaper stays silent, probably processing whether her ally just became overpowered or unhinged. Unsure what to make of his transformation, she thinks he might already surpass Raven, which is either great for her plans or terrible for her life expectancy. She wonders why they haven't reached the boss chamber yet, because apparently even demon towers have traffic jams, and hopes Baphomet's group isn't getting the classic side character elimination treatment. They finally reach their next point and find our boy waiting for them like the world's most ominous welcoming committee. He questions their delay with the patience of someone who definitely didn't just sit there twiddling his thumbs. Reaper feels relieved that he stands unharmed, but notices Hunter Cabia's absence, and our dude explains casually that she died on the way up, because apparently manhwa stares are deadlier than boss fights. She asked for details while Griffin's poker face suggests he's hiding something bigger than his new power level. Meanwhile, she studies Baphomet's new strength like she's trying to calculate if he's friend or future final boss. He observes Griffin's changed power with the keen eye of someone who knows power-ups usually come with a side of betrayal. Reaper repeats her question about Hunter Cabby, and he gives a vague confirmation that screams, "Don't ask follow-up questions." Our boy steps forward and slaps his hand on the giant door, casually admitting he can't solo this like some overpowered Isekai protagonist. Reaper examines the device beside the entrance, and identifies it as a biometric system because apparently even demon towers have better security than most banks. She finds another one on the opposite side and concludes they need a buddy system to proceed, meaning at least 2 survivors must make it this far without dying horribly. They stand before the massive triangular door like they're about to enter the final dungeon in an RPG. Baphomet explains that he senses the boss beyond it. His demon radar is apparently still functioning perfectly. Reaper grows uneasy, probably remembering every "this will be easy" moment that ended in disaster. She knows that even 3 A-tier hunters normally become boss room decorations at this point. She suggests waiting for Hunter Choi because he climbs fast and might arrive soon, trying to argue for the revolutionary concept of not rushing to your death. But a beeping noise interrupts her like an impatient game timer, and the gate announces its opening to challenge the king. As the group steps forward, she protests and questions what Griffin aims to achieve, understanding their confidence but insisting that clearing the chamber with only 3 hunters is the kind of stupid that gets you killed in the first chapter. Her words die as reality warps around them like a bad trip. They enter a massive chamber with some ominous glowing donut in the center, because of course there's always a mysterious floating object. A voice welcomes them to their final destination, and no, it's not the airport. An explosion erupts overhead. The boss emerges, whining about their tardiness like an impatient customer at a drive-thru. Pharaoh dramatically reveals himself as the tower's master, complete with the mandatory villain introduction speech. He approaches, giving Griffin and Reaper the classic, worthy opponent, acknowledgement that every final boss is legally required to deliver. Pharaoh smugly admits he expected his minions to lose, claiming he gathered perfect data on them, because apparently every villain thinks they're running a science experiment instead of just fighting. He pulls the classic "you're only A-tier" card and offers them the standard evil transformation deal, because why fight fair when you can recruit? Griffin cuts through the monologue and calls him a useless tin can. Finally, someone who skips the philosophical debate. Pharaoh freezes, clearly not used to being roasted mid-villain speech. Our guy raises his hand, energy crackling around him as he roasts Pharaoh's fashion sense like he's reviewing a cosplay contest. He wonders if those diamonds are just for show and declares they'll stress test this walking jewelry store. Griffin powers up beside him because apparently 3 against 1 is the new fair fight in Manhwa land. Pharaoh accepts the challenge, points dramatically forward, and unleashes a weapon storm because subtlety died with his humanity. A massive explosion kicks off the battle, proving once again that talking is optional but explosions are mandatory. At Hunter Association HQ, a female worker pulls the dreaded night shift while her colleague plays the "why haven't you gone home" card like every office drama ever. The colleague offers coffee duty, and she accepts because caffeine is the true power system in any workplace. She keeps typing until her screen basically screams, "Plot twist incoming." Her colleague notices her "I've seen some stuff" expression and asks what's wrong, because curiosity killed the cat but feeds the narrative. She explains how the Tower of Sanctum got cleared faster than a Black Friday sale, which makes about as much sense as it sounds. Meanwhile, the tower decides to cosplay as rubble and completely destroys itself. Later, citizens flood the streets gossiping like they're the real-time commentary track for this chaos, until someone spots a mysterious hooded figure approaching like the main character making their dramatic entrance. A person points toward the newcomer, and the crowd swarms over with the enthusiasm of fans meeting their favorite idol. They surround the hooded figure, buzzing about the hunter who cleared the Tower of Sanctum, because apparently clearing a legendary tier tower as an A-tier hunter is like beating Dark Souls with a wooden stick. The hooded figure starts to respond, but only admits to landing the final hit before bolting like they just stole something from the final boss. The crowd shouts after her as she makes her great escape, revealing Reaper fleeing in pure panic from unwanted fame, because being the hero means dealing with fans, and that's scarier than any demon. Meanwhile, Beelzebub casually enjoys ice cream while chatting with Baphomet about the situation, because even demons need snack breaks. The system credits Reaper for the tower clear, Yet Baphomet insists he and Griffin carried the fight until the very end. Classic support player getting no recognition. Our boy explains the real story as the scene shifts back inside the tower. Just as an explosion rocks the battlefield like someone dropped a base cannon, Pharaoh compliments their skills while casually regenerating like he's got a premium health insurance plan, explaining his body has unlimited respawns, leaving both hunters with that, oh crap, realization that they're fighting a walking cheat code. Baphomet calls for Reaper and reminds her about the Void Cube's delete button feature. Because every good RPG needs an overpowered consumable. The item literally erases whatever goes inside, so he tells her to yeet it at the boss like the world's most expensive grenade. She processes the instruction, charges forward with determination, and charges forward again because apparently running twice makes it more dramatic, and launches the cube at the demon like she's bowling for the apocalypse. The impact triggers an explosion that would make Michael Bay proud. Beelzebub analyzes the chaos and realizes the demon crystal inside collided with the boss's crystal. Basically magical nuclear fusion gone wrong. He mourns losing such valuable loot because demon crystals with arcane tech would have paid for his retirement. Until our boy points out Reaper also sacrificed her mythic gear, and casually pulls out the crux to prove he's still got his legendary loot, because someone has to win the treasure lottery. He suggests they wrap up their business and asks where they're keeping their unwilling guest. Our boy confirms the prisoner is chilling in the shed like it's a 5-star hotel. Later, Baphomet stands before a door and calls out someone's terrible hiding skills. The intruder broke into his place after some quality stalking, and Baphomet recognizes his old Labyrinth Tower buddy, demanding their real identity because trust issues run deep. The intruder drops to their knees when a power wave explodes from behind the door, sending them face first into the floor. Beyond that door, Beelzebub casually eats ice cream under a protective barrier while the intruder realizes they're dealing with that overpowered kid again, because apparently child prodigies are the new endgame bosses. The connection between Beelzebub and Demon Beast Baphomet hints the child's hiding abilities that would make veteran hunters cry. Baphomet leans in and demands to know how the intruder discovered his demonic nature, wondering if they caught his transformation like some supernatural paparazzi. He studies the person and questions their feminine appearance because gender reveals are apparently mandatory in tense confrontations. The intruder snaps that he's male, because apparently gender confusion is the real final boss here, prompting Baphomet to raise his hand in classic "about to slap some sense into you" fashion. The mage instantly breaks into tears and begs for mercy like a discount damsel in distress. Baphomet pauses as his memory kicks in. Ah yes, the classic "wait, I know this crying person" moment. He spots those twin tails and pieces together the intruder's identity. Finesse, an Esther mage hunter whose hobby is cross-dressing. Because why have normal hobbies when you can confuse everyone? Finesse once challenged the Abyssal Tower where Baphomet thoroughly demolished him. When Baphomet cornered him in full demonic beast mode, Finesse cried and pleaded for his life like a broken NPC. Baphomet found Finesse's performance utterly pathetic, even by Manhwa standards, that's saying something, and moved in for the kill like any respectable boss should. But Finesse's plot armor, forbidden magic, kicked in automatically. The emergency escape spell whisked him away faster than a reader skipping filler chapters, leaving Baphomet scratching his head. The spell's backlash reset all his stats because apparently even magic believes in consequences. Finesse explains how he lost his S-tier rank and had to grind towers like a newbie MMO player just to get his power back. He then drops the "I know you're a demon" card and demands answers about Baphomet's human cosplay. Baphomet shrugs off the threat, pointing out that without evidence, Finesse sounds like a conspiracy theorist. When Finesse mentions the central agency, it's like threatening to call the manager at a demon's workplace. That threat sends Baphomet into full villain cackle mode. He steps closer, asking for proof while noting that Finesse walked into the lion's den solo. Clearly someone skipped the Basic Survival 101 class. Terror grips Finesse as Baphomet casually asks about his preferred cooking method, because nothing says intimidation like a demon discussing meal prep. His killing intent thickens while he lists gruesome options with the enthusiasm of a chef explaining today's specials, each method more horrifying than the last. Finesse trembles and whimpers about why he's getting the full villain monologue treatment. His innocent puppy dog voice catches Baphomet completely off guard, because even demons have a soft spot for pathetic whimpering. Baphomet pauses before laying down the classic "cooperate or die" ultimatum with 2 convenient fetch quests. Task 1. Find Loki, because apparently even demons need GPS help sometimes. When Finesse asks, "Who's Loki?" Baphomet explains he's an off-the-grid ghost worker, then mentions a mysterious paper drawing, but Finesse pulls the "I don't negotiate with demons" card like he's got options. Our boy responds with a reality check kick that introduces Finesse's face to the floor in true manhwa fashion. Standing over his new floor decoration, Baphomet calls for Beelzebub while explaining that Finesse clearly missed the memo about his current situation. Beelzebub casually reveals he's planted a familiar parasite inside Finesse during capture, because nothing says employee loyalty program like internal poison bombs. Finesse freezes as Baphomet shrugs off any identity exposure threats, noting that releasing a useful tool would be terrible business management. He grins with corporate villain energy, promising to squeeze every last drop of productivity from his new unpaid intern's soul. Beelzebub grins like a kid in a candy store, promising Finesse a crash course in Demon Psychology 101. Baphomet's smile turns more twisted than a pretzel, eagerly anticipating Finesse's inevitable mental breakdown, because nothing beats quality entertainment. Beelzebub nods sagely, noting that despair-seasoned souls are basically the wagyu beef of the underworld. Both demons cackle like cartoon villains as Finesse bolts faster than a protagonist escaping a harem situation. They watch him flee with the satisfaction of cats who just knocked over a very expensive vase. Baphomet raises an eyebrow about the familiar bluff, and Beelzebub smugly confirms that sometimes the best poison is pure psychological warfare. No actual bugs required. Beelzebub questions why they can't just use Mr. Ma instead, but Baphomet explains he's been ghosting the guy and prefers the hands-off management approach. Baphomet suddenly asks Beelzebub for magic lessons, because apparently even demon lords need to diversify their skill sets. Beelzebub conjures a barrier for show and tell, wondering what sparked this magical midlife crisis. He suggests starting with baby spells since Baphomet's usual strategy is punch first, ask questions while punching. Our dude skips the tutorial and demands the endgame spells, because why learn to crawl when you can fly? Beelzebub gives him the classic "Are you serious right now?" stare. He takes a deep breath like a teacher about to explain why homework exists. His jaw drops as Baphomet perfectly recreates the barrier after one glance. Apparently photographic memory is just another demon cheat code. This copy-paste magic ability has Beelzebub questioning everything he knows about talent distribution in this world. Baphomet casually admits he saw this coming, while Beelzebub suggests a complete career change because our boy's basically a magical prodigy in disguise. Baphomet agrees, realizing he's been using his vessel like a sledgehammer when it's actually a precision instrument. Beelzebub catches the suspicious wording and asks the million-dollar question about whose body this actually is. Cut to Vanessa looking like she hasn't slept in 3 business days while some guy approaches with obvious bad news. Mr. Punctuality here reminds her about a missed meeting, because nothing says perfect timing like confronting someone who's clearly having the worst day ever. Finesse insists the man promised juicy Baphomet intel, then pulled a classic vanishing act, because apparently, reliable informants are as rare as unicorns in this world. The man asks if Finesse found anything worthwhile, questioning why they're even meeting without results to show. He turns to leave, calling it pointless, but Finesse drops the bombshell that Baphomet serves as someone's boss. That statement hits like a truck, and Finesse explains Baphomet is actually a final boss of the Abyssal Tower. Back with our demonic duo, this revelation shocks Beelzebub so hard he nearly chokes on his own evil laughter. Baphomet casually drops that the body belongs to Raven, because body swapping is just Tuesday in Manhwa land. Plot twist: the man Finesse met is actually Mr. Ma. Surprise reveals are basically mandatory at this point. The goddess explains she simply granted Baphomet's deepest hidden desire, like some twisted genie with questionable customer service. This all went down during his epic showdown with Raven inside the Abyssal Tower. When Raven's blade pierced him, Baphomet wished with every fiber of his being to become like Raven. To grant this wish, she crafted a soulless vessel that lets him cosplay as a human, because apparently divine intervention comes with transformation perks. She introduces herself as RA while giving him the classic mysterious goddess back hug, a move straight from the divine flirtation handbook. Our boy connects the dots, realizing this matches Raven's tragic backstory about never being the driver of his own neat suit. That Raven was basically a passenger in his own body this whole time. Talk about the ultimate case of identity theft. Beelzebub scans the ridiculous mana reserves packed into this new vessel like he's reading a power level over 9,000. He'd been blind to it before, but now it hits him like a magical freight train of overwhelming energy. He figures Raven's flashy fire magic needs this much juice, but our boy drops the truth bomb. Raven's abilities run on pure skill, no mana required. This revelation breaks Beelzebub's brain as our boy explains the Tower Raven was just a discount knockoff, way weaker than the genuine article. But when that copy developed self-awareness and started making choices, it evolved into the legendary Raven everyone feared. His body automatically layered itself with enhancement buffs like a walking RPG character, because when you're facing endless tower battles, you need all the stat boosts you can get. Raw strength beats fancy spells that run out of gas faster than a sports car with a tiny tank. Beelzebub breaks it down. One overpowered signature move plus permanent body buffs equals the delete enemy button in any fight. He's ready to steal Raven's homework. After all, dying repeatedly as a bottom-tier demon was basically graduate school in suffering. His current buffs are like motion sensors that only work when they feel like it, while Ravens run 24/7 like a magical subscription service. Time for Professor Beelzebub to teach Advanced Buffing 101 or risk getting a very bad student evaluation. Our boy tilts his head like a confused puppy hearing a new word. Beelzebub suddenly develops selective amnesia about anything that isn't punching harder. Classic expert syndrome. He does the anime forehead lean of emotional connection, because physical contact solves everything in Manhwa, then immediately switches to chase mode, calling out Beelzebub's teaching dodge while reminding him of his "I know all magic" flex from earlier. Beelzebub pulls the "support magic is for peasants" card but conveniently has someone else in mind, because delegation is the true art of lazy masters. Later, Yoon-seon examines our boy and confirms his arm is fully healed, because manhwa healing speeds make actual medicine look like a joke. After clearing the tower, his body holds up well. Surviving death traps apparently counts as a successful health checkup. She asks him to repeat what he said earlier, and boldly asks what he expects to learn from her. He doubts his choice to seek help from someone so unreliable, and as he turns away, she grabs him from behind. She says she heard about his interest in buffs and reminds him that she's a buffer, because nothing says, "Trust me," like a surprise tackle. He explains he finally understands how buffs support battle strength. Only took him this long to grasp basic RPG mechanics. Yoon-sun agrees to teach him, but demands payment, because free tutoring died with the old gods. He already expects this and asks what she wants. Smart move. Always negotiate before the teaching begins. She extends her hand, hinting that she desires his labor work. Manual labor as payment is the oldest trick in the mentor handbook. His cap slips off as she steps closer, making it clear she's serious, because dramatic hat removal is the universal sign of no backing out now. At an orphanage, kids swarm our boy like he's the coolest big brother who actually showed up. He casually grabs a boy's arm in what looks like the setup for every gentle giant trope ever written, launching him skyward with the confidence of someone who definitely didn't skip arm day. Then catches him with perfect timing, because apparently his reflexes are as overpowered as his mana reserves, sending the kids into absolute chaos mode while they beg for their turn on the human carnival ride. Yoon-sun plays the responsible adult card, reminding everyone that health checkups beat fun time. Classic buzzkill energy. She efficiently handles medical exams like the competent healer she is when not demanding sketchy favors. Meanwhile, our boy becomes the ultimate playground entertainment system for the remaining children. A girl with a leg cast sits on the sidelines, watching the fun unfold until reality decides to humble our hero. A football smacks him square in the face, because even overpowered protagonists aren't immune to cartoon physics. As evening falls, the orphanage director thanks Yoon-seon again, relieved that the kids enjoyed their checkups without the usual screaming and crying. Yoon-sun downplays it, pointing out that Baphomet handled the harder part, because apparently legendary demons make excellent babysitters now. The director, amazed, notes that an A-tier hunter spent the day with lively children. Exhausted, Baphomet wonders how these tiny humans possess infinite stamina while he's ready to collapse. He asks Yoon-seon if her request is complete now that he finished her tasks. She reveals that 2 more places remain, which frustrates him. Classic manhwa side quest expansion. He suggests continuing tomorrow, and she gasps dramatically. L points again and orders him to disappear like some overpowered magical GPS saying, "Recalculating route." She explains that magic can't be taught freely. 1 day of labor isn't enough payment because apparently knowledge has subscription fees. She leaves, promising to return tomorrow. Baphomet stands fuming about spending the whole day wearing an ugly headband she gave him, realizing she tricked him from the start, while Beelzebub and Reaper mock his ridiculous appearance. Reaper materializes, revealing she dropped by his place when his phone went dark but only encountered his brother, because apparently demons have terrible cell service. She asks him to drop the formal title and just call her Yoram Na instead. She requests his company and guides him toward a waiting car. Before departing, she thanks Beelzebub for his courtesy, which he smugly attributes to her impressive bank account. He quickly clarifies that his earlier dinner invitation had entirely different intentions in mind. Reaper explains she invited him because the whole team earned a proper celebration after conquering the tower. Outside the luxury hotel, Baphomet spots a massive congratulatory banner featuring Reaper's face plastered across the building, proclaiming her as the prodigious genius who conquered Tower Sanctum. Reaper cringes with embarrassment, cursing her uncle for this over-the-top publicity spectacle, because nothing says low profile like a building-sized face banner. She craves academic glory, not hunter fame, because apparently slaying monsters is less prestigious than dusting off ancient pottery. Inside, the usual suspects Chu, Nelia, and Zest await their arrival like a perfectly assembled RPG party. Nelia gushes about their solo tower clear, but Reaper pulls the classic humble protagonist move, deflecting all credit to her teammates. Zest notices the suspiciously empty restaurant, because nothing screams normal celebration like zero other patrons. Reaper casually admits to buying out the entire place for privacy, flexing that rich girl privilege without breaking a sweat. Nelia and Reaper snap photos together like best friends who definitely won't have dramatic falling out later. Reaper declares round 2 because one location clearly isn't enough to celebrate properly in manhwa tradition. Griffin attempts his mysterious loner exit despite Nelia's protests. Classic brooding male lead behavior activated. Baphomet intercepts him with the mandatory "Where are you going?" interrogation that every concerned friend must perform. Griffin delivers the standard cryptic response about getting stronger and using Baphomet while revealing absolutely nothing useful. He wants to defeat Baphomet at his peak for a true victory, because apparently everyone needs their dramatic rival moment. Griffin delivers this declaration like the protagonist of a shounen manga and exits stage left. Baphomet mutters about his sheer audacity while probably planning his own dramatic comeback speech. Later, Baphomet broods on a bench under the full moon, because nothing says deep contemplation like perfect lighting and Griffin's ominous words echoing in his head. Reaper joins him with ice cream talk, joking about her magical dessert stomach, the most realistic superpower in any manhwa, and mentions the other's abandoned ship. Checking the time, she mentions needing beauty sleep but has one final surprise up her sleeve. Without warning, she plants a kiss on his lips from behind, because apparently sneak attacks work for romance too. Then she casually wishes him good night, and strolls away like she didn't just drop a relationship bombshell. Baphomet remains completely paralyzed on that bench. Eyes wide as saucers, brain.exe has stopped working, desperately trying to compute what just hijacked his evening. Baphomet mutters under his breath about ice cream and mysterious chills, because nothing says Demon Lord like lactose confusion. He grumbles about running into her again when a voice interrupts his brooding protagonist moment. Chu appears, mentioning he expected Baphomet to have gone home already. Convenient timing for what's clearly an important conversation flag. Noticing Baphomet's flushed face, Chu assumes alcohol is the culprit rather than surprise smooches. Chu smiles and asks what drives Baphomet as a hunter, the classic "What's your motivation?" interrogation scene. Baphomet questions this, prompting Chu to explain the holy trinity of hunter motivations: money, calling, or cause. He waits for Baphomet's answer with the patience of someone who's clearly rehearsed this recruitment speech. Baphomet says he enjoys battle's heat and wants to reach the peak. Textbook shonen protagonist answer. Chu smiles, saying it would be wasteful to overlook such potential, because talented MCs never go unnoticed. Then drops the guild recruitment bomb on Baphomet like every good talent scout should. Later, back at the orphanage, because every good manhwa needs a wholesome detour to balance out the chaos. The director thanks Yoon Se-yeon again, probably wondering why powerful hunters keep showing up at her humble establishment, while Baphomet watches her seriously, like he's analyzing a boss monster instead of a kind-hearted doctor. Yoon Se-yeon says helping children gives her deep satisfaction and pride as a doctor, then asks if he agrees it's rewarding. Classic "let me change your cold heart" energy. He responds dryly that it's fine and reminds her not to avoid their agreement, because demon lords don't have time for feel-good moments. She feigns innocence and asks why he thinks she dragged him all the way there. Oh, the classic, innocent, manipulation tactic. She starts teaching him magic, because apparently even ancient demons need tutoring sessions now. He releases a controlled burst of mana, probably making every nearby mage question their life choices. Yunsan watches with glowing eyes, surprised at how fast he picks it up, because of course the overpowered MC is naturally gifted at everything. She admits teaching him might be fun after all, sealing her fate as the mentor who gets too attached character, and grasps why top hunters scout talent like they're collecting rare trading cards. Everyone wants to see their investment hit the jackpot. She explains that leveling up unlocks new techniques like a skill tree, which she can teach if he's interested in her premium tutorial package. He says he wants them, then casually drops the bombshell that he's done with her guild, because nothing says gratitude like immediate betrayal. Stepping closer with a predatory grin, she demands an explanation with the energy of someone whose business plan just collapsed. He reveals another guild approached him, and when she asks which one through gritted teeth, he dramatically pauses before naming Nebula Guild, because timing is everything in emotional devastation. He notes the obvious. Guilds offer sign-on bonuses, premium gear, supplies, and tower access. Basically everything she can't provide in her budget operation. Sweat covers her face as he reminds her of her deception with the satisfaction of someone who's been waiting to flip the script. Dragged him into a dungeon like an unpaid intern on a field trip. Locked him into a guild with a name that sounds like a cleaning product, and bossed him around just to teach one measly skill. He ends his roast session and tries to leave, but she drops to her knees in classic desperate recruiter fashion. He tells her to treat the skill he learned as payment for every future exploitation, because apparently even demon lords believe in fair labor practices. Desperate, she offers money, power, anything, basically the entire "please don't leave me" starter pack that every guild leader keeps in their back pocket. He says he needs none of that, and will only stay under one condition, because of course the overpowered MC has demands that'll flip the entire power dynamic. He explains he wants to play among the strongest, but can't do that with a weak guild, essentially telling her to get good or get dumped. Leaning in, he adds one more demand. She must throw away that awful guild name, because even demons have standards for branding. Later, at Heaven Hotel, because every manhwa needs a fancy location change to show off the art budget. A man at reception confirms a reservation and mentions belongings will be delivered upstairs. The classic mysterious VIP guest setup. A couple walks by, with the man commenting on the expensive hotel and wondering about room costs, because someone has to be the normal person. Reality check. The woman reassures him to focus only on her, delivering the classic romantic distraction line that every side character girlfriend uses. They stand in front of Reaper's congratulatory banner without noticing, because background details are always more important than the oblivious characters realize. The man jumps at the banner and asks who this mysterious hunter is, because nothing ruins a romantic getaway like your partner spotting a hot celebrity. Someone nearby gushes that the hotel heir is both a powerful hunter and gorgeous, making the woman bristle with "Excuse me, what did you just say?" energy as Reaper conveniently walks by, whipping out her phone faster than a scandal-hungry netizen to show him the evidence. Inside the event hall, voices buzz with anticipation as the doors dramatically slide open and Reaper makes his grand entrance, because MCs must always arrive fashionably late, instantly triggering the classic "crowd goes silent then whispers excitedly" reaction that follows every protagonist. Near the refreshment tables, a hunter girl gawks at another's growing fan club, wondering where she managed to recruit such an impressive entourage. Enter Minerva, guild master of defiance, because every gathering needs at least one intimidating authority figure. She credits Reaper for the massive turnout, and mentions how impossible it was to book this venue, while Ella of La Foam nods along and congratulates Minerva on cracking the top 10 rankings. Minerva waves off the achievement like it's nothing and demands dinner as payment, the universal language of successful guild leaders. Ella immediately snaps at one of her hunters for complaining about skipping meals due to an upcoming photo shoot, because apparently even monster slayers have image problems. The girl nervously apologizes and reaches for food like she's defusing a bomb, but freezes under Ella's death glare that could stop a charging rhino. Minerva urges her to let the girl eat, but Ella insists on calorie counting because apparently surpassing Valkyrie requires the metabolism of a hummingbird. Minerva drops it and says important guests will arrive soon. Ella asks who, and Minerva only hints like she's guarding state secrets. Baphomet arrives, because every party needs that one guest who makes everyone question their life choices. The girl Ella scolded stiffens, stumbles, bows nervously, and apologizes as he passes, displaying the classic intimidated by main character starter pack. Yunsun approaches Baphomet amid all hunters' stares, saying he should have worn a proper suit, but he argues hunters don't need fancy clothes. She explains that top aspirants must look the part at official events since reputation matters more than actual skill. Welcome to corporate hunter culture. Ella comes to their table, calls Yoonseon's name, and asks if she'll finally take her guild seriously while questioning why she abandoned her cute guild name. Yoonseon answers that Baphomet forced her to change it, or he would quit, because nothing says leadership like being held hostage by your own recruit. Ella eyes Baphomet devouring cake and asks if that's seriously the reason behind the name change. Minerva analyzes him, while Ella wonders where Yoonseon dug up this mysterious powerhouse. Yoonsun explains he didn't join for cash but admired her abilities. Ella cackles, asking her bidding price to poach him. Yunsan snaps at her to back off since he's literally their guild's last lifeline. Minerva's eyes narrow, asking if Yoon Se-yun orchestrated this meeting knowing Baphomet would appear, then drops the ex-husband bombshell. A hand suddenly lands on Yoon Se-yun's shoulder like every dramatic manhwa plot twist ever. She freezes as a man leans in with that classic "we need to talk" energy, asking how she's been. Meanwhile, Baphomet stands surrounded by hunters, internally screaming about being the center of attention. He flashes back to orientation days when standing out meant becoming everyone's target practice. Spotting Reaper's entrance, he correctly guesses this fancy hotel screams rich family business, and the memory of their kiss flashes in his mind like an unwanted pop-up ad. He gulps his drink, suddenly finding the floor fascinating. Classic avoidance technique. Suddenly a man shouts Reaper's name like he's calling his ex at 3 a.m., startling Baphomet out of his brooding protagonist moment. The man storms toward her furious, claiming she promised him a date after clearing the tower, because nothing screams romance like conditional dating based on dungeon completion. Reaper denies making any such promise, and says she already paid any debt she owed. The man grabs his head in the universal gesture of "why won't she notice me?" mutters her name and orders her to stop messing with him. His hand lifts toward her, but before he can complete his villain origin story, Baphomet steps in, grabs the man's wrist, and Reaper calls Baphomet's name in shock as our hero activates his protective male lead programming, sensing the wild pressure of a demonic beast's blood aura that screams final boss energy. Barg questions if Baphomet is a hunter, because apparently the "I can crush you" vibes weren't obvious enough. Reaper shows clear surprise, noting Baphomet usually avoids crowded events like a vampire avoids garlic. Baphomet wonders why his presence causes trouble, and when he hints at something but stops mid-sentence. Barg urges him to finish like he's waiting for the season finale cliffhanger, then jokes that Reaper might be his girlfriend, concluding Baphomet must be a hunter, and immediately asking about his guild. Baphomet names the Wilderness Guild but quickly corrects to Sweet Pink Angel Guild, delivering emotional damage to our boy's pride, who explains he's never been familiar with Wilderness Guild, the ultimate "who are you again" flex, and expresses disappointment that his precious Reaper spends time with hunters he sees as inferior scrubs. When Baphomet questions his identity, he proudly states he's from the Guardians Guild with the confidence of someone who peaked in high school, which climbed rapidly into the top 3 by clearing towers at record speed, because speedrunning dungeons is apparently the new flex. Baphomet admits ignorance about Guardians, and taunts him by bringing up Nebula Guild, triggering our boys "how dare you mention my rival" mode. Reaper laughs like someone just said pineapple belongs on pizza. Who doesn't know a top 3 guild? Both men give her the "did she just laugh at us?" stare while she recovers from her giggle fit. Barg grits his teeth, glaring at Baphomet like he personally insulted his mother. How does this nobody keep such attitude while repping a guild Barg considers trash tier? Barg spots Minerva, Defiance Guild's master, because apparently every guild leader shows up to these fancy parties, chilling among the VIP guests like the boss she is. He sidles up to Baphomet with that "let's bounce" energy, but then loudly pitches his brilliant idea to Minerva because subtlety is overrated. She perks up as he explains how this fancy atmosphere is basically torture for hunters addicted to adrenaline and violence. Guests murmur about the civilized event while Barg drops his genius suggestion, a good old-fashioned competition. Minerva raises an eyebrow, asking if he means a friendly duel, because nothing says friendly like hunters throwing hands. Ella tenses like a mom at a PDA meeting, warning that guild leaders are present, and even friendly fights risk turning this classy event into a WWE SmackDown. Barg insists it'll stay civilized if both parties consent, because nothing says proper etiquette like challenging someone to fisticuffs at a formal gathering, and dramatically points to Baphomet as his chosen victim. Opponent. Ella objects to turning this fancy venue into Fight Club, but Minerva admits she's bored out of her mind, shocking Ella more than a plot twist in a romance manhwa. All eyes shift to Yunsun and her ex-boyfriend for approval, because apparently we need a committee vote before the testosterone festival begins. Later, Baphomet squares off against Barg as the match officially starts. Time for our classic mysterious OP protagonist gets underestimated trope. Ella mutters about this bizarre situation where one fighter represents Yunxian's guild while the other is literally the Guardian's guild master. Talk about unbalanced matchmaking. Minerva sheepishly apologizes for the venue choice, claiming she only booked the space, while Reaper casually mentions reconstruction was already scheduled anyway. Reaper masks her concern, suspecting Barg has way more battle experience under his belt than our demon boy. Though she admits Baphomet's talent exceeds the norm, she suspects Barg's real goal is public humiliation, because what's a manhwa without some good old-fashioned face-slapping drama? Barg smirks, confessing he personally booked this fancy venue just to watch Baphomet get demolished in style. Because why embarrass someone in a back alley when you can do it with chandeliers? He sizes up Baphomet like a discount store clearance item, sneering that third-rate guilds only produce third-rate disappointments. He questions how a nobody like Baphomet even got past security, suggesting he should have stayed home binge-watching hunter documentaries instead of living one. Baphomet cuts through the villain monologue with the patience of someone stuck in customer service, telling Barg to either fight or find a therapy session. Barg's confidence inflates like his power level as energy explodes from his hands, because nothing says, "I'm serious," like a light show before the beatdown. He rockets forward with the subtlety of a freight train, proving speed is his middle name. Baphomet crouches as Barg pulls the classic "teleports behind you" move, appearing overhead faster than plot armor can save him, displaying the kind of speed mastery that makes other hunters question their life choices and gym memberships. Hands casually pocketed like he's window shopping, Baphomet mentally compares this wannabe speedster to someone actually worth remembering. His crimson eyes ignite with the realization that Barg's impressive speed is basically a turtle compared to that legendary figure. The hall erupts in chaos as blood paints the air, because apparently, friendly match means something different in hunter society. Baphomet casually severs Barg's arm, leaving the arrogant guild master kneeling and cursing while his limb takes a permanent vacation on the floor. Dead silence grips everyone. Turns out dismemberment wasn't on tonight's entertainment schedule. Minerva slow claps like she's at a golf tournament, gushing about Baphomet's overwhelming force, because nothing says extraordinary like impromptu amputation. Other hunters zip their lips since Minerva's praise is rarer than a humble young master. She requests his real name and asks to examine his hand. Classic post-battle small talk. Baphomet extends it, probably wondering if she's checking his manicure, only for her to discover hidden injuries while pulling out a first aid kit, explaining that Barg's sneaky fighting style leaves surprise damage like unwanted party favors. Baphomet shrugs it off with typical protagonist nonchalance, claiming victory trumps everything, because who needs 10 fingers when you have plot armor? Reaper calls him simple as he glances at her before turning away, proving even demon lords have commitment issues. He insists treatment is pointless since he'll heal naturally, but Reaper lectures about hunter preparedness like a concerned soccer mom, because gates don't send calendar invites. She warns that minor injuries become major plot devices, then bandages his hand while casually revealing she knows about his tower conquest. Apparently word travels fast in hunter circles when someone solos a labyrinthine tower through pure brute force. Talk about overachieving. He stares at her with the emotional range of a brick wall. Meanwhile, Yunxian lurks behind the door like a shy romance interest, finally emerging to admit she didn't want to cock-block this tender moment, also mentioning she buffed his right hand earlier. Reaper deduces he prioritized one hand over full-body buffs due to time constraints, then scolds him for overkill against Barg, because apparently there's such a thing as too much face-slapping. Baphomet explains he fought for guild dignity, prompting Yusun to question what dignity their no-name guild actually possesses. Savage but fair. Internally, she admires his adaptability and battle instincts while simultaneously being terrified of him. The classic "he's hot but might murder me" dilemma. She wonders how strong he might become and feels grateful their no-name guild finally got some spotlight through his violent networking skills. Minerva approaches again, delivering the classic "with great power comes great screen time" speech that every mentor character is legally required to give. Powerful hunters become walking billboards for their guilds, like Valkyrie from Arc Guild and Vango from Nebula Guild, because apparently being strong means becoming a corporate mascot. She says reaching Esther transforms hunters into living symbols, then studies Baphomet with the intensity of someone who's found her combat-addicted kindred spirit. Someone who needs violence like others need coffee, a daily necessity for proper functioning. She mentions a delightful vacation spot called the Colony, perfect for his particular brand of self-destructive tendencies. Yunsan objects faster than a protective parent, but Minerva insists it's the Esther Express lane, while Yunsan counters that the Colony is basically a hunter graveyard with premium membership fees. She argues that number 302 can reach Esther without entering that death trap, though Minerva admits the scenic route takes longer than the Suicide Express. The three engage in a staring contest while Baphomet asks what this colony actually is, because ominous names never mean anything good in their world. Yunsan sweats like she's about to explain why someone shouldn't pet the nice demon, while Reaper prepares her Welcome to Hell presentation. The Colony, aka Demon Land or Demonic World, because apparently regular names weren't edgy enough for this death trap, is where gate shocks vomit out the nastiest demonic beasts, and towers pop up faster than acne on a teenager's face. Minerva cheerfully adds that surviving solo there is basically impossible. What a selling point. Yunsen warns that even normal hunters there go full berserker mode, starting death matches over who looked at whom wrong. She firmly declares Baphomet absolutely cannot go, because someone needs to be the voice of reason in this suicidal conversation. Baphomet asks if dodging the Colony cockblocks his Esther dreams, then confirms it's the express lane to power. Cue worried female stares. Minerva grins like a used car salesman and leans in, asking if he wants to take a lovely vacation to hell. Meanwhile, Bard gets patched up like a broken toy while Ella notes his wounds stable but won't last without real medical attention. Her dreams of a peaceful wine evening officially die as this friendly match becomes a complete shitshow, because of course it did. The guild master remembers Mom's advice about dodging heavy responsibilities just as Bard mumbles what might charitably be called an apology. Before the guild master's boot delivers a shoulder-crushing reality check, pain explodes through Barg as his boss unleashes the classic "You embarrassed our guild" villain speech, complete with honor lectures. Barg attempts apology attempt number 2, but gets the standard dismissive hand wave treatment. The guild master goes for the throat grab, because apparently we're in a drama now, making Barg sweat bullets and beg like a discount side character. Mr. Ma swoops in with perfect timing, grabbing the guildmaster's arm like some wise mentor figure. He delivers the "I think he's learned his lesson" line while the guildmaster suddenly recognizes him as someone important. Barg seizes his chance and bolts faster than a cowardly NPC. The guildmaster's face transforms with that classic fake politician smile. He greets Mr. Ma with exaggerated politeness and throws in an apology before suggesting tea, the universal peace offering. His phone buzzes with perfect dramatic timing, and he asks for a moment like we're in a business meeting. A voice teases whether reuniting with his first love has him desperately hunting for bonus romantic screen time. The line goes dead, leaving him standing there like a buffering video. Mr. Ma notes that the guildmaster's wife remains as charming as ever. Later, as Ma heads out, he reflects on discovering his shady government connections ages ago, yet playing dumb about it. Classic manipulative side character behavior. Yun-sun materializes behind him like a ninja and asks who exactly he's calling sly. Ma nearly jumps out of his skin, demanding why she's lurking around. She explains she had business nearby, spotted the Defiance Guild's little party, and decided to investigate like any good concerned party member. He instinctively reaches for her, but she deflects with professional efficiency, stating she's too busy dealing with Baphomet's latest death wish. Ma demands the full dramatic backstory. She drops the bomb. Baphomet wants to enter the colony, because of course the overpowered protagonist chooses the most dangerous option. Ma echoes colony, like he just heard someone suggest a vacation in literal hell. While she expresses horror at his interest in what's basically a suicide resort, desperately begging Ma to talk sense into their death-seeking protagonist. Ma admits the idea has merit since the colony would power-level Baphomet faster than any training montage ever could. Meanwhile at Cafe Eden, because every manhwa needs its obligatory coffee shop scene, two people sit across from Baphomet while he munches away, blissfully unaware of the incoming chaos. He focuses on Finesse, who's rocking feminine clothing that has Baphomet questioning everything he thought he knew about fashion choices. Finesse insists it's all business-related, but Baphomet dismisses this explanation as premium-grade bullshit. Some random fan approaches requesting a picture with Finesse, gushing about his streams like a devoted simp, and Finesse accepts with practiced ease. More customers swarm in like moths to a flame, or fans to their favorite streamer. Baphomet watches this circus unfold with mounting bewilderment until he finally demands an explanation, learning that Finesse announced this cafe visit for peak fan service. Baphomet questions whether these fans know Finesse's actual gender, and Finesse confirms they're fully aware. Plot twist avoided. The coffee shock hits him harder than a plot twist revelation, turning his face into a caffeinated mess. Finesse drops economics wisdom while Baphomet sighs at the world's infinite weirdness, because apparently cross-dressing streamers are just Tuesday now. Time for the mandatory business pivot as he asks whether Finesse actually did his homework this time. Finesse confirms he found Loki despite the classic villain changes appearance trope, showing a picture of him cosplaying as a discount cult leader. He notes the obvious hair dye job while Finesse explains Loki pulled the standard vanish when detected move, admitting defeat but promising his fanbase will eventually hunt him down like obsessed shippers. He reveals his confusion while showing a picture of some eldritch horror, because apparently even detailed drawings can't crack this mystery. Our boy's memory lane express arrives at Mentor Station, because every protagonist needs tragic backstory fuel. He recalls that early mission where he was supposed to catch his mentor's killer, back when he still believed in happy endings. Classic villain efficiency. Kill the mentor before any useful exposition, leaving only torn as proof they wanted a complete organizational wipeout. He suspects a necromancer, because if Mr. Ma's detective skills are worth anything, then body-reviving mana users are definitely on the villain bingo card. Finesse practically chokes on air hearing necromancer. Apparently death magic users are rarer than honest politicians, which should make tracking easier. Our protagonist grudgingly admits Finesse isn't completely useless after roasting him earlier, then demands to know if he's been gossiping about secret identities. Finesse flinches harder than a caught cheater and frantically denies spilling any tea. But Baphomet's death glare could melt steel, sending Finesse into full panic mode. Cue the classic flashback sequence where we see Finesse confessing to Mr. Ma that the legendary Abyssal Tower boss is literally sitting in cafes ordering lattes. Ma casually drops that he already knew about Finesse's tower adventures, because of course the scheming mentor figure is always 10 steps ahead. When Finesse confirmed our boy's true identity, it was like revealing the final boss has been the cashier all along. Ma's reaction? Maniacal laughter that would make any villain proud of his dramatic timing. Ma explained his acceptance with typical mastermind logic. Someone's pulling strings behind the scenes, and Finesse's testimony matched his secret intel perfectly. Now Finesse sweats bullets remembering Ma's assistance, orders, because helping the overpowered protagonist never ends well for side characters. He now questions Ma's twisted logic, while his brain cells collectively file for unemployment. While our boy gets the call from Yunxian, Echidna asks Valkyrie to test a product during the slow season, but Valkyrie is distracted by trying to clear a difficult game stage, because apparently being OP in real life doesn't translate to gaming skills. Echidna recognizes her usual pattern of bored laziness. After Valkyrie fails again, Echidna suggests she take a vacation, warning she might lose popularity to the rising hunter-musician muse. Valkyrie, feeling nothing is enjoyable anymore, ignores the warning. Their conversation shifts to Valkyrie's mentoring work in the colony. Echidna confirms Arc Guild isn't all female and promises to recruit a male hunter soon, because every manhwa needs its token-balanced cast eventually. When she asks why Valkyrie is suddenly interested in the colony, Valkyrie dodges like a protagonist avoiding character development. Echidna dismisses the idea, claiming Valkyrie wouldn't survive a day there. He seizes the terrorist and drives him brutally into the concrete wall, especially after spotting Baphomet walking with Yoon Se-yeon in what looks suspiciously like a romantic subplot setup. She observes them secretly, wondering about their relationship while they shop. Classic stalker behavior that somehow counts as research. Upon overhearing that Baphomet will soon leave for the colony, she rushes back to Echidna and announces she wants to go too, stunning her guild master with this totally predictable plot twist. Later, Baphomet's neighbor reassures him about the dangers of the colony, because every hero needs someone to worry dramatically about them, and promises to look after Beelzebub while he's gone, completing the responsible pet owner character arc checkbox. Yunsun drives him there, begging him to reconsider, warning survival inside the colony is brutal, as if our OP protagonist hasn't faced worse before breakfast. Baphomet refuses to back down, because backing down would require actual character growth, and we can't have that. When the towering landscape finally appears, smoke rising around countless massive structures that scream Final Dungeon vibes, he stares in awe like a kid discovering his first gacha game. Grinning with excitement at the jackpot waiting ahead, because of course our OP protagonist sees apocalyptic wasteland as vacation paradise. Yun-seon then returns to her hospital where the receptionist greets her and confirms Baphomet has already left, making Yun-sun's face drop faster than a manhwa's plot quality after chapter 100. Yun-sun suddenly bursts out, screaming how he looked eager to live there forever like some twisted real estate commercial. She reenacts his jackpot moment with the frustration of someone watching their favorite character make obviously stupid decisions, and shouts about his ridiculous response with loud disbelief that could shatter windows. Meanwhile, the colony rises with massive towers and a small entrance door at the base where hunters crowd the main square, because nothing says mysterious danger zone like terrible urban planning. One hunter grabs another by the shirt, demanding clarification with the subtlety of a brick through a window. The grabbed hunter meets his glare and calmly explains he merely suggested basic spatial awareness, like having functional eyeballs. The first hunter curses before drawing his sword faster than a hot-headed young master spotting disrespect. Their weapons clash as Baphomet steps in, questioning why they're speedrunning conflict resolution through violence. Both freeze upon noticing him, demanding his identity before issuing the classic "watch your back" threats that every tough guy manual requires. Baphomet stands between them like a human peace treaty until they reluctantly step away. He observes how a simple bump escalates to bloodshed here, noting these A-tier hunters aren't just posturing, they're genuinely dangerous. He notices everyone keeps weapons drawn instead of stored, because apparently, Casual Tuesday means Battle Ready Tuesday in colony culture, something completely impossible outside normal hunter society. A sword slash suddenly erupts near him, because nothing says "welcome to the neighborhood" like random acts of violence. A hunter gets his head separated from his shoulders, because nothing says "welcome to the colony" like immediate decapitation. Two hunters behind him burst into laughter, celebrating the clean kill like they just scored a touchdown in murder ball. They taunt the corpse, asking if it hurt, because apparently even dead people need to answer customer satisfaction surveys here, before explaining he deserved it for attempting to flee like a coward, questioning why he chose now to run and complaining about their generous tolerance finally running out. Baphomet watches with the calm of someone who just discovered his new favorite vacation spot, where A-tier hunters go from respected elites to potential target practice. Here, your guild rank means nothing. Only your ability to not become someone's sword dummy matters. He feels genuine love for this lawless paradise, as his aura spreads like a kid in a candy store. If the candy could kill you. A familiar voice calls his name, and Mr. Ma arrives on a bike with Yun-seon, confirming they found him and leaving Baphomet more confused than a rom-com protagonist. Inside a tower, two uniformed officials sit together. The woman introduces herself as Jumi Kim from Colony Shelter Services, while the man gives his name as Haru Kang. Baphomet recognizes them as his earlier near-death experience providers, questioning their aggressive greeting, but they brush it off since killing A-tier hunters wasn't on today's agenda. They received orders from Hunter Affairs Central and want intel about his colony knowledge. He responds that he only heard towers spawn endlessly, luring A-tier hunters chasing that sweet S-tier promotion like moths to a flame. The staff members lean forward, ready to drop some exposition. Haru explains their job is basically giving the colony orientation speech, then asks permission to continue this mandatory tutorial nobody asked for. Hunters get cramped into shared dorms of 4 at assigned spots where volunteer S-tier hunters babysit them like overpowered hall monitors. RG questions if mentors are just fancy guides from basic hunter boot camp all over again. Haru agrees, but clarifies they're more like class presidents with the power to actually murder you. Jumi adds that A-tier hunters help other A-tiers while keeping the edgelords and show-offs from going completely feral. Haru calls this a safety measure against accidents, which makes Baphomet raise an eyebrow at the suspicious air quotes. Haru clarifies that accidents means hunters straight up murdering each other because apparently friendship is dead here. Our boy questions how they tell tower deaths from hunter-caused deaths, since getting mauled by demons and backstabbed by teammates probably look identical on the autopsy report. Haru drops the bombshell about mandatory solo tower raids, leaving Baphomet wondering why they even bother with roommates if everyone's going in alone anyway. Haru clarifies he meant shared bunks while towers get the solo treatment because apparently even death needs proper roommate etiquette. He suggests meeting team leader No, who's been waiting with the patience of a final boss. Inside another room, team leader No studies Baphomet with a relaxed expression, a cigarette dangling like she's auditioning for an war film. She greets him professionally and introduces herself as Jae-kyung No, the queen bee who runs this deadly summer camp. Baphomet casually notes that orientation feels complete already, and wonders what other surprises this place has in store. His gaze shifts sideways, spotting Griffin lurking near No like a guilty side character who wandered into the wrong arc. Baphomet questions how Griffin ended up here while No silently catalogs their obvious history. At headquarters, Mr. Ha reacts with the classic "Nanny" expression after learning Griffin entered the colony. Despite records showing he reached Esther without this death camp, he whirls on his subordinate demanding answers while Zest frantically denies any involvement like the innocent bystander he definitely isn't, which forces Ha to conclude that someone else played puppet master with Griffin behind the scenes, because nothing screams plot twist like mysterious string pullers. He falls silent with the dramatic pause of a villain processing betrayal, then orders his staff to alert him the moment Leader Ma arrives. Back inside the tower, No explains that Griffin and Baphomet will now split up and head to their rooms before starting their activities, because roommate drama can wait until after the death games, and assures them that staff members will handle the rest like helpful NPCs managing inventory. Their eager faces draw his attention with the naive optimism of protagonists who haven't read the genre tags yet, and she remarks that every newcomer steps into the colony with the same bright look before reality delivers its signature welcome to hell makeover. She describes this place as a harsh world where hunters claw their way to S-tier, and he mentions how many actually achieve that goal after entering. Spoiler alert, not many. She brings up Raven as the most known case, which leaves both men reacting with clear surprise like NPCs hearing endgame boss lore. Our boy questions why Raven's name enters the conversation, and No takes that reaction as a sign of genuine ambition, since that title belongs to the greatest Thunder user, because apparently even nicknames need power scaling here. No then asks for their first impressions, and directs his attention to Griffin with the casual authority of a homeroom teacher calling on students. He explains that nothing stands out except the tower spam. Clearly someone's been copy-pasting dungeons like a lazy game developer. He adds that clearing those monster hotels will fast-track him to S-tier, all while maintaining intense eye contact with Baphomet like they're in a staring contest. Baphomet returns the look with a faint smile that screams, "Challenge accepted, pretty boy." No comments that Griffin matches the rumors and pivots toward Baphomet like a talk show host switching guests. Baphomet responds by questioning whether reaching Esther through tower clearing shouldn't be considered Hunter 101, basically calling everyone here remedial students. Griffin watches him with the quiet focus of someone mentally updating his threat assessment spreadsheet, while No listens with the interest of someone who just found their new favorite reality TV drama. Baphomet adds that he came here because he intends to fight every hunter inside the colony because apparently making friends is for weaklings. His serious tone leaves both staring at him like he just announced his plan to punch God in the face, before No bursts into loud laughter, probably realizing she's about to witness the most entertaining bloodbath in colony history. No notes this refreshing honesty beats the usual "I want to protect people" speeches and declares high expectations for both future S-rankers. She wonders which one will speedrun to S-tier first, and wishes them luck before they start their tower climbing boot camp. After leaving, our boy suspects Griffin's timing is fishier than a convenience store sushi. Did this guy actually stalk him here? Something ahead catches his eye like a quest marker. He pushes open a door and steps into darkness so complete it makes his phone screen look like a flashlight. The silence feels heavier than a harem protagonist's density as he moves deeper and questions if someone's lurking in the shadows like every horror game NPC ever. A voice answers behind him with perfect jump scare timing, and he spins around faster than its Sundra's mood swing. Light floods the room as a hooded figure steps forward, because mysterious figures never just use normal lighting apparently, and someone behind him fires a party popper and shouts a playful surprise while teasing him about arriving late as the newest member. 3 hunters sit together, and one comments that the court name fits the colony well. The hooded figure introduces himself as Lunatic, an S-tier hunter assigned as Baphomet's mentor during his contract period, and mentions the A-tier hunters who will support him here. A redhead steps up and introduces himself as Guilty because apparently having an edgy name is mandatory in the hunter handbook. Another follows and introduces himself as Jackal, continuing the trend of names that sound like they were picked from a cool animal generator. The last one, Hyper, mentions they share the same age and suggests they should get along easily. Baphomet stays silent, which prompts jokes about his dull reaction and guesses that the surprise must have failed. They assume he feels nervous and lift bottles of wine, urging him to drink and relax. Baphomet watches them with disbelief and thinks these overly enthusiastic people feel unreal, like he stumbled into a hunter recruitment commercial gone wrong. The next morning arrives with the subtlety of a hangover headache. Lunatic approaches him directly by name, making Baphomet jump like he's been caught reading spoilers. Lunatic guesses he drank too much because everyone already left to clear Tower's advice delivered with birds chirping mockingly in the background while Baphomet questions his life choices. Later, he somehow manages to clear a tower despite feeling like death warmed over. The notification confirms completion of the Tower of Royal Wrath because apparently even towers have anger management issues. He bends forward in exhaustion, wondering how he survived when his brain feels like it's been through a blender. When he returns, the others cheerfully declare him dead last because nothing says "Welcome to the team" like public humiliation. Their casual mockery confuses him until Guilty explains their self-made competition system because hunters can't just hunt normally, they need spreadsheets. First place earns 3 points, second gets 2, third gets 1. And last place gets the privilege of shame while Lunatic points to their scoreboard like a disappointed teacher. Baphomet gives a small nod, probably wondering if it's too late to transfer colonies. Guilty comments that he drank far too much yesterday because hunters should never let their guard drop. Apparently someone skipped Alcohol Safety 101 at Hunter Academy. Their laughter fills the room like a sitcom laugh track, and Baphomet sighs before letting out a small laugh of his own, because even edgelords need to show some personality development. Without warning, he slams the table, smashing it instantly with the force of 1,000 frustrated manga readers, and shouts that they completely ruined him because nothing says character growth like property damage. His eyes sharpen as he declares that their behavior was genuinely ridiculous, delivering this revelation like he solved world hunger. Their expressions slowly turn into nervous smiles as they realize they've awakened the sleeping protagonist. Rain pours down as our boy stands in the tower with a glowing stone, because dramatic weather is mandatory for character development scenes. With his weapon raised like he's posing for the manhwa cover art, he cuts straight through a demonic beast with the efficiency of a Korean webtoon power-up sequence, then turns and cleanly removes the head of another because apparently decapitation is the universal greeting in tower clearing. He calls out for the real enemy to reveal itself and a disguised boss steps forward with subordinates, forming a circle around him. Classic villain entrance with mandatory backup dancers. The boss demands to know how a human reached this chamber, and promises regret for stepping inside. Energy surges as he rises from a magic circle because standing normally is for peasants, apparently, lifts both hands dramatically, and unleashes power across the ground, and the force wraps around every subordinate, giving them the world's most violent group hug. Something begins gathering beneath his coat before he sees his joints split open like a demonic transformer having an identity crisis, revealing a massive demonic form. Amon, the boss of the Tower of Darkness, because Tower of Mild Inconvenience doesn't have the same ring to it. Amon raises his arm and conjures a swirling vortex of dark magic because apparently every demon boss took the same dramatic gesturing 101 class. He declares that our guy should feel honored to become his sacrifice as a magical blade rockets forward, prompting our hero to quip that such an elaborate transformation deserved a less basic attack. He leaps over Amon and bisects him with one fluid slash, leaving the demon more shocked than a plot twist in a romance manhwa. Baphomet dismisses him as just another weakling before a massive explosion decides to crash the party. The blast erupts with the subtlety of a Michael Bay film. Later, our boy effortlessly cuts down another demon like he's chopping vegetables for dinner. Hyper watches in complete disbelief, probably wondering if he missed the protagonist's power-up memo. He drops from above and cleaves the creature in half with surgical precision. Jackal joins Hyper, clearly entertained by this one-man demon slaughter show. Meanwhile, Baphomet restrains another demon with his chain weapon because apparently teamwork makes the dream work, even in hell. Guilty arrives as well, and all three gawk like they've just witnessed their favorite character get killed off in the finale. When they look back at Baphomet, he flashes them a smile so relaxed it could cure anxiety. The leaderboard updates, crowning Baphomet with the highest score while the trio's jaws hit the floor harder than a dropped phone. Cut to Su Jin Yo handling phone calls like a customer service ninja, her 3 years at the Hunter Agency's colony branch showing as she offers extra help with professional grace. A wild Karen Hunter appears, shouting at a female worker about waiting times because apparently basic courtesy doesn't apply to people with supernatural powers. A trembling newbie nearby looks 2 seconds away from tears, reminding Sujin of her own rookie days when she jumped at shadows. Sujin steps up with a rap sheet longer than a light novel title, 3 property damage counts, 5 assault cases, plus threats and verbal abuse, slapping him with a 10-day tower timeout. The newbie watches in terror as Mr. Entitled demands respect for gracing them with his tower-clearing presence. Sujin drops the classic "This is MY territory" line because apparently geography determines SAS levels in Manhwa. She basically tells him he's replaceable. Ouch. That's colder than a demon lord's heart. The man freezes, then lunges forward like every generic thug who's about to learn why you don't mess with important side characters. The female worker shouts a warning because someone has to state the obvious. A hand intercepts him enter the overpowered protagonist with perfect timing, as mandated by Manhwa law. Baphomet materializes between them with that classic "I just happened to be here" energy and tells the thug to scram. He notes this is the colony, where hunters apparently cosplay as natural disasters on a daily basis. Outside, Baphomet erupts in maniacal laughter because he's officially broke from non-stop grinding, the most relatable villain moment ever. Meanwhile, a receptionist asks if Yoon Se-yeon's cough is from a cold because someone needs to advance the subplot. Back at the colony where all the action conveniently happens, Baphomet reflects on 2 months of grinding like he's speedrunning a Korean MMO because character development needs timestamps. His skills have leveled up thanks to Crux farming from tower clears, proving that even demons follow the classic "kill monsters, get stronger" formula. Though his level crawls slower than a romance subplot, his biggest power spike came from that labyrinthine tower crux, making him ponder tower tier differences like a true min-maxer. The classic RPG hierarchy: rare, unique, epic, legendary, and mythic, because even hell follows video game logic. Higher tiers drop better loot, and since he's stuck farming epic towers, his upgrades come from mid-tier content like every grinding protagonist. It's basically an RPG where skills demand exponentially more XP, the eternal curse of power progression systems. The only path forward is tower grinding and crux collecting, while legendary and mythic content waits behind level gates like premium DLC. At least now he can fight non-stop instead of camping in his tower like some basement-dwelling NET. He'll surpass his former self and everyone else because what's character growth without impossible ambitions? Especially Raven, because every protagonist needs that one rival who lives rent-free in their head. He starts cackling like a villain who just discovered the power of friendship, drawing stares from hunters who clearly haven't read the "Don't Judge the Overpowered Weirdo" manual. His phone rings at the worst possible moment because Manhwa timing is more precise than a Swiss watch when it comes to dramatic interruptions. Back home, he discovers Beelzebub's 2-month-old shenanigans with the shock of someone finding out their favorite series got axed. A flashback reveals a classroom where a teacher introduces new student Jinu Cha, with Beelzebub standing there like every stoic transfer student who's definitely hiding world-ending powers. Girls immediately start whispering about his cuteness because apparently supernatural beings come with built-in Bishonen filters. Meanwhile, a jealous boy watches with the irritation of every side character who's about to become a stepping stone for character development. Later, said boy trips someone because bullying the mysterious transfer student always ends well in these stories. He smugly asks if being popular with girls makes Beelzebub feel cool, clearly unaware he's poking a demon with a stick. Baphomet looks about as impressed as a cat watching paint dry. Beelzebub delivers the classic "attraction to superior beings is natural instinct" line with all the arrogance of every overpowered character, explaining why they're basically a walking cheat code. He stands up and declares the boy must be the classroom's mini-boss because every school needs its designated antagonist. But Beelzebub delivers a punch that sends him flying like a rejected side character. Everyone gawks while Beelzebub examines his fist like he's discovering fire for the first time. He enlightens the boy about his pathetic weakness compared to actual threats, free life coaching, demon style. He calls him lucky for this early lesson in the food chain, because survival 101 starts young in Manhwa land. He approaches the trembling boy with that classic final boss energy walk. His neighbor explains that Baphomet's brother shares his violent tendencies, family bonding through property damage. He recalls Beelzebub asking about spending Reaper's money on an apartment because even demons need good real estate. He'd agreed since Reaper kept preaching about premium gear being tower survival essential, the eternal pay-to-win philosophy. Beelzebub had nodded, explaining he specifically wanted a human body for combat purposes because apparently demon forms have terrible reviews. Then he questioned why he became human, since he never asked for it. He whined that he couldn't use proper magic without hunter status, unlike Baphomet. He hated wasting days reading books and demanded that if he had to be human, he should at least get the fun parts. Because what's the point of being mortal without the mortal pleasures? He screamed and hurled every insult in the book at Baphomet for being a boring workaholic who wouldn't know fun if it slapped him in the face. Back in the present, she promises to babysit the little demon and tells Baphomet to stay safe, though she admits he's probably the scariest thing out there anyway. After hanging up, Baphomet wonders why that memory surfaced now, especially Reaper's lecture about strength, because nothing says relaxing day off like existential flashbacks. Hyper suddenly materializes like an overeager side character and asks what he's brooding about. Baphomet glances at him with the enthusiasm of someone watching paint dry. Hyper stares back before asking why he's giving him the cold shoulder treatment. Hyper swears he's not scheming anything and insists roommates should bond like a wholesome slice of life manga. He asks if Baphomet's still salty about their earlier pranks, and claims holding grudges is bad for your health. He suggests they go out and touch grass. Our protagonist questions this suspiciously friendly gesture, and Hyper points out that Baphomet's been grinding towers like a mobile game addict. He warns about burnout being real, tells him to fix his hair, dress decent, and touch grass for once. Baphomet refuses, but remembers Beelzebub's lecture about enjoying human perks, and faster than a manhwa character changes his mind, he agrees. Now at a party, Baphomet surveys the scene like he's entered an alien world and wonders what humans actually do here. He moves forward and spots a group of girls dancing with the coordination of a K-pop music video. He stares, more confused than a protagonist meeting Truckquin, trying to decode this mysterious human ritual. Hyper explains that everyone's shocked their first time seeing this hidden party spot because apparently every colony needs its secret underground club. It opens monthly for all hunters and civilians to decompress from constant death battles, so having a stress outlet prevents complete mental breakdowns, and he drags the reluctant demon forward. Our guy observes the crowd drinking while girls perform their choreographed center stage routine. Hyper notices his rigid stance and asks why he looks ready for combat instead of fun, like he's never seen a party before. When Baphomet confirms this, Hyper gapes in shock and jokes that someone who looks this intimidating should be a party veteran by now. He questions the comparison while studying the interior that screams, "I've been here before in a past life." And Hyper explains this former hotel survived gate shock while everything else got the demolition treatment during colony creation. Our dense protagonist asks how people are supposed to have fun in what looks like a post-apocalyptic nightclub. Hyper realizes this really is virgin party territory and explains people either dance, drink, or spend quality time with visiting colony guests while gesturing toward the girls because apparently every gathering needs its entertainment district. When he asks what he means, Hyper explains that hunters naturally develop certain urges in places like this, the classic stress relief euphemism. Baphomet wonders what kind of desires he means, displaying the emotional intelligence of a brick wall, and Hyper casually asks what type of women he prefers because nothing says party small talk like relationship preferences. Our guy questions why women suddenly entered the conversation, proving demons understand romance about as well as fish understand flying, while Hyper cheerfully mentions preferring older women who take charge, then asks Baphomet's type because wingman duties never rest. Before he can respond, he senses Jackal seated behind him with someone leaning close because dramatic timing is a universal constant. Baphomet turns to see Jackal grinning and winking like a discount villain, which makes him tense up immediately. Guilty suddenly bursts forward with the dramatic flair of a shounen protagonist having a breakdown. He slams his foot onto a table and bellows that he's done being the comic relief punching bag. Girls sit along the table while he rants at them for treating him like the eternal loser side character. He whines about always getting the short end of the stick and waves around a punishment tool as evidence of his suffering. He declares they're bullying him on purpose before dramatically ripping off his shirt like it's a transformation sequence, flexing his abs earned from actual monster fights while insisting he's not just eye candy, and the girls cheer like it's exactly what they wanted. Meanwhile, Baphomet stands there looking more uncomfortable than a villain at a friendship speech. Hyper casually mentions the soul trip takes hours and involves tedious procedures, so when Baphomet asks why anyone bothers coming here, he explains that basically everything's legal in the colony except murder, because even lawless zones need some standards. Baphomet stares at him with the expression of someone realizing they've entered a very different kind of story as Hyper sticks out his tongue like he's about to drop the hottest mixtape, revealing a suspicious pill that screams bad life choices ahead. Hyper calls out to the nearby women and motions for our boy to join them because nothing says character development like peer pressure at a sketchy party. Baphomet stares at the pill with the recognition of someone who's definitely seen this plot device before in every innocent protagonist gets corrupted arc. The scene shifts back to Baphomet standing with Griffin before No, because Manhwa loves its convenient timing transitions, who asks for a short private conversation, and we all know, short, in Manhwa time means at least 3 chapters of exposition. But No brings up hearing that Baphomet joined the cleaning crew, proving that gossip travels faster than sound in any fictional universe. Baphomet questions how No even knows about the crew and asks if she works with them as well because apparently everyone's connected to everything in this colony. No replies that she understands enough without needing more explanation, and shows a pill connected to a drug spreading among hunters. Classic. Here's the real plot moment. Baphomet questions why hunters would rely on drugs and asks why No cannot track down the dealer himself, displaying that refreshing protagonist naivety we all love. She explains that hunters control the colony, so most things get tolerated unless the issue becomes truly severe because corruption always needs convenient bureaucratic excuses. She adds that everything changes when innocent civilians get caught in the crossfire. When Baphomet asks if civilians are already victims, No nods grimly and explains she followed her usual investigation routine until finally catching a break. Baphomet connects the dots. If hunters are using it, hunters must be dealing it too. He grins wickedly and asks if he can eliminate whoever's responsible once he tracks them down. She smirks back, noting how hunters treat the colony like their personal playground, even when one of their own goes rogue. Back at the party, Hyper sidles up to our brooding protagonist, puzzled why he's still playing Wallflower, and gestures toward 2 girls nearby, suggesting he finally have some fun. Our MC wonders if Hyper's involved in this drug mess, or just another pawn in someone else's twisted game, because in Manhwa, nobody's ever just innocently helpful. He decides blending in would help him figure things out and agrees, because nothing says undercover investigation like agreeing to party with suspicious drug dealers. His attention shifts when he notices a girl with long flowing hair, and turns out it's Valkyrie. He studies her closely while thinking of a familiar woman. Classic Manhwa moment where every female character mysteriously reminds the MC of someone important. Everyone turns toward her as she steps forward and begins dancing with bright, lively energy. 1 month earlier, a hunter asked Valkyrie why she looked so pale. She insisted she was fine, but the hunter pointed out how completely drained she looked, and asked if handling A-tier situations had worn her down, and Agatha appeared at that moment. Another S-tier hunter commented that their team had grown stronger recently because of A-tier newcomer. Ah yes, the mandatory power level discussion that happens every chapter. Agatha asked if he meant Griffin, which confused the others. Valkyrie then demonstrated how she approached a hunter group, introduced herself, and explained that she had been assigned to work with them, because apparently even S-tier hunters need to do community service. They stared in disbelief as they recognized her, probably wondering if they were hallucinating or if the plot armor was getting thicker, and wondered why someone at her level came to the colony, which had deteriorated over time. Classic overqualified character slumming it trope. They continued staring until Valkyrie noticed Griffin lurking around like every mysterious male lead does. Griffin and questioned why someone like him was even here, because Manhwa law states all powerful characters must question each other's presence. Griffin called the older hunter an old dude and chatted casually, because respect for elders is apparently optional when you're plot relevant. Challenged him to fight if he had a problem with it. Ah yes, the mandatory solve everything with violence approach. Agatha understood the situation but still admired Valkyrie, calling her inspiring because nobody expected her to come to the colony. Cue the humble powerful character worship. She held Valkyrie's hand and praised her choice to mentor others after reaching S-tier, because hand-holding equals instant emotional connection in Manhwa physics. Valkyrie apologized as another hunter explained that many had considered coming to the colony after hearing she arrived, proving that even fictional characters have FOMO. And they explained that even though they'd never admitted publicly, many A-tier hunters secretly fanboy over her, because admitting you respect someone is apparently social suicide in hunter culture. They offered their help if she ever needed it, which in Manhwa terms means we'll show up dramatically at the perfect moment 3 arcs from now, which left Valkyrie wondering how everything had changed so quickly, because character development in manhwa happens faster than instant ramen. Back in the present, she thinks about ending up here just to flirt with someone, and 2 months have passed without even glimpsing Baphomet once. Talk about the world's most inefficient dating strategy. The earlier comment about someone like her not lasting a day here echoes in her mind, because nothing motivates a manhwa character like a good old-fashioned challenge to their pride. She runs around searching for him like she's playing the world's most dangerous game of hide-and-seek. In the colony's bathing area, she steps out of the water and someone immediately asks what's wrong, because privacy doesn't exist in manhwa bathhouses. She explains that insects crawled out of the water, which honestly sounds like a Tuesday in most manhwa settings. The person explains that the colony's sewage system is ancient, so problems like this happen constantly, and sometimes the water shuts off entirely for days. She's shocked at the idea of not washing for that long. The person points toward another path and explains that an old wooden cabin filters mountain water and works perfectly, because of course the best solution is always the most inconvenient one. Valkyrie asks if it really works, then bolts off saying she'll be quick, because S-tier hunters apparently can't handle dirty bathwater. Someone warns her that skill usage inside colony facilities is forbidden, which confuses her more than a plot twist in a romance manhwa. The person explains that damaging facilities is taken seriously here. Valkyrie questions walking around in complete darkness, and they offer to escort her if she's scared, because nothing says chivalry like assuming an S-tier hunter needs a nightlight. She refuses and reminds them she's an S-tier hunter before hurrying away, pride intact but common sense questionable. As she walks, she wonders if accepting help would have been smarter since missing one shower wouldn't kill her. Rare moment of self-awareness for a manhwa protagonist. Suddenly she hears movement around her in the darkness. She tenses as a massive hand appears behind her like every horror movie cliché combined. She jumps back in shock and lands on someone, because apparently S-tier reflexes don't include look before you leap. When she looks up, she sees Baphomet staring down at her. Her eyes widen in the classic "finally found my target but in the most awkward way possible" expression, and she screams his name while Baphomet groggily asks what's wrong before promptly fainting like a delicate flower. Agatha scrolls her phone, marveling how the legendary Terra Valkyrie looks about as threatening as a lost puppy in person. Classic gap Mo strikes again. Nin points out they sent the scary cat Esther into the woods alone, triggering their guilt sensors as they rush after her like worried parents. Nin starts gushing about Valkyrie's actual power level. She reminds Agatha that S-tiers are basically walking cheat codes, questioning if they'd last 5 seconds against her. Agatha tells her to chill with the power scaling fantasies since they're not planning a boss fight, though she's genuinely curious how far their directionally challenged legend has wandered. They suddenly spot Valkyrie on her knees, desperately trying to wake up her crush like some reverse Sleeping Beauty scenario. They freeze seeing Baphomet unconscious with his head in her lap, because nothing says meet cute like a fainting spell, while she tearfully calls his name, completing the most ridiculous romantic cliché possible. Later inside the cabin, because nothing says romantic encounter like dragging an unconscious guy to a secluded location. They settle him on the bed while Valkyrie keeps crying over him like she's auditioning for a tragic heroine role. Even in her panic, she notices how attractive he looks while resting, priorities straight as always in manhwa romance. Baphomet shifts slightly, and Valkyrie instantly checks on him with the intensity of a worried mother hen. He opens his eyes and wonders how he blacked out. Classic manhwa male lead memory gap strikes again. Valkyrie apologizes and admits she struck his pressure point by mistake, because accidentally knocking out your crush is totally normal. Her pure expression forces him to accept that she knocked him out with one hit, the power of innocent face manipulation. Nin examines him, and he mentions he feels fine before questioning their identity. Agatha introduces herself and Nan as Hunter Valkyrie's soulmates, then asks why he's wandering in the forest. He explains he wanted a short walk to watch the moonlit forest, because brooding mysteriously in darkness is mandatory for male leads. The scene switches back to Hyper walking deeper into the forest with his phone in hand, probably about to stumble into his own romantic subplot. A sudden rustle draws his attention as a wild rabbit crosses his path, because even forest critters need their mandatory manhwa cameo appearance. Behind him, our boy hides behind a tree and watches Hyper's movements with the stealth skills of a discount ninja. He feels satisfied he followed him and starts wondering if Hyper's connected to the drug source. Detective work at its finest. He forms the thought that whoever distributes the drugs will face the consequences once caught. Justice speech prepared and ready. He senses something suspicious, and Hyper has vanished from sight like he activated main character teleportation jutsu. He panics at the thought that Hyper noticed his tailing, because subtlety was never his strong suit anyway. Something moves behind him, and he whirls around with the grace of a startled cat. Valkyrie stands there like she just spawned from thin air. Classic manhwa surprise encounter activated, which explains how he eventually ended up facing her in the most convoluted way possible. Back in the present, Valkyrie's guilt meter hits maximum overdrive when she realizes her colossal mistake, learning she mistook him for a demonic beast, because apparently her monster identification skills need serious work. Baphomet sits up but notices his body feels wonky, like someone scrambled his internal settings. Valkyrie frets over potential injuries while he plays the classic "I'm fine" card that every male lead pulls. He glances at the three women, realizing their supernatural detection skills are about as sharp as a butter knife. A mysterious aura clings to the cabin, and thanks to his tower birth certificate, he recognizes this ominous energy signature that screams, "Plot device ahead." The cabin's suspicious isolation suddenly makes sense when Valkyrie casually drops that it used to be a surveillance outpost. Because of course it did. Agatha confirms it was built during colonial times to spy on tower activity, because apparently towers needed their own paparazzi. He questions the logic of monitoring towers from such a ridiculous height, but shelves the thought since it's not relevant to his main quest. As he prepares his exit strategy, they ask about his zone allegiance, and he smoothly lies about being from Zone C, the complete opposite direction. Valkyrie stops him before he steps away. Her eyes sparkle with that classic, innocent but determined manhwa heroine look as she asks if they'll meet again. He grows confused and points out she's not his mentor, because apparently that's the only reason people meet in his world. Her friends stare from behind, practically screaming internally at his density levels that could rival a black hole. He mentions they'll probably run into each other eventually since they live in the same area, the most romantic commitment a dense male lead can offer. Then he walks off like nothing happened. The three women watch his figure fade into the trees with the intensity of fans watching their ships sail away. Agatha tells Valkyrie not to take his reaction to heart. Standard best friend damage control mode activated. Valkyrie tightens her fist and vows to prove her charm next time, promising she'll make him beg for a date, because nothing says romance like threats of romantic domination. Her friends cheer her sudden determination like they're her personal hype squad. Back in Baphomet's quarters, Guilty grumbles about their tragic living conditions like they're in some budget slice-of-life anime. Jackal asks what's wrong, and Guilty dramatically gestures at their broken dining table, because apparently furniture destruction is a mandatory plot device now. He blames Baphomet for their earlier table-smashing tantrum and sarcastically welcomes him home like a disappointed housewife. Baphomet ignores them completely and beelines straight for Hunter Hyper. Classic protagonist tunnel vision activated. He'd spent hours playing forest hide-and-seek with Hyper earlier, only to lose like an amateur stalker. Now he's convinced Hyper's vanishing act screams suspicious drug dealer behavior, because that's definitely how logic works. Hyper stares at him with pure confusion, probably wondering if Baphomet hit his head during that table incident. Baphomet flashes his most innocent smile and suggests they hang out together, deploying the classic befriend the suspect strategy that works 0% of the time. They end up at some dingy beer joint where Hyper randomly starts philosophizing about human origins, making Baphomet question if this guy's actually high on his own supply. Hyper grins and launches into some overseas war story, because nothing says casual beer chat like traumatic military flashbacks. Someone once told him that humans were basically kicked out of paradise for being terrible, and Earth became their timeout corner for bad behavior. This guy believed God got so fed up with humanity that he built towers and unleashed demonic beasts as the ultimate "you're grounded" punishment. Hyper finishes by declaring that weak, selfish humans should just disappear already, then stares at Baphomet like he's waiting for a standing ovation. Our protagonist sits there like a deer in headlights while Hyper nods enthusiastically, convinced he's found his philosophical soulmate. But then she notices blood trickling from his temple, because even unconscious, this man finds new ways to worry her. His head pounds like he went 10 rounds with a hangover, and his memory has more gaps than a broken fence. He spots a folded paper clutched in his hand with some mysterious symbol, because nothing says plot convenience like waking up with cryptic notes. A phone rings nearby, and he's genuinely puzzled how his device managed to take a scenic hike without him, and he answers it. Reaper's voice bursts through, sounding relieved enough to cry, and he recognizes her tone while wondering why she's suddenly playing concerned mother. She reminds him that he was the one who contacted her, and his confusion deepens as she explains he probably blacked out from drinking, because apparently drunk dialing is a mandatory rite of passage for manhwa protagonists. He asks what part worried her, which leads her to mention the strange things he muttered, including asking her for a date, because nothing says character development like alcohol-induced confessions. A long pause follows before he bursts out denying it with the desperation of someone caught reading romance novels. Reaper accuses him of assuming she made it up, interpreting his denial as embarrassment. Classic female lead mind-reading powers activated, while he loudly rejects that thought like his masculinity depends on it. She adds that she might consider dating him if he reaches S tier, and he cuts the call after telling her to shut up, because nothing says romantic potential like conditional requirements and verbal abuse. On his way back, he curses himself for drinking so much, probably wondering why manhwa characters never learn basic alcohol tolerance. He bumps into someone because apparently spatial awareness is the first casualty of hangovers. The man instantly shouts at him to step carefully, as if sidewalk navigation requires a PhD in pedestrian studies. Our dude snaps back and threatens to pull out his eyes and feed them to sharks, escalating from zero to psychotic faster than a villainous reveal. The men behind the stranger whisper warnings about his unstable mood, because apparently his reputation for unhinged threats precedes him. Lunatic materializes like a convenient plot device and immediately clocks Baphomet's "I survived a rough night" energy. Our hero does the classic double take while Lunatic plays fashion detective, pointing out his walk of shame outfit before offering companionship and casually dropping S-tier power scaling like he's reading from a gaming wiki. Baphomet cuts through the exposition dump and asks the real question: how many opponents could Mr. Moth here actually handle in a fight? Lunatic pulls the mysterious mentor card, claiming he can't judge his own strength because he's been benched this whole time. He casually drops that Baphomet cracked his secret identity like it's no big deal. Baphomet basically says, "Duh, you weren't exactly subtle about it." Lunatic thanks him for 2 months of keeping quiet and asks for continued discretion, because secret identities are apparently held together by the honor system. Baphomet agrees it's easy enough but makes it clear he's owed some serious explanation time. He locks eyes with Lunatic in that classic "we need to talk" stare that makes everyone uncomfortable. Lunatic immediately tenses up like he just realized he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Lunatic points at him and curses, blaming him for starting this mood, because apparently emotional responsibility is a group project now. Baphomet asks what he expected from him, before demanding to know why Lunatic entered the colony undercover. He pushes open his room door while speaking, completely unaware he's about to unlock the dead roommates achievement. Both freeze as the room comes into view, and suddenly that hangover seems like the least of his problems. Jackal lies dead on the floor, proving that even in manhwa, being a side character comes with terrible life insurance. Baphomet stares in shock as he discovers Guilty's lifeless body nearby. Lunatic steps inside with disbelief, unable to understand how this occurred, though mysterious overnight massacre is pretty standard Tuesday fare in this genre. His eyes widen even more when he spots what's next, because this murder mystery is apparently going for the bulk discount. He notices Hyper's corpse lying to the side, completing the unholy trinity of dead roommates. He mutters his disbelief that hunters have been murdered inside the colony's protected safe zone, especially someone of Hyper's level. He keeps staring ahead, overwhelmed by the massacre spread across his room, which really puts a damper on his security deposit. Hunters gather around the bodies and whisper among themselves, stunned that murders occurred there, because apparently, safe zone was more of a suggestion than a guarantee. One hunter notices claw-shaped bloodlines across Hyper's torso and wonders if some beast attacked him, launching the classic "was it monster or man?" debate that every good mystery needs. Our guy studies the scene and wonders who had the audacity to steal his precious murder victims from him. Haru and Jumi arrive like discount CSI agents, ordering everyone to step back so their professional investigation can commence. Haru announces they must seal the entire area, because apparently crime scene protocol exists even in manhwa land. A hunter protests and demands answers about murders in a safe zone, because clearly someone didn't read the fine print on "safety guaranteed." Both officials hold their ground while channeling their inner authority figures. Jumi warns that anyone refusing to leave will become a suspect, and suddenly everyone remembers they have urgent business elsewhere. Baphomet scans the bodies like a discount detective, piecing together clues with his galaxy brain. A fight between A-tier hunters should have turned this room into a demolition site, yet everything's pristine. Classic overpowered villain move. Baphomet deduces that only an S-tier hunter could pull this off, and his words hit the officials like a truck of reality. He reasons that no A-tier here, including himself, possesses the absurd power needed for this massacre, because apparently self-awareness still exists in this world. Jumi urges him to pump the brakes on wild theories until they actually have evidence, while Haru adds that loose lips sink ships, or in this case, cause panic. Baphomet responds that he's just stating basic math. Dead A-tiers plus pristine room equals overpowered killer. The hunters around him slowly nod in agreement, because even background characters can connect these obvious dots. Some turn their frustration toward the officials for their stellar security work. Clearly their safe zone came with some fine print nobody read. A girl rushes in like she's delivering urgent plot advancement, calling for everyone's attention. Director No appears with lunatic lurking behind her like a suspicious moth drawn to crime scene drama. Later, at her office, she orders Baphomet to drop his investigation faster than a hot potato, because apparently amateur sleuthing isn't encouraged here. Baphomet reacts with confusion since they'd already uncovered Hyper's drug connections before someone turned him into floor decoration. He insists the killer must be found and volunteers to lead the charge, because clearly our protagonist has never heard of staying in your lane. No questions whether he can actually stand against an Esther as claimed, or if he's just talking big like every overconfident manhwa character before their reality check. His confusion deepens as she dismisses him like yesterday's leftovers, telling him to grind stats like every other NPC hunter. She thanks him for his earlier work before giving him the classic manhwa boot, leaving him more speechless than a mute protagonist. Outside, Baphomet tries to reconnect the scattered pieces of his memory like a broken save file. Hyper died after their separation last night, and his headache tightens, because apparently blackout drinking has consequences even for overpowered hunters. Every memory after that moment remains blurrier than a censored bath scene. He wonders why Hyper became the target, and what exactly happened between them during his convenient amnesia episode. He pulls out the mysterious paper from his hand, because of course there's always a cryptic clue left behind. A vision materializes showing Hyper revealing that symbol, admitting he saw through Baphomet's sus behavior but wasn't worried. Classic villain overconfidence strikes again. Right after seeing the paper, Baphomet lost consciousness despite it carrying 0 mana, proving that plot devices don't need logical explanations. He questions if this mark works only once and whether this convenient object holds the answers he desperately needs. Lunatic approaches like a bearer of bad news, informing Baphomet that the cleanup crew already whisked away Guilty and Jackal's bodies, because evidence disposal is apparently express service here. Lunatic asks if his investigation centered on Hyper, cutting straight to the point like a proper exposition character. Baphomet confirms and presses Lunatic for intel, reminding him that infiltration missions usually come with juicy secrets. Lunatic admits he came to babysit Baphomet's power-ups, but also carries a bonus objective. Baphomet asks if this mission connects to Hyper's killer, and Lunatic pauses dramatically before explaining how the colony operates like its own little kingdom, free to bury inconvenient truths. He questions whether the colony branch itself plays cleanup crew for these cover-ups. Lunatic goes suspiciously quiet before dropping the bombshell that team leader No herself might be their friendly neighborhood hunter-killer. Baphomet's jaw drops as Lunatic begins his villain reveal exposition dump. She's been the colony's founding mother and remains the only one who knows where all the bodies are buried. Literally. Apparently, Lunatic infiltrated to investigate her crimes, but the murders happened before he could gather his gotcha evidence. He wonders if No used him as her personal hyper removal tool, then decided to finish the job herself when Plan A didn't work out. Lunatic agrees but notes her reaction seemed oddly personal this time, too rushed, like she forgot basic villain protocol of hiding evidence. He points out No can't run this conspiracy solo, so they need to find her accomplices, though having just one more ally would be nice since duo investigations are so last season. Meanwhile, Agatha delivers the classic bad news bearer role to Valkyrie, announcing Zone C just became a crime scene. Valkyrie goes full surprised Pikachu face as Agatha drops the bombshell about Baphomet's team getting the ultimate plot reduction treatment. Across the room, Nin channels her inner Table Kuin destroyer, lamenting the loss of 3 perfectly good A-tier plot devices. Both women stare as Agatha launches into the mandatory tragic backstory exposition, explaining how she and Nin arrived as the colony's designated mentor figures with suspiciously convenient timing. Valkyrie assumes the role of silent audience member while Agatha delivers the classic "World was harsh before protagonists existed" speech, complete with hunters being society's punching bags until reality decided to throw a gate-shaped tantrum. Agatha's voice trembles like every emotional flashback character, because apparently strong hunters could have prevented the apocalypse if only people had been nicer. She concludes with the "This place is special" speech that every training facility gets, making these A-tier deaths feel like losing limited edition collectibles. Back at the colony center, Haru casually drops the bomb that Arda's remaining 3 teammates have already bailed, because apparently being on his team comes with a mortality rate higher than a horror movie sequel. Jumi cheerfully adds they'll find him new cannon fodder soon. She encourages him to keep grinding towers like a good little RPG protagonist while they figure out who's next to join his cursed squad. He sits there wondering if they already know who's been playing serial killer, or if they're just really bad at their jobs. They give the classic "Investigation is ongoing" response, the universal answer for "We have no clue." Baphomet chuckles, because honestly, what else did he expect? Lunatic calls out as the officials prepare their dramatic exit. They wish him luck with all the sincerity of NPCs, while our duo watches them leave like suspicious side characters. In her stereotypical villain's office, No inquires about Baphomet's mental state, because nothing says, "I'm definitely not the bad guy," like obsessively monitoring the protagonist. Haru and Jumi report he's acting normal so far, which in manhwa terms means he hasn't had any convenient power awakenings or dramatic flashbacks yet. No orders continued surveillance because subtlety is apparently dead, then asks if there's anything else. They say no but express concern for her. Ah, how touching. She waves off their worry like a true ice queen and sends them packing, because emotional vulnerability is for peasants. She stops them mid-exit with that classic dramatic pause, then decides to handle her next shady scheme solo, because teamwork is for heroes, not potential masterminds. In her room, she dials a number, asking if her contact is ready to move. She mentions requiring a certain favor, because apparently everyone needs mysterious favors in this business. The voice responds with practiced calm. "I expected this call, older sister." Yes, the classic family conspiracy twist because regular betrayal isn't dramatic enough. Meanwhile, Valkyrie soaks in her bath, brooding about murder like it's a hobby. A knock interrupts her therapeutic wallowing session. Outside, Baphomet prioritizes like the focused protagonist he pretends to be. He recalls Mr. Ma's advice: "Prove No's guilt first, you know." That minor detail called evidence. Lunatic emphasized they need her exact timeline, because alibis are apparently still a thing even in supernatural murder cases. He admits he's running on protagonist intuition and zero actual proof, but hey, at least he's got one suspicious location to check, because one clue is better than none in mystery manga. He'd already texted the coordinates like a responsible investigation partner, when Lunatic got that perfectly timed villain call from No, because suspicious timing is basically a genre requirement. Baphomet wondered about their odds of being discovered, since stealth missions in manhwa have the success rate of a paper umbrella. Lunatic calculated 50% but bumped it to 51% after the call, because that extra 1% makes all the difference in plot convenience mathematics. He'd suggested taking the call anyway, and now Baphomet stands in the forest cabin like every protagonist about to stumble into the main plot. That familiar creepy aura hits him again. And since this is literally the only weird spot he's found in the entire colony, exploration becomes mandatory. Suspicious locations don't investigate themselves. He follows his protagonist's senses until he pinpoints the source directly below his feet, because underground lairs are manhwa villain starter pack essentials. A massive tower aura seeps from beneath the ground like the world's worst basement renovation project. He spins around when another presence appears, because stealth apparently died with subtlety in this story. Valkyrie launches her attack then freezes mid-strike as deja vu kicks in. Nothing says, "Plot twist incoming," like sudden memory fragments during combat. Her eyes widen as she recognizes him, because apparently everyone in this manhwa has perfect facial recognition despite all the dramatic lighting. Our dude complains about her suicidal charging habit and demands to know why she's here, because clearly following mysterious women to isolated cabins always ends well. She claims she wants to use the cabin for cleaning, which makes him question why anyone would travel this far to do chores. truly the most suspicious excuse since I was just passing by. As she scrambles for an excuse like a caught side character realizing their cover story has more holes than Swiss cheese, Baphomet reveals his government hunter identity and mentions his superior's investigation orders. Because nothing says undercover like immediately blowing your cover. Valkyrie questions what makes this random cabin special, so he explains his unique sensing abilities. The classic "I have special powers" exposition dump. She pauses and asks if he feels something below them that only he perceives, and without any dramatic build-up whatsoever, Baphomet drives his fist into the floor like a discount Superman, cracking it open with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Valkyrie screams in shock because apparently property damage is still surprising in a world full of supernatural hunters. Mana explodes upward, flooding the entire structure and rising from the depths. Because every investigation needs its mandatory "oh crap, we found something big" moment. She crumples to her knees, crushed by the evil aura because dramatic collapses are mandatory when sensing dark energy. She calls out to Baphomet as he plunges into the abyss like every reckless protagonist ever. He drops through the hole and lands below with the grace of a falling brick. She watches with concern, then follows him down because clearly splitting up would be too smart. She realizes a hidden cave lurked beneath the cabin, shocking absolutely no one who's read manhwa before. She questions if he knew about this place, but her eyes catch something that makes her forget the question entirely. She freezes upon recognizing tower gates because of course there are ominous gates. Our boy finally grasps why towers keep spawning in the colony like a broken video game. Valkyrie stares in confusion as he explains this place endlessly bursts towers, dubbing it a tower nest, while eyeing the massive red door looming before them. Meanwhile, Lunatic strolls with No as she admires the clear night sky above the colony. He remarks how rare it is to see stars in Korea's polluted skies, and she tells him to savor the moment. He accepts her advice before cutting to the chase about why she summoned him because small talk only lasts so long in these stories. No explains they'd barely talked since this colony is where they first met, noting they never encountered each other anywhere else. Lunatic nods, explaining his missions usually dump him in backwater places where the strongest hunter is probably someone's pet hamster. No flashes a knowing smile, casually dropping his travel history like she's his personal GPS tracker. Costa Rica, Monaco, Singapore. She mentions another hunter deployed to Singapore, wondering if Lunatic bumped into Hunter Mild because apparently hunter meetups are like awkward office parties. He pauses dramatically before delivering the classic "just because we're in the same sandbox doesn't mean we build castles together" response. No accepts this with the enthusiasm of someone pretending to believe their friend's dating excuses. She then drops the real question: why does Singapore even import hunters when they mass-produce them locally? Calling him Mr. Ma with a smirk sharper than his blade. Lunatic realizes his cover's blown harder than a poorly constructed secret identity in a superhero comic. He surrenders faster than a white flag in a windstorm, admitting she cracked the code. A massive explosion suddenly rips through the night like an angry god having a tantrum. Smoke billows everywhere, turning their peaceful stargazing into a disaster movie audition. Mr. Ma drops his disguise like a bad dating profile photo, revealing his true menacing form. A vicious beast emerges behind her as he demands answers about the dead A-tier hunters, while she's more concerned about his sudden vacation plans to their colony. Mr. Ma refuses to budge without answers, pressing her like an overly persistent customer service representative about the hunter casualties. No warns him to back off her master plan with the casual threat level of someone protecting their lunch. He screams that her logic makes less sense than manga power scaling, calling her actions pure betrayal before charging like an angry protagonist in a tournament arc. Several blank-eyed hunters shuffle forward like budget zombies, forming a human wall between them to block his attack. The impact launches him backward like he just triggered a trap card in the world's most violent board game. He grinds his teeth while studying his opponents with the intensity of someone trying to solve a particularly annoying puzzle. His eyes widen as he realizes these mindless drones are actually A-tier hunters because nothing says, plot twist, like discovering the extras are actually boss-level threats. He demands to know what twisted transformation she's inflicted on them, because apparently turning elite hunters into puppets is this week's villain hobby. Valkyrie questions Baphomet about this mysterious tower nest, like she's asking about his browser history. He confirms it exists while wondering how such a massive secret stayed buried here longer than a manhwa hiatus. He catches himself overthinking why he even knows these details because exposition dumps hit different when you're the one giving them. Valkyrie connects the dots about why towers keep spawning like mobile game ads in this colony. She steps closer and casually suggests demolishing it, because destruction is always the first solution in these stories. He reacts with the confusion of someone watching their friend suggest skipping the final boss. She argues for treating it like a regular tower raid, clear each floor, stabilize everything, and stop future spawns like she's proposing the most logical thing ever. As reality hits him harder than Truckquin, he realizes destroying it would delete the entire colony and blocks her demolition dreams faster than a copyright strike. Valkyrie pauses mid-destruction and asks why he's cock-blocking her perfectly reasonable plan. He argues that without this place, hunters like him would have nowhere left to power up because character development requires constant grinding, apparently. She reminds him towers exist beyond this place, pulling the classic "think of the children" card that always wins moral arguments. Baphomet counters that success requires hunters with actual power because apparently gate shocks don't care about good intentions, and dead heroes make terrible protectors. She insists past failures came from ignorance, not incompetence, treating prevention like it's some magical solution that solves everything. Baphomet challenges her with the ultimate "what if" scenario, another gate shock approaching while they're busy playing tower demolition. She waves off his concerns like swatting flies, refusing to treat towers as acceptable evils in their superhero handbook. He suddenly erupts with understanding, realizing team leader knows secrecy stems from dealing with idealistic crusaders like Valkyrie. Valkyrie starts nodding in agreement but freezes mid-motion like a buffering video. Baphomet reveals that No maintained this colony as a hunter breeding ground for impossibly rapid growth, even if her methods took a darker turn than a villain's redemption arc. Valkyrie immediately demands answers about the Overseer's role in hiding this structure because apparently conspiracy theories need proper documentation. He assumes No suffered trauma during the first gate shock that would make a therapy session look like a casual chat. This revelation hits Valkyrie like a Truckquin Ice Sky moment as Agatha's words echo back. No buried in chaos, surrounded by death, desperately wishing for stronger hunters like she was ordering from Amazon Prime. Baphomet mutters that the situation feels shameful because power levels here grow faster than a cultivation novel protagonist's ego. His mind spins around Jackal, hyper, and guilty like a broken record player that refuses to find its groove. He clenches his teeth with the frustration of someone who just realized the plot armor was fake all along. Valkyrie announces that regardless of Saab's story excuses and tragic backstories, nests must fall and towers must not remain because apparently she's the designated tower demolition expert now. Baphomet thinks her absolute righteousness is so pure it could make a saint feel nauseous. She lifts her hand toward the structure, sparks forming around her fingers like she's about to cast the world's most destructive magic missile. Argy wonders if a barrier shields it while Valkyrie asks for a moment because even world-ending decisions need proper timing. Before her magic engulfs her like she's about to unleash the power of 1,000 suns. Classic overpowered moment incoming. And she launches herself at the gate with the subtlety of a charging rhino. As she closes in, the barrier laughs at her efforts, because of course it's immune to brute force. She pauses, stumped by the age-old problem of, how do we get through the obviously magical door? A mysterious whisper calls his name, because apparently towers have excellent customer service now. The tower beckons him forward like a sketchy stranger offering candy. Totally trustworthy, right? He walks toward it despite Valkyrie's protests, following the classic "ignore obvious danger" playbook. His hand meets the gate's surface. Magical circles bloom under his touch as the doors swing open, releasing a wave of energy that screams, "Chosen One privileges activated!" Valkyrie exclaims in shock as the entrance reveals itself, rushing forward to catch up. Something yanks her backward like a bouncer rejecting a fake ID every time she tries to enter. She informs him that the entrance keeps giving her the cold shoulder. He realizes the tower has commitment issues and only accepts him, while Valkyrie stares like she just witnessed a plot convenience. The voice inside grows clearer, and Baphomet tells Valkyrie he'll solo this dungeon run. She objects, reminding him he has no idea what waits beyond the gate because going in blind always works out perfectly in these stories. Another sound rings out from afar, making her tense like a cat hearing a can opener. Baphomet assumes Mr. Ma must be near because antagonists have the worst timing in the universe, and he asks Valkyrie to guard the outside until he clears the nest like some kind of tower clearing delivery service. He gives her a quick look before stepping inside while she shouts his name in classic "Don't leave me behind" fashion. Inside, he senses a strange presence that screams, "Boss fight incoming," and faces a tunnel filled with light that's either salvation or the most obvious trap in manga history. Our boy, angry at her declaration, accuses her of being the culprit who kissed him but doesn't even remember the crime. Imagine being so forgettable that someone erases their own romantic moment with you. The goddess pops up like an intrusive mobile game notification, questioning if he's really about to Yahello into certain doom. Baphomet grins with the confidence of a protagonist who knows plot armor exists. Noting it's been ages since she played the worried mom card, he wonders if this place has a "no entry" sign with his name on it. She explains his arrival was always scripted by fate, but someone hit fast forward on the timeline like an impatient reader skipping chapters. He asks if the future spoilers got worse than expected. She reassures him the ending hasn't changed because apparently Destiny has commitment issues but sticks to its word. He questions why she's suddenly acting like a helicopter parent. She materializes before him like a concerned NPC and admits she's caught feelings because even goddesses aren't immune to character development. She gives the green light as a quest window appears, ordering him to clear the tower like he's running a supernatural cleaning service. Baphomet enters the nest and surveys the chamber beyond, probably wondering why evil lairs always have such dramatic interior design. The air feels thicker than outside, like he's swimming through the atmosphere of a budget anime with questionable physics. A sudden explosion cuts off his thoughts, because inner monologues are apparently illegal in boss arenas. A massive beast materializes from the light and roars at him like an angry customer demanding to speak to the manager. Before the attack lands with all the grace of a falling refrigerator, the voice echoes behind the monster like a director calling, "Cut," mid-scene. A kid casually strolls over its giant head and he freezes harder than a computer running too many programs, because finding humans in monster lairs breaks all the rules. She stands above the creature like she's posing for the world's most dangerous selfie, smiling while announcing with delight that a human finally arrived, as if she's been waiting for room service. Griffin trudges forward with steps heavier than the plot armor protecting main characters, exhaustion weighing him down after grinding raids like he's trying to max out his suffering stats. He decides tomorrow needs to be a mandatory vacation day before he becomes a walking zombie. A flashback hits him of the team leader's desperate plea for help because dramatic timing is everything in these stories. Griffin now thinks accepting was genius-level decision-making, though he's still clueless about his actual power level. The street around him feels eerily quiet, like a horror movie budget ran out of extras. He slows down and looks around, wondering if he's the last person alive or just really bad at finding people. Someone materializes behind him with a blade raised because stealth attacks are the universe's favorite greeting card. The next moment, an explosion rocks the street like someone ordered extra drama with their ambush. Griffin dodges and spins toward his attacker as the strike carves up the pavement like angry construction work. The impact forces Griffin to backflip away because standing still is for NPCs. His attacker leaps clear of Griffin's counter like they're playing the world's most violent game of tag, before unleashing another devastating strike. Griffin dodges again and crosses his swords defensively. He locks onto his target and launches into a fierce frontal attack. The enemy leaps skyward and touches down beside two additional figures. Griffin spots three hunters grouped together, all sporting the same vacant stare he witnessed on Hunters Under Nose Control, because apparently mind control comes with a mandatory dead-eyed expression package. He struggles to grasp the logic behind this assault, but he views this as the perfect opportunity to test his skills against genuine danger. Electricity dances across his blade as he taunts them to bring their best shot. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Agatha raises her hand with practiced ease, conjuring mystical circles from her palms, weaving mind magic to puppet their every move. Inside the nest, the kid examines our protagonist like a science project while yelling at Banshee, comparing his facial features to their own species and declaring him human-made, because apparently alien anatomy class is in session. Baphomet seizes his ear and demands answers about his identity and whether he summoned him here. The confused kid explains they never called anyone, just desperately wished for visitors. Classic "be careful what you wish for" moment. Terror creeps into his gaze as our boy questions who dragged him to this place, studying the kid's face with unsettling recognition. Suddenly, Banshee whips its tail at him, but Baphomet evades the strike. The kid screams Banshee's name as the creature launches another assault. "Stop!" the kid shouts, explaining that Baphomet is human-shaped like them, because monster etiquette lessons clearly weren't covered. This revelation stuns Baphomet as he questions his very existence and their mysterious purpose. The kid reveals he's waiting for someone called L, because cryptic single-letter names are mandatory in these situations. The kid explains that L promised to return for playtime if they stayed put and made friends with Banshee, because babysitting contracts apparently include monster friendship clauses. He spins with excitement, claiming boredom nearly killed them before our hero's arrival, calling it perfect timing while Baphomet struggles to process this chaos, and asks whether the kid creates demonic beasts as their twisted version of making friends. The kid answers that demonic beasts are just what humans call his friends, arguing semantics like a philosophy major, because even interdimensional beings love technicalities. The kid spins around again asking what game Baphomet wants to play, then brightens further asking about the outside world with endless curiosity. Since Baphomet is male, the kid assumes women must exist too and asks about them next, because gender studies class is universal. The kid's chatter about flowers and trees becomes an unstoppable verbal tornado, while Baphomet maintains a stiff expression, growing increasingly irritated by the endless babbling, because even demons have limits. He notes the kid shares nothing with Ra except being trapped in this bizarre place. The kid freezes at the mention of Ra Baphomet, and notices the reaction instantly, because dramatic name drops always hit different. The kid edges closer with suspicious eyes, demanding to know how Baphomet knows Ra before, announcing that Ra is his bride, words that hit like a plot twist nobody ordered. Banshee suddenly charges again with the timing of a terrible wingman, causing an explosion that throws our boy across cracked stone like a ragdoll. He draws his sword and curses as the kid demands answers about Ra with obsessive energy. The kid repeats the question with rising emotion, because apparently, no, isn't in his vocabulary. Baphomet wonders why the kid becomes so frantic over a simple name drop, and the kid decides subtlety is overrated, declaring his intent to erase him completely. His emotions twist wildly as he shouts that incorrect data must be deleted. Classic Yandere behavior activated. He watches this unstable mental shift with the alarm of someone who just triggered a boss fight. He lunges forward with zero warning, leaving Baphomet wondering if he missed the friendship over memo. A quest notification pops up. Eliminate L's creator remnant, because apparently the system loves dropping plot bombs mid-conversation. L transforms into a massive winged beast that makes Banshee look like a house cat having an identity crisis. One eye blazes red, the other glows yellow, and his face warps like a character customization screen gone wrong. Baphomet stands frozen, his brain buffering as it tries to process creator L and remnant in the same sentence. L extends a hand with divine authority and commands him to disappear, because, "Please leave," is apparently too polite. Magical circles bloom around the nest like the world's most dangerous flower garden, before L rockets toward him with the subtlety of a freight train. Our protagonist raises his ego weapon in defense, hoping it's more reliable than his understanding of this situation, and the weapon immediately starts screaming about unbearable pain, because even magical swords have their limits. He realizes, shocked, that his weapon is crying from someone else's touch talk about a clingy blade with trust issues. He jumps back just in time to avoid becoming barbecue, because apparently dodging explosions is a required skill now. It's been ages since he indulged in his true passion, digital violence therapy. A beam of cutting energy races toward him, and he narrowly dodges classic. Death beam barely misses protagonist. Move. More beams follow with the same command echoing through the chamber, because villains love repeating their catchphrases. His ego weapon warns him that something about the kid's ability feels wrong. Even magical weapons have better survival instincts than heroes. As the attacks continue relentlessly, the weapon explains that the power can erase its very soul and existence finally, a threat that actually sounds threatening. He looks back and sees more glowing circles approaching like the world's deadliest disco lights. L stands frozen like a dramatic statue, finger pointed with the confidence of someone who thinks delete works on people. The ego weapon delivers a tearful farewell speech, refusing erasure like it's canceling a subscription service. Its form dissolves faster than a villain's redemption arc. Shouts in disbelief as his weapon pulls a disappearing act worthy of a magic show. Another beam crashes into him with all the subtlety of a truculent encounter. L's face contorts in confusion, the universal expression of, "Why isn't my cheat code working?" When Baphomet emerges from the smoke looking fresher than a protagonist's plot armor. L stares in bewilderment, realizing their delete button might need a software update. They raise their hand with the persistence of someone spamming the same attack move. More energy blasts rain down like a bullet hell game designed by someone who hates players, filling the chamber with explosions that somehow have the accuracy of a stormtrooper's blaster, missing every single shot. The kid shouts even louder for him to disappear, like a broken NPC stuck repeating the same dialogue. When they look down, chains wrap around their body and Baphomet's voice cuts through the chaos with perfect dramatic timing. He admits he still doesn't know why the kid's delete button is broken, but his own cheat codes work just fine. He lands with a surge of mana, his aura spreading like a boss fight phase transition as he asks if L wants round 2. Beelzebub has instructed Baphomet to focus, confirming that Raven originally owned this mana-rich body like premium real estate. And Baphomet understands that Raven burned all that mana on buff skills, the classic all stats, no strategy build. Beelzebub pointed out that he's copying the same wasteful growth method, prompting our boy to demand he skip the tutorial. Beelzebub explained that magic opens infinite possibilities. Your hand can literally break reality's terms of service, or become a judgment hammer that crushes everything, because magic is basically creative mode with violent tendencies. He continued expanding this thought when our boy cut him off, asking if he's being railroaded into becoming a magician because apparently career counseling comes with every demon possession. He describes magicians as fragile cowards hiding in corners waving soft hands, wanting nothing to do with that path. Classic magic is for nerds protagonist mindset. Beelzebub shouted at him to withdraw those words, insisting magic requires delicate effort far beyond brutes who embarrass themselves. The eternal jock versus nerd debate continues. Baphomet fired back that his techniques require precision too, because apparently everyone's a perfectionist when their feelings get hurt. He cursed while Beelzebub counters that his moves look like circus tricks compared to proper magic when you're meant to roast you harder than your enemies. Beelzebub darts away and our dude charges after him, because nothing says productive conversation like a chase scene. Later, Baphomet informed him he won't switch paths since he prefers magic that supports combat compromise achieved through stubborn negotiation. Beelzebub replied that magic supports fighting even better, having learned several useful tricks while nursing his aching face. Education through violence strikes again. In the present, L stands frozen before Baphomet in disbelief, probably wondering why his delete button stopped working. Confusion hits him when he realizes Baphomet just schooled him with basic chain magic. Talk about getting owned by Tutorial 101. Baphomet leaps forward with the enthusiasm of a protagonist discovering friendship power, and delivers a punch that sends him flying like he's auditioning for Team Rocket. He turns red as he stares at Baphomet before rising, and another explosion erupts when Baphomet lands with main character energy. Baphomet watches him with the patience of a final boss waiting for the player to figure out the obvious weakness, and the child nervously meets his gaze like a side character realizing they're about to get written out. The kid reminds him that he is nothing more than someone's creation, the ultimate "you're adopted" comeback. L lifts his hand again and orders Baphomet to vanish with the desperation of someone Control plus ZING a mistake. He questions why Baphomet refuses to disappear as his delete powers prove as effective as a chocolate teapot. Another massive blast bursts and accomplishes absolutely nothing, because apparently his attacks have the impact of angry butterflies. Fills the air with enough smoke to make a dragon jealous. Baphomet emerges from the smoke like the world's most dramatic entrance award winner. He questions whether the kid finally learned his power isn't a magic delete button, as magical chains wrap around him and inflict pain before he charges again like a stubborn video game boss. Baphomet spots a small cut on his own arm and notes that the kid managed to deal some damage finally, proof he's not completely useless. He steps forward and observes the kid's sluggish movement like a predator sizing up wounded prey. He rises above him and concludes that raw power without skill is like giving a toddler a nuclear weapon. Baphomet opens his inventory instantly and summons weapons because apparently everyone has magical storage space these days. 2 weapons fly at him faster than plot armor can activate. He guards and hurls a counter-strike that triggers an explosion, shoving Baphomet backward, though no cuts appear typical overpowered protagonist durability. Baphomet realizes brute force isn't working. Time for Plan B, the classic buff yourself until you're basically cheating strategy. He draws his sword and chants haste, salvation, and patience like he's ordering a magical combo meal. He recalls Youngshin's lecture that buffs are just magic's way of helping hunters not embarrass themselves in battle. She had continued explaining while preaching about bravery because every mentor needs their motivational speech moment. She mentioned that dismissing buffs is what weaklings say when they can't handle real power. Buffs scale with the user's strength and grow through it, basically the magical equivalent of performance-enhancing drugs. Our boy grips his weapon as it pulses with magic energy, glowing like a Christmas tree on steroids. He remembers her words about stronger users creating stronger effects as he raises his now shining weapon of mass destruction. He smiles at the child with the confidence of someone who just activated their ultimate ability. The sight forces pure terror into the kid's eyes. Nothing says, "You're screwed," like a glowing sword and a cocky grin. Before the child can blink, Baphomet moves with the speed of a protagonist who just remembered the power of friendship, slicing off a wing faster than a barber with commitment issues. His swift slash carves across the kid's back like he's signing his autograph. He unleashes a combo so fast it makes bullet time look like slow motion. Clearly someone's been grinding their stats. The kid drops to his knees faster than a villain's redemption arc, crashing to the floor with all the grace of a sack of potatoes. His eyes go wide as Baphomet approaches, weapon ready. Classic "oh crap" moment number 47. Our dude casually asks if the child ever wondered what the real world was like, because nothing says victory like philosophical small talk. While this brat played tower defense, everyone else was out there getting swole and traumatized. Talk about the ultimate "you had one job" scenario as our boy explains how the kid's own creations turn people into the very monsters he feared. He drops the mic by revealing he's one of those monsters, because every good villain's speech needs a personal twist. He continues his villain monologue about balance because apparently even demon lords need to explain basic RPG mechanics about power scaling. Because of this, the child's speedrun through life ends here with a classic "you're the final boss now" twist. Baphomet lifts his weapon and aims directly at him while delivering the most cliché villain one-liner, "Time to disappear." He laughs and questions how a creation imagines it can erase its creator. The classic "I made you, so I can unmake you" trope in full swing. His body expands as tentacles burst outward like a hentai protagonist's worst nightmare, rushing straight at Baphomet. This shocks our demon boy, who answers that he's just a hunter, humble bragging at its finest. He unleashes endless cuts that turn the child into a human blender smoothie until blood sprays like a Jackson Pollock painting. El calls Banshee's name while everything goes to hell faster than a discount store's grand opening. Baphomet lifts his head and announces his own name like he's introducing himself at the world's most violent job interview. He launches a final strike with all the dramatic flair of an anime protagonist's ultimate attack. As more blood gushes out and his eyes go full anime shock mode, El questions why this is happening. Classic villain confusion when their plot armor fails, and a vision of his bride Ari materializes in his mind like a tragic flashback sequence. He questions why she betrayed him when she should be his ride-or-die partner. Her voice responds with a farewell to El, confessing she loved him back then. The classic bittersweet last words. A tremendous burst of light erupts before Baphomet, because nothing says "boss defeated" like a nuclear flash. A system notice pops up confirming L's elimination and granting a new skill. Even death comes with achievement unlocks. Our boy processes getting rewarded for murder like it's a normal Tuesday in hunter life. From inside the blinding light explosion, a crux materializes, and Baphomet's jaw drops as he questions whether collecting another crux here is possible. A mysterious voice beckons him forward, the same one that lured him from the tower's safety. Classic mysterious voice equals totally trustworthy. Right. He ditches his sword and walks towards certain doom, grabbing the crux. The moment his fingers make contact, light explodes everywhere like he just touched a cosmic flashbang, and the crux transforms colors while lightning storms rage behind him, consuming everything in sight like nature's own temper tantrum. Outside, Valkyrie stares at the bizarre light show, probably wondering if this is Tuesday or just another apocalypse. She worries about Baphomet, but reminds herself she's stuck playing doorkeeper. The classic "trust the guy who just walked into obvious danger" move, and puzzles over his cryptic promise about why she must guard this place, because nothing says reassuring like vague prophecies. Someone calls her name from behind, and she spins around to find an approaching, who casually mentions he's been searching everywhere for her, As if this isn't the worst possible timing. Agatha questions whether Valkyrie spent the night having her monthly spa session at the cabin again. She notices the atmosphere has shifted like someone changed the TV channel to a drama, wonders aloud whether someone's camping inside the manicoated cabin, and steps closer to investigate like a curious cat. Valkyrie blocks her path and questions whether she's Team No because picking sides is mandatory in Manhwa. She replies that she once thought there would be no need to fight Valkyrie, proving that peaceful assumptions always age like milk. She lifts her face, prepares to charge, and apologizes the classic "sorry not sorry" pre-battle courtesy. Mr. Ma runs while 18 hunters pound the ground behind him like an angry mob chasing the last sale item. They leap high together in perfect synchronized formation because apparently hunters practice choreography. He pushes forward and smoke bursts around him, deploying the ancient ninja vanishing technique that somehow still works. 3 hunters land and scan the area like confused tourists who missed their bus stop. A voice reaches them from behind, because flanking is apparently Hunter 101, and they turn just as Mr. Ma delivers the classic surprise backhand special across their spines, dropping them faster than a manhwa protagonist's test scores. He realizes he's outnumbered without backup and spots the telltale signs of mind control, because free will is so last season in Hunter politics. He recalls the intel about Ms. No's mage sister lurking in the colony, mentally calculating how screwed he is if family loyalty trumps common sense. But philosophical pondering takes a back seat when he realizes Ms. No pulled the classic distraction and dash maneuver while he was busy with her puppets. A presence approaches from behind, and he spins around ready to distribute more unconsciousness like he's handing out free samples. But more hunters materialize in front of him because apparently they ordered the overwhelming numbers combo meal, while ominous smoke rises behind them like a budget special effects department went wild. He eyes the mob with growing dread, realizing he's about to get jumped by every A-tier in the neighborhood, all apparently sharing one brain cell. That delightful realization makes his stomach drop as they all leap at him like synchronized lemmings with anger management issues. He wonders if literally everyone got the mind control memo as he raises his hand and summons Echo, because when in doubt, call for backup. Lightning erupts and yeets multiple hunters backward like they're in a cosmic bowling game. The system cheerfully announces abnormal status removal as his spirit materializes, because even magical systems love their notifications. Mr. Ma recognizes this as a high-ranking spirit from the sheer amount of mana flexing around it like spiritual biceps. Only one hunter he knows can boss around a spirit this powerful. He turns as footsteps approach with the confidence of someone who definitely wasn't invited to this party. Hunter Echidna steps forward with lightning crackling off her hands like she's auditioning for a weather god position. She calls his name as both point fingers at each other like a manhwa standoff because apparently finger-pointing is the universal language of confusion. He responds that he's wondering the same, and Echidna eyes his outfit questioning why he's wearing spandex like some discount superhero. He refuses to accept its spandex, covers his nose asking about the smell, wondering if he fell into a sewer but insists none of that matters since exposition waits for no one. A loud sound echoes across the area and Echidna turns toward it, questioning the source like every curious character before disaster strikes. Something rises over the tower zone with ominous anime energy. Mr. Ma recognizes it as a barrier, dread confirming his thoughts that No has activated it, explaining she's triggered the colony's fortress mode like a final boss. He describes how the colony is surrounded by towers that would release demonic beasts, but a device traps them all inside, basically turning this into a battle royale arena. This revelation hits Echidna hard as she processes the "we're trapped with monsters" situation. Inside a tower control room where evil schemes brew, someone taps on a laptop muttering about managing A-tier personalities being exhausting work, while controlled hunters sit with tape over their faces because mind control apparently requires arts and crafts. While she encourages them to hold on a little more, No stands with Jumi and Haru, delivering the classic villain speech about necessary sacrifices for the greater good, because apparently every man on Mastermind needs their dramatic moment. Behind her, the screen shows activation of the fortification program. She has tied up all the staff like some budget kidnapper and instructs them to remain here until she finishes everything, promising to release them later because nothing says trustworthy like zip-tied hostages. Then her head snaps back in alarm and she rushes to the window with the urgency of someone who just realized their evil plan might have a tiny flaw. Something unusual glows in the distance as a beam of light rises from a certain point, because mysterious glowing beams are apparently the universal signal for your scheme is about to go sideways. Haru informs her that the area where towers are created is undergoing some strange change. Ah yes, the classic, unexpected complications that every villain conveniently forgot to plan for. No tries to understand what is happening there since Hunter Nin promised to guard that place, and wonders what Nin is doing. Meanwhile, Nin battles Valkyrie and slams her fist into the ground, cracking it. She admits she tried to hide her killing intent but knows a surprise strike against someone like Valkyrie would never work because apparently stealth isn't her strong suit. Valkyrie pulls a weapon from her inventory with the casual confidence of someone who's been waiting for this exact moment. Nin loosens her stance and accepts that Valkyrie figured out the colony's secret, because nothing stays hidden long when you're dealing with S-rank plot armor. Someone must have infiltrated that forbidden zone and is probably live tweeting their adventure to the world right now. Valkyrie gives her the classic, mysterious protagonist stare. You know, the one that says, "I know something you don't," without moving a single facial muscle. Nin drops the dramatic point of no return line because apparently every villain needs their theatrical moment. Nin closes the distance, demanding answers like she's interrogating a suspect who stole the last slice of pizza. But then she pauses mid-sentence, looking as confused as a side character who just realized they're in the wrong genre, before launching her attack that makes the ground crack like her patience. Nin's voice shakes as she insists the security is foolproof, classic villain overconfidence right before everything goes wrong. Valkyrie delivers the devastating news with all the satisfaction of someone who just spoiled the ending of a movie. Nin's eyes go wide in the universal "my evil plan is crumbling" expression, frantically demanding evidence. She charges forward, landing a hit that sends Valkyrie flying because apparently talking time is over and it's back to the punching portion of our program. Valkyrie strikes back, because in Manhwa law, every attack must be immediately countered, and then blocks with her armor like she's playing the world's deadliest game of rock-paper-scissors. Nin unleashes another strike, grudgingly admitting Valkyrie's actually skilled with that pointy stick just like the rumors said. Valkyrie flinches at the remark like someone just brought up her browser history, and Nin continues, mentioning the juicy rumor about how Valkyrie had Olympic dreams before spectacularly face-planting her career. A flashback hits Valkyrie as an official announces her disqualification because nothing says plot development like a tragic backstory mid-fight. Her awakening instantly disqualified her since awakened people are banned from competing, and she remembers that system notification popping up like the world's worst birthday surprise. People questioned her strength, claimed her fencing talent was just cheat codes, and accused her of trying to speedrun her way to athletic glory. Their disgust forced her head down as she cried because apparently even manhwa protagonists aren't immune to public humiliation. Back in the present where feelings are weapons, Valkyrie watches Nin raise her fist while acknowledging how soul-crushing that must have been because even mid-battle, therapy sessions are mandatory. Valkyrie pulls off the classic dramatic leap to safety move because standing still during villain monologues is apparently optional. She sticks the landing with enough force to crack pavement because subtlety died somewhere around chapter 1. Then delivers the "I understand your pain" speech that every antagonist needs before the final boss fight begins. Valkyrie responds with her signature/combo, because talking time is officially over. Nin emerges from the smoke looking unbothered, clarifying she's not team no plot twist nobody saw coming. Lightning crackles around her like she's auditioning for a storm god position, because dramatic weather effects are mandatory for power reveals. Her aura explodes into full final form activated mode as she unleashes Second Coming of the Tiger, because naming your attacks is apparently still cool. The lightning show reaches festival fireworks levels while Valkyrie does her best surprised Pikachu impression. Valkyrie frowns at the trauma comparison, admitting her despair was more bad day at work than world-ending catastrophe. Light erupts from her body as friendship flashbacks kick in because the power of memories always arrives right on schedule. Lightning dances across her skin like she's charging up for the ultimate anime transformation sequence. A flashback hits showing a grateful man thanking her for saving his pregnant wife from a car crash because every hero needs their "why I fight" moment. Without her intervention, he would have lost both his wife and unborn child in true tragic backstory fashion. In the present, Valkyrie declares her belief in a world where kids grow up thinking towers are just bedtime stories instead of death traps. She dreams of a future free from gate shock disasters by demolishing every last tower because apparently urban demolition is her love language. She activates the Curse of Venatus, State 3, because nothing says final boss fight like a skill with Roman naming conventions and numbered states. Her stats skyrocket 500% as she vows to shatter Nin's beliefs along with her defense's classic power-up moment where friendship speeches become literal weapons. The system coldly announces her soul's sacrifice to Venatus because every OP skill needs an edgy price tag, and both fighters swear off. A massive lightning bolt crashes between them like the universe itself is saying, "Now this is a proper climax." Nin's final thoughts turn to the whispered rumors about Valkyrie's true peak state because every rival needs that. Wait, she wasn't even trying? Revelation moment. She recognizes the overwhelming force in front of her. Classic. I'm about to get my ass kicked. Realization moment. She remembers asking Agatha if the two of them could ever defeat Valkyrie together, because apparently even tag team boss fights need pre-planning. Facing this power alone means she never stood a chance. Shocking twist. The power of friendship buff wasn't active, and her head drops as exhaustion sweeps through her like a Monday morning. She thinks she wants to sleep and decides to leave the rest to Agatha. The ultimate tag you're it moment. Nin collapses as blood spreads across the floor, lying still while Valkyrie, wrapped in full peak state power, stands over her offering apologies like she just stepped on someone's shoes. Echidna runs alongside Mr. Ma as he speed explains the situation like an exposition NPC, while she struggles to believe No would go full villain mode, asking if there's any way to stop the fortification that definitely can't be stopped because plot reasons. But Mr. Ma explains all signals are cut, because of course the Wi-Fi dies at the worst possible moment, including their devices and the system messenger, trapping No under the same restrictions. Even the bad guy gets hit by his own terrible internet connection. Blades materialize before them like a hostile welcome committee, confirming their mission: eliminate every A-tier hunter in sight. After an intense battle, both Echidna and Mr. Ma hit the ground, because plot armor apparently has an expiration date. Mr. Ma realizes nearly every A-tier in the colony is mind-controlled, and suddenly panics about Baphomet's status too. Echidna casually admits she already suspected his corruption. Classic. I knew it all along moment. Mr. Ma questions how she bypassed colony security without clearance, basically asking if she's a criminal. She deflects faster than a politician, insisting they focus on the current crisis instead. Suddenly, Griffin charges at Mr. Ma with murderous intent, but stops dead in his tracks upon recognizing him. Awkward family reunion vibes. Mr. Ma stares back in equal shock, processing this unexpected encounter. Griffin spots Echidna and does the same double take, because apparently mind control comes with facial recognition software. He claims he feels totally normal while trying to figure out why the colony sounds like a disaster movie soundtrack with A-tiers acting like malfunctioning NPCs. Echidna notes Griffin's surprisingly functional A-tier brain, rare collector's edition, apparently. Mr. Ma deduces not every A-tier got the zombie DLC update. The two, defeated, hunters suddenly pop back up like horror movie villains who didn't read the script about staying dead. Panicked, Echidna and Mr. Ma realize they need to find the puppet master before this becomes a full zombie apocalypse situation. Mr. Ma theorizes prolonged exposure equals mind control since Griffin just arrived and still has his personality intact. Lucky timing for once. He wonders why No abandoned his recruit an army plan for the classic turn everyone into mindless drones approach. He tells Echidna to follow the mana trail like a magical bloodhound, their only shot at stopping this supernatural puppet show. Meanwhile, Agatha stands in a chamber surrounded by swirling magic circles and S-tier mentors, because every crisis needs a separate boss arena. She hopes everything's going according to plan, because what could possibly go wrong in a mind control operation? One hunter reports dissenters are temporarily down but questions the wake-up protocol, while another mentions government spy rumors, because nothing says subtle operation like government attention. Agatha orders continued persuasion and infiltrator removal if they won't cooperate. Classic villain diplomacy at its finest. Hunter's whisper expresses concern about targeting a government agent. Someone actually has functioning brain cells. Agatha explodes with anger, mocking their weak resolve after the Gate Shock tragedy and reminding them of their colony preservation mission. Standard. Remember why we became villains. Speech. She warns that losing the tower creation site means losing the colony's purpose, urging unwavering commitment. A hunter hesitates, asking if normalcy will return. Adorable optimism in a dystopian setting. Agatha dismisses concerns about one investigator, claiming quick resolution, then confirms tower cessation if the site falls. She demands to know who dared question her authority, because dictators hate being fact-checked. Two hunters apologize as a disguised figure lurks nearby. Mysterious eavesdropper has entered the chat. Suddenly triggers an explosion that would make Michael Bay jealous, scattering everyone like confetti at a failed party. Griffin and Echidna reveal themselves while Mr. Ma grabs Agatha by the throat. Surprise, it's intervention time. He demands to know if she is No's sister and the puppet master behind the A-tier zombie apocalypse. He points out No distracted him with controlled hunters to escape and questions why Agatha continues this mind control hobby. Agatha calls him a government hound and orders her hunters to kill him, because talking it out is so overrated. But Mr. Ma holds firm like a stubborn protagonist, unfazed by being outnumbered by 5 S-tiers. Classic main character energy. Griffin senses something strange about Echidna's mana, because mysterious power reveals are mandatory, which suddenly burns painfully. Plot twist incoming in 3, 2, 1. Mr. Ma casually mentions that rumor about one S-tier obliterating 7 others. Time for a live demonstration. Every hunter's mana erupts in agony as he cheerfully suggests they choose cooperation over excruciating pain. Gripping Agatha's throat like a stress ball, he yanks her down with zero chill. This isn't a friendly negotiation, it's a comply or become a human pretzel situation. Meanwhile, 2 hunters sprint toward No with all the stealth of charging rhinos. Jimmy and Haru intercept them faster than you can say. Plot convenience. No puzzles over why her mind-controlled minions suddenly develop selective hearing loss. Haru observes the red light's disappearance, assuming Hunterman actually did something useful for once. With communications down worse than a 2000s Nokia, No heads to the cabin before hunting down Mr. Ma. A glowing-eyed figure emerges, Baphomet, sporting the classic "I'm definitely mind-controlled" vacant stare. Jumi and Haru square up for battle, because talking through problems is apparently illegal in Manhwa. Assuming he's under Agatha's mind control buffet, but Nono's puppeteering Baphomet takes serious concentration as she screams for retreat. Baphomet delivers matching arm slashes to both like he's running a discount injury sale, then interrogates No about her triple homicide of Hyper, Guilty, and Jackal. Casual murder accusations over tea. Anyone? No freaks out harder than a student during finals, realizing the vanished red light spells doom. Baphomet drops the bombshell that he nuked the nest, leaving her more frozen than a Windows 95 computer. Blood erupts as Baphomet crumples like wet paper while the beast materializes behind No with perfect dramatic timing. She gawks that an A-tier waltzed into the forbidden nest while she, an S-tier, couldn't even get past the velvet rope. Baphomet shivers like a chihuahua, confessing he'd been suspicious of No's sketchy agenda all along. The mark on his body matches Hyper's death mark, because apparently murder leaves Yelp reviews now, confirming No's guilt faster than a DNA test. He explains pushing himself this far due to his skills' ridiculous terms and conditions. Facing an unbeatable enemy, receiving a death strike, and standing atop a tower floor, it's like a twisted video game achievement list. No accuses him of going too far, because clearly there's a polite limit to revenge quests. As she attacks while screaming for his death, subtle diplomacy at its finest. Baphomet has already destroyed L's remnants and unlocked a new skill like he's speedrunning character development. He unleashes Gehenna, transforming the area with a massive eye appearing, because giant eyeballs make everything more intimidating. The space shifts into a lord's chamber faster than a home makeover show. All linked passive skills activate simultaneously while No gets overwhelmed like a student facing pop quizzes. Baphomet transforms as an emergency quest triggers. Eliminate the Abyssal Tower boss, Baphomet himself. Talk about awkward career changes. In his shiny new boss form, he casually mentions nearly dying before this convenient power-up, because nothing says balanced combat like last-second transformations. 1 hour earlier, when plot armor was still in the shop for repairs, Valkyrie loomed over Nin's corpse like a grim reaper with anger management issues, her energy crackling ominously. She whispered a half-hearted, "My bad," when sudden lightning decided to crash her pity party. A thunderbolt exploded behind her with all the subtlety of a Michael Bay film, shattering the ground and her composure. As she stuck the landing like a discount superhero, she felt reality hiccup around Baphomet's location and noticed the gates had pulled a Houdini act. Assuming he'd cleared the nest, she pondered his whereabouts, because apparently even death dungeons follow basic real estate rules about exits. Meanwhile, a colossal lightning portal tore reality a new one, looking thoroughly confused about its own existence. Something tumbled out like discount delivery, gasping harder than a marathon runner in a sauna. His brain scrambled like eggs as he tried processing the moment he grabbed the crux, because manhwa protagonists never get simple power-ups. Something had drilled through his skull like it was mining for plot convenience. He swore never to feel that migraine-inducing power surge again. Though he admitted the nest was cleared, heat pulsed under his skin while he remembered Team Leader No and her S-tier Hunter fan club. The situation felt heavier than a harem protagonist's romantic obligations, so he decided Mr. Ma could babysit the murder squad instead. A notification popped up like an unwanted ad, freezing him as the main quest cheerfully ordered him to eliminate Team Leader No and survive, because the system's a real pal. He questioned if the system was actively plotting his demise through impossible missions. He opened his skill list and eyed Chronobreak, the power that let him channel his inner edgelord demonic beast, cool down longer than a soap opera villain's monologue. He pulled the nest's crux from his inventory since RA never assigned impossible tasks. Famous last words in manhwa history. Yet this one felt sketchy as a discount gotcha pull, making his form flicker while doubt consumed him. Back in the present, he acknowledges he almost became a statistic just moments ago. No stares at him as her notification pops up, because apparently the system loves dramatic timing. The emergency quest orders her to eliminate the boss of the Abyssal Tower, Baphomet, and her confusion multiplies faster than plot twists in a soap opera. Baphomet examines her expression and asks if she got the same "kill or be killed" memo, while his quest literally demands her death. Talk about mixed signals. He realizes her system tagged his current form as demonic beast. Classic case of mistaken monster identity. She offers a smile while admitting his words sound like gibberish, then brings up Hunter Raven's noble sacrifice to clear the Abyssal Tower, questioning if he seriously plans to claim the boss title. He responds with his own smile, because nothing says final boss energy like a good smirk. Recalling someone who once said anything's possible in this crazy world, he urges her to embrace the absurdity. Standard manhwa logic 101. One truth remains. Someone's dying today, and he extends his hand like he's asking for a deadly dance. She stands motionless, eyes darting around the chamber like she's checking for escape routes. Jumi and Haru burst from behind, charging toward Baphomet in classic, surprise backup fashion. He whips around to face them with reflexes that would make action heroes jealous. Before they can even blink, No watches them crumple like wet paper, bodies shaking uncontrollably. Haru barely gasps out whether he's still breathing or just pretending to be human. Baphomet glances at them with the enthusiasm of someone watching paint dry, muttering that swatting flies isn't his idea of entertainment. He flicks his wrist, chain magic erupting to launch them like ragdolls before pivoting straight toward No. He taunts her about playing it cool while her lackeys eat dirt, declaring he wants the queen, not her pawns. He demands to know if she's ready as he rockets forward. Two demonic beasts materialize before him, swords crossed in classic "you shall not pass" formation. Baphomet rolls his eyes, recognizing summoned demons when he sees them, because apparently everyone's a beast tamer these days. They unleash a flurry of attacks like they're auditioning for a boss fight montage. So he ducks low to dodge one strike and pivots smoothly to sidestep the next like he's dancing through danger. While crouched, he feels another blade whistling toward his position. He closes the distance with predatory grace, letting the strike crater the ground where he used to be standing. The second demon launches itself overhead in textbook aerial assault fashion, but he grabs the first demon and introduces it to the floor violently. He charges toward the airborne threat and whips his chains like a deadly lasso. Power surges through him so violently he freezes mid-motion, wondering if this is another mysterious power awakening cliché. Wolf-type beasts charge at him like they're late for a dinner reservation. Guess who's the main course? And one lunges with jaws wide enough to fit a small car. The system triggers Gehenna's combo passive, because nothing says power up like convenient timing. 20% boost to all attributes and 20% boost to elemental resistance. Standard video game math. He grins like he just found cheat codes in real life. His ego weapon materializes as he delivers a sweeping massacre, chains cracking while wolf parts rain down in classic Gorefest fashion. He rockets toward No like a heat-seeking missile, and she shoots him a death glare that could cut steel. While his ego weapon wonders if this is his actual power level, or just beginner's luck, Baphomet responds with his own burning questions as the weapon vibrates with glee, gorging on energy until it swells like it hit the gym. And Baphomet notices his weapon practically purring with bloodlust, offering to make things even spicier. He rockets forward and delivers a strike that stops mere inches from No's skull, because dramatic near misses are mandatory. Something clicks in his mind as he demands why she's holding back her trump card like a shy anime protagonist. The earth trembles as a kaiju-sized monster materializes behind him, because apparently size does matter in demon politics. But he wraps it in chains and shreds its core faster than a food processor on steroids. Smoke billows from the gaping wound as backup demons spawn like respawning NPCs. A whole pack rushes him with zero coordination, but his ego weapon bisects them all in one swing, because efficiency is key when you're on a killing spree. No raises her hand and summons fresh cannon fodder with the persistence of a mobile game boss. Baphomet slices through them like a hot knife through butter, maintaining his perfect kill streak. She summons flying demonic beasts next, because apparently ground monsters weren't enough of a warm-up. He catches them midair with beams of light before leaping upward like some kind of divine acrobat. He cuts through their ranks in a flash while streaks of light follow his blade in the most anime way possible. More beasts swarm him in the classic "throw more minions at the problem" strategy, and he releases a powerful slash that cuts them apart like a hot knife through butter, then chops down each one until laughter escapes him. Definitely not concerning behavior at all. Monster after monster appears, and he shreds them with effortless speed in true power fantasy fashion. A massive beast lunges with its mouth wide, clearly skipping the intimidating roar phase. He flips upward and slices the mouth clean off its body with surgical precision, leaving it collapsing in pieces like a poorly built IKEA furniture. He marches toward No, demanding she quit playing hide-and-seek like they're in kindergarten. His chains lash out toward her with the subtlety of a wrecking ball, and the strike rips through earth as another oversized pet emerges behind her, mouth agape in classic monster fashion, while Baphomet grins like he's enjoying the world's most violent arcade game. Later, severed beast limbs rain down like the world's worst confetti celebration. Baphomet poses dramatically on the corpse, eyes blazing with main character energy. Blood paints the scene as he commands the beast to embrace death, driving his attack deep into its body. No stands amid the carnage wearing her best. Final boss is not amused expression, as another giant monster crashes down with a chest cavity that's seen better days. Baphomet emerges from behind the corpse sporting his signature "I told you so" smirk. She casually flicks a lighter like she's about to deliver the world's most dramatic monologue, lights up a cigarette, and admits through gritted teeth that the infamous boss Baphomet pulled the classic "I'm actually human now" transformation card. Baphomet confirms her suspicions while dropping the obligatory "keep an open mind" wisdom that every reformed villain loves to preach. Before delivering the final blow, he demands answers for Hyper and the others' deaths, because even demons need closure apparently. No releases bitter laughter, questioning why a literal beast is having feelings about dead teammates like some discount friendship anime. She wonders if he actually formed emotional bonds with them, which sounds as ridiculous as it probably is. She suspects maybe he's developed a soft spot for humans, the ultimate character development cliché. Despite hating exposition dumps, she forces herself to spill the tragic backstory because plot demands it. Hyper, real name Lee Hyun, had been her first rescue during the Gate Shock classic Save the Future main character origin story. Baphomet looks confused as she continues, learning that hunters were basically society's punching bags before everything went to hell. She hurried along with her friend toward a popular eatery, because even hunters need their daily dose of overpriced food, but stopped when a sign bars hunters from entering, treating them like they're carrying the plague instead of superpowers. While eating elsewhere in the classic separate but equal dining experience, her friend vents about how science already proves hunters can harm others, yet people cling to rumors like they're gospel truth. She insists hunters start as normal people, making the discrimination as logical as fearing someone who got a really intense gym membership. While No walks home with a cassette, tired of her culinary repertoire consisting of 3 sad dishes on rotation, and notices a restaurant named, because of course there's always that one place. Her plain clothes hide her hunter identity perfectly, so she steps in planning to stock up like she's prepping for the apocalypse. The world suddenly fractures with a familiar pressure that screams, "Your peaceful dinner plans are officially cancelled." The same aura from the first Gate Shock, because apparently the universe has terrible timing. Screams pierce the air as people desperately cry for hunters. Oh, how the tables have turned from "stay away" to "please save us." She finds Lee Hyun cowering in classic helpless civilian needs rescuing pose and rushes to help. The captain later grills her about returning to ground zero when rescue teams swore they cleared everyone out, typical bureaucratic confidence. She explains Lee Hyun's grandparents, and sisters are trapped in a building that decided to become pancake-shaped. He accepts this since detecting berry victims is trickier than finding plot holes in a rushed manhwa, mentioning only 2 survivors found in the red zone. Another hunter questions her rogue mission because apparently following protocol matters more than saving lives. She insists on joining, promising to GPS track herself and return faster than a speedrun protagonist. Her partner finally shoulder taps his surrender in the universal "fine, but I warned you" gesture. She studies him, pondering how desperation makes people choose family over safety. Classic human nature. But her boyfriend soon lies lifeless before her, because happiness is apparently illegal in this universe. She weeps as the captain unleashes his fury, pinning every death squarely on her shoulders. Later, Hyper cornered her with burning eyes, demanding to know why she broke her sacred promise to save his family. She met his devastating gaze as he branded her the cruelest word possible, a liar. Then demonic beasts from the red zone tore through their sector like a horror movie, slaughtering 70% of everyone while she stood helpless, because apparently plot armor doesn't cover side characters. She spiraled into despair, haunted by the classic "if only I was stronger" syndrome that plagues every tragic backstory. Eventually, the captain led her to a zone packed with towers, because nothing says mysterious plot device like unexplained structures appearing everywhere. She stared at the endless rows of towers stretching like some dystopian neighborhood from hell. The captain, clearly a fan of simple naming conventions, dubbed it the colony. He handed her the keys to this tower farm, explaining that broken hunters needed somewhere to rebuild, basically making her a trauma counselor with superpowers. She threw herself into the role completely, swearing to forge hunters strong enough to never fail again. She recruits more people, because apparently running a hunter academy requires more staff than a small country. Her sister initially shares her noble purpose, but eventually develops different priorities. Classic sibling plot twist incoming. Everything runs smoothly until construction workers make the classic horror movie mistake of digging where they shouldn't. During construction, workers reveal a hidden nest but fail to recognize it, because monster identification apparently wasn't covered in construction school. She instantly realizes this nest explains the tower infestation, like finding the source of your ant problem. A constructor prepares to report their discovery to the government, because someone always has to be that guy. Panic grips her since revealing the nest would destroy the colony's purpose faster than a bad Yelp review. Gate shock memories flood back, and she fears history repeating itself, because trauma loves a good comeback tour. The moment she confirms only a few constructors know about the nest, she eliminates them before the information spreads, because apparently non-disclosure agreement wasn't in her vocabulary. She confesses to accumulating more sins than a villain's rap sheet, all to keep one deadly secret buried. She builds a cozy wooden cabin over the nest because nothing says innocent gateway like rustic home decor. Only her inner circle knows they're sitting on a monster daycare. But Aegean strolls into the colony like he owns the place, already knowing everything, because mysterious characters always arrive fashionably informed. She spots him instantly and feels that classic "thank God you're alive" relief wash over her. Guilt had been her constant companion for failing him, because survivor's guilt is apparently a mandatory character trait. Ion skips the small talk and cuts straight to business, asking about the tower manufacturing headquarters like he's ordering takeout. She demands to know how he cracked that classified information, because plot convenience doesn't explain itself. He calls her out for playing hide-and-seek with deadly secrets from her bosses, wielding moral high ground like a weapon, then reminds her of that awkward apology before sliding a deal across the table, because nothing says negotiation like emotional manipulation. He wants clearance to distribute mystery drugs to civilians, because what could possibly go wrong with unregulated pharmaceuticals in a monster-infested zone? When she questions his reasoning, he explains his belief that weak people don't deserve to exist, because apparently he graduated from the Villain Academy with honors in social Darwinism. The twisted thought horrifies her as she realizes the Lee Hyun she once saved has vanished, replaced by Discount Thanos. But she still can't bring herself to kill him because protagonists have that pesky moral compass. Listening now, Baphomet concludes she attempted to use him, shocking absolutely no one who's read a manhwa before. She acknowledges trying to use him to restrain Lee Hyun, only to fail spectacularly because of his interference. Classic "my plan was perfect except for that one thing I didn't account for" moment. In the memory, Ikkyun confronts her for planning to use Baphomet as her personal hitman. He admits he tried showing mercy because of their shared past, but her actions proved she's beyond redemption, then casually drops that a government investigator is already snooping around the colony, making her wonder if he moonlights as a private detective. He threatens to expose her faster than a scandal on social media. She grabs him desperately, demanding to know what twisted his soul and asking if he joined some doomsday cult, because that's usually the explanation for sudden personality 180s. He responds that if his family were still alive, he would never have become this monster, because nothing says tragic villain origin story like dead family members. She eliminates him instantly, because when someone threatens to expose your secret monster nest, negotiations are officially over. Unfortunately, another witness catches the whole murder show and rushes toward her, because someone always has to complicate the cover-up. She kills them too, because apparently her solution to every problem is more murder, efficiency at its finest. With both witnesses silenced, she finishes her explanation with the complete truth he demanded. Our boy forms a twisted smile and judges her actions as absolutely disgusting. Harsh but fair assessment. She accepts the insult like a compliment, drops her cigarette, and admits she's become a disgusting human being. Yet she requests the right to die as a hunter, one who hunts demonic beasts, not innocent people. Baphomet raises his weapon, ready to grant her final wish. She thanks him and presses her hand to her chest, awakening her dormant power for one last stand. Because apparently even mass murderers deserve a dramatic final boss moment. It's basic manga courtesy. Her aura explodes outward as she transforms, because apparently every final boss needs a dramatic power-up sequence. Baphomet grins with excitement, finally getting that S-tier fight he's been craving like it's a limited-time gacha pull. She pleads with him not to hold back. Classic. Don't you dare go easy on me. Energy right before getting absolutely demolished. Finding her fascinating, he launches forward because nothing says respect like a full power charge attack. Both warriors prepare for their ultimate showdown. Cue the epic battle music and slow motion effects. Meanwhile, inside the crumbling building, shadows dance as swarms of lesser monsters scurry toward the action like moths to a flame. One creature proudly hoists a severed arm like it just won the lottery until a colossal fused abomination crushes it flat. Talk about terrible timing. The merged monstrosity unfolds to reveal our protagonist's true transformed state. His bone-chilling roar reverberates through the ruins as he bulldozes through the monster horde. Blood paints the walls like abstract art, while the floor trembles under his monster mash rampage. Through the chaos, she drifts into a childhood flashback, because nothing says final battle like convenient memory lane timing. A nostalgic voice admires the colony's night sky, even within this bizarre pocket dimension she crafted. She wonders if Baphomet ever appreciated that same starlit view. Baphomet rockets toward her with the subtlety of a freight train. His expression questions whether this really is the time for sentimental reminiscing. He rises with his weapon positioned for the finishing blow and delivers a devastating slash that could split mountains. She evades as a wall of tiny creatures assembles around her like the world's most disturbing audience. The impact absorbs with a single earth-shaking explosion, because apparently even dodging requires dramatic sound effects. She admits through her movement that her sister once insisted she carried too much softness to stand as a hunter. Apparently even family members love to roast your career choices. She steps forward without hesitation, because self-doubt is for protagonists, not final bosses. Baphomet's disbelief flickers across his face, impressed by the talent she tries to dismiss. Classic. I'm not that strong. Syndrome meets reality check. He bounds upward, ricocheting between walls to narrow the distance in seconds, parkour skills that would make assassins jealous, then drives a strike toward her with the precision of a guided missile. She knocks it aside and counters with a blow to his face, the universal hello in monster language. In the exchange, he shears off one of her horns. Nothing says serious fight like losing body parts as accessories. He comes at her again with greater force, because round 2 always hits harder. Their clash triggers a blast that slices through the air like reality itself is having technical difficulties. Deep cuts across her hands, battle scars that double as proof she's actually trying. He charges once more, because apparently once more with feeling is the universal battle cry, and her attempt to block only earns her another gash, proving that effort doesn't always equal results. A ruthless slash tears across her chest like he's trying to autograph her with his blade, followed by another across her face. Talk about adding insult to injury. His blades sweep from every direction, turning this into the world's deadliest game of whack-a-mole, until she stumbles back and crashes to the ground in classic protagonist getting overwhelmed fashion. He lands in front of her fallen form and strikes that iconic final boss about to end it pose, leaps again with his weapon raised for the final cut, because why walk when you can dramatically leap? Mid-fall, He notices the shift in the air like every seasoned fighter's plot sense tingling. A massive combined creature forms between them, summoned as her last barrier, because nothing says desperate times like pulling a kaiju out of thin air. He hurls a wide slash toward it. A hand bursts out from inside the creature like the world's most violent surprise party, meeting his blade with a shock that rattles the room, and probably every bone in his body. The creature twists unnaturally before standing tall, its mouth splitting open like a dental nightmare, lined with layered teeth that would make any orthodontist weep, and it hurls itself at Baphomet. He responds with a slice that tears across its back, because apparently, hello, isn't in his vocabulary. He then drives forward with a storm of blows, yet each wound closes faster than a plot hole in a rushed finale. He cuts off its head, then immediately regrets not reading the Regenerating Monster manual, slices the body apart again, and again like he's trying to win a butcher shop speed contest. Both pieces reform after every hit, because this creature clearly didn't get the memo about staying dead. Releases another strike just as No materializes in front of him with impeccable dramatic timing. The fused creature drops from above like the world's most unwelcome surprise party guest. Its gaping maw stretches wide, revealing more teeth than a dental hygiene nightmare. Baphomet raises his hand with the confidence of someone about to solve problems the violent way. He unleashes a concentrated blast that redecorates the room with fresh cracks and debris. He rockets upward, his blade dancing through the air with a flurry of strikes that would make a blender jealous. He spins toward No, because apparently one opponent wasn't enough excitement. She counters his attack while her summoned bodyguard wraps around her like the world's most protective and terrifying security blanket. Baphomet teleports behind her, because villains never learn proper fighting etiquette. His eyes lock onto her crumbling form like a predator savoring the hunt. She meets his gaze one last time, because apparently eye contact is mandatory before every dramatic finale. His blade sweeps clean through both arms, sending them flying with enough shockwaves to redecorate the entire room. Through bloodied lips, she gasps that victory was never hers to claim. Classic defeated villain monologue right on schedule. Baphomet raises his weapon for the killing blow, probably already planning his victory speech. She unleashes every last drop of her power in desperation. He answers with his own explosive surge of energy. Their forces crash together in a blinding eruption of electric fury. Feathers rain down like confetti at the world's most violent celebration. From the settling dust, Baphomet emerges wreathed in crimson aura and massive wings, because nothing says final boss like a dramatic transformation scene. He faces the towering branch-like creature linked to No's demon form, because apparently tree monsters are the new black in apocalyptic showdowns. He lifts his weapon and charges forward with the subtlety of a freight train. He launches himself with enough lethal intent to power a small war. Outside the collapsing zone, Mr. Ma and Echidna watch the skies shift like they're critiquing the world's most expensive fireworks display. Mr. Ma senses the battle reaching a turning point. His plot development radar is going off. Valkyrie steadies herself in the chaos and focuses on the explosive light where the two forces collide, probably wondering if her insurance covers apocalyptic events. Inside the ruins that used to be architecture, Baphomet and the freshly disarmed creatures stand across from one another in the classic final confrontation pose. No turns away from him, so he closes the distance in a single swift movement, because personal space is apparently overrated, and draws a clean arc across her neck with surgical precision. A memory flashes through his mind of her younger self with identical wounds smiling quietly, because apparently tragic backstories are mandatory for every final boss encounter. Above them, the moon shines with perfect clarity, spreading its gentle light across this surprisingly poetic finale. The interrogation begins without delay, because nothing says post-battle celebration like bureaucratic paperwork and hostile questioning. Griffin answers the next demand, stating his A-tier status and Seong Unma's approval, basically flashing his superhero license like it's a VIP pass. The records expose Echidna's suspicious entry, and she grows annoyed, explaining her sneaky infiltration method again, because apparently, I already told you, doesn't work on government officials any better than it works on parents. Focus shifts to Valkyrie about mentoring beauties and suspicious A-tier behavior. Laughter escapes her before she replies, probably because suspicious mentor behavior is redundant in this business. Attention moves to Ma, demanding he recount every colony incident, especially No's elimination. They've read his report but insist gaps remain, because apparently thorough documentation isn't thorough enough for paranoid bureaucrats. Ma agrees someone else was present but states he has no answers, Cue official impatience erupting like a workplace tantrum. The official orders him to uncover the truth, and Ma asks what they expect him to fabricate, reminding everyone that upper command's direct orders aren't exactly negotiable suggestions. Echidna breaks in, addressing the earlier question with the timing of someone who's been waiting for their dramatic entrance cue. She bypassed the main route and used an old sewage tunnel that even the colony administration overlooked, because apparently secret tunnels are standard manhwa real estate. That same tunnel allowed their escape, and strangely, the fortification system never reached it. Plot convenience at its finest. Near the tunnel exit, a blindfolded hunter met Echidna. Mysterious contacts love their dramatic accessories, and asked about her success in the current situation. Echidna apologized and promised generous payment later, then casually drops that this tunnel was Hunter Hyper's personal drug highway, because every good hideout needs a side hustle. Inside the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, a detained hunter insists he never knew the items were drugs, claiming he was just an innocent delivery boy. The classic "I was just holding it for a friend" defense. Officials inspect his clothing and features for clues. Another official arrives with fingerprint results revealing a D-tier hunter, because low-level pawns always get caught first in these conspiracies. The case becomes more tangled than a protagonist's tragic backstory. No and Hyper had one fateful meeting years ago, then somehow avoided each other like awkward exes until fate dumped them in the same colony. No's motive is crystal clear, but Hyper's reasoning remains as murky as a manhwa villain's backstory. Ma ponders why an A-tier hunter would deal drugs, because clearly being overpowered isn't enough, you need side hustles too. Baphomet reveals Hyper's civilian hatred ran deeper than a typical edgelord's angst. Ma questions if Hyper's atrocities stemmed from pure hatred or just really committed method acting. Finding the drugs is priority 1. Fixing the broken hunters is priority nightmare. Endless rows of medical beds stretched before Ma's eyes like a hospital scene straight out of a tragedy arc. Colony hunters lie broken, their minds shattered worse than a protagonist's first power-up attempt. Yunsen gestures at a parasite specimen, explaining how these little nightmares turn brains into scrambled eggs. The parasites feast on their hosts while demolishing their sanity because regular mind control wasn't horrifying enough. S-tier hunter Agatha commands these insects as her signature ability, proving that bug tamers always get the creepiest powers. Standard insect control debuffs enemies, but Agatha twisted it into pure body horror because subtlety is overrated. Ma inquires about possible cures. Yunsen explains that the parasites damage everything, including the brain. Healing may depend on natural regeneration only. She adds that they're fortunate the victims only suffer mental collapse. Weaker hunters would either become vegetables or take a permanent dirt nap. Our protagonist asks why he and Griffin remain unaffected. Yunsian explains that parasites need time to set up their cozy little home inside hosts, so both still need enemas to flush out possible eggs. His face goes through the 5 stages of grief in record time. Yunsian clarifies that these insects have refined taste. They prefer the large intestine and may have left their spawn there like unwelcome houseguests. She reveals 3 prepared kits and instructs them to complete the procedure today, because apparently this manhwa needed more dignity-destroying moments. Ma freezes when it's revealed that the 3rd kit belongs to him. Plot twist nobody asked for. He asks what she means, and she reminds him that strangling Agatha counts as direct contact. He assumed only A-tiers were on the parasite menu. She explains that Agatha attempted infesting S-tiers too. The proof lies in 2 dead S-tiers. Behind them, Valkyrie collapses without warning as Echidna catches her and drags her toward the exit. Baphomet watches in confusion as Echidna calls out that she'll meet him again, because mysterious departures are mandatory in this genre. Someone assumes Valkyrie suffers a mental crash, but Echidna explains that Valkyrie simply emptied her bowels and feels drained. In truth, Valkyrie's mind cannot endure everything she witnessed, when even S-tier hunters need therapy. Yunsun claps like a drill sergeant and demands everyone quit their dawdling, because medical emergencies wait for no one's emotional processing time. She barks orders for immediate checkups, proving that healers are just bossy nurses with superpowers. After surviving his own humiliating examination, Ma offers Yunchi water like a gentleman, because hydration is important during dignity-destroying medical procedures. She reminds him about the enema with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. He promises to handle it today while apologizing for turning their colony into a parasite buffet. He inquires about hospital logistics, because someone needs to think about the paperwork nightmare this situation created. Yunsun reveals she hired a temp doctor and plans to build the government, Because when your guild members become bug hotels, somebody's paying for premium healthcare. Ma shoulders the blame like a true protagonist, accepting responsibility for plot developments beyond his control. She partially agrees but redirects him toward the next mission objective, because there's always another crisis waiting in the wings. Time to interrogate Agatha and unlock the secret to fixing brain-fried A-tiers, while the Bug Queen studies her young interrogator like a predator sizing up her next meal. He explains that she cannot activate her ability inside this chamber because plot armor extends to interrogation rooms too. An explosive collar sits around her neck and laser weapons target her like she's the final boss of a budget sci-fi flick. She already heard these warnings earlier because villains love ignoring safety briefings. The interrogation begins instantly. Agatha asks whether he recently suffered a breakup, leaving him staring in confusion. Even restrained villains can't resist playing therapist. Later, Ma checks on the progress like a manager micromanaging the world's worst customer service call. Tian confirms that the session continues. He inquires whether the hyper-investigation uncovered anything. Ma explains that the situation remains more twisted than a pretzel factory explosion. He assigned Tian to investigate the D-tier hunter and every connected thread. The supervisor mentions the mule incident, remarking that if Ma shows such dedication to paperwork, he should apply the same energy to solving No's murder. Ma repeats that he genuinely doesn't know and asks what conspiracy theory they think he's hiding this time. The supervisor from Agatha's chamber suddenly bursts out crying like he just watched a puppy commercial. He apologizes while fleeing faster than a side character from the protagonist's tragic backstory. Ma and the remaining supervisor grow alarmed. This marks interrogation meltdown number 4. Agatha's appearance deceives everyone because of course the most dangerous villain looks like someone's sweet grandmother. Her voice alone turns grown interrogators into sobbing messes, because apparently she's got that therapy session from hell energy. Ma decides to handle this himself, because clearly what this situation needs is more main character syndrome. Agatha lights up like a twisted Christmas tree when he enters, gushing about how she hoped to see him again. Red flag parade incoming. He dryly notes that he didn't realize he was her type, because nothing says romance like attempted murder. She purrs that she can't forget the pressure of his grip on her throat, and suddenly this Manhwa took a very concerning turn. He asks if that thrill was her thing, wondering if No shared the same twisted hobby, because family trauma runs deep in this genre. Agatha explains her sister was fragile, something he should know from meeting her. Classic, evil twin, setup activated. Ma drops the bomb about No's death, watching shock ripple across Agatha's face like a stone hitting water. She processes the news and mutters that the time finally arrived, because cryptic villain responses are mandatory. Ma asks if she feels anything, probably hoping for remorse but expecting more psychopath monologue instead. Agatha insists she does grieve and sarcastically asks if she needs to squeeze out crocodile tears to satisfy his detective fantasy. She's been expecting this tragic finale ever since that gate incident a decade ago. Classic death flag timing. No only survived thanks to their little monster colony, and frankly, so did she. Agatha then asks if Ma knows what it's like getting death glares from the very people you're risking your neck to protect. All those "no hunters allowed" signs plastered everywhere like they're some kind of plague. Those cold, judgmental eyes that make betrayal feel like the only logical response. Ma concludes that's exactly why she turned the A-tiers into her personal marionette show. Agatha grins wickedly and asks if those 7 dead S-tiers felt the same betrayal from their beloved leader. Her homework shows they were once his precious nakama. She bets they'd come back zombie-style just to personally end him. Ma decides it's time for some good old-fashioned truth serum because apparently talking isn't working. He instructs the staff to prepare her for transfer because apparently even supervillains need proper shipping and handling, and promises that she will spend her life in solitary confinement, where no one will endure her voice again, the ultimate noise-canceling solution. Agatha mocks him one last time, asking whether she touched a nerve. Officials end the interrogation, extract everything possible, and load her onto the transport bus like they're moving the world's most dangerous cargo. Ma's phone rings with the timing of a perfectly scripted plot device. Yun-sun informs him that she has discovered a way to revive the A-tiers quickly. Elsewhere, Griffin and Baphomet sit together in uneasy silence, having that awkward "will we meet again" conversation that screams sequel setup. One prepares to ask about Ma's whereabouts when a sudden noise makes someone tremble because nothing says dramatic tension like mysterious sounds appearing right on cue. He vanishes instantly, leaving behind only a calling card, because dramatic exits are a villain's bread and butter. Griffin picks it up and studies it like it holds the secrets of the universe. In another office, a worker prepares the files Ma requested for the daytime hunters, confirming completion with corporate efficiency. The subordinate asks her to include everything, even minor details for the investigation, because in Manhwa, every paperclip could be evidence, until she freezes, realizing the photo has changed like some cursed Instagram filter. It looked normal earlier, yet the system now records that this person died inside a dungeon 2 years ago. Plot twist served fresh. Somewhere else, a hunter scratches his head in confusion, thanking someone and promising not to forget Hyper's sacrifice with touching sincerity. A mark rises under his skin, the same mark Hyper planted on Baphomet, because matching tattoos are the new friendship bracelets. His expression grows fanatical as he declares that the weak deserve death, and there's our mandatory villain transformation complete. An explosion rocks the building because apparently someone forgot to check the "no terrorists allowed" policy at the door. Ma can't shake Agatha's parting shot about his 7 fallen Esther comrades. Nothing like guilt trips from psychopaths to ruin your day. Her promise that they'd crawl back from the grave just to personally murder him keeps echoing in his head like a broken record. He decides if his death is the resurrection key, then bring it on, because clearly he's developed a death wish along with his hero complex. His phone buzzes with the impeccable timing of a deus ex machina interrupting his brooding session. Taeyoung frantically reports that their harmless detour hunter just pulled the classic disguise switcheroo. Plot twist: he's actually a terrorist because nothing says security breach like letting wolves dress as sheep. The revelation hits Ma like a truck, or in this case, like every red flag he completely ignored. In the washroom, Baphomet feels the building shake and thinks, well, this escalated quickly. Cracks spider across the walls because apparently even the architecture knows when things are about to go sideways. Outside, the disguised terrorist stands over unconscious workers like he's posing for his villain portfolio photoshoot. When he turns, Baphomet steps out and challenges him about the fallen staff because apparently someone skipped the "don't mess with agency property" memo. The terrorist recognizes him as one of the hunters who escaped the colony. Yes, the classic "wait, I know you from somewhere" villain moment. He mocks Baphomet's audacity for confronting him here and prepares his special Aether treatment package. His form shifts into Raven, and he charges forward like every shapeshifter who thinks transformation equals automatic victory. Baphomet spots the Raven mask and erupts with the fury of someone whose trauma just got personally triggered. He rushes forward, slices off the terrorist's arm, and tosses it aside like discarded takeout packaging. He makes it crystal clear that wearing that particular face around him is a one-way ticket to Dismemberment City. A violent shock rocks the building because nothing says epic confrontation like structural damage. Employees scramble toward the chaos like moths to a very dangerous flame. Griffin stands there like a deer in headlights, classic side character paralysis. Ma storms in demanding answers while Griffin stammers like he's explaining why he didn't do his homework. He asks where Baphomet vanished to, since Griffin had one job, babysitting duty. Griffin mentions some mysterious symbol on a note, because apparently cryptic messages are mandatory in every crisis. Griffin tries to explain it's not his note, but Ma snatches it faster than a main character claiming credit and storms off. Blood gushes from the terrorist's severed arm like a budget horror movie special effect. He whines that Baphomet really must despise that particular face, understatement of the century. Baphomet delivers another brutal strike, because apparently one dismemberment wasn't enough to make his point. The terrorist drops his cosplay act and launches a lightning-fast kick. Baphomet dodges smoothly and plants a devastating punch right in his gut. A female disguise materializes next. Baphomet deadpans, "Seriously, what gender am I even fighting here?" The terrorist scoffs at his confusion and launches forward again. Another fake identity crumbles to dust. The terrorist raises his palm and unleashes a crackling energy beam. Smoke engulfs the room as he smirks, convinced he's won this round, until Baphomet emerges from the haze like some unstoppable final boss. Thinking about Mr. Ha, who states that Griffin's stats are flatlining harder than his personality. Crimson splatters paint the surface behind them. Baphomet growls, "So what's your next costume change gonna be?" The terrorist finally reveals his actual form beneath all the lies. Baphomet studies the real face with cold interest. The terrorist finally acknowledges his power and screams, "Baphomet!" like he just realized he picked a fight with the wrong protagonist. Ma Reeves arrives as Baphomet casually announces mission accomplished, because timing is everything in dramatic entrances. Ma barks orders to stop the terrorist, apparently forgetting the guy just got thoroughly demolished. Baphomet spins around with that classic "wait, there's more" energy. The terrorist now sports Baphomet's face, smugly declaring he just needed eye contact, then chomps the symbol page like it's a snack, because shapeshifters love their dramatic reveals. Later, traumatized employees hover around the wreckage like they're surveying a natural disaster zone. Meanwhile, Baphomet churns out sketch after sketch with the focus of a police artist on overtime. Yunxian examines his artwork, gushing over his talent and asking about art school. He deadpans that tower prison life was basically fight or draw, the world's most depressing hobby curriculum. Ma commands Taeyang to cross-reference the sketches with hunter databases, because apparently they have a supernatural LinkedIn. Baphomet drops the bombshell that this search is probably pointless, prompting Yunxian's confused "why?" classic setup for the next plot twist. He explains the terrorist's body felt like borrowed clothes, classic possession trope, because apparently body snatching is the new black in Manhwa. He mentions the terrorist screaming his codename at the end, and Ma nods knowingly. Villains love their dramatic reveals almost as much as heroes love their power-up speeches. Ma asks Yunxian to examine the corpse, prompting her to protest about being the designated "examine all the creepy stuff" person. Ma adds a polite "please," just as an interruption cuts through the tension, because timing is everything in dramatic moments. Baphomet calls Ma over, realizing something he carried earlier has mysteriously vanished. Plot convenience strikes again. Ma produces the symbol and asks if this is what he's missing, making Baphomet admit he must have dropped it like some amateur. Ma tells him to follow because apparently it's time for the mandatory tragic backstory exposition scene. Ma leads him through the building while delivering his 8-year-old origin story, complete with amnesia, found family, and emotional growth, because every good character needs therapy. Then comes the plot twist. He killed them all because of the symbol's influence. Nothing says character development like tragic irony. He brings Baphomet to a container housing a photograph, because important revelations always need dramatic staging. Baphomet recognizes the face, but his memory draws a frustrating blank. Classic amnesia protagonist's problems strike again. He asks where they are. Ma explains it's an archive storing cleared tower records and honoring dead hunters by preserving their belongings. Basically a very depressing museum. Ma reminds him of that suspiciously long hallway of doors they passed earlier. Each door holds a different tower's history. Baphomet asks which tower this particular tragedy belongs to. He studies the photograph again and finally identifies Raven, because of course the mysterious dead guy has an edgy bird name. Ma confirms it belongs to the Abyssal Tower, which sounds exactly as cheerful as you'd expect. Baphomet reacts with shock, his face doing that classic Manhwa "my entire worldview just shattered" expression. Ma explains the Abyssal Tower's reputation, the tower that devoured more lives than any other, where Raven cleared it at the ultimate cost. Raven's body was never found, so his funeral became a formality with an empty coffin, leaving this archive as barren as his chances of survival. Ma even suspected someone stole Raven's corpse, because apparently grave robbing is just another Tuesday in this world. Baphomet asks how this cursed tower connects to their current mess. Ma explains his government career path, because apparently nothing says "I want justice" like joining bureaucracy. He tackled every mission they threw at him, investigations, undercover work, and basically becoming their personal spy. His dedication earned him a promotion to lead rogue, a guild specialized in hunting the hunters who went bad. Tower business stayed separate from his job until the Abyssal Tower decided to crash the party. Unlike regular towers with their "everyone welcome" policy, this one had a VIP list of very specific requirements. The chosen hunters felt special, like they'd won some twisted lottery. Too bad nobody mentioned the prize was a one-way ticket to becoming monster food. Baphomet demands clarification on that ominous statement. Ma drops the bombshell. Every single hunter who entered that tower was already on Rogue's criminal investigation list. The truth smacks Baphomet like a reality check he never ordered. Ma delivers the final gut punch. Every hunter in this memorial hall was a certified scumbag. And every hunter Baphomet slaughtered in the Abyssal Tower had it coming. But wait, there's more. His world crumbles further when Ma casually mentions the World Union cracked the code on gates and demonic beasts like it's Tuesday trivia. But the real kicker that makes his brain short-circuit is Ma's bombshell that humans and beasts are basically the same model with different heart accessories. Ma notes this intel stays classified because apparently people can't handle the truth about their monster roommates. He drives the point home. Unlike beasts who kill on autopilot, hunters choose to be garbage, which is why he's been playing criminal cleanup crew. But plot twist, Baphomet's been doing the same job in Monster Tower, and Ma just casually name-dropped his secret identity like ordering coffee. Ma gives a knowing nod that screams, "Surprise, I've known all along," explaining that Finesse already spilled the beans, because keeping secrets is apparently impossible in this universe. Ma's conversation pivots to the system spirit, who casually dropped that Baphomet is his personal wish-fulfillment genie. Now, reflecting on her words and his creepy stalker-level surveillance of our protagonist, he concludes their meeting wasn't coincidence but destiny serving him the perfect criminal hunting partner on a silver platter. Ma then drops his serious face and reveals his ultimate goal, completely annihilating the organization, subtle as a brick to the face. And for this noble cause, he's willing to sacrifice everything, including his moral compass, even offering his soul to Baphomet like some twisted demonic contract because apparently that's normal now. Right on cue, Baphomet receives a quest about finding clues related to insignia prints, because the system has impeccable timing. Ma's entire demeanor flips from suspicious stranger to new best friend faster than a mood ring in a sauna. Ma finally admits Baphomet is his golden ticket to finding these criminals, while he's been playing hide-and-seek for years like the world's worst detective. Baphomet's real concern isn't world-saving heroics, it's whether Ma will spill the tea about his demonic beast identity. Ma shrugs it off because in his book, hunters and demonic beasts are basically the same brand of trouble with different packaging. Baphomet suddenly remembers Finesse entered the criminals only Tower 2 and starts sweating bullets about his friend's rap sheet. Ma waves away his concerns. He already ran Finesse through the criminal database, and the guy came back squeaky clean, proven by his miraculous tower survival. Baphomet briefly wonders if R.A. Puppet mastered Finesse into this mess before his ADHD kicks in, and he pivots to asking about Raven. Ma admits Raven's definitely a criminal, but the psycho's kill pattern makes about as much sense as pineapple on pizza. Civilians, partners, whoever's convenient. When Ma casually drops that Raven massacred his aunt's entire family, Baphomet's brain decides it's flashback time, serving up a front-row seat to Scott Raven's family slaughter special. The traumatic memory hits like a migraine from hell. Suddenly Griffin's brotherly hatred makes perfect sense because nothing says family bonding like mass murder. Ma's also stunned that Griffin's already up to speed on his brother's murder hobby because family drama never stays secret long in Nana Land. When Ma looks at Raven, he sees just a lonely soul. Ah, how touching for a serial killer. Nothing more, leading him to the brilliant deduction that Raven's probably just following orders like a murderous NPC. This triggers Baphomet's memory of Raven mentioning he follows quests, because apparently even psychopaths have gaming addiction now. Ma's confused by the word quest. Clearly he's never played an RPG in his life. Baphomet drops the topic faster than a hot potato because they've got bigger fish to fry. Ma dumps the whole mess in Baphomet's lap since he found the paper, but our boy's equally clueless because Hyper already used it. Classic Manhwa convenience strikes again. That mysterious hunter literally announced he came to meet Ma because subtlety is apparently dead in this universe. Baphomet suspects there's more to the raid than meets the eye, and Ma agrees. Shocking plot complexity incoming. Suddenly Ma's spider sense tingles and he bolts outside faster than a protagonist hearing the dinner bell, since communication is banned inside this room. On their way out, Ma finally realizes the raid was just a classic "look over here while we steal your lunch money" distraction tactic. Our boy is still confused, but Ma drops the bombshell that they're actually after Agatha because apparently everyone's a target in this manhwa. Agatha, the hunter in question, has been captured by the organization because she also hates ordinary people. Talk about finding your tribe the hard way. Her tendencies and abilities make her valuable to them. Nothing says job interview like shared hatred of civilians. Someone tries to touch her, but even with her body bound, she pushes them away because personal space matters, even during kidnapping. After a while, she opens her eyes at the sound of someone apologizing for the rough handling. How polite of her captors. Agatha sees two hooded figures in front of her and demands to know their identities. Standard mysterious villain reveal. Protocol activated. One of them answers that they are people who despise useless civilians, people who are completely worthless. Yes, the classic evil organization recruitment speech. Their motive is total civilian genocide, and he wants her to join while flashing the same insignia Baphomet's been hunting for because evil organizations love their matching accessories. The moment she spots that insignia, her face contorts into pure evil delight, practically salivating at the thought of mass murder. Talk about finding your passion in life. Meanwhile, Ma's gearing up to handle the crisis while leaving our confused protagonist behind like the sidekick he apparently is. Baphomet questions whether he can actually trust himself not to go full monster mode. After all, He's literally a demonic beast who could snap and go berserk faster than a Sundra's mood swing. Ma already anticipated this demon tantrum, so he's got backup plans ready because preparation beats regret. He reveals that even if those precautions fail, he'll personally stop Baphomet himself, since he knows our demon boy is itching for that fight anyway. Without waiting for a response, Ma flashes his signature soft smile and turns to leave, only for Valkyrie to block his path. Valkyrie's drowning in guilt over killing Nen and wants to turn herself in because nothing says character development like a good old-fashioned guilt trip. Ma gets it, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, even if it's morally questionable by Manhwa standards. But she's stuck on the fact that using Venatus, the world's most inconvenient power-up that demands blood payment, makes her a straight-up murderer since Nen became the ultimate subscription fee. Baphomet channels his inner therapist and tells her that her guilt tantrum is basically spitting on Nen's grave, harsh but fair. Valkyrie starts with the classic "How dare you!" defense routine, then goes dead silent faster than a confession scene getting interrupted. She spirals into the "what if" game, wondering if Nen's colony dreams were actually the good ending she just deleted. Ma jumps in with his own agreement that the colony was basically a hunter gym membership with actual benefits, perfect for building that mental fortitude every protagonist desperately needs. He drops a random story about some grandma wanting a nostalgic colony tour because nothing says plot relevance like elderly backstory, but she couldn't because of the towers blocking her path like the world's worst neighborhood HOA. Recalling this, he assures Valkyrie that as hunters, their first priority is to protect civilians by destroying the colony. She's actually given hope to people like that old lady who just wanted to visit her hometown without getting tower blocked. Listening to this, Valkyrie starts sobbing like she just watched the saddest anime ending ever, which quickly escalates into full-blown wailing that could wake the dead or at least disturb the neighbors. Ma slyly abandons the emotional mess and leaves Valkyrie in Baphomet's completely unqualified care. Baphomet looks at her with pure annoyance and bluntly tells her to stop the waterworks already, only for her to cry even louder because telling someone to stop crying always works so well. Our poor demon boy has absolutely no clue how to handle a crying girl, standing there like a deer in emotional headlights. Meanwhile, Ma investigates the incident where 3 died and 1 survived, still tracking Agatha's trail, while his companion Bub drops the bombshell that he knows Baphomet killed Leader No. Ma tries playing dumb, but Bub's already connected the dots and knows Ma's covering for Baphomet, though he's puzzled how an A rank could take down an S rank without some serious plot armor. To dodge more interrogation, Ma pulls the classic "gotta go" exit despite Bub's protests because who needs explanations when you have mysterious mentor vibes. On his way out, he mutters about Bub's persistence like a parent complaining about their nosy teenager. He finally finds Griffin waiting and apologizes for the delay. Though Griffin just arrived too, they relocate somewhere private because all important conversations happen in shadowy corners. Ma orders hot cocoa for Griffin since he's still a student. Nothing says serious business meeting like a warm beverage for the minor. Griffin cuts straight to the point, wanting to know why Ma summoned him instead of exchanging pleasantries like a normal person. Without any dramatic build-up, Ma drops the request for Griffin to stay silent about the colony incident because NDAs are so mainstream. Griffin agrees but suspects there's more to this meeting, proving he's not just another dense protagonist who takes everything at face value. Ma confirms his suspicion while gushing about Griffin's talent, offering future assistance, basically sliding into his DMs with a "call me anytime" energy. Griffin stays suspicious about hidden motives and reveals he knows Ma specifically sent him to face Baphomet, confidently claiming he could reach S-class without colony buffs but went anyway for the combat high. But now the pieces click together. Ma orchestrated this whole encounter like a chess master playing matchmaker with violence. Ma continues playing dumb like he's auditioning for the Clueless Mentor award in response to Griffin's accusations. Griffin eventually drops it since he can't read Ma's poker face anyway, but the suspicion lingers like a bad aftertaste. Still, he thanks Ma for the colony's suggestion because apparently getting beaten up is educational now, then takes his leave. The second Griffin's out of earshot, Ma starts sweating bullets like he just confessed to his crush. Griffin's scary perceptive for a middle schooler. Ma wonders if it's hunter instinct, or just the classic wise beyond his years anime kid syndrome. Either way, Ma's plan is crystal clear. Baphomet's power leveling like he's grinding in an RPG, so he needs Griffin ready to be the final boss fight if Baphomet goes full villain mode. Translation: Griffin is Ma's backup plan with a capital emergency, and Ma wants him stronger than even Raven, because apparently we're collecting overpowered teenagers now. Meanwhile, our boy is glaring at his screen like it personally insulted his entire bloodline. He's completely baffled by Ra's weird obsession with making him catch feelings for humans. What is this? A dating sim? Up until now, he's been the tower's personal executioner for criminals, but Ra's true motives remain more mysterious than a harem protagonist's density. The screen displays faces of people from his past like some cursed social media feed. Even Beelzebub shows up, because apparently demons need LinkedIn profiles too. Clicking on Beelzebub's profile reveals the usual info, but his relationship status reads, cautious. Talk about being friend-zoned by your own minion. This cautious label annoys him more than a cliffhanger ending, and there's even a view more option for extra psychological damage. He realizes this screen is basically Facebook for his personal connections. Great. Even ancient demons need to deal with social networking now. Then Reaper's face catches his eye like the final boss appearing in the tutorial. He wants to click her photo but suddenly becomes more nervous than a side character confessing to the main heroine. Classic tsundere behavior right there. The doorbell rings, saving him from his own emotional constipation as he goes to answer it. He finds Echidna and Valkyrie at his door like unwanted door-to-door salespeople. His day just got infinitely worse. Valkyrie announces they're here on business, but before he can ask what fresh hell this involves, Beelzebub materializes with perfect comedic timing, declaring his stomach's rebellion against emptiness. He's ready to raid the neighbors' fridges but freezes mid-step when he spots Echidna. Even demons have awkward recognition moments. She waves back casually like they're old drinking buddies instead of supernatural beings with complicated histories. Soon they're all gathered in his living room while Echidna goes full corporate mode, insisting on her work codename because professionalism matters even in demon real estate. But our protagonist's more interested in her connection to his adopted brother than whatever sales pitch she's preparing. She launches into backstory mode, explaining how a few weeks ago she was traveling somewhere important because all good explanations start with a few weeks ago. She was multitasking like a boss, chatting on her phone while chasing some male hunter who noped out of their guild faster than a harem protagonist avoiding commitment. All because their roster screams death by intimidation. Apparently she was having an image crisis about her guild's slightly terrifying reputation because who knew recruiting felt like online dating? She regrets not going to the colony herself and instead sending Valkyrie there to recruit members. Classic delegation gone wrong, like every group project ever. Their conversation distracts her so much that she doesn't notice her driver taking the scenic route through Slum City, because nothing says professional guild business like getting lost. His classmate Hayan wants him to play with her, even bribing him with her mom's cooking, the universal childhood currency. But Beelzebub has his priorities straight. Neighborhood barbecue party over homework help any day. So he uses a flying jump to escape her like he's speedrunning social obligations. She tries to copy his superhuman leap but gravity reminds her she's not the protagonist. Classic side character mistake. Panicking harder than a harem lead caught between two love interests, he uses wind magic to save her from becoming pavement pizza. The girl's already seeing stars because of him, and not the romantic kind, more like the concussion kind. Meanwhile, Echidna's watching this unfold like she just discovered the next chosen one at a middle school playground. She wants to recruit him faster than a talent scout at a sports anime, so she starts asking about his parents, because child labor laws are just suggestions, apparently. Beelzebub spills the tea about Baphomet faster than a gossip-loving side character, who's currently chilling in the colony like he's on vacation. The second she connects the dots that Baphomet is his brother and stationed at the colony, she finally understands why Valkyrie was so eager to play tourist guide there. Now she drops the full exposition dump like a proper mentor character. Baphomet scolds Beelzebub for his public magic display because apparently even demons worry about keeping a low profile. Echidna cuts through the family drama and drops her real agenda, sponsoring Beelzebub for hunter training school. She explains the age restrictions got yeeted by the government after the Gate Shock disaster a decade ago. This school basically runs a child soldier program but with better PR, training mini hunters from kindergarten age. She offers full sponsorship with the classic strings attached deal, join her guild or else. She gushes about Beelzebub's potential to become an archmage. Little does she know she's talking to the real deal playing dress-up as a kid. Baphomet's eyes glow red as he enters his serious protagonist mode. He scoffs that her measly compensation wouldn't even cover Beelzebub's lunch money. He casually brings up that time she tried to extort millions from him over some blonde hair drama, because apparently, hair-pulling incidents have price tags now. Echidna's face screams, "Oh crap, he's still mad about that," as realization hits. With the smugness of someone holding all the cards, Baphomet refuses to sign any guardianship papers. Echidna, clearly prepared for this power play, decides to up the ante. She throws in lifetime premium memberships at luxury resorts, because nothing says sorry for the hair incident like eternal vacation privileges, plus lifetime VIP airline and 5-star hotel access. Apparently she's building a frequent flyer empire. And the cherry on top, a penthouse overlooking the Han River, because why settle for regular views when you can have premium real estate? She sweetens the deal with even more perks, because apparently bribery is an art form in this world. Baphomet realizes she's basically offering him a small kingdom's worth of luxury goods. Then he remembers Beelzebub whining about wanting to be human. Classic protagonist identity crisis. After weighing his options like a proper calculating older brother, he accepts her offer. Beelzebub's jaw drops because plot twists hit different when they're about your own life. Baphomet tells him to enjoy the spoils since he's already rolling in tower raid money anyway. Beelzebub's face lights up like he just unlocked a legendary item, pledging eternal brotherly loyalty. And just like that, his relationship status upgrades to trusted, because nothing says family bonding like premium memberships. Later, Valkyrie gives Baphomet's decision her seal of approval. She drops some wisdom about how awakened hunters can never return to normal life. The classic "no going back" trope strikes again. Suddenly, she pulls the classic "remember our promise" card, the kind that makes every male lead's soul leave their body. She drops the D-word bomb. They agreed to go on a date, and there's no escaping romantic subplot hell now. Flashback time. We see Ma dumping a sobbing Valkyrie on him like she's delivering emotional baggage with express shipping. His solution? Bury her problems under an avalanche of chocolates and snacks because apparently he thinks feelings work like video game health bars. She stares at the sugary treasure pile like she's discovered an ancient artifact. He explains with the confidence of someone who Googled how to fix sad people that sweets supposedly boost moods. Her heart does that classic shoujo manga flutter because even demons can be unexpectedly sweet. Plot twist. She cries harder because she's not some kid who can be bribed with candy. Emotional manipulation level failed. She masterfully weaponizes the situation, suggesting a date as the real mood booster because nothing says character development like forced romance. Cut to present day at noon, the fateful meeting time where awkward romantic shenanigans are about to commence. He waits for Valkyrie like a patient NPC at a quest marker, but she's pulling the classic, fashionably late, protagonist entrance move. Suddenly, everyone's heads turn as she appears, scanning the crowd like she's searching for her destined love interest. She apologizes for being late, claiming she was busy with something, the universal excuse for wardrobe panic. In reality, she spent 3 hours having the classic shoujo manga "what outfit will make him fall for me?" crisis. To make amends, she insists on paying and suggests her fancy 5-star reservation, but he points to a humble restaurant instead, because our demon lord has surprisingly simple tastes. They settle into the cozy spot and begin their meal, the classic getting to know you over food scene. Valkyrie spends more time staring at him than eating, like a lovesick character studying their crush's every move. She notices his carnivorous preferences. Her romantic daydreaming shatters when he casually orders 4 more servings, because apparently dating a demon means feeding a small army. The final bill hits $1,250,001, proving that love may be free, but feeding Baphomet could bankrupt a small nation. At that, Baphomet decides to call it a day, because apparently his dating manual only has 1 chapter. Consume food, mission complete. She's shocked to hear this and assumes he must be trolling her with advanced-level deadpan humor. Instead, our dense protagonist is operating at maximum obliviousness, no irony detected. When she probes deeper and discovers he's never dated or had a relationship, she's hit with the classic pure male lead revelation that breaks her brain completely. Her imagination spirals into shoujo manga territory, envisioning the classic secret hottie behind glasses transformation. She practically vibrates with excitement, realizing she's stumbled upon the holy grail, an untouched male lead with 0 romantic history. Our clueless king just stands there watching her have a full internal monologue breakdown like it's Tuesday. When he finally snaps her back to reality, she turns to him with sparkling eyes and reveals her real name is Jury Lee, because secret identities are apparently contagious in this world. While she calls him by his real name too, because apparently when you're on a date, using codenames is a major mood killer. Later, they hit up the aquarium for some classic stare at fish through glass romance. Then they head to the shooting range, because nothing says romantic date like firearms. Valkyrie takes the first shot, probably trying to impress him with her aim, then hands him the gun like she's passing the torch of destruction. This time, his expression lights up like a kid in a candy store as he nails a perfect bullseye. However, when they wrap up their little shooting spree, the staff awkwardly inform them that hunters aren't eligible for prizes. Talk about occupational discrimination. Feeling bad about crushing their date vibes, they toss the couple some consolation keychains instead, because nothing says sorry like cheap plastic accessories. White for Valkyrie and black for Baphomet, because apparently even keychains need to match their aesthetic. Outside, they stumble upon a crying girl, because no manhwa date is complete without a random child in distress. Valkyrie goes full mother mode, helping the girl find her mom, buying ice cream, and gifting their couple keychain, basically speedrunning the perfect girlfriend checklist. Then they decide to grab dinner before calling it a day, because our boy's stomach operates on a strict schedule. They browse the menu, and surprise, Baphomet still wants meat, shocking absolutely no one. Valkyrie takes charge of ordering, and he agrees, probably relieved someone else is making decisions for once. Meanwhile, some tourists spot her and approach, assuming she speaks English based on her foreign looks, because apparently having blonde hair automatically makes you a walking Google Translate. But she apologizes, explaining she can't speak English. Plot twist of the century right there. After that awkward encounter, she whips out her family photo and starts sharing her tragic backstory, because nothing says second date material like childhood trauma. Her biological mother dies after giving birth to her, because tragic backstories are basically a manhwa requirement at this point. So her father, drowning in grief after losing his wife, packs up and moves to Korea for that classic fresh start in a new country plot. Later he finds love again and remarries, completing the found family bingo card. Now she has a mom and younger sister in the city while her parents live in the countryside, because split families add that perfect dash of complexity to any romance. She shares her hunter goal of protecting everyone's happiness, basically announcing she's the "I'll sacrifice myself for others" type. Looking at her serene expression as she trauma dumps like it's casual conversation, he awkwardly blurts that she looks better laughing than crying, smooth as sandpaper. Our romantic king. A blush creeps onto her face as she processes this caveman-level compliment that somehow works. Meanwhile, our oblivious protagonist is mentally calculating how long until the food arrives. Suddenly she whips around and confesses she likes him, asking him to be her boyfriend, because apparently trauma bonding over dinner is peak romance timing. Our emotionally stunted protagonist deflects with a question instead of an answer. Classic dense male lead behavior. How does someone even know when they like someone? He asks, proving that romance guides don't exist in his world. Valkyrie's brain short circuits, realizing she's dealing with someone who makes rocks look emotionally intelligent. Taking a deep breath, she explains liking someone like she's teaching kindergarten, thinking about them, caring about their opinions, and feeling butterflies when they speak. She boldly declares he checks all her boxes, basically handing him a relationship manual with highlighted instructions. But she freezes when his face shifts. Oh no, the gears are actually turning in that empty head of his. Meanwhile, Reaper's having a quiet evening when her phone buzzes with another call from our romantically confused hero. She's ready to ask about colony life when he drops the dating bomb out of nowhere. Talk about conversation whiplash. Are you drunk again? She sighs, because apparently that's his only excuse for human emotions. But his dead serious expression screams, I'm stone cold sober and ready to fumble another romantic situation. The next day, Reaper faces our boy, who starts gushing about her hunter skills, because nothing says romantic confession like professional admiration. She agrees to the date, wanting to see who he is beyond just tower climbing and monster slaying. Plot twist. Their date somehow lands him in the hospital, leaving Reaper absolutely livid, because of course it does. Fast forward a bit. Reaper arrives at their restaurant meetup spot 10 minutes early, because punctuality is apparently her love language. She's a nervous wreck, second-guessing her makeup and overthinking every detail. Classic pre-date anxiety mode activated. But instead of acknowledging her obvious feelings, she gaslights herself into thinking this is just a business investment in a promising hunter, denial level expert. She sits there waiting as minutes tick by with zero sign of our chronically late protagonist. After 25 minutes of solo dining anxiety, she overhears chatter about some accident at the nearby intersection. By 40 minutes, her patience snaps like a twig, and she's ready to commit murder when he finally stumbles and looking like he wrestled a bear. She unleashes her fury, demanding explanations for his tardiness and radio silence, but freezes when she sees his battered state. He sheepishly admits to falling and destroying his phone in the process. This completely floors her. Here's a hunter who can slay monsters but apparently can't handle basic walking without casualties. Realizing this dense protagonist has zero dating game, she takes charge and drags him to the movie theater she pre-booked. Before entering, he awkwardly thrusts a single flower at her like he's defusing a bomb. The gesture is so hilariously out of character that she nearly drops it in shock. Inside the theater, they settle into their seats surrounded by other couples actually acting like couples. But her brain refuses to process the movie, too busy having a meltdown over this simple romantic gesture. She obsesses over the flower like it's some ancient artifact, completely missing the explosions on screen, and wonders whether he's actually serious about this date, or just practicing his acting skills for the next tower performance. She glances at him and finds him sleeping, because apparently movie dates are just expensive nap time for hunters. Her expression softens because this is exactly the kind of thing she expects from him. Nelia questions if they're even in the tower anymore, because nothing says floor trial like Urban Decay. Now in the present, in the hospital, she learns that he actually gets into accidents with vehicles 3 times. At this point, traffic cones probably have PTSD from seeing him. Not to mention that the 3rd time he crashes into a truck, he would be dead meat if he were an ordinary person, but Baphomet is more interested in continuing their date, while she wants him to rest like a normal human being. He, on the other hand, is more interested in confirming his feelings for her, because nothing says romance like a concussion confession. Their conversation is interrupted by a very angry man storming in, who turns out to be Reaper's uncle, having tracked down her location through his assistant's intel network. And as soon as he sees Baphomet, he assumes he must be her boyfriend, because injured men in hospital beds with his niece can only mean one thing. Later, when they settle down, it becomes clear that her uncle has come prepared with a full dossier on our boy, because family background checks are apparently standard dating protocol. However, he declares that Baphomet's qualifications are trash tier for boyfriend material, even assuming she spent the night with him when she didn't come home. Jump to conclusions much? She tries explaining that she was at her hideout, but eventually, with an excuse and help from his assistant, he boots Reaper from the scene faster than you can say. Protective uncle trope activated. He whips out the classic "here's money to disappear" move on our boy, because nothing screams originality like bribing the love interest. Though the situation is more cliché than a truck in ice guy, Baphomet explains they're not dating, but Uncle Dearest stays stubborn, disapproving of his hunter profession. Apparently monster slaying doesn't pay the bills in his book. He wants Reaper to inherit his hotel empire after retirement, so he's allergic to her dangerous hunter lifestyle. He drops the tragic backstory bomb that she only became a hunter because her mother died from gate shock. But he still wants her living a normal, boring life instead of the hunter's path, because safety trumps following your dreams, obviously. Baphomet smirks and boldly declares that Reaper's career choices aren't up for auction. She's not a character whose fate gets decided by overprotective relatives. As for the bribe money, he casually mentions earning that much from a few tower raids, because apparently monster slaying pays better than most day jobs. Smugly preparing to resume their date, he's caught off guard when Uncle darkly promises he'll regret this decision. This actually makes our fearless monster hunter pause, because angry uncles are scarier than any dungeon boss. Then the uncle switches tactics like a seasoned negotiator. He tempts our boy with exclusive access to his head chef's legendary cooking, only 20 servings daily, more exclusive than limited edition Manhwa chapters. No amount of hunter money can buy this culinary treasure. It's rarer than S-rank drops. But with Uncle's connections, he could have lifetime access to this gastronomic paradise. Our boy is completely sold by this food bribery, because even legendary hunters have their weaknesses, and apparently his is gourmet cuisine. Reaper returns just in time to scold her uncle for using food as emotional manipulation, because she knows exactly how to read this situation. When her uncle remains unconvinced, because family members have a special talent for ignoring obvious explanations, she emphasizes that just by looking at our boy, she can tell she cannot be physically attracted to him, which she considers an important factor in any relationship. Ouch. Talk about emotional damage in front of witnesses. But when she declares that she can't even imagine kissing him, Baphomet starts laughing, because apparently he's about to drop the ultimate "well, actually" bomb. He finally reveals that after the party celebrating the clearing of the Tower of Sanctum, she was totally drunk and kissed him, because alcohol always knows how to make liars out of sober declarations. For a moment, there is complete silence. The kind that makes you hear your own heartbeat and question your life choices. Then, totally flustered, she claims she doesn't remember the incident. Ah yes, the classic, selective amnesia, defense mechanism. But Mr. Ha's harsh reality check echoes in his mind about not being S-rank material yet. He dramatically declares he's filing a lawsuit for sexual harassment because apparently that's how romance works in this universe. With that mic drop, he storms off while she chases after him like every Tsundra's worst nightmare. She nervously offers movie plans and dinner bribes, the classic "please don't hate me" combo meal. But our petty king rejects both peace offerings with the coldness of a winter manhwa villain. After a tense pause, he admits the lawsuit threat was just dramatic flair, prompting her soft apology. Awkward silence descends as he summons their escape taxi. Nothing kills romance like ride-sharing apps. She hesitantly asks if this whole thing was actually his attempt at asking her out, because surely he thought one drunken kiss meant she'd fallen for his questionable charms. Her eyes go wide seeing his expression, the classic "oh no, I messed up" face reveal. Without dignifying her question with an answer, he hops into the taxi and vanishes faster than a manhwa villain's redemption arc, leaving her standing there like a broken NPC. Meanwhile, Beelzebub gazes from his floor-to-ceiling windows in his new penthouse because every demon lord needs dramatic real estate. Finally understanding why humans chase success and material rewards after experiencing the high life himself, his maniacal laughter gets cut short when our boy barges in, clapping his hands to test if the lights respond to sound activation. Seeing his dark mood, Beelzebub grins and asks if he's planning to take out his rejection frustrations on him. Our boy's expression turns even more thunderous. Beelzebub mocks how a powerful being like him could fall for mere humans, but our boy furiously denies it's love, just curiosity, though nobody's buying that classic Tsundere defense. Suddenly suspicious, our boy asks how Beelzebub even knows about his romantic disaster, and the demon shamelessly admits to planting a surveillance familiar on him because apparently love makes you blind to basic stalking. Beelzebub even knows about him getting hit by a car while flower shopping for Reaper, because nothing says "I'm not in love" like nearly dying for bouquet selection. He taunts him about turning human, the ultimate insult in demon society, like telling someone they've gone soft, which our boy protests with all the conviction of a wet paper towel. Uncaring of his denial, he warns Baphomet about human entanglements, because one day he might snap back to his genocidal self, and that's awkward for relationships. Suddenly asking for the time, and when Baphomet tells him, he immediately orders him up for dinner at Grandma's, because even demon lords need their comfort food fix. Baphomet balks at slum dining when they have penthouse privileges, priorities, people. Beelzebub insists they need to eat at home, because apparently wealth can't buy you that authentic grandma cooking. Baphomet's shocked since he thought Beelzebub was committed to the high life aesthetic. Guess money can't fill the emotional void after all. Later, Yun Shaon examines his healing arm, because someone needs to play the responsible adult in this supernatural mess. However, she's curious about his car accident, which he dodges like every mysterious male lead protecting their tragic backstory. She fires off health questions like a concerned mom, and surprisingly, he actually answers honestly instead of brooding mysteriously. She hands him a report from Ma because nothing says, "welcome back," like paperwork. She reveals it's an analysis of specimens from Mentor Quartz's dead wife because apparently even death can't stop manhwa plot twists. She points out he only needs the last page, the classic skip to the horrifying conclusion move. After seeing the results, he asks for her interpretation because reading comprehension is apparently optional for demon lords. She shudders while explaining the body is stitched together from multiple humans, created by a psychopathic necromancer hunter, your typical Tuesday villain in this universe. The specimen was crafted purely for entertainment because some people collect stamps, others make human quilts. Baphomet realizes this explains his instinctive revulsion. Even demons have standards, apparently. Yunsen explains Ma's concerns about missing hunters and their untraceable culprit, then asks about his reconciliation with Ma because workplace gossip transcends species. He stays vague since his boss obviously knows his true identity, the worst kept secret since Superman's glasses disguise. Instead, he changes the topic to the incident where Ma went full team killer mode on his 7 teammates. She's more shocked than a manhwa reader discovering their favorite series got axed. He cryptically reveals he helped clean up some mess, but leaves Ma to spill the tea because Yunsun can't believe Ma would trauma dump on Baphomet of all people. Her thoughts get interrupted by a kid bolting away from a needle like it's the final boss. The male nurse, Jang, catches the escapee and she introduces him to our boy. Jang greets him with a smile brighter than a shoujo manga love interest sparkles. A nurse calls for Yunxian, and she exits stage left, waving goodbye to our boy. Now he's stuck alone with Jang in classic awkward setup fashion. He prepares his tactical retreat when Jang invades his personal space like an overeager side character. Commenting on his male beauty with the subtlety of a brick through a window, he adds that he must be a total heartthrob with the ladies because of those killer looks. Seeing Jang's eyes practically sparkling like a shoujo manga protagonist, our demon lord is completely blindsided. Jang also hints that he's probably got quite the fan club among the guys too. Outside, our oblivious MC has zero understanding of what those twinkling eyes actually meant. He mulls over Jang's words like they're some ancient riddle. Suddenly, Valkyrie's confession pops into his head like an unwanted flashback episode. He frantically tries to mental delete that memory, chanting his mantra about not going soft for romance subplots. Then Beelzebub's teasing about him being lovesick echoes in his mind. He desperately reminds himself that humans are just entertainment, not endgame material. Reaper's face surfaces in his thoughts, along with her accusation that he's delusional about that kiss meaning something. Not to mention, at the exact same moment, two girls are chatting about how guys instantly think, "She's into me," the second you're remotely nice to them. Baphomet's aura turns so dark it could power a goth convention, sending the girls fleeing for their lives. A little while later, he spots a couple practically glued together in peak romance anime fashion. He bulldozes between them like the world's most dramatic third wheel. Not only that, suddenly couples are spawning everywhere like some twisted romantic comedy nightmare. Even the freaking cats have found their soulmates. His mood plummets faster than a harem protagonist's IQ as the lovey-dovey epidemic spreads. Finally, he decides to find a cure for this romance-induced depression. After scanning his options, he spots salvation in the form of a gaming cafe, because nothing kills romantic feelings like competitive gaming rage. He stretches his muscles like he's preparing for the final boss battle of his life, teasing that he seems unusually eager to do more unpaid labor. He claims a gaming booth like it's his rightful throne, ready to reclaim his gaming god status. Meanwhile, Reaper is having a classic best friend therapy session with Zest. Since Zest knows both parties involved, she's basically the perfect relationship counselor, unpaid and unqualified. She spills about their date, while admitting she wants to stay connected, because mixed signals are apparently her specialty. Her emotional monologue gets derailed when Zest drops the nuclear question about whether she's actually into Baphomet talk about cutting straight to the point. Meanwhile, the Nebula Guild leader waltzes into the same cafe because manhwa coincidences are basically the law of physics. He spots our demon lord and smirks like he just found his new favorite toy. Our boy crushes his game with the efficiency of an overpowered protagonist in a power fantasy series. It's decent entertainment, but stomping AI opponents is about as thrilling as a training montage without the epic music. Right then, his phone buzzes with a call from Reaper, because nothing ruins a gaming session like relationship drama. She immediately scolds him for ghosting her calls like some commitment-phobic male lead. He reminds her his phone is more broken than a side character's backstory, and when she starts mentioning the accident, he cuts straight to business mode. She brings up their awkward date ending just as Van Gogh drops a challenge. Finally, someone who might actually pose a threat instead of tutorial-level NPCs. While he tells Reaper to memory wipe that whole incident like it never happened, she's clearly not buying his "let's pretend nothing occurred" strategy. He casually suggests dinner to discuss it later, and she perks up faster than a tsundere hearing a compliment, already planning their next restaurant meetup. But before she can lock down those dinner plans and start planning their romantic subplot continuation, Baphomet hangs up with the finesse of a brick through a window. Her call completely shattered his focus, and now he's tasting defeat like every overconfident protagonist who gets distracted mid-battle. His challenger demands a rematch with all the confidence of a final boss who just got cheese straight, and this time he accepts faster than a tsundere denying their feelings. This time, his opponent destroys him so thoroughly it's like watching a power-scaling debate in real time, which triggers his anger meter harder than an NTR plot twist. Rage-quitting like a true gamer, he decides to take this beef offline and confront his opponent face-to-face. The moment he spots the kid, his hunter senses tingle harder than Spider-Man at a villain convention. Van Gogh smugly reveals he's heard all the juicy gossip from his brother about our MC's legendary short fuse. He grins like the cocky young master he probably is, introducing himself as Vango, Guild Master of Nebula Guild.